Golden Symbol. Kilenya Chronicles Book 6 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2017 Andrea Pearson. Dedication. To Glenn Pearson, my grandpa, his cousin Lon Pearson, and Steve and Marty Nielsen. Thank you for being the best providers of support, help, and love ever. Your friendship, hard work, and examples give me strength to keep writing. Chapter 1. Jacob took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. Only 7 weeks remained until the Lorkon returned. Just 7. It wasn't enough time. How could it be? He should have keyed them farther away, but he wasn't familiar enough with Ecleron's geography. He hadn't known better. Time to concentrate on the here and now. He put his nervousness aside, forced himself to relax in his seat, and turned to his friends and family. Mom and Dad had set up a bunch of chairs in the backyard for the first post-Lorkon meeting, and almost everyone important to Jacob was there, waiting for Kano to reveal his secret. Jacob smiled, adjusting his position so the slight breeze would cool his sweaty back. He knew what the secret was, but he was excited for the others to learn it too, especially Sweet Pea. Sweet Pea's leg had been destroyed a few weeks earlier, while helping Jacob and the Shingles get rid of the huge sky monster Lorkon. Having special abilities that the other Makalos didn't, Akino couldn't wait to help make things right. After the group had quieted, Akeno stepped out from behind a tree trunk, holding an oddly shaped package behind his back. He grinned at Jacob, then turned to the group. "We all feel bad about what happened to Sweet Pea because of Lorkon," he said. "I wanted to make things better, if only in a small way." He handed the package to Sweet Pea. "Merry Christmas." Sweet Pea half smiled. "Christmas is 6 months away. My birthday is closer." "Okay, happy birthday then." When Sweet Pea didn't do anything, Akeno urged him on. "Open it." Sweet Pea tore the wrapping paper off and held up his present, a new leg made of wood. "Whoa-oh-e. How'd you do it?" His voice was small and barely carried over to Jacob in the next row. "I made a tree grow into the shape of your leg." Jacob leaned forward, trying to hear Sweet Pea's quiet response. "It's so awesome." Sweet Pea set it aside and jumped up to give Akeno a hug, balancing on his good leg. Everyone else cheered and applauded, calling out approval, and a bright red flush crossed Akeno's face. He ducked his head. Dad got to his feet, smiling. "Akeno, why don't you help Sweet Pea figure out how to use it while we go ahead with the meeting?" Akeno nodded and sat next to Sweet Pea. He started fiddling with straps, and Jacob turned his attention to Dad, who was talking again. "Unless they find a faster way back, we've got a little over 7 weeks until the Lorkon return." He looked over everyone present, meeting eyes with several. "This isn't a lot of time, but I'm positive we'll be ready." Mainly because Aldo and the fat lady have found the hidden locations for the Lorkon antidote. Jacob's mouth popped open. When had they found them all? He hadn't heard that. Aldo stood. "Yes, we have. The next location is the Kaith Tree in Myrule City." Dad nodded. "We'll send a team right away to get it. I'll be going, along with Jacob, Gallus, Aloran, Ebony, and several others with whom Ebony has been working." Dad looked at Jacob. "Because you're the only one who can see the Bald Henrys, we'll need you to point them out for our archers. The only way we'll get to the K tree is if the Bald Henry threat is removed." Jacob nodded. Bald Henrys were invisible to most people, including Jacob, except when he was in Myrule City. Something about the air there made it possible for him to see them. This was a blessing since Bald Henrys were very dangerous. With every roar, a different material was destroyed by crumbling or shattering or dissolving, ending with flesh. "The rest of us will take care of the Ember Gods. If we're unsuccessful, we'll head to the next location." Matt raised his hand. "Why don't we send teams to each place right now and not waste time going to all the places one after the other?" "Fair question. Your mother and I talked this over with Aldo and decided it would be unwise to spread ourselves so thinly, especially since the people who are specialized enough to assist are few. We're nearly positive only Jacob will be able to get the antidote, and there's only one of him. So for now, we'll start with Myrule. The third location is in Gratitude City." Jacob wasn't surprised to learn that. It's where Anyev had lived when he discovered the antidote. The first hiding place was in the Tree of Taga village, but the scroll had been destroyed when the Makalos moved there. The fourth and fifth places were cities Jacob had never heard of. Dad then discussed how they'd need to prepare for the Lorkon army, setting up traps and hiding their fighters in the forest between Minden and Taga village. "Getting the antidote is great, but unless our army is big enough, we'll never have the chance to administer it. We need more people, He leaned against the tree Akano had stood behind earlier. "I'm open to suggestions." No one said anything for a moment, and Jacob looked over the group, wondering who would speak first. Finally, Mr. Coolidge rose. "You could always try Ridgewood again." Hala shook her head. "No. The one or maybe two more people we find there wouldn't be worth the effort or danger." Beza, Gallus's wife, raised her hand, her bright turquoise bracelets jangling. "Don't the Lorkon have thousands of slaves beyond Forncall?" Gallus nodded. "Yes, they do." He looked at Dad. "We could free them, convince them to join us." Dad half smiled. "If they're bitter enough, I'm sure they'd be willing." He straightened. "I like this idea. Once the antidote has been recovered, I'll lead a group to Forncall." He looked over everyone. "If you'd like to volunteer to accompany me, speak with me after." It looked as if Dad was about to end the meeting when Kevin, one of Jacob's former classmates, raised his hand. "How can I help?" Jacob had been surprised that Kevin still wanted to hang around after Lauren had broken up with him. Maybe the teenager was hoping to win her back. Jacob glanced at Lauren. She avoided looking at Kevin, instead watching Dad intently. Jacob knew she still cared for Kevin. He wondered if that was normal to break up with someone you actually liked. "I've been thinking about that," Dad said. "And if you and Tanny are willing, we'd love to have your assistance. You, Kevin, would work with one of the blacksmiths, and Tanny would take over your former duties as a teacher." Tanny wasn't present, but Jacob was sure she'd be thrilled. "Once the Lorkon army nears," Dad continued, "I'll have you and Tanny guard our house from the Menden side, just like last time." Kevin nodded, and Dad ended the meeting shortly after. He and the others would need to leave for the Kaith Tree in Miveril City as soon as possible. Jacob stood and helped everyone put the chairs back under the crawl space of the house. Then he got his backpack, loading it with things he usually took with him, including matches, beef jerky, and his Minya container. He looked out the window, wondering where Early was. She usually explored when he didn't need her, and it had been 3 days since he'd last seen the Minya. Definitely not the longest she'd been gone, but he needed her now. "Jacob, are you ready?" Dad called up the stairs. "Yup, just have to get Early first." He opened his window, hoping she was still checking on it. Several moments later, she flitted inside, grinning. "Jacob, are you ready for another adventure?" She squealed, did a somersault, then landed on his shoulder, holding onto his t-shirt. "Yes." Jacob put on his backpack, careful not to knock her off, and made sure he still had the key of Kilenya in his pocket. Then he went downstairs. Dad put his hand on Jacob's shoulder. "Instead of going straight to Miveril City, I'm going to have you key us to the fat lady's cabin. From there, we'll walk south and use Eakin's tunnel." Jacob nodded. He opened the link to the cabin and waited for everyone to go first, before following and shutting the door. He breathed deeply of the fresh, crisp air. Well, only partially crisp. It was going to be a very hot day, but fresh it was, and he smiled, jogging to catch up with Dad. Early giggled from his shoulder, and Jacob laughed as she pretended to fall off. It felt good to finally be doing something. As soon as he caught up with Dad, Jacob glanced around, wondering where Lauren had ended up. She was walking several paces behind him. The moment their eyes met, she looked down. Jacob hid his exasperated sigh, put her behavior behind him, and walked with Dad and Gallus. "Are we going to be digging through the part of the tunnel I destroyed when I was fighting the Ember Gods?" Gallus shook his head. "No, it's been cleared out again." He smiled. "Eakin doesn't like feeling trapped in Miveril City. He had the villagers do it." Dad looked over at Jacob. "So long as the Lorkon don't know what we're up to, we shouldn't have any problems getting to that Kaith Tree." After about 20 minutes of walking, they reached the tunnel. Jacob got shivers when he stepped into it and put his hands in his jeans pockets. It felt weird being there again, and he half expected an Ember God to send flames toward them from the other end. "Makalos, please light the way," Dad said. The tunnel walls were bathed in the bluish light from the Makalos' left ring fingers. Nothing stopped or bothered them, and soon, they reached the other end and climbed the stairs to the town hall. Eakin met them at the top. "Glad to see you made it okay. You're sure I can assist somehow?" Even though Jacob knew Eakin was trying to be polite, it was obvious he really didn't want to help. No, Dad said. "We're fine." Eakin nodded, the colors for relief flooding the air around him. He walked them to the front door of the town hall and opened it. "Good luck." Chapter 2. Jacob stepped to the door and looked out. At first, he didn't see anything. Then a turkey strutted out from behind a building at least 500 feet away. He pointed. "Bald Henry there." A Makalo approached. "Where?" Jacob glanced down. It was Grimmel, the first Macalo Jacob had tested his hand-warming power on. He was glad to see that the Macalo didn't seem to have permanent damage from that experience. There, lower than that porch, in between the two lampposts. Remel nodded and, faster than Jacob thought possible, notched an arrow and sent it flying. Nothing happened. Jacob squinted, trying to see, then time saw to the bald Henry. The arrow had struck a tree behind the bald Henry, a few feet above its head. Jacob returned his vision to the town hall. A little lower. Remel didn't respond, but sent his second arrow after the first. The bald Henry fell with a poof of feathers, and Jacob grinned. "You got it?" "Good. Any more?" "Not right now." Jacob walked onto the porch, looking all around the clearing. No other bald Henrys appeared and no villagers, so he motioned for everyone to follow. They'd only walked maybe 15 feet when what seemed like hundreds of bald Henrys started pouring onto the street. At first, Jacob pointed them out as they appeared, but he quickly realized that wouldn't work. He couldn't keep up with the steady flow. He'd just shoot everywhere. They're coming out of the doors and from the alleys. Many of the humans in Macalo's and Dad's group dropped to their knees and began shooting. Jacob stayed out of their way, watching as bald Henrys started falling. When one of the creatures got closer than the others, he would point it out and someone would take it down. Finally, the road was clear again, and from there on, they only encountered 5 more bald Henrys. It seemed like most of them had come during that first attack. "What I'd like to know," Gallus said, "is where are the Ember Gods?" No one had an answer for him, but he, Dad, and Ebony had their weapons drawn, waiting for those human-like, fire-controlling creatures to attack. Villagers sneered at them through windows, but left them alone. Without any problem, Jacob led his group to the Kaith tree. Dad had everyone stay clear of it. They do weird things to the person the message is for. We don't want anyone accidentally getting in the way. Jacob approached the tree, trying not to look too hesitant. He felt the eyes of those who watched boring into his back and wondered if he should be shielding himself or crouching. The closer he got, the more sure he was that he was going to get attacked by some sort of magical protection attached to the tree. But nothing happened. He reached the trunk and knew why. It had been burned, and badly. He looked back at Dad. "I'm not sure if this is going to work. It's been on fire more than once." Dad frowned, nodding. "Try it anyway." Jacob turned back to the tree and put his hand on its charred bark, surprised there was any of it left. It only took him a moment to find a seal on a hidden compartment. He pried at the edges, trying to open it, but nothing budged. Remembering he had the key of Kilenya in his pocket, he pulled it out and held it next to the compartment. No lock appeared. Jacob turned to his dad again, shaking his head. "I can't get it to open." Dad half smiled. I'd wondered if Anyev did something like this. Staying out of reach of the tree, he tossed the key of Ayanli to Jacob. "Now try it." Jacob held the key up to the compartment. As he watched, the edges of the box started glowing. Instinctively, he tried to put the key into one of the edges. That didn't work. He held the rose-colored glass up to the seals. Again, nothing happened. He dragged the key along all the glowing parts. A hissing noise sounded from within, like a trap being released. And the compartment opened, 4 small doors folded away, revealing a deep, dark hole in the tree's interior. He couldn't help thinking about Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom when he put his hand into the dark hole. No bugs crawled onto him, though, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped no one noticed him sweating. Why did they all have to watch? So awkward. Jacob reached farther into the tree and grabbed a scroll. He pulled it out and turned it toward the green darkened sun. It had been damaged by the flames. Parts of it crumbled away as soon as he started unrolling it. He knew that didn't matter. They were black and ash-like and wouldn't have been legible anyway. Once the scroll was open as far as it would go, Jacob squinted at it. Only a couple of lines of writing were visible. "It's not all here." Jacob fingered the huge hole where most of the writing of the parchment had been destroyed, then looked up, and what's here isn't written in English. Dad strode forward, taking the scroll from him. "No wonder nothing stopped you. This isn't going to help us at all. One ingredient is mentioned, and we would have guessed it anyway. Sap from a silver tree." He held it up to the sun, peering at the writing, then sighed. "We'll take it to Aldo and the fat lady anyway, but this is disappointing." Jacob nodded, and Dad put the scroll in his bag and turned to the others. "Let's head back." As they were leaving, though, Ebony put her hand up, an intense expression on her face. Everyone stared at her, and she looked at Dad. "Can you hear that?" Dad shook his head, but Aquino stepped next to his mother. Feet, running feet. His eyes widened with alarm. Something is headed this way fast, and lots of them. The Makalos and humans didn't have time to react before the source of the sound appeared. Villagers rushed forward, flooding the street. As they neared Jacob's group, several of them stopped to fight, brandishing brooms, table legs, and knives. They swung out at everyone, pushing the group back. When it became apparent that no one was trying to stop them, the villagers continued forward, leering at Jacob and the others as they passed. The first trickle of people swelled into a huge mass, and Jacob quickly lost track of his friends. He saw Ebony get knocked down, but he couldn't reach her. Dad appeared by her side and pulled her up before someone trampled her. Then Grimmel fell. He wasn't so lucky. He got stepped on by several villagers before Gallus got to him. Back into the forest, Dad called. Jacob shook his head. Can't, the trees. Dad couldn't hear him, and he didn't need to finish anyway. Branches were flying through the air, smacking and whipping anyone who got near. Jacob pushed against people shoving him, trying not to get jostled too much, trying to avoid the attacking forest. What was going on? How had the villagers been freed? They normally couldn't go this far. Finally, the stampede of people slowed, then ended completely. Dad, Gallus, and Jacob rushed forward, helping Makalos and humans to their feet. There weren't many injuries, a couple broken arms and some bruises and cuts. It could have been a lot worse. Gallus and Dad looked at each other. Even from far away, the Lorkon are still causing mischief. Gallus said, "We expected that to be the case." Dad motioned for everyone to head back to the town hall. As they were about to enter the city, Sanso, the Ember God, dashed past them, heading away from the direction of the castle. Gallus and Dad yanked out their swords, but Sanso merely jumped out of the way, an evil grin on his face. "I shattered every single one of those vials," he shouted. "Everyone." He disappeared down an alley, his laughter echoing behind him. Gallus lowered his sword. What was that supposed to mean? Dad shook his head. "I have no idea." Mivor City was eerily quiet, and it wasn't any wonder. The place was empty. Jacob only saw a couple of bald Henrys, which Grimmel took care of right away, but nothing else wandered the streets. No one watched from the windows. The place felt like Makaria, back when all the doors had been destroyed. Here many doors were still intact, but they were open and furniture was strewn along the street. "They've been freed," Dad said, stating what Jacob felt was obvious. "The villagers, someone released them from their prison." Gallus nodded. "But for what purpose? What are the Lorkon trying to do?" Jacob felt Aloran look at him and he glanced her way. By the colors floating in the air around her, he could tell she was afraid. She met his gaze but didn't say anything. Even though Jacob was nervous, the contact with Aloran, though brief, warmed him. Maybe she was going to stop hating him. He stepped back, letting others enter the town hall. Because of this, he didn't see why Dad and Gallus immediately pulled out their swords as soon as they'd gone inside. "He isn't a threat." "He isn't a threat," Jacob heard Eakin say. He scooted past Gallus, then saw what was going on. His jaw dropped. Sanso, the Ember God, was sitting at a table next to Eakin. They appeared to be eating a midday meal. "What is going on?" Gallus pointed his sword at Sanso, eyes on Eakin. "You're working with him now?" Eakin got to his feet slowly, painfully, but clearly at ease with the situation. "Sanso has had a change of heart." He motioned to the Ember God. "Why don't you explain what happened?" Sanso shrugged. "He didn't stop eating when he started talking. K2 sent me and the other Ember Gods to prevent your people from getting that female Lorkon. We failed and he punished us, sentencing us to death. The wolves finished off the other Ember Gods, and a dust saved my life." Sanso pointed over his shoulder, his chin-length black hair swaying. "The dust is in the kitchen if you'd like to meet him." Dad and Jacob looked at each other. Why would they want to meet a dust? When he saw their hesitation, Sanso grumbled, got to his feet, and strode into the kitchen. Eakin smiled at the group. He's become quite attached to that dust over the past few weeks. His smile left his face. Sanso should have died, only his pride and the small creature kept him alive until I found them. And now, he's been helping me get revenge on the Lorkon. Sanso returned. "The dust will be out in a minute." He returned to his seat at the table and took a long drink from a cup. "The Lorkon paid me richly, but they turned on me in the end. I suppose they always would have." His face darkened. His emotion colors changed to red, and Jacob felt like stepping behind the people who now surrounded him. Sanso was very dangerous when he was angry, and Jacob had experienced his anger. He pushed aside the impulse to hide, though, curious to see what the Ember God did next. Foolish K2s. Never sees beyond his own plan. Never sees anyone as a threat, but I've now released his precious villagers and he won't have anyone to conduct his test on. Eakin frowned. He's still doing tests? Jacob was just as surprised as the older man. He was especially surprised that Sanso knew and Eakin didn't. Sanso waved Eakin off. All the time, he thinks he may have found a way to bind an object to a person, then unbind it. The Ember God looked at Jacob. He wants your key, boy, and he's going to try to get it. Small chance of that happening now, Jacob said. He's not exactly in a position to... A look from Dad silenced him. Jacob figured Dad didn't want Sanso to know that the Lorkon were hundreds, even thousands of miles away. Why, though? What was the Ember God going to do about it? Just then, a dust entered the room, head down. He approached Sanso. The Ember God put his arm around the dust's shoulders and turned the creature to face the people. Show them your eyes, he commanded. The dust looked up and Jacob gasped. Instead of the dark brown he'd expected, the dust's eyes were green. He'd never seen a dust or a werby with green eyes. Always brown or blue. Dad's mouth popped open. He's changing. He looked at Sanso. You're causing him to change. He put his hand on his chin, thinking. He's loyal to you now, instead of the Lorkon. And since you aren't on either side, good or bad, his eyes aren't blue or brown. Sanso nodded. I suspected as much. Ember gods don't pick sides. We're above that sort of petty behavior. Warren frowned, stepping forward. Jacob had almost forgotten she was there. She raised her sleeves. You say this. This brutality isn't picking sides. Look at this. Look at what you did to me. Sanso only glanced at her briefly. Don't blame me. I only did what they paid me to do. He glanced at her arms again. That represents some of my best work, by the way. Aloran glowered at him and Jacob felt an urge to punch the Ember God. Don't blame him for his choices. What kind of stupid talk was that? The guy had his freedom. He didn't have to obey the Lorkon. Yeah, so what if death was the result of disobedience? Jacob would rather die than purposely burn an innocent person. Aloran obviously felt the same way. You're scum, Sanso. You'll always be scum. She refused to look away from him until he met her gaze, and Jacob was positive if it had been dark inside the town hall, they would have seen lightning shoot from her eyes. Dad cleared his throat. It's time for us to leave. He motioned to Jacob. Go ahead, key us back to the village. Jacob nodded, pulling out the key. He created the link, then stepped back, letting everyone else go ahead of him. Aloran was the last. She was still in a staring battle with Sanso. Finally, she looked away to Eakin and pulled something out of her pocket. She approached the older man and handed him whatever it was she was holding. For your pain. This will help. Take 2 or 3 of them 3 times a day. Eakin smiled at Aloran, thanked her, and gave her a hug. Jacob followed her out the door, looking back one more time at Sanso and his pet dust. The Ember God gave a small wave and returned to his food, and the dust just watched Jacob, his big eyes wary. Jacob couldn't imagine what it would be like to switch loyalties like that. No wonder the dust took so long coming out to meet them. He'd been Jacob's enemy. Chapter 3. That night, lying in his bed, Jacob couldn't stop thinking about Myler. He was insane. That much was obvious, but the guy had spirit and a lot of it. He'd sacrificed himself, trying to get back at his brother who betrayed him, turned into a Lorkon, and then betrayed Myler even more by performing tests on Myler's fiancée, then killing her. Jacob had been the only one to care for Myler, and he wasn't even sure why. The guy was a jerk. He was crude and impulsive and brash and definitely unpredictable. But still, Jacob cared. And he wanted to know that someone had buried Myler's body, showed him the respect he deserved in his own way. Jacob exhaled and rolled over, facing his wall. He tried to go to sleep. He counted in his head. He thought about what would happen tomorrow when he left with Akeno for Gratitude City. That was the next location of the antidote. Would it have survived? Would the tree be there? The instructions in Anyev's book had hinted that only a full-blood Makalo would be able to find the tree. Akeno was the only one who fit that description. Jacob rolled over again, his thoughts returning to Myler, his last act, the fight in the man's eyes as he jumped at the Lorkon. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. He had to know what happened. If the man's body was still in that ditch, Jacob would insist on getting a team together to go bury him properly. He jumped off his bed and looked out his window at the moon. Without Azariah's help, Jacob had figured out that he could use the light from the moon to search through time for someone. He didn't have to use the sun directly because the moon reflected the sun's light. When he told Azariah what he found out, The shingle had stared at him for several seconds, not saying anything. But he didn't have to. His emotion color said plenty. The shingle was annoyed at first, then angry, then jealous. And this really surprised Jacob. The colors for pride flooded the air around him. He was proud of Jacob. Of course, he didn't say so. Instead, he told Jacob to leave and go get some real work done. Jacob laughed thinking about that as he gazed at the moon for a full minute. Because the light was diffused, the usual 10 seconds wasn't long enough. When he felt his eyes glowing, Jacob time-sawed Tadris a week ago when he'd keyed the Lorkon in Myler. He lit up Myler's body lying in the ditch like a silver beacon. For some reason, the sun's light diffused by the moon didn't turn things golden. He fast-forwarded through time, then nearly jumped when Myler's body moved. Jacob reversed his vision. Did someone touch the guy? Throw something at him? Grab him? He didn't see anyone around Myler. He rewound and started watching again, slower this time, with his vision pulled back slightly, enough to see if anyone approached. Myler's body moved. No one had touched him. Then it was still for a while. But then, and Jacob nearly bit his tongue off, Myler stumbled to his knees, hands grasping, reaching, clawing through the dirt. A zombie. He turned into a zombie, but zombies weren't real, were they? Anything was possible, especially on Eclaron. Myler crawled out of the ditch. He coughed, smearing blood on his sleeve. He called for help, slumping to the ground. A woman saw him and rushed to his side, feeling his forehead. She turned and waved, yelling at other people. 2 men joined her, and together they lifted Myler. His head fell to the side, but Jacob could tell he was alive. The 3 adults half-carried, half-dragged Myler down the road, around a corner, and into a building. It took Jacob a moment to realize this was a hospital of sorts. Hundreds and hundreds of people lay everywhere, some looking dead, some sick, and others barely hurt at all. Jacob bit the inside of his cheek. The Lorkon had caused all of this. He felt sick, realizing the implications. He and Gallus were to blame. By keying the Lorkon to Tadris, they pretty much ordered the execution of the town. How many had died at the hands of those beasts? Jacob felt bile rise in his throat. He fought it down, along with his guilt. It didn't matter where they sent the Lorkon, there would have been casualties either way. He pushed those thoughts aside, still so very shocked that Myler was alive. Jacob fast-forwarded until the present time, watching the man. Myler coughed occasionally, but for the most part, he didn't move a lot. He was still there, in that hospital. Jacob pulled his vision to the present and jumped off his bed. He glanced at the clock. It was well after 11. Hopefully, Mom and Dad would still be up. He threw his door open and dashed down the stairs. The lights were all on. He followed voices to his parents' study and found Dad there with the fat lady and Aldo. They were leaning over the desk, staring at the scroll Jacob had retrieved from the tree in Myvril City. Jacob didn't wait for them to notice him. "Myler is alive," he blurted. "How do you know?" Dad asked. Jacob raised an eyebrow, but pushed aside his feelings of impatience. "I time-saw. Wanted to know what happened to his body?" Aldo looked up, his eyes blurry from studying so much. They became more clear, though, as he tuned into what Jacob had said. "That's great. Can we go get him?" Dad shook his head. "No, there's too much to do here." Jacob scowled. "After everything he's done for us and everything he's been through, you're still not willing to help him? Where is he? What's his situation?" Jacob filled them in on what he'd seen. Dad pulled a book down from a shelf behind the desk. "He'll be fine where he is." Jacob growled, tugging on his hair. "I can't believe this. You're being so ridiculous." Dad didn't answer. He flipped through the pages of the book, then turned and showed it to Aldo, who wasn't paying attention to Jacob any longer. But the fat lady cleared her throat. "Your Majesty." She waited until Dad looked at her. "I agree with Jacob. Myler might be, well, difficult sometimes, but after everything that's happened, we can't just leave him there. It's barbaric." She stared at Dad. "And the king I know you to be is not barbaric." Dad sighed, handing the book to Aldo. He sat in his chair, putting his head in his hands. "You're right. You both are. But I still hesitate." Jacob snorted. "How can you win?" Dad held up his hand. "I've had a lot of experience working with volatile people, son. His unpredictability isn't our only concern here. He's also incredibly angry and strong. What would happen if he forgets who everyone is? Would he attack innocent people? Would he mistake memories for current events?" Dad ran his hand across the bald spot on his head, then rubbed the dark hair around the edges. "But I agree. Perhaps we can't leave him there. Maybe we could bring him back and find someone to work with him." He looked at Jacob. Did the Lorkon leave doors in Tadris? Jacob nodded. Good. First thing in the morning, before you go to Gratitude City, talk to Gallus. Have him help you. Anyone else or just the two of us? Gallus will work that out. Now, get back to bed. You need your rest and we need to figure out this scroll. Jacob looked at the scroll. Didn't you already do that? Sure. Dad was distracted again. But there's always more to learn. Jacob returned to his room. He got back into bed and stared at the ceiling, a smile crossing his face. For the first time in a while, he felt peace. Myler was alive and Dad had given permission to bring him back. He couldn't believe Myler's luck. The man was bound and determined to survive, regardless of any dangers. He was pretty cool. Jacob rolled over to his side, still smiling as he felt himself drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Jacob jumped from bed, remembering the upcoming tasks of the day. Talk to Gallus, get Myler, find antidote, save. He showered, then dashed downstairs and ate a fast breakfast. He ran into the living room and skidded to a stop on his knees in front of the door. Right as he was about to open a link to Gallus's shop, though, someone slammed the door into him, banging him on the forehead with the knob. He fell on his back. Nausea from the pain nearly forced up his breakfast. Ouch, he said, rubbing where the knob had hit him. I'm really sorry. I didn't see you. Jacob recognized that voice. It was Annalie, the girl who had a huge crush on him. He got to his feet, still rubbing his forehead. Can I help you? I was coming to talk to you. Chapter 4. Jacob winced, then realized that might offend her. He hoped she'd think his reaction was because of his forehead. Honestly, he wasn't in the mood to hear what she had to say. It would only make him more uncomfortable. He was sure of it, and he didn't have time right then either. I'm heading for Gallus's shop, and I'm in a hurry. Let's walk, she said, quickly. She actually threaded her arm through his as she usually did, and led him out the back door into the forest. She didn't talk, just stared at the trees and undergrowth. Jacob repressed a sigh of exasperation. She had to say something eventually, right? They couldn't just walk the whole way in silence. She'd go crazy for crying out loud. She was a talker. Finally, she exhaled. I want to apologize for how brazen I was last week. I know you're under a lot of pressure. She stopped and turned to face him. Jacob's heart flipped in his chest. She could really irritate him sometimes, but she was cute. Big, dark blue eyes full of adoration and pain. She did nothing to hide either. She continued, I'll be supportive now. I'll make sure not to get in your way. He could tell she was being sincere. He'd always been able to sense that in other people. He nodded and they started walking again, her arm still through his. But this time, it didn't bother him. Jacob didn't know the best answer to her apology. Saying it's okay might give her the impression that it was fine for her to chase him. He really didn't want to hurt her again. And apology accepted was way too much, like Star Wars. Besides that, it was very formal. Her arm felt good, though, where it was. He allowed a small smile to cross his face. A cute girl was at his side, holding him, obviously liking him. It was kind of awesome. He just couldn't force himself to like her in that way. They walked the whole way to Tacta Village like that. Neither said anything more. They arrived at Gallus's shop and Jacob knocked on the door. You don't need to be here for this, he said. She shrugged. I'll stay and see if Beza wants help with anything. Gallus answered the door. Jacob waited for Annalie to voice her desire first, but she didn't, so he explained the Myler situation, sharing Dad's request that Gallus help out. The black man nodded. Yes, we definitely need to bring him back. We should keep the group small, don't want to intimidate people. Just the two of us and Lauren. Her scouting skills will be very handy. Gallus turned away from the door. Beza, would you send a Minya to Alarin? Let her know Jacob's coming to get her in a minute. Annalie entered the shop, probably looking for Beza, and Gallus invited Jacob inside as well. Go ahead and key from here. I'll wait. Jacob opened the link to the tree. Hello? I'll be down in a minute, Jacob. He entered the tree, closed the door, and sat at the table. He fingered the frilly tablecloth Lauren had put there. 10 long minutes later, she came downstairs, her hair pulled back in braids. The style accented her eyes and better revealed her one dimple, and Jacob had a hard time not staring. He felt a blush cross his cheeks and he looked away. From the corner of his eye, he could tell that Lauren was pleased. Pleased about what? Going to Gallus's shop? Or his heart skipped a beat? The fact that he blushed when he saw her? He hoped she didn't notice that. Please don't have seen it. Jacob cleared his throat. His hands started sweating when the thought crossed his mind that Lauren wasn't dating Kevin anymore. He could. Put the moves on her. He rolled his eyes to himself. That was something Matt would say. How stupid. Good thing he hadn't opened his mouth. He wasn't sure what dumb things would pop out. Jacob opened the link back to Gallus' store. Annalie had joined Gallus, and Jacob was surprised when Aloran walked straight to her. The girls hugged each other, and Annalie complimented Aloran on her hair. They laughed when they noticed Jacob staring at them, his mouth open. "What?" Annalie said. "We got over our differences." Apparently, Gallus said. It didn't surprise Jacob that the black man knew about Annalie and Aloran. Dad had to assign Tanny to work with Annalie to keep them separated, and their issues had been discussed at a meeting a few weeks earlier. The two girls fought way too much. In fact, they hated each other the last time Jacob was around them. The girls were so unpredictable. Jacob turned his attention to Gallus as he explained the assignment to Aloran. "I'll come too," Annalie said. "My mother, my first one, not Hala, and I went to Tadris all the time. It's been a few years, but I had good relations with many people there. I'm sure it's not changed that much." Gallus looked at Jacob and Aloran. Jacob shrugged. "Why not?" Aloran said. "Now that that's decided," Gallus said, rubbing his hands together excitedly, "the fun part begins." He stepped to the back of his shop, motioning for the teenagers to follow. "Jacob, your father asked me to help Corin the blacksmith prepare armor for you. Cora and I decided that it would be best if we fashioned it after your father's old things, since they seem to work really well for you." He stopped outside a door at the back of the store. Azariah caught wind of what we were doing and demanded we make a few alterations. "I think they ruined the armor, but you might be okay with them." He pulled the door open, had the girls wait outside, then closed the door behind him and Jacob. The room was poorly lit, but Jacob could still see piles and piles of metal and leather armor. Gallus went to the far end of the room and returned, holding black, hardened leather. He handed the set to Jacob, the armor shifting as he did so, and Jacob caught sight of some bright red fabric. "Lots of it." He raised his eyebrow, glancing at Gallus. Gallus sent his eyes heavenward. Azariah's improvement. He stepped out of the room and shut the door. Jacob took his time putting the armor on. Without a lot of light and no mirror, he wasn't sure if he'd done it right. By the time he finished and exited the room, the girls were sitting on the floor, backs against the wall, and Gallus was stocking shelves. "Wow," Annalie said, her eyes big. "You look fantastic. Totally hot, as Tawny would say." Aloran nodded, and Jacob blushed for the second time that day. "Okay, that's great," he said, "but I don't even know if I put it on right." Ursula jumped to her feet, grabbed his hand, and pulled him to a full-length mirror by a bunch of clothes. "Check it out." Jacob didn't look at first, worried he'd only get more embarrassed when he saw himself. But he couldn't avoid it forever, and they had a lot to get done. They'd already wasted 20 minutes. He faced the mirror, and his mouth dropped. Gallus was right. Azariah had made some serious modifications. But Gallus was also wrong. The changes didn't ruin the armor, but made it better, more awesome. Like a shingle. Jacob had seen Azariah fighting before. With every move, his robe spun out, flashing brightly. And Jacob's would do the same. Azariah had put long strips of bright red fabric in between the pieces of hardened leather. When Jacob stood still, only the black leather was visible. The moment he took a step, however, a swatch of bright red flashed. Not only that, but he felt a tingle of power cross him when the fabric moved. He spun and the tingling grew stronger. He paused, imagining he had his shingle pole and was holding it in a defensive position. He swirled the imaginary pole, pretending to attack an enemy. Right as he started moving, he felt power enter his system and energy coursing through his body. His movements became stronger, more sure, his foot placement almost an afterthought. No wonder Azariah and the other shingles fought while wearing these robes. But where did the power come from? Jacob lifted one of the strips of cloth. It was about 2 feet wide and made of very nice fabric. He wasn't sure what kind. It felt like a mix between cotton and silk. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a pattern etched along all the edges of the fabric. It was the same one the shingles used on their own cloth and that they drew on their faces to bring attention to their eyes. The trident with the sun. Except it was different, there were more lines and curves here. Was it the fabric that gave Jacob power or the symbols on it, or was it both? Wanting to verify a thought that had occurred to him, Jacob tried to mold the air to create a shield. Nothing happened, so he started moving, practicing the steps Azariah had taught him when pole fighting. He felt the power tingling and then tried to create a shield. It worked. Jacob released the shield, a huge grin on his face. "This is so awesome," he said. Does that mean the changes Azariah made were improvements? Gallus asked. He was dressed in his own armor and looked ready to take on anything the Lorkon sent. Jacob nodded. Definitely, I'm able to draw power from the fabric, which means I won't need the help of Amenya anymore. It's so cool. And hot, Only said. Lauren rolled her eyes, but didn't argue. Jacob figured that was a good thing. Great, let's go. Gallus motioned for Jacob to lead the way. He opened a link to Tadris. Gallus went through first, then Onely and Jacob, with Aloran bringing up the rear. Chapter 5. Gallus turned. Aloran, keep your eyes open for any sign of the Lorkon. They're miles and miles away, Jacob said. I already checked, and any of their servants. Gallus raised an eyebrow at Jacob. You never know what they might have done, even with you watching. Good point. Aloran and Onely led the way. Onely, because she knew where the hospital was, thereby preventing Jacob from needing to time-see, and Aloran, because she really did have trained and experienced eyes. Of course, Gallus taught her everything she knew. Jacob figured he wanted her to keep up her skills. Then Jacob noticed that Gallus was doing the same as Aloran, only watching from behind, making sure no one sneaked up on them. After no threat presented itself, Jacob relaxed, allowing the others to watch so he could look at the city. It didn't take long for him to realize he'd never want to live there. Tadris was a lot like Jerusalem, dirty, clumsy, not organized. Sewage in the streets. Be careful, Gallus said. This place isn't under your father's rule, Jacob. Their laws could be very different and we don't need any trouble. Onely glanced back at Gallus. The Lorkon influenced them too, not just Gevikin. All the kings of Eclaron support the Lorkon. She continued forward, waiting at corners for Aloran to check out the area. It quickly became apparent, though, that their actions were very dramatic for the situation. The entire city had nearly been destroyed. It was a ghost town, empty. But it didn't have the old, vacant feel of August Township. This place had been heavily inhabited only weeks ago. Already led them deeper into the city, where the destruction was even more apparent. Jacob stopped looking around when the things he saw started becoming too disturbing or depressing. Finally, they reached the hospital. Onely strode inside only to be pushed back by an older woman wearing a white cloth on her head. No entrance. Onely frowned, folding her arms. My friend is in there, and I want him back. We're going to take care of him now. The woman shook her head. When she spoke again, her accent was thick, and Jacob realized English wasn't her first language. There's horrible disease, all over. Everyone gets. Everyone? Gallus asked, his eyebrow raised. Why aren't you dead? Some get, some live. Jacob rolled his eyes. So everyone gets, everyone dies, but some get and some live. That wasn't possible. Our friend's name is Myler. He came to this town by accident. We have doctors back in my land who can help him. The woman only kept shaking her head. Only stepped back from the woman, and by the colors in the air around her, Jacob could tell she was calming herself. She unfolded her arms, appearing less demanding. What's your name? Lish. Okay, Lish. We know what caused the disease, and we know how to help Myler. In fact, we can help anyone in the hospital. I promise. Lish's expression turned skeptical. You know cause? What is cause? Only flipped her hair. The Lorkon, of course. Lish's expression turned from skeptical to strong disbelief. Lorkon, not cause. People injured after Lorkon leave. That's because the Lorkon gave them the disease. Onely said, exasperated. No witness. We're your witness. Oh, never mind. It was apparent that Onely didn't want to talk to Lish anymore, so Gallus stepped forward. We want to help him. We can come back for the others once we're ready for them. A few here, a few there. She backed into the hospital and shut the door. Onely kicked the door. Stupid woman. Gallus pulled the girl back. She's only acting the way she's learned. They don't have a reason to suspect the Lorkon as we do. He motioned for the others to follow him the way they'd come, and after they went around a few corners, he turned to them. We'll have to get Myler some other way. Relief poured over Jacob. He'd been worried that Gallus would make only a token effort and give up if things got difficult. Right, Jacob said. We could sneak into the hospital at night, go through a back door or something. Onely shook her head. There isn't a back door. The only door in the entire building is the front. And I'm not joking about that. Every entryway inside is covered using blankets and sheets. There's not much wood around here, and stone is too heavy. Jacob hadn't yet noticed the conditions of the countryside, but Onely was right. The land was flat, no trees anywhere. Yeah, okay, but we can still sneak in at night, he said. Why do we need to sneak at all? Aloran asked. Why doesn't one of us just pretend to be an injured person and stay here until nightfall? I mean, that way, we'd have an insider who could give info on the layout of the hospital and find Myler. Gallus tapped his cheek, thinking, this is a good idea, save for one problem. What's that? You'd have to be the one to stay, and I'm definitely not comfortable with that. Annalie knitted her eyebrows. Why would Aloran stay? I've been here before. I'm fine here. Because you talk to Lish too much. And so did Jacob and I. Aloran is the only one Lish might not recognize. He shook his head. No, I'm not comfortable with this idea. Come on, Gallus, Aloran said. I've done things like this many times in my life. You've always trusted me before. It's not that I don't trust you, Gallus said. I made a promise to your mother, Aloran, and to you that I protect you for as long as I could and as much as I could. Aloran put her hand on his forearm. And I thank you for that. But what's going to happen to me here that would put me in so much danger? The Lorkon are gone already. Their disease remains. Aloran looked Gallus in the eye for a moment, and an unspoken agreement passed between them. Jacob watched with fascination as Gallus's colors changed to blue for peace. Gallus sighed. All right, but promise me you will be careful. He turned to Jacob and grabbed him by the shoulder. Yet again, I'm putting her in your care. You're heading to Gratitude City later, correct? Jacob nodded. If you don't return in one piece, Aloran will be stuck here. Jacob, can I trust you? What a stupid thing to ask. Of course he could. And it wasn't like Jacob's goal was to get killed while searching for the antidote. Yes. Good. Gallus wrapped Aloran in a huge bear hug. Then let's get you sick looking. Jacob frowned. What if she gets sick for real? We'll have one of your doctors heal her. Gallus turned back to Aloran. But you stay as far away from those people as possible. Do you hear? She nodded. After searching for several moments, they found a dirty shirt on the ground with blood all over the arms. Aloran plugged her nose and pulled the shirt on over her clothes. I've got Hazel with me, she said. Once it's night and I have an idea of what's going on, I'll send word. Judging by the colors around Aloran, Jacob could tell she was nervous, but determined. At the first sign of trouble, Jacob said, you send Hazel, and I'll come get you as quickly as I can. Who cares about the antidote? We can find it later. Aloran half smiled. Unfortunately, you're wrong. Finding it is more important than me staying healthy and whole. Gallus hugged her again. Then everyone said goodbye. Jacob opened the link to Taiga Village, letting Annalie and Gallus go do whatever they needed to do. He couldn't help turning and watching Aloran walk back down the street, though. She would be fine. He hoped. Chapter 6. Are you sure? Jacob asked. It doesn't seem like a good idea to me. Dad had just told him that it would only be him, Akino and Fubble heading to Gratitude City. Of course, I'm sure. The city has been empty for quite some time, and you yourself saw no living thing there when you time saw to it. I know, but what if someone comes? What if we get lost or hurt or attacked? Dad smiled. That's why you're leaving the link open. Fubble will be coming and going, and Akino will be searching for the tree. He put his hand on Jacob's shoulder. I promise things will be fine. Jacob nodded, but he wasn't so sure. He knew everyone was going crazy, trying to keep up with the amount of things that needed to happen before the Lorkon came back. Gallus was working with Corin and Kevin, building new armor and repairing what had been damaged during the last attack. Mom was sorting through things in the house, hiding her valuables just in case the Lorkon army got that far again. Annalie was helping Halo with clothing needs for those fighting. Dad and many others were getting ready to lay siege on Forncall. The Fat Lady and Aldo were extracting fresh sap from the silver trees. Every Makalo was with Kenji, Ebony, and Sweet Pea, receiving last-minute training on archery and fighting. And even the Werbies had tasks to complete, though Jacob didn't know what they were. He took a deep breath and turned to Akeno. Fubble stood nearby. They both smiled at him, as if to encourage him that things would be okay. Early was already on his shoulder, ready and waiting. Jacob made sure he had his sword and pole and that his armor was tightened before opening the link to Gratitude City. Akeno went through first. He immediately walked to a tree and put his finger on it. We're still alone, he said. Akeno would be checking frequently, making sure no living dangers were approaching. Jacob had the key so they'd be able to leave easily. Actually, he had both keys, but the key of Ayunli wouldn't really help in an emergency situation. Fubble was coming too. because the fat lady and Aldo wanted him to rummage through the empty houses, looking for books, anything magical, and whatever caught the Werby's eye. Jacob rubbed his face. Being a Werby, Fubble was sure to find tons of interesting things, like rotten food and clothing. Dad had Tanny guard the door. They wouldn't need anyone stronger, not with Akano checking so frequently for living creatures. Tanny was happy to sit by with a book. She waved to Jacob as he walked away. The city was creepy. Like many of the cities Jacob had visited in Eclaron, it had the dead people feel, but it wasn't anything like what he'd felt before. He shuddered, looking at the trees and the empty buildings and houses. Even though Jacob knew they were alone, he felt like someone, or something, was watching them. "You're sure there aren't any Tari here?" Jacob remembered the last time he felt like someone was watching, but couldn't see anything. Small bushes had surrounded them on their way to August Fortress. Those bushes had actually been dangerous, vicious creatures called Tari. "You're positive. You'd know it," Akano said. "They stink really, really badly." Something fell with a crash behind them and Jacob whirled, nearly tripping on his feet. Fubble ducked his head and started cleaning up the shattered pottery he'd dropped. "Sorry, sorry," the Werby said, then dashed through the open link. "I think I know what we feel, though," Akano said. "They're not alive, but I can feel the presence of the Makalos who lived here before. It's like they're waiting, watching, wanting to protect their city." "Great, just great. We're not here to do damage, you know." Akano turned and looked at Jacob. "We're doing what Onyev wanted us to do. They won't stop us. They won't do anything." Jacob wasn't as positive as his Makalo friend. "How are we supposed to find the Kaith tree?" Akano shrugged. "Your dad said I'd know when I got close to it." Jacob nodded, glad he didn't have to recognize it. Almost all the trees in Gratitude City looked like Kaith trees. Neither said anything as they continued forward. Finally, after a gazillion tree tests, Akano made a noise of triumph. "Found it," he pointed. Jacob looked. He couldn't see anything where Akano was pointing. "Where?" Akano didn't answer, but strode forward, and Jacob was amazed when the negative spaces between the trunks turned into trees. And the trees Jacob had been staring at earlier became the negative space. "Whoa, how'd that happen?" "Not sure," Akano said. "One of Onyev's tricks, I suppose. Probably triggered by my Makalo blood." Akano continued forward, but then stopped abruptly. "I can't walk. Something's stopping me. It's stopping me." He glanced at Jacob. "The tree is still alive. The antidote has to be here. The Kaith tree is rejecting me." Jacob nodded. He couldn't stop the shiver that crossed him. What sorts of tests would he have to endure? His nerves were almost shot already from the weird feeling in the city. Akano backed off and Jacob created a new link to Taga village, closing the old one. Tanny didn't even look up from her book. He turned and surveyed the massive trunk he was supposed to dig into. It was bigger by far than the tree in Taga village, branches extending hundreds of feet, then coming together, twisting and turning. He took one step forward, then another. Jacob knew the tree was supposed to test him, but he wasn't sure how. He didn't want to mess up and lose the antidote, however, and figured going slow would be the best thing. He'd taken only 4 steps when something stopped him. It felt like a hand on his chest and Jacob jumped backward, swiping at his shirt. "What was that?" he asked. Akano looked at him, alarmed. "What happened?" "A hand stopped me. That didn't happen to me. I simply couldn't move forward. Maybe it's part of the test?" Jacob nodded and proceeded forward again. He wasn't about to chicken out when he'd barely started. Once again, a hand pushed against his chest. He looked but couldn't see it. Then it felt like the hand was grabbing at his skin, scratching, fingernails digging into him. "Ouch," Jacob's voice cracked. "Akano, this is really weird." "I can't see anything," Akano said. Then Jacob did. Someone, a man, flickered into view, a wicked grin on his face, white hair and white eyes. Staring at him, more people appeared surrounding Jacob, passing through him, grabbing his shoulders, arms. Jacob whirled, trying to shove the people away. They were pushing him from the tree. He struggled against them. "Knock it off," he shouted, shaking his hands and legs, jumping, jerking, but they kept pushing him away. Jacob pressed forward. The ghosts increased their attack. He started mimicking their actions, pushing against them, forcing them toward the tree. Scratching, clawing. With a pop, everyone was gone. Jacob took a deep breath. He was only about 5 feet from the tree. Was that the only test? Was he clear to go forward? He hesitated. There were more tests. He knew there were. Jacob took another step. Everything went completely black. Goosebumps popped up all over his skin. He turned. Akano wasn't visible. "Hello?" he called. "He can't hear you," a voice said. Jacob whirled. Onyev, the patriarch, stood in front of him. Actually, it was more like Onyev's shadow, or a sort of see-through version of him. The patriarch looked awful. His skin was a ghastly green, and it looked like his eyes had fallen back into his head. Onyev, Jacob's heart refused to calm down. This was way too creepy. "I can hear you," Onyev said, "and I command you to go back. If you continue forward, you'll lose more than the light around you." "Onyev, it's me, Jacob. I need to get the antidote for the Lorkon." Onyev snarled, "You must fight me for it." Jacob's mouth popped open. No way was he going to fight this patriarch, dead or alive. He wasn't comfortable fighting any patriarch. Onyev pulled a short sword from his robes and lunged forward. Jacob jumped out of the way at the last minute, but Onyev's sword still nicked his leather armor. Jacob pulled out his own sword, ready to defend himself. "I can't fight you," Jacob said. Onyev didn't answer. He struck out so hard that when Jacob blocked the blow, his arm shook from the impact. "Okay, you're serious." Jacob parried with the patriarch. It wasn't anything like what he was expecting. The patriarch was fast, yes, but he didn't always block Jacob's attacks. The first time Jacob's sword struck the Makalo's body, nothing happened. Onyev didn't even act like he'd been wounded. Jacob couldn't help but shudder. He blocked blows over and over again, finally coming to the realization that the representation of Onyev would never tire. It was like he was a machine, attacking, attacking, attacking. Only a small fragment of skill was involved, else Jacob would have been killed already. Knowing he couldn't fight Onyev forever, Jacob was forced to go on the offensive, stabbing, swishing, slicing with as much energy as he could. But again, none of his attacks were acknowledged. Onyev kept going. Would Jacob have to decapitate the patriarch like a zombie? He considered that falling back to the defensive. Was it the only way to succeed? Could he do that? He didn't think so. Even the thought of cutting off his friend's head made him taste bile at the back of his throat. Gross. And anyway, decapitation didn't feel right. Like it wouldn't work. What else though? Maybe he would only win if he stabbed Onyev through the heart. Then something occurred to Jacob. Makalo magic originated from the left ring finger. Perhaps this representation's life essence originated there too. It was worth trying. Cutting off a finger would be bad enough, but it was better than cutting off the guy's head or trying to stab him through the heart. Jacob concentrated all his efforts on Onyev's left hand, but Onyev also stepped up his attack, and things got a whole lot faster and more dangerous. Jacob felt sweat pouring down his back. The sun wasn't visible. He couldn't see anything but Onyev, but the summer heat was still there. Onyev's advances forced Jacob from the tree. Farther and farther away they fought, neither gaining any advantage. Jacob half expected to bump into a tree or house, but nothing was there but him, Onyev, and the Kaith tree. Pretty soon, they were at least 100-200 feet away, and Jacob remembered the whole objective of these tests was to keep him from succeeding, from reaching his goal. He pressed forward, pushing, using the advantage of height to knock Onyev back. With everything he had, he attacked the patriarch. After several minutes, they were 20 feet away, then 15. Finally, Jacob knocked Onyev's sword down. Before Jacob could rethink it, he hit the patriarch's hand with the blade of his weapon. He looked away at the last moment, not wanting to see Onyev lose his fingers. Onyev's representation gasped, and Jacob looked back. The Makalo stared at his left hand, now fingerless. It didn't bleed. He fell to the ground, then disappeared. Chapter 7. Jacob bent over, hands on knees, relieved. He gasped for breath. He hadn't even been aware he'd become winded. The sun was still gone, but a bright light shone from behind the Kaith tree. Jacob approached it, wondering what else was in store. Weren't there supposed to be 3 tests? Hadn't he heard that somewhere? But nothing happened as he got closer, and he decided he'd imagined it. Light washed over him as he approached. He squinted against it, trying to ignore it, and started searching for openings to the secret box inside. Jacob searched with his fingers, probing, prying, digging. Nothing. Then he remembered he needed the key of Ion Lee. He pulled it out of his pocket and held it near the tree. Again, nothing happened, no matter which way he directed the key. Disgusted, he shoved it back in his pocket and resumed searching with his fingers. Jacob pushed farther, wondering if he'd need to pull the tree apart bit by bit without any tools. He pried deeper into the wood. Finally, a huge section of bark sloughed off. Several intersecting seams, now glowing gold, were under the bark, and Jacob figured out what happened. The key had worked, and he would have seen these seams earlier if it hadn't been for the thick layer of bark that had grown over the whole thing. The rest was easy. Jacob only had to tap the container. The key had already undone the combination, and the box unfolded itself. A moss-covered shelf was inside, and laying on the shelf was a scroll tied with a black ribbon. Jacob grabbed it, then carefully closed the tree again. The moment the bark had folded away, the sun returned, nearly blinding Jacob. It took him a second to realize he wasn't alone anymore. In fact, there were many people wandering the forest. They were calling his name. Gallus, Dad, Mom, Aldo. Pretty much everyone he knew from Eclaron, and a bunch of Earth people as well. How long had he been gone? "I'm right here," he said, making Aldo, who was only 4 feet away, jump. Recovering from his shock, Aldo turned to the others. "He's back, he's here, and he looks okay." Everyone rushed toward him, but they stepped aside so Mom could get to him first. "We were so worried," she said, throwing her arms around him. "You disappeared," Audiobooks said, "completely, and I couldn't even find the tree anymore." "How long was I gone?" 3 hours. 3 hours? No way. Totally not possible. It was barely 30 minutes. "What happened?" Dad asked. Jacob explained the 2 tests he'd encountered. While he was talking, Aldo noticed the scroll in his hands and jumped forward, grabbing it. "You found it. We've got the antidote." "Yeah, but open it to make sure it's all there. I don't ever want to go through that again." Aldo pulled the ribbon off and unrolled the scroll. "This is it." He danced around, yelping with excitement. "We've got it, we've got it." When he'd finally calmed down, everyone tried to crowd around him to read it, but Aldo shook his head. "There are several different languages here." He turned to Jacob. "Key me to Azariah's fortress. Perhaps he, the fat lady, and I can get this figured out." Jacob did so. Dad asked everyone to return to their chores so Aldo and the other 2 could concentrate, but he, Kenji, and Jacob stayed in the fortress. Jacob only had a couple of hours left until he, Gallus, and Annalie were to go get Lorkon and Myler. While he and Dad waited, Hazel came and gave them an update on the situation. Lorkon was fine, and they'd finally found her a bed. She said it was really hard to distract them from the fact that she wasn't injured. After what felt like forever, but was only probably 45 minutes, Azariah, the fat lady, and Aldo leaned back in their chairs. "It's complicated," Azariah said, rubbing his eyes, "very complicated. And it's going to require a lot from Jacob." The 3 of them looked at him. His ears started burning. Why me? It was always him. He should be used to that by now. "Let's go over the ingredients," Aldo said. He pushed the scroll aside, got to his feet, and held up the list they put together. Blood of the royal fire pulsar. Blood of the royal Shingol. He furrowed his brow. And this one is interesting because they weren't even supposed to exist anymore. The Lorkon know that and must feel very safe. Blood of a pure Makalo. Everyone looked at Kenji. He looked surprised. Wow, Brojan was right. We would need a full-blood Makalo again. How could he have known? The fat lady grunted. Don't give him too much credit. He was acting purely out of selfishness. Everyone stared at her. Jacob couldn't believe she would say that. Kenji took a moment to respond. Please don't be too harsh. We've lived through some very trying times. She held the Makalo's gaze for a moment before nodding. You're right, I apologize. Jacob waited for the tense moment to pass before asking a question. Why does it require royal blood from fire pulsars and Shengols, but not a Makalo? Kenji answered first, because there has never been a royal Makalo. Patriarchs are chosen based on the life they've lived, not their bloodline. That answered Jacob's question well enough, and everyone looked back at Aldo. He continued, the next part should be easy. Sap from a Rekka plant, sap from a Kaye Day tree, and we already knew this one. A sap from a silver tree. He looked at the fat lady and Kenji. The Rekka plant and silver tree will be easy. But are there even any Kaye trees left, any that are pure? Jacob almost volunteered the information about Akayeno growing Kaye trees, but realized it wasn't his secret to share. And besides, the trees Akanu had planted had the anti-bug potion flowing through them, so they weren't technically pure anymore. Akano could probably grow one, the fat lady said. She motioned to the list, but let's figure out everything else in order. Blood of a royal Shine-Gull, Aldo said. That one's easy. He looked at Azariah. Azariah had already started shaking his head. You read it correctly the first time. I'm a royal Shine-Gull, but not the royal Shane-Gull. What's the difference? The fat lady asked. Azariah frowned at her. everything. This recipe calls for the blood of the royal Shingle, and that would be Renforth. But that's good news, Jacob said. We can just go find him again and get him to donate. Azariah shook his head. No, we can't. He leaned on the table. Renforth is back on his own world, and he's always considered the Lorkon threat to be below him. His own world? Dad asked. What do you mean? Azariah shrugged. Not every Shingle is from Eclaron. My branch of the family has interbred with Shingles from this and Renforth's world. I'm the most royal Shingle here, but Renforth has a more pure bloodline and is the most royal Shingle there. His family was very strict in marrying only those from his world, while mine has been a little more lenient. So I have to go to another planet then? Jacob felt his scalp prickle. He was just getting used to this one. And not just that world. Azariah motioned to Aldo. You mentioned the blood of the royal fire pulsar. Aldo nodded. Azariah pursed his lips, tapping them with his fingers. Knowing K2's personality, he made sure to understand what it takes to get rid of Lorkon. He knew we'd need the fire pulsar. They took Lassia away for a reason. Is Lassia a royal fire pulsar? Jacob asked. I wouldn't be surprised, Azariah said, and I'll bet they returned her to her own world. Jacob took a deep breath. This is getting really complicated. What had started as a simple, well, relatively simple, idea was now becoming a huge undertaking. He should have guessed it wouldn't be any other way, especially after what Romantis went through to become a Lorkon. Chapter 8. Jacob exhaled slowly, trying to calm himself. He'd be going all over the place, experiencing new things that were bound to be dangerous, and if the Lorkon had set up traps, Jacob shook his head. This might end up being completely impossible. Azariah put his hand on Jacob's shoulder and gently squeezed. Jacob had forgotten that the Shingle could read emotions too. He had never acted on them before where Jacob was concerned, so this comforting action was surprising. I'll go with you to Renforth's world. He'd kill you immediately if you went alone. Jacob nodded. He wasn't sure if that was supposed to reassure him or not. And we'll find someone who can accompany you to the Fire Pulsar world as well. Full-blood Shingles are not welcome there. He looked down at Jacob. You, of course, will be fine. They won't know you're part Shingle. Does he have to go at all? Dad asked. If possible, I'd like him to stay home for some of these things. Azariah shook his head. As always, he's our best defense against any attack. He has the key to get you out. He has Lorkon blood in him should you run into anything evil. Their touch won't hurt him, and he'll see evil approaching. He molds shields of a different nature from mine and can seal things off and change the shapes of things with his hands. No, he won't be staying home. Jacob had no idea his shields were different from Azariah's. What are my shields like compared to yours? You mold the particles of dust and dirt in the air, along with the air itself. I mold the light. Wow, that's cool though. I want to mold light too. Can I? Azariah shook his head. Of course not. You obviously don't listen very well in your lessons. Jacob decided not to mention the fact that he was positive Azariah had never talked about any of this before. Only a pure Shingle can. But don't be disappointed. You're the first part Shingle ever to be able to mold any shield. You can thank the resin and Lorkon blood in you for that. The fat lady grunted. Enough talk, let's decide on the groups. Azariah nodded. He and I will go to Renforth. Gallus will accompany us. Any more than that, and we'll have problems. What about the Fire Pulsar world? The fat lady asked. Azariah shrugged. I won't be going, so you all will figure that out. Remember that you'll need men who are tough and able to handle anything. That world is not forgiving. Kenji stood, hands behind his back. I vote Gallus again, along with Corin the blacksmith. He's incredibly strong and has endured quite a lot. He's one of our best fighters. Dad nodded. I agree. Jacob remembered that a long time ago, when the Ember God had sneaked into Taga village, it had been Corin who'd come running, carrying a ton of weapons. He, Dad, and Gallus had fought the Ember God. Kenji continued, and as for the rest, we'll figure it out when the time comes. I need to get ready to bring Aloran back, Jacob said, looking at his watch. He turned to Dad. When will Azariah and I leave? It's up to him. Azariah frowned. I have to decide exactly where to have Jacob key us, along with sending preliminary messages to Renforth. It'll be a couple of days. Jacob frowned. Should we go get the blood of the Fire Pulsar first, then? Aldo shook his head. Definitely not. We need the ingredients in the correct order, and they must be fresh. In fact, he glanced at the fat lady. The sap we harvested from your trees will have to be replaced. It's one of the last items on the list. Too bad, the fat lady said. but I'm sure I'll come up with another use for it in the meantime." Azariah folded his arms. The moment Renforth gives word, we leave. If you're off on some other world, we'll have missed our chance. Oh, and Jacob, I can't have you key us directly to Renforth's world, but somewhere close to his link. We'll have to go through the link on foot. Why? Renforth guards his world very closely. He has set up spells that automatically kill anyone who enters magically. Dad's expression turned skeptical. Wouldn't going through a link to his world be entering magically? I mean, the links themselves are magical. Yes, but Renforth sets his own laws. The fat lady stretched her massive frame. Well, you, Jacob, and Gallus go get that blood. Aldo and I will work on finding the other ingredients, the plant-based ingredients. Azariah nodded, still distracted, and motioned for them to leave. No one said anything as they went their separate ways, and Jacob wasn't surprised. They had a lot of work ahead of them. The sun was about to set when Gallus was finally ready to leave. Jacob keyed himself and Gallus, along with Annalie, to Tadris. They approached the hospital cautiously. It was much darker in Tadris than in Taga village. The sun had been down for a couple of hours at least, and Jacob's eyes were playing tricks on him. He spooked at the slightest sounds. What if the Lorkon had returned? What if they were down one of these side alleys, watching? They'd be able to force Jacob to take them back home just by threatening to hurt one of his friends. But no problems presented themselves, and Jacob and the others got to their destination just fine. The front door creaked open, and a single light appeared. Aloran's dark eyes were illuminated behind the candle. She beckoned them to enter. "Myler is unconscious," she whispered. "He's been in a lot of pain all day, just like everyone else." Her lower lip trembled. "We have to help them. We can't leave him here." Gallus and Jacob both nodded. "We'll do our best," Gallus said. "After all, it is our fault. It'll have to happen after we defeat the Lorkon, though. Too much to do now, and we're already spread so thin." Aloran led them quietly through the sheet-lined halls. Occasionally, she paused to point out rooms where the sickest people were. Jacob wasn't sure if it was good or bad, that Myler wasn't in one of those places. From what he'd seen, the man was very, very sick. If there were sicker people than him, Jacob wasn't sure the doctors in America would be able to help. They stopped almost at the end of the hall. Aloran put her finger to her lips and lifted the sheet, letting the other three enter first. Myler was moaning in his bed. He wasn't asleep the moment Jacob and the others approached. He looked up. His eyes fell first on Gallus, then on Jacob. He raised his hand. "I'm sorry. I didn't intend." Aloran put her hand on Myler's arm. Jacob bit the inside of his cheek, seeing how miserable Myler was. The poor man, in so much pain, regretting so much. "It's okay, Myler. We're going to get you out of this place into a real hospital." It took some maneuvering, but Jacob and Gallus helped Myler get out from under his covers 1 foot at a time. With Aloran's help, they slid him to a standing position. Jacob took Myler's right arm and Gallus the left. They started for the door, Myler gasping and limping along. Jacob's heart hurt watching him try to walk. No one should ever have to endure this sort of thing. Just then Lish, the nurse from earlier, entered. Jacob and Gallus both impulsively looked for a place to hide. Even though Jacob knew one didn't exist in the hospital, he still searched for a door. Lish started screaming. Her scream wasn't just an endless sound, but contained words in another language. Gallus jumped forward. Myler's weight slumped onto Jacob, nearly pushing them both to the ground. Gallus reached Lish and grabbed her arms, whipping her around so her back was to him, his hand over her mouth. No one said anything. Jacob's ears rang from the dead silence. When no one came, Gallus's face relaxed. His body remained rigid, though, holding Lish. Annalie approached Lish with caution. "We're not going to hurt you, I promise." She leaned against the bed nearest Lish. "Please, please listen to us. We only want to help." Lish nodded, appearing to relax, but Jacob knew better. The panicked emotion colors in the air around her hadn't gone away. But Gallus glanced at Jacob. "Can we believe her?" "No," Jacob said, helping Myler rest on the floor. "She's still very upset. I'll let you know when she starts calming down." Gallus nodded and Annalie began talking, trying to help Lish relax. She explained who everyone was, that Jacob was royalty. He was part Shiangol, which was how he knew what her emotions were. Jacob was glad she left out the fact that he was also part Lorkon, but he was embarrassed when she mentioned that he had other non-Shiangol magical abilities, that he could do pretty much anything. That wasn't true. Then Aloran stepped forward and explained who she and who Gallus were. By this time, the colors surrounding Lish were starting to turn blue, But Jacob knew people could whip back to previous emotions without warning, so he said nothing to Gallus, letting the girls continue talking to the nurse. Chapter 9 finally explained who Myler was, that he'd been engaged when the Lorkon took control, that his older brother had become one of the Lorkon and then tortured Myler's fiancée to death. The colors for sorrow filled the air around both Lish and Myler. Jacob noticed tears in Lish's eyes, but he was mostly paying attention to Myler. The man's body shuddered and a sob broke out. "I didn't know," he gasped. "I didn't know anyone had found out." "Well, Trunt told us," Jacob said. Myler put his face in his hands. "I can't do it alone. I can't defeat him. Too weak." "You don't have to," Jacob said. "We'll help. I promise." "Thank you." Another sob escaped through Myler's fingers and his shoulders shook for several moments. Then he slumped against Jacob's leg, unconscious, probably exhausted. "He's totally out," Jacob said. "We've got to get him to a doctor." Then Jacob took over the talking. He told Lish about himself and his family, about his dog and chickens, his favorite classes in school, learning and playing basketball. He told her the story of how he found out who he was. He bit his lip, then said, "Honestly, Lish, we're the good guys. We want to help. We want to protect Myler." He studied her face, then looked at Gallus. "She's calmed down enough. You can let her go." Gallus did so immediately and stepped away from her, where she could see him. Lish, the place where Jacob comes from, has some pretty impressive doctors, and in 2 months, once we've defeated the Lorkon, those doctors can heal these people too. He pointed to Aloran. Only a few months ago, this girl was injured so badly she would have died, but their medicines and skills brought her back to life. Aloran nodded. She put her hands gently on Lish's shoulders, forcing the woman to look her in the eye. "We could have left here by force, but we didn't want to. We need to be able to come back soon and help the people who've been injured by the Lorkon. But we must have your assistance. We don't want to steal people during the night. We can take them to our hospitals during the day and then bring them back healed." She looked Lish in the eye. "But we need your permission. Please, won't you give it?" No one said anything, and Lish looked at the floor for several moments. Finally, she met eyes with Aloran. Yes, I give." She grabbed Aloran's arm. "But you promise you come back. You help? You promise?" Aloran nodded. "I promise." Lish looked at the others, and in turn, they also made similar declarations. "Come back sooner," Lish asked. "We've got an army headed our way," Gallus said. "We'll try, but can't promise to come sooner. Too much is at stake in our land. And if we take the sick back now, they'll get caught in the fight and we'll die for sure." Lish nodded. "Okay, 2 months." Mom and Dad were awake, waiting. When Jacob keyed everyone to the house in Minden, it took everyone's help to get Myler through the link and to the couch where they gently laid him down. He struggled a lot. As soon as Mom and Dad had been updated, Mom sent Gallus, Aloran, and Annalie home. Jacob offered to key them, but they insisted that Myler's needs were greater than their own. Dad took over. "Let's get him to a hospital. It's obvious he's in a lot of pain." The 3 of them inspected Myler, who no longer had the energy to resist. They'd need to have a plausible story for the shape he was in. Several ribs were obviously broken, and his chest was bruised. Jacob couldn't imagine that breathing was easy. It was a miracle the man didn't have a perforated lung. Mom and Jacob both drew back when they looked at the back of Myler's neck where he'd been touched by the Lorkon. Instead of the oozing sore they expected, the skin was clean, unblemished. But Myler was definitely sick. What disease did he have? He was coughing up blood that could be attributed to the broken ribs, but he also had a fever, had thrown up twice in the last half hour, headaches and pains, and tons of other ailments. "It's almost like he's got the flu," Jacob said. Dad nodded. Many diseases share symptoms. The body does its best to rid itself of foreign bacteria and viruses by raising the temperature, making the person throw up, all of that. "This is going to be very expensive, isn't it? Who's going to pay for the hospital bills?" Dad waved him off. "It won't be a problem. We've got plenty of American cash, and you know that Gefkin is a wealthy country." Jacob didn't know that, but it was good to hear. Mom decided they'd take Myler to the hospital in Denver. Jacob would key her, and when he couldn't, she would fly back and forth between the hospital and home, making sure Myler was treated well and that the doctors found out what was wrong with him. Depending on how serious it was, she and Dad might need to find a way to get medications back to the people in Tadris, assuming they all had what Myler had. It was much easier to get him there than it had been to get him to Earth. He seemed to struggle less. After making sure he was checked in and as comfortable as possible, Jacob took Mom back home. She'd fly to Denver in the morning, after getting a good night's rest in her own bed. It had been a long night, and Jacob didn't get to sleep until almost 4 in the morning. He finally drifted off, making plans to go visit Onyev, the real Onyev, soon. Chapter 10. Jacob took his time getting ready the next day. He woke up after noon and then spent a long time in the shower. By the time he'd eaten, dressed, and keyed to Akaino's new hut in the forest, it was 3 in the afternoon. Akaino was eager to see Onyev and report on how his kaede trees were doing, and Jacob was excited to discuss his experience with getting the antidote from the tree. Assuming his magic would allow him to have that sort of conversation, of course. "It's good to see you both," Onyev said when they entered his palace and throne room. He'd already watered his plants for the day, and soon after they arrived, he led Jacob and Akaino into another garden area. This one was much smaller than the first and had no benches. Onyev surprised Jacob by sitting on the grass and motioning the others to join him. "So tell me the happenings of your time." Jacob bit his lip, hesitating. He hated the pain that always came when he tried to do something that his magic wouldn't allow. "Well, we found the antidote." "There," he'd said it, and nothing stopped him. Good. He went on, telling Onyev what happened, first at the location in Taga village, then second, the location in Myrtle City. Then he started telling about his experience in Gratitude City. Why couldn't Akaino see the dead people? And why were the tests targeted to me specifically? Onyev leaned back, hands behind him, legs outstretched. "There are people who study Kaith trees and how to break through their magic. I needed to make sure the individual who approached was supposed to be there." That made sense. Jacob then told what happened with the next test, fighting a representation of Onyev. "And why did it have to be such a gross version of you, and cutting off your finger?" "I'm sorry about that, but it was necessary." Onyev pulled out some grass and fiddled with the blades before tossing them aside. "I didn't think you'd find it easy to fight me the way I am now. And there had to be an element of fear involved. It frightens the dishonest away. Only a truly desperate person would continue." Jacob frowned, thinking about that. "But why you?" Onyev didn't respond at first. "I had hoped that seeing me would cause a person to leave immediately." Jacob nodded, but still felt skeptical. "What if the person came after your death and didn't know who you were?" "That's why there were 3 stop points." Onyev grinned, a teasing glint in his eyes. Jacob tilted his head. "There were only 2. The light at the end was the 3rd and final test," Onyev said. "If it had been anyone else, they would have been in excruciating pain, which would have gradually built until they died from it or left. The right person wouldn't have felt anything." That made sense. Being the right person, Jacob hadn't even known he was being tested. And still people try to break into Kaith trees, even with these sorts of tests. "No," Onyev said, shaking his head. "Everyone places different tests, and the strength of those tests depends on the magical strength of the person setting them. I'm the most powerful Makalo alive right now, so therefore, my test will be much more difficult to break." "Then why not have the light be the first test? Make things easier for me." "I had to be sure. I'm not comfortable with the arrogance behind the belief that no one would ever break my magic." Wow. Jacob's respect for Onyev went up several notches. The guy was incredibly smart, nice, powerful, and humble, even though he had plenty of reasons not to be. That was cool. Onyev turned to Akaino. "You're ready for the next step in your lessons. It's time to teach you how to battle." Akaino's mouth popped open. "Battle? Makalos can do that?" Onyev smiled. "Not very well physically at least, but magically, we're a fierce lot. I dare say you'll be one of the most powerful tools Jacob's army will have." "Great, let's begin." Onyev chuckled and Jacob dismissed himself. Though he was very curious about the things Akaino would learn this time, he knew the two were used to being alone for their training sessions. He didn't want to slow the learning process, especially if Onyev was right and Akaino would end up being a huge asset. Chapter 11. Ekin just had to take a break from Sanso. The Ember God was driving him nuts, so needy and whiny and arrogant. He grabbed the bottle Oloran had given him and shook 3 pills into his hand. He had no idea where they came from or how they worked, but work they did. In fact, he was amazed at just how much they helped. Of course, the fact that he wasn't gaining new wounds really helped. He hoped someday not to have to take these medications Oloran had brought him. The first time he tried the pills, he chewed them. That had been a horrendous, horrible experience. So bitter. He wished the girl had warned him that swallowing them whole was the best way. Ekin sighed, putting the bottle back into the cupboard. he started washing the dirty dishes from the midday meal he and Sanso had just shared. Not having the villagers around really freed up a lot of his time, and he knew his frustration with Sanso stemmed more from his boredom than anything the Ember God said. If only Ekin could do more to help Jacob and King Dimitri. What part of their plans to get rid of the Lorkon were they in? He didn't know, and at this point, he couldn't find out. He hadn't heard from Jacob's group since their last visit. Come to think of it, he hadn't heard from the Lorkon either. They were probably too busy trying to stop King Dimitri to bother with Ekin. And that was just fine with him. He figured they'd kill him on sight instead of having Sanso inflict him with burns. Or for that matter, they'd have to kill Sanso too. They'd tried it once already. Ekin stared out the window in the kitchen, ignoring the sudsy water dripping from his hands to the floor. If he could make things easier for King Dimitri, how would he go about doing that? He couldn't pick up a sword to fight or rally the villagers, especially now that the villagers had all escaped into the forest. They were probably dead. He smiled as a thought. No, an idea crossed his mind. He wouldn't be able to do it on his own. Sanso would have to help. Would the Ember God assist? Of course he would. He was just as bored as Ekin and wanted revenge as much as Ekin wanted freedom. Ekin thought through every aspect of the plan he was formulating. He must talk it over with Sanso, and they'd need to find a way to approach the Lorkon without being suspected or caught. Ekin smiled as he finished the dishes and hung the towel to dry. He walked eagerly back to the Ember God's room. The plan wouldn't work unless Sanso agreed to do most of the physical things. "I have a task for you." Sanso looked up from where he lay across his bed reading a book. "What sort of task?" "You want to rid yourself of the Lorkon permanently?" An evil glint entered Sanso's eyes. "Yes, what do you need me to do?" Chapter 12. The hospital in Denver called Mom on her cell right after she and Dad returned from the airport. A couple days later, Myler was ready to be discharged. "So soon?" she said to Jacob and his dad. "It's only been 2 days. I would have thought with his broken ribs and other symptoms, he'd be there much longer." "What disease did they say he had?" Jacob asked. She shook her head, some type of lung disease, but obviously it wasn't something terribly serious. Dad shut the fridge, holding a gallon of milk. "Not necessarily. Just because he's over it so quickly doesn't mean he wasn't truly sick." Mom set her purse down. "But what about his broken ribs?" "So long as everything else is functioning correctly, there isn't really anything they can do about those. They have to heal on their own." Dad poured a glass of milk, then put the gallon away. "Myler's obviously a fighter." Mom nodded and sat at the table next to Jacob. She looked at her son. "I'll have you key me back to the hospital to pick him up. I'm not about to go to the airport for the 3rd time today." Jacob agreed, and they left a couple of minutes later. When they walked into Myler's hospital room, he was sitting on the bed, dressed in American clothes. He looked up and smiled at Jacob. "I owe you a lot," he said. Jacob shrugged. "Honestly, Aloran and Gallus helped too." "Yes, but I think it was your idea." Jacob looked at his feet. He was kind of glad Myler knew, but he didn't want to take all the credit. A male nurse entered the room, taking away Jacob's need to respond. He talked to Mom about Myler's post-hospital care. After making sure Mom knew which medicines Myler would need, and when, he reached out to shake Myler's hand. Myler stared at the hand for a full second before shaking in return. Jacob hid a smile. He'd forgotten that handshaking wasn't common on Eclaron. Normally, they would wheel him out to the car, Mom said, glancing through the blinds out into the hall, but they've been really understaffed this week. She smiled at Jacob, ignoring the wheelchair the staff had provided. "Better for us, since there isn't a car, huh?" Jacob grinned, then opened a link to Trunt's house in Taga Village. Trunt had volunteered a room for Myler to use until he was well enough to be on his own again, and Jacob was sure Trunt would take good care of him. Jacob and Mom helped Myler into bed, Mom tucking the blankets all around the man. After making sure Trunt would let Mom know if anything happened or if Myler needed her for any reason, she and Jacob keyed home. They'd only been home a couple of minutes when Aminia approached Jacob. "Azariah says to be ready to leave for Renfort's world in an hour." The Minya floated away, and Mom put her hand on Jacob's arm. "Your father wants you to talk to Ekin about Lassia. See if you can find out where she ended up. Would you do that before you go with Azariah? The conversation shouldn't take too much time." Jacob agreed. He also needed to check up on Akinu before leaving and decided to do that first, since Akinu had already been with Anyev for several hours that day. Actually, Akinu had been with Anyev a lot lately. It took him a while to find the two. In fact, Jacob wandered Anyev's palace for at least 20 minutes before remembering he could time-see. Even time-seeing, it still took him 10 minutes to figure out that they weren't even in Gratitude City. No wonder they didn't light up. He found them way out in a village of sorts, somewhere that had recently been almost demolished. Probably by the Lorkon of Anyev's time, though maybe even by Audiobooks during his practice. Jacob half smiled thinking about that. What sorts of things would Audiobooks be learning? He keyed himself to the village, taking care not to use a door within sight. He didn't want to startle the Makalos, just in case. He approached cautiously. Yes, caution is wise right now, Anyev said, noticing him. The next few lessons will be held here. I don't want to risk the safety of the Makalos in Gratitude City by having Audiobooks learn his powers there. Makes sense, Jacob said. Do you want to keep going, or is Audiobooks ready for a break? Anyev looked at Audiobooks. It's up to you. Audiobooks frowned, folding one arm across his chest and tapping his cheek. I think I'd... Whoa, Audiobooks. Audiobooks dropped his arms. What? You're blue. And I mean really blue. Like Anyev, it's so cool. And weird. Audiobooks' cheeks darkened and Anyev smiled. It's been happening gradually over the past few months. Of course, battle magic requires more concentration, and this causes the blue to become much more noticeable in a shorter amount of time. I think I'd like to go home and practice for a while, without anyone watching. Including you, Anyev. Audiobooks turned to the patriarch. I mean, is that all right? It's completely fine. But don't get too comfortable that way. There are many distractions in war. Audiobooks nodded and motioned to Jacob. Let's go then. Jacob took them back to the present, where they ended up near Trunt's cabin. He turned toward the door so he could key to Eakin's place, but Audiobooks stopped him. I'm not going to need a lot of time. Would you mind taking me back to Anyev before you leave for Renfort's world? That's happening today, right? Yeah, but we're leaving in 30 minutes. Will that be enough time to practice? It will. He only taught me one step, and I'd rather spend as much time learning with him right now as possible. Jacob wished he could watch Audiobooks practice, but he looked at his watch. He only had 20 minutes before needing to meet with Azariah. Besides, the Makalo obviously didn't want an audience, and Jacob would respect that. Eakin wasn't in the town hall when Jacob got there, and he made sure to search the entire place, upstairs, front porch, kitchen, backyard area, and cellar. He time-saw through the city, and every part of the Lorkon castle he could still see. Eakin wasn't anywhere. Jacob figured the man was probably in a place that had the anti-shingle potion smeared on its walls. He had no choice but to return home so he could get his things together. He keyed home, grabbed the bag he'd laid out the night before, and ran to the kitchen, throwing dried fruits, beef jerky, and cheese inside. Azariah said there was no need for pretty much everything else Jacob had planned to take. He even told Jacob to leave Early's container home. She wouldn't be able to go to Renfort's world without permission, and Renfort had only approved Azariah, Jacob, and Gallus. Jacob didn't like the idea of not having his Minya with him. After stuffing his backpack, he time-saw and found Audiobooks. The Makalo was waiting near Azariah's door. Good. Jacob keyed himself to Aldo's cabin and quickly took Audiobooks back to Anyev's time. He didn't wait to see where his friend went, but returned to the present as soon as possible. While waiting for Gallus, Azariah checked with Renfort once more to see if he would consider lifting the ban on magical entry to his world. Of course he wouldn't, so Jacob would be taking them to an old city that used to be inhabited by Shingles. The gateway to Renfort's world was in that city. It doesn't have a name anymore, Azariah said when Jacob asked what it was called. Why not? No one can remember it. Jacob thought that was silly. Why hadn't someone given it a new name? Judging by the expression on Gallus's face, who'd just arrived, he felt that way too. But Azariah continued, answering Jacob's unspoken question. Usually, when that happens, it's because there's a curse on the city. Nothing sticks, and trying to force the place to have a name would curse whoever was doing it. Oh great, going to a cursed city? Totally not what Jacob wanted to do. Key S2. Gallus put his hand up. Why was the city cursed? Azariah glared at Gallus and motioned for Jacob to continue with the key. The shingle leading it must have broken a law. That's the usual reason. Gallus grunted. You should have warned us ahead of time. Is the curse going to affect us? Azariah didn't respond. The colors in the air around him showed he was annoyed. Jacob was on Gallus's side, though. A warning would have been excellent. Without further interruption, Jacob took them to the city. It was weird not knowing the name of the place. He ended up saying the cursed shingle city where Renforth's link is located, then crossed his fingers, hoping that would work. It did. He pushed the door open cautiously. The first thing he noticed was that the sun wasn't nearly as bright there as back in Minden. He didn't say anything about that, though, figuring it had to do with the curse. Nothing of the city remained except heavy, dark stone ruins, ancient buildings that had once stood tall given the amount of debris around them. Some were still 3 and 4 stories high. How long ago had this place been inhabited? Hundreds of years had passed, it seemed, but impressions could be deceiving. For all he knew, the place had only been cursed for 20 years, but things had gone downhill quickly. Jacob got a creepy feeling looking at everything. It was almost like the ruins were looking back at him. Dead moss covered the north-facing walls, the huge trees had died years ago. In fact, there wasn't anything living in the city. Chapter 13. They walked down some streets that were covered with dead vines, and at first, Jacob and Gallus tripped several times. Then they adjusted to the awkward footing and kept up with Azariah's brisk pace. They entered a section of the city where the vines had been pushed to the sides of the roads. The thought occurred to Jacob that the Sheengulls had made the vines grow across the streets on the outskirts just to discourage visitors. He smiled to himself. That would be a very shingle-like thing to do. Azariah led them deeper and deeper into the city. Why hadn't he asked Jacob to key to a door in the middle? They'd been walking for half an hour when Jacob realized Azariah was grumbling. Stupid idea. Mine is better. A reminder to the people. What's that? Gallus asked. Azariah flipped his robes back. Nothing. It looked like Gallus was about to question him further when Azariah stopped and whipped around. Jacob, your father is stubborn, very stubborn. Jacob took a step back, surprised at Azariah's intensity. About what? The stone waterfall. He wants to rid the land of it completely, but it needs to stay. At least part of it. Humans fall so easily into evil. They need the reminder. Continued forward. But Jacob wasn't about to let him drop the conversation. What's your idea? Turn it into a magnificent arch over the road to Myveril City. Give everyone who died in it proper burials and etch their names into the stone of the arch. Jacob immediately thought of the Vietnam Memorial in Washington, D.C. He and his family had gone there a few years ago, and he'd never forgotten the strong emotions behind that wall. So many names. What happens to the rest of the stone? We scatter it across the land, bury some of it, drop some into Sonda Lake, place several sections in Ashay Hills. Put sections in prominent places where they'll be seen frequently. He flipped back his robes again, because trust me, you humans will soon enough be looking for ways to gain power. Jacob didn't respond for a moment. He agreed with Azariah. Right now, the people were humbled. Most everyone, except for those from Ridgewood, was excited to have a good man for their king. But it wouldn't always be that way. I like your idea. Azariah didn't respond. Let Dmitri think it over for a while, Gallus said. After we've taken care of the Lorkon, you can bring it up again. I'm sure he'll be more open to it when he's not under as much stress. He crossed a tree that had fallen into the road. Speaking of cleaning things up, what do you propose King Dmitri do about the air in Myveril City? It can't possibly stay the way it is now. No, it can't, and Dmitri won't personally be able to do anything about it. Only a Shingull can clear it. How? Jacob asked. Same way we removed Lirum. We'll cleanse it using the sun. Azariah motioned to Jacob. Except this time, only you, me, and Pambry will need to be present. That's good. It would be frustrating to always have to get Renforth. Azariah grunted. Don't worry, he won't be coming again. No one responded, and Jacob's thoughts drifted as they walked forward. The Shingull had said earlier that after everything was finished with the Lorkon, he and his wife planned to live in 2 locations. The fortress in Taga Village and their old house in Myveril City. Jacob wondered what would happen with August Fortress. The Sheengulls were so protective of it, they'd probably keep the Argots there, just to make sure no one intruded. After half an hour of walking, Jacob felt someone watching them. He looked to his left, a shadow, almost a whisper of a man, seemed to be staring at them. Jacob made eye contact, and the man disappeared. A couple of minutes later, he felt it again, and this time it was a woman glaring through a window. Again, she disappeared as soon as Jacob looked. A child ran alongside them soundlessly, but then the boy turned into smoke, which drifted away. This continued to happen until Jacob knew he wasn't imagining it. The city was dark and creepy, but presences did fill it. Azariah. The Shingull didn't stop walking. In fact, he sped up. What? Jacob stumbled, trying to stay even with his uncle. I keep seeing people." "Same here," Gallus said, "and I know I'm not imagining it." Azariah climbed over a large stone that had fallen into the road. "You aren't." Jacob waited for the Shingle to expound, but he didn't. "So, who are they?" Shingles. "Really?" Azariah didn't answer, but Jacob didn't need him to. The answer was obvious. They were probably cursed along with the city. "Are they dangerous?" Gallus asked, crossing the stone. He jumped down, then dusted off his hands. Azariah glanced over his shoulder. "Just don't anger them, and you won't need to find out." Typical Azariah response. For a while, they focused on following the road. So many ruins had fallen onto it, Jacob wondered if the spirits had knocked them there on purpose. Or maybe Renforth had done it to keep visitors away. He tried not to get distracted by how many spirits he was seeing. Hundreds of them, distorted, diseased in some cases, but almost always angry. Jacob noticed one especially evil-looking Shingle spirit. He had black eyes and almost no light anywhere on him. Jacob wasn't sure how he could even see the being. Maybe the Lorkon blood in him was helping. And how did the Shingle's once pure, bright eyes turn so dark? Apparently, Gallus also saw him. They hesitated, watching the spirit. Azariah didn't notice them pause, but kept walking. "We should go," Gallus whispered. He put his hand on Jacob's shoulder, pushing him closer to the middle of the road, and stepped to the left, walking between the spirit and Jacob. But the dark Shingle sprang from the ruin, screaming, shrieking. Gallus pulled out his sword. Jacob wasn't sure it would do anything against the Shingle, but it still made him feel better seeing the man holding it. It only angered the Shingle more. He jumped forward, and before either of them could do anything, he grabbed Gallus by the arm. He dragged Gallus backward toward the wall of the ruin. Gallus screamed, prying at the hand, trying to get the creature to let him go. But his hands went through the Shingle's flesh like it wasn't there. How could the Shingle touch Gallus? But Gallus couldn't touch him. Azariah dashed back, holding his pole. He thrust it at the Shingle, pinning the creature to the wall. "Release him." The Shingle snarled. Jacob gasped. Gallus was turning invisible, and he was being sucked into the stone. Azariah pushed harder, and the Shingle screamed, thrashing but still held tightly to Gallus. Azariah jumped forward and punched the Shingle. Jacob's jaw dropped. So Azariah could touch the spirit, but Gallus couldn't. The Shingle's eyes bulged from his face, and Jacob realized the beast was trying to hurt Azariah by fighting with his eyes. But nothing came out. No light, no dark. Azariah punched the Shingle again, then sliced at him with his pole. The spirit screamed, then he hissed, fading. Finally, he disappeared completely, and Gallus slumped to the ground. Jacob dropped to the man's side, inspecting him. Gallus rolled over and threw up. He was barely conscious and was still partially invisible. "We'll take a break here," Azariah said. Jacob wrung his hands. "What do we do with him?" "It has to run its course. He'll be fine in a few minutes." Gallus threw up again and again. After several bouts, blood started coming up with the bile. Jacob drew back, turning to Azariah. "People shouldn't throw up blood. Is he gonna die?" Azariah shook his head. "No, but this isn't good. Something's seriously wrong with him." Jacob pulled his backpack off his shoulders and dug through it, looking for his something that might help Gallus. But Azariah grabbed his bag and held it away. "Do you want to anger them further? Why are you acting so foolishly?" "Give it back." "I have to do something?" Jacob, Azariah said. "Look at your friend." Jacob tore his eyes from his backpack and glanced at Gallus. Then his jaw dropped. The man was sitting up, rubbing his neck and chest. He was completely visible. "Water? I need water," Gallus said. He seemed oblivious to the fight Azariah and Jacob were having. Jacob held out his hand to Azariah. "Come on, I've got water in my bag." Azariah dropped the backpack and walked a few paces away. Jacob pulled out his canteen and handed it to Gallus. The man chugged water for several seconds, then handed the canteen back to Jacob. "Why did we stop?" Gallus said. "We need to keep going." Jacob frowned. "Because you were attacked. The Shingle tried to drag you into the wall. You need to rest." Gallus stared at Jacob for several moments, eyebrows raised. Azariah wouldn't attack. Jacob turned, looking at Azariah with exasperation. "What's going on?" "Cursed Shingles are both evil and merciful. When they attack, they poison their victims. Gallus won't remember the experience." Jacob rolled his eyes. Yeah, I always poison people when I'm trying to be merciful. Azariah folded his arms and glared at Jacob. Watch your sarcasm. Can we go now? Gallus asked. Yes. Azariah pulled Gallus to his feet. From now on, only walk where I walk. Why didn't you tell us that in the first place? Jacob asked. I did. Jacob clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Whatever. Chapter 14. They continued deeper into the city. The hairs on his neck and arms rose more than once as he felt the spirits of the Shingolls watching. More and more of them congregated along the street, mocking quietly, their eyes empty. Tainted blood, one of them said, pointing at Jacob. Jacob turned to that Shingoll. At least I'm not cursed, he whispered, half hoping the Shingoll would hear him, but also realizing he'd be in a lot of trouble if he did. The Shingoll didn't respond, and Jacob rushed to catch up with the others. The city got darker and darker. Was the sun going down already? Wasn't it too soon, or was it because of the curse? Jacob couldn't tell. After a while, Azariah led them off the main road and into the ruins themselves. Jacob walked through cobweb after cobweb, wiping the sticky strings off his face and arms. He flicked spiders off himself several times, wondering how these creatures could live in a city where everything else was dead. Then Azariah took a sharp right turn and they almost doubled back. Jacob rolled his eyes. Seriously? Why all the traipsing around? This was getting ridiculous. But then he saw that Azariah was actually following a trail. It was nearly invisible, but at least a few others had gone this way at one point. Dead branches were broken away. The ground was soft and springy, but nothing had grown in it for a while. Jacob realized he was hungry. He was about to ask Azariah if they could take a break when the tiny path opened up into a large road. It turned to the left and went all the way around a huge hole that was at least 100 feet across, if not more. From the looks of it, the hole was the center of the city. Ruins rose on all sides. Azariah pointed at the hole. That's our destination, the link to Renforth's world. Of course it would be. Jacob's heart fell, leaving a hollow feeling in his throat. Why did the link have to be at the bottom of a gigantic pit? Stupid fear of heights. And stupid Renforth for making things so impossible. They followed the road as it circled inward, gradually going down into the hole. After a few circuits, the path turned into stone steps that also rounded down the side of the pit. They were steep, decaying, and more than once. Jacob was grateful for his athletic background. The circular motion was almost hypnotic, and Jacob's thoughts drifted to Lorkon. She'd stayed in Tawdry's without complaining, without fear even tinting her emotions. How could she do things like that so easily? Compared to her, Jacob was a wimp. He freaked out when confronted with heights and monsters and even his own family background. Then he remembered she'd already been through pretty much everything. Her mom dying, being alone all the time growing up, watching friends get killed by E2 fish while trying to find her brother, getting stuck in Myvril City where Sanso, the stupid Ember god, burned her repeatedly and zombie-like villagers tried to kill her. Jacob began reliving the fear, stress, and worry he'd experienced when she was back in Myvril City. He'd broken his promise to her, which had nearly resulted in her death. It took so long to get her back. That whole ordeal had been so frustrating. The Makalos had taken forever to get their part of the deal finished, and as a result, those months had been some of the longest he'd ever endured. His heart clenched as he remembered, and his palms started sweating. The negative emotions washed over him now, and he felt his eyes sting. He had to make it back from Renforth. He had to talk to her, tell her how he felt, even if it meant she would reject him or laugh at him, or worse, pity him. He followed Azariah down, and the sunlight gradually left. But the only thing he really saw were Lorkon's eyes, her smile with that dimple, her hair, face. The hole slowly swallowed up every speck of light, and after a while, the steps weren't even visible. Jacob climbed down blindly, his feet having memorized the distance between each one. His hands tingled, almost numb. He couldn't feel his toes. The only sound was Azariah's breathing in front of him and Gallus's grunting behind. His thoughts returned to Lorkon. What would happen if he never saw her again? Never saw his parents, Matt and Akaino and Aldo and the fat lady? What if he got stuck on Renforth's world? Was it even possible? It had better not be. That would be so horrible. Jacob Azariah said, I can barely see where I'm going because of your emotions. They're controlling you and are completely surrounding me. Jacob didn't respond. He couldn't. His tongue wouldn't move. His mind felt sluggish. Azariah started singing. What's wrong with Jacob? Gallus asked, interrupting the song. His mind isn't used to these emotions. Emotions. Azariah chuckled. I forgot. They only affect shingles. Renforth almost never allows anyone else to visit. But don't worry, you'll have your turn. If I didn't have it already, Gallus muttered. Jacob agreed. The man had almost been killed by a dead shingle. Whoa. Jacob could control his thoughts again. That's right, Jacob, Azariah said. Hold on to the control. Exert your influence. You are stronger than this. And he was. He knew he was. If he could handle being in the presence of K2s, watching K2s turn his son into a Lorkon, K2s trying to turn him into a Lorkon, he could do this. He chose to concentrate again on Aloran, but this time on his favorite memories of her. And as he watched her in those memories, smiling, laughing, he felt warmth spread through him, finally reaching his toes and hands, loosening his tongue. Who is it? Azariah asked. The girl you're in love with? Jacob's mouth popped open. A blush crossed his face, making his ears burn and his neck itch. You can't hide those emotions from me. Jacob couldn't believe Azariah had actually done that. The Shingal had an unspoken rule. Never voice another Shingal's emotions. He had never done it before. Now Jacob's embarrassment practically doubled, tripled, which of course Azariah could see. And that made things even worse. Who is she? Gallus asked quietly. Jacob opened his mouth to respond, but he didn't even know which words to use. Oh, he so wanted to totally deck Azariah for bringing this up. Gallus cleared his throat, not Onley. That's apparent. And not Tanny. He didn't say anything for several moments. But then he took a deep breath and slowly let it out. I'm okay with it, Jacob. You're turning into an excellent young man. You'll take good care of her. She'll be happy with you. Excitement and happiness hit Jacob at the same time. It wasn't too long ago that Gallus blamed Jacob for Aloran being trapped in Myvril City. He'd gotten over it. Thank goodness. But then an enormous amount of pressure settled on him. Gallus was okay with Jacob dating Aloran. But Jacob knew it was more than that. Since Gallus wasn't familiar with this let's date stuff, which could only mean one thing. Gallus had just given Jacob permission to marry Aloran. Marry? No way. He was only 17. Way too fast. Too soon. Jacob had to live still. He had to get on varsity and get through high school and go to college and learn to be a prince. He couldn't think about marriage. Couldn't. He was only 17. Anything more than a casual crush was way too much. Just then, Jacob stumbled onto solid ground, and he decided to put thoughts of Aloran and Gallus's approval behind him. He could think them over later. Jacob looked around, squinting, trying to see through the murky gray and blackness. Even though he could hardly see anything, the ghosts of the dead Shingals were visible down here, almost as clear as daylight. They glared at him, baring their blackened teeth. Did this happen to all Shingals after death, and if so, would it happen to him, or was this only because they were cursed? Or he hoped it was because they were cursed, and that he'd never be cursed. Once Gallus had reached the base of the pit, Azariah turned to them. His eyes were really bright in the darkness. We're at the link. The Shingal turned and walked toward the center of the hole. Jacob and Gallus followed until Azariah reached what looked like a mass of black tar. Then the Shingal stepped into it and fell, sinking quickly. A second later, he was gone. Azariah. Jacob called. Did the Shingal mean to do that? Was he going to drown? Did he really just jump in? Gallus asked. I think so. Jacob bit his lip. What do we do? Gallus backed up. I'm not following. Jacob shook his head. He didn't want to either. Shingal started approaching on either side, some grinning. Cackles filled the air. Something hit Jacob on the side of the face. He brushed it off. It felt like a dirt clod. The Shingals were getting closer, brandishing poles, some tossing rocks hand to hand. Azariah popped out of the tar, joining Jacob and Gallus. He was covered with the black, oily substance but didn't seem to care. He started shrieking and talking to the other Shingals, but not in English. It took Jacob a second to realize this was their language. He'd never heard it spoken before. He wasn't sure why Azariah had never taught him to speak, only read it. It wasn't at all what he'd imagined. The language sounded like a distorted version of German mixed with some softer language. Harsh, but also smooth at times. Azariah stopped shouting when the spirits backed away. He turned to Jacob and Gallus, wiping the gunk off his face. Renforth is aware of our presence. He grants us access to the link. Azariah indicated with his head that Jacob and Gallus should follow him. And again, he stepped into the dark, muddy pit. Chapter 15. Jacob hesitated still. Even though he'd seen Azariah return, he still had no desire to follow unless he absolutely had to, unless there really truly was no other way. Jacob walked to the edge of the pit and leaned over, peering into it, trying to see the shingle. "Azariah, are you there?" A hand whipped out of the mud, grabbed Jacob by the ankle, and pulled him hard. He spun around, trying to get out of the hand's grasp, but he wasn't fast enough. He pitched backward, landing with a splat on his back in the slimy stuff. Right as he sank, he plugged his nose and closed his eyes. And good thing, the substance coated him, clinging to him completely. He continued sinking. But no, that wasn't right. He was gaining speed, falling. Jacob cringed, trying to turn himself around. So when he landed, it wasn't on his head, but without warning, there was solid ground beneath him. Without a bump or jostle, he was no longer moving. It was disorienting, moving, then not moving, without any sort of indication that he'd been stopped. Jacob held still, waiting, not wanting to open his eyes. Then he heard Gallus's voice. "What is this stuff?" Jacob wiped his eyes off the best he could, then opened them. They were in a courtyard surrounded by columned buildings made of sparkly white stone that was so bright, it hurt to look at them. Jacob got to his feet. He was completely covered in mud. He had never been this dirty his entire life. But he ignored that feeling, admiring the beautiful surroundings. It felt like he'd been transported to Italy. The buildings around him were majestic, grand, and all of them had pillars. Some of the columns had vines growing up them, the dark green creating a nice contrast to the bright white. Jacob turned his attention to Azariah and Gallus, who were doing their best to scrape the black, tar-like mud off their bodies. Jacob had already removed as much as he could from his face without a mirror. A good shower would hopefully wash the rest away. Why would Renforth use that pit as the entrance to his world? Azariah scraped mud from his hair. Looking at Jacob, he likes to humiliate his visitors. Great. And Jacob thought Azariah was rude. This was about to be a real party. He could tell. "Azariah," a male she-and-gull called from across the courtyard. "Good to see you looking so charming." Azariah rolled his eyes and took a deep breath before turning around. "Duelers, how kind of you to fetch us." Duelers, a blonde Shingal, put his hand on Azariah's shoulder in greeting, then wiped his hand off with a handkerchief. He looked at Jacob and Gallus with disdain. "They can't accompany you." "And why not?" Duelers folded his arms, frowning. "Renforth's rules, of course. Have you conveniently forgotten?" Jacob realized that Renforth had only given them permission to enter his world. Ridiculous. "The boy is she-and-gull. He comes." Azariah didn't even look at Jacob or Gallus. "The man will stay here." Duelers nodded, and he and Azariah walked side by side back the way Duelers had come. Jacob glanced at Gallus apologetically and dashed to catch up. Walking with the gross tar stuff on him was really uncomfortable. It slid down his back and chest, leaving small puddles on the perfect white stones under his feet. While looking down, Jacob noticed that there was dark green moss with little white flowers growing between the stones. Mom would have loved this place. He couldn't help but continue admiring his surroundings. Statues were everywhere, and he was reminded of the Greek and Roman gods. These statues were obviously she-and-gulls, but what was also obvious was how exaggerated they were. Some had huge, bulging muscles. Jacob had never seen a she-and-gull with muscles that big, and he'd seen every living shingle. Others had large, protruding eyes. Along with the two skinny, angular bodies of the she-and-gulls, this made the statues very unattractive. Jacob was glad he hadn't inherited his uncle's body. He looked down at his tar-coated arms and flexed them. Nope, nothing scrawny there. He smiled to himself. Duelers led them to a huge set of double doors inlaid with intricate carvings. Huge human guards swung the doors open, granting the visitors access, but Jacob nearly bumped into Azariah when the she-and-gull abruptly stopped even before stepping across the threshold. Duelers looked apologetically at Azariah. "He's not in a pleasant mood today." Azariah nodded, and Duelers turned and entered the throne room. Jacob squinted, trying to see all the way across the massive room. Renforth sat on a chair at the other end that made Caetus's throne look puny. He held something small and black to his ear. A cell phone? No way. They couldn't possibly have those here. When Duelers reached him, the she-and-gull king threw the object across the room. It skidded on the polished marble all the way to Jacob and Azariah. Jacob recognized it. It was a small, handheld MP3 player. He raised his eyebrows. Where did Renforth get that? Was it possible this world had the same technologies as Earth? Jacob shook his head. No, it couldn't be possible. Maybe Renforth had picked it up from Earth while hanging out on Eclaron, if you could even buy MP3 players anymore. Azariah noticed the attention Jacob gave the device. Renforth has an affinity for technology. He had one of his human slaves steal away to Earth and bring him back souvenirs while we were dealing with Lero. Jacob nodded, glad to have an explanation. Bowlers and Renforth spoke in quiet tones, too quietly for Jacob to hear, but he could read their emotions. Renforth's were red, bright red, and Dueler's were blue. It looked like he was trying to calm the king down. Slowly, the king's emotion colors changed from red to pink. He wasn't so angry anymore, but he was still irritated. He raised his hand, beckoning Azariah and Jacob to come inside the room. Jacob breathed a sigh of relief, but he was too quick to relax. Almost as soon as they'd entered, guards surrounded and grabbed them, hoisting them in the air and carrying them out of the throne room. Jacob struggled to get away until one of the guards punched his face. He felt like his cheekbone had been crushed, and for a while, he couldn't see anything but stars. They were carried down a long hall and thrown into a cell. Great, just great, Azariah said, picking himself off the floor. And I thought only the Lorkon did this sort of thing to their visitors. Jacob gingerly patted his cheek, wondering how bruised it was. What's going on? Azariah snorted, then peeled off his outer robe and hung it on a hook in the wall. You might as well get comfortable. When he's too busy, bored, frustrated, irritated, hungry, tired, or annoyed, he won't speak with anyone. Last time I was here, it took over a week for him to release me. He won't even listen to us. Azariah shook his head, pulling off his boots. Jacob looked down at what he was wearing. He didn't really have any clothes he could remove without being partially naked in front of Azariah, and there wasn't any way he'd be shirtless in front of the Shingol. That would be uncomfortable. He was sure Azariah would make comments about his physique, and Jacob wasn't in the mood for that. Instead, he stood in the middle of the room and worked on chipping off the mud that had already dried. What happens now? We wait. But I thought Renforth knew we were coming. I thought he agreed to meet with us. Yes, but he was very annoyed about it, and part of him exerting dominance means making us as uncomfortable as possible. Jacob's stomach growled and Azariah half smiled. Don't worry, we won't go hungry. I'm not stressing about that. I'm worried about Akaino. He's in the past with Onyev and I'm supposed to go get him tonight. That will have to wait. Jacob shook his head. You don't understand. When you told me it would only take a day to get here and back, I took you literally. Akaino has been in the past with Onyev for 3 days already, with only a 30-minute break. The pain won't let me make it past tonight. Jacob sat on the edge of his cot. Would it be possible for me to go now? He stopped when Azariah shook his head. No. Renforth's protection system would kill you for attempting to exit the world by magic. And I need you here. He won't agree to help us unless he officially meets you. But I thought he didn't even want me to come. Azariah lay on his cot. He changed his mind. You wouldn't know that. You probably couldn't understand what he and Dueler's were saying. No, because you're only teaching me to read the Shingo language. Azariah didn't respond, even though Jacob could tell the comment irritated him. Oh well, deal with it. They were both irritated now. After standing in the middle of the room for several moments longer, Jacob also lay on his cot, hating the feel of the mud on his clothing and between him and the bed. He sighed in frustration, hoping that Renforth would get cheerful really fast. He didn't. It was a boring afternoon. Azariah slept, or at least it looked like he was sleeping. The Shingol lay perfectly still, eyes closed. He didn't say anything for a long time. Jacob alternated between time-seeing to home and watching the Lorkon. Dad was working with the team that would accompany him to Forncall. Corin the blacksmith was there, outfitting people in armor. Mom was still helping Aloran and Annalie get more clothing ready. Amberly spent a lot of time playing with Kaya, Akanu's little sister. The Lorkon were walking. He could tell they got angrier with every step. He wished he could somehow get word to Aldo of their location. After a while, Jacob noticed that time-seeing was depleting his store of magical energy. Of course it would. He felt like an idiot. Who knew how much time he'd scraped off the length of Akanu's stay with Onyev? Chapter 16. Jacob rolled over and faced the wall, not wanting to draw attention to himself, thereby alerting Azariah to his feelings of shame and frustration. Not long after, a human woman brought food. Obviously, Renforth liked human slaves. Jacob was surprised by the vast quantities and the high quality of the food. Why were they even being held in a cell? This food made it seem like they were esteemed guests, Maybe Renforth's guilt wouldn't let him treat them that badly. Azariah swung his feet over the side of the cot and motioned for Jacob to bring the food cart closer. They each piled their plates high with meat, vegetables, fruits, nuts, and cheeses. Jacob was going to eat like a king. He dug in, finding his appetite much larger than usual, and he hoped the food would help give him more magical strength. After taking in all he could, he lay back on the cot. Someone eventually removed the cart, but Jacob didn't open his eyes to see. "Why are the slaves here humans?" he asked when it was silent again. Azariah didn't respond at first, and Jacob opened his eyes. The shingle was staring at the ceiling, a slight smile playing at the corner of his lips. "It would make sense that you would think they are slaves," Azariah said. "They aren't really, but more like criminals paying off debts." He didn't say anything else, but Jacob was still curious. He decided to go on to other things that had been on his mind. "What's the world like? How many species live here?" "Not many. Renforth claims otherwise, but I believe that only animals inhabited the world before the Shingles arrived." "What does Renforth say?" "That Shingles originated here." Jacob thought that over. If the Shingles didn't come from this planet, then where'd they come from? Definitely not Earth. Probably Ekleron. "Renforth is pushing the world to its limits," Azariah said. "The planet is too small to support such large creatures as Shingles. Every few years, he and his people have to go to Ekleron for an entire year to allow the planet to heal." "What do you mean, it's too small?" "How many trees did you notice as we came in?" "Well, we were mostly inside a courtyard." Azariah leaned on his elbow. "There aren't any plants larger than 5 feet here. The biggest animals could be compared to a house cat on Ekleron or Earth. The resources simply aren't there to support a population as big as Renforth for much time. I'd imagine their years are shorter here because the world is smaller." "Not necessarily." Azariah turned to face the wall. "Now go to sleep. I'm finished talking." Jacob had many more questions. He almost asked them anyway, but decided that sharing a cell with an angry shingle would make things difficult. He sighed. He couldn't wait to get home again. But Jacob's life was too complicated now. He was a prince of a country on a different world, not just a high school student. Once Dad was back in charge again, what would happen to their family? Would Jacob be allowed to finish high school? Would they even live on Earth? Would they all go live in the castle in Myverwell City? And what about the Macalos? Once the Lorkon were gone, they wouldn't be forced to hide in Taka Village anymore. Jacob had seen Gratitude City, however, and he was pretty sure the Macalos wouldn't choose to live there. It just didn't feel right. After what felt like hours and hours, night fell, and Azariah's deep breathing filled the cell. Jacob couldn't relax, though. At first his mind was working too much, but then a dull ache started in his chest. It felt like his heart was struggling to beat, and it made him sluggish. He worried that if he fell asleep, he wouldn't wake up. What could he do about it, though? Yell from his cot until Renforth allowed them to talk to him, and risk angering Azariah and foiling their plans completely? No, they couldn't afford to mess things up. Renforth's blood was far too important. With a start, Jacob jerked awake. He dozed off. He couldn't do that. To keep himself from getting too sleepy, he alternated holding his right, then left arm above him. This worked for a while until his arms grew too tired, which of course made him crave sleep even more. He dozed off and on for several hours, struggling to stay awake. The pain grew stronger until sleep no longer tempted him. Then Jacob wished he'd let himself sleep while he had the chance. His hands and fingers were tingling. He couldn't feel his chest. His lungs burned with each breath he drew in and then expelled. A massive migraine started at the base of his skull, flashing lights in front of his eyes. Jacob dug his hands into his eyes, trying to relieve the pressure. He thumped his chest when it felt like his heart might have stopped beating. But he couldn't tell anymore. He was too numb. The sun had barely risen when Jacob knew he couldn't go much longer. "Azariah," he gasped. "Help." Azariah moaned but didn't answer. "Azariah." Again the shingle groaned but still didn't awaken. Jacob didn't have the energy to talk again, so he resorted to tapping on the metal leg of his cot with his fingernails. Hopefully, that would be more irritating to the shingle. He tapped and tapped. It felt like years before Azariah finally heard the sound. "Would you stop that confounded clacking?" Jacob gasped, trying to breathe. He couldn't do anything more than whisper, "Can't." "Go. I'll see what I can do." Jacob heard the shingle get to his feet and cross the room. He started calling, speaking the shingle language. His voice echoed down the hallway, and Jacob allowed himself to relax as much as possible. Azariah would take care of him. They'd be fine. Jacob would get off the planet in time to find Akayo, he hoped. Jacob must have passed out, because the next thing he noticed were two voices, Azariah's and another. He only understood one sentence. Rinforth will see you in an hour. For an hour, Azariah shouted. That's not good enough. Jacob groaned. He tried to open his eyes, but the world was spinning. He couldn't see, couldn't focus on anything. He passed out again. When he came to, Azariah was trying to pull him from the cot. Help me, Azariah said. At first, Jacob thought the Shengol was talking to him, but then someone grabbed Jacob's other arm and he realized what that meant. They were about to see Rinforth. Chapter 17. Eakin grinned, feeling the wind blowing through his hair. It had been so long since he'd ridden on a horse-drawn cart. Never mind that he couldn't really see where they were headed, as Sanso's torch wasn't bright enough to light the entire tunnel. Eakin had asked why Sanso didn't just use his own hands to light the way. The Ember God raised an eyebrow. You want me to guide the horses and do that? You realize that anything I touch will be burned, correct? That made sense, and since Eakin didn't have the strength to drive the cart himself, he dropped the matter. Sanso had stolen 6 horses. The Lorkon wouldn't notice right away, not with all their war preparations. They rarely used horses as it was, preferring to walk or ride those ridiculous Sindons. Eakin clung to the side of the cart, hoping the frame would hold his weight. He and Sanso had constructed it mostly in the dark of the tunnel where the Lorkon wouldn't see. They'd spent so much time down there, Eakin was surprised his eyes hadn't changed color like those disgusting Molxes. Many of them had white eyes from living underground and not seeing the sun enough. After 5 minutes, Sanso led the horses up the slope at the other end of the tunnel. The sun hit the cart and Eakin had to cover his eyes. Sanso put out the torch, laying it alongside him so they could use it again. Now that they were out in the open, Sanso really let the horses run. Eakin got to his knees, wanting to enjoy his first cart ride in over 20 years. How he'd missed this. What are we to do about Ridgewood City? Sanso asked as the first houses came into view. Just go through as fast as you can. We'll take them by surprise. Sanso nodded and flicked the whip in the air above the horses. They began going so fast, Eakin nearly vomited. He sat against the cart, closing his eyes and breathing deeply to combat the nausea. Someone yelled at Sanso to stop. Eakin turned, wanting, no needing. To see what happened, Sanso flipped his whip at the man as they passed, and the man jumped back, shouting at the intruders. People poked their heads out of their doors in curiosity, but none of them were able to do anything to stop the cart. The horses were simply too fast. Once Ridgewood faded in the distance, Sanso slowed the animals until they were walking. Then he stopped them completely and jumped down, stretching his legs and arms. We shouldn't stay here, Eakin said. If Lorkon comes, we'll be killed for sure. Sanso snorted. Lorkon won't be a problem. Eakin frowned, cocking his head. And why not? He's no longer guarding the way. King Dimitri and his creatures, I forget what they're called, ride the land of the sky god. Eakin only stared at Sanso, his mouth hanging open. He realized he probably looked stupid, but didn't care. Sanso laughed. Why do you look at me like that? It's impossible to get rid of Lorkon. How did they do it? I wasn't here when it actually happened. I was attempting to die in your town hall when they did it. But when they first tried, those creatures stared at the sun, then directed their glowing gazes at the sky god. Eakin had never heard of such a thing, and it took him a moment to realize Sanso must be referring to the Shengels. He didn't say anything more about it, and soon Sanso decided the horses had rested enough, then they were on their way again. Eakin watched the buildings of Mukria grow larger and larger as he and the Ember God got closer to the city. He clutched the empty pill bottle in his hand. He put the rest of the pills on the counter in his town hall. This bottle was the only spill-proof container he had. That was a necessary part of the plan. Aloran would need to be thanked again for bringing the medication to Eakin. The container was turning out to be really quite handy, and if it weren't for the medication, Eakin wouldn't have even been able to accompany Sanso on this quest. Eakin directed Sanso to the castle. They tethered the horses and left the cart. No one would disturb it, since apparently the city was empty. It took a moment for Eakin to remember which doors led to the tunnels, but as soon as he'd found one, he had Sanso light the torch. They descended the stairs. They had to walk the tunnel for several minutes before arriving at the first puddle. Where is the bottle? I'll gather the water. Eakin shook his head. We have to test it first. How? Ekin smiled, pulling a burlap sack with rats in it from his robes. Take one out and put the water on it. If an E2 fish arrives and destroys it, we'll know the water is inhabited. Sanso took the bag. He opened it and grinned. He grabbed one of the rats by the tail and held it up. Here, use this, Ekin said, handing the ember god a spoon. Sanso scooped some water from the puddle and was about to pour some on the rat when Ekin stopped him. Stand back. If any of the water splashes on you, you will also be in danger. Sanso nodded. He held the rat out, then carefully poured water on the creature before setting it down. Then he and Ekin backed up and waited. Nothing happened. The rat disappeared down the tunnel. Let's continue to the next patch. Pretty soon, the two men found another puddle, this one much larger than the first. This looks promising, Sanso said. Yes, it does. They repeated the process. Sanso pulling a rat out of the bag, then carefully pouring water on it. He set the rat down. No sooner had the rat received its freedom than an E2 fish, one of the largest Ekin had ever seen, erupted from the water and swallowed the rat whole. Sanso jumped backward. The E2 turned and stared at him. It took a step forward and Sanso's hands and feet started to glow. Chapter 18. Ekin put a hand on the ember god's shoulder. Let it be, he whispered. They feed at night, not during the day, and your fire won't protect you from the creature. But it just ate the rat, because the water touched it. If you don't touch the water, it won't eat you. Sanso was trembling. He'd never seen one of the fish before, so Ekin understood his fear. Relax, Sanso, relax. Sanso shook his head. Fire trickled up his arm, and Ekin had to pull back to keep from being burned. It's going to attack. It's going to attack. No, it's not. We'll be fine. The E2 took a step closer. How can you know? Sanso asked, his voice cracking. Flames were bursting from his feet now. Because I know, E2 fish. Stop your fire. It won't harm the fish. Sanso didn't extinguish his flames, but he did lower his hands. Why not? The E2 came closer and sniffed Sanso. Ekin was surprised the ember god didn't lash out. If he could just get Sanso to calm down, the fish would forget them. E2 fish are magical. Almost nothing can harm them. Sanso, if you don't relax, you'll put us in actual danger. The fish is just curious right now. We're not a threat. But as soon as it notices you're challenging it, he'll attack. Sanso trembled, clenching and unclenching his hands. Finally, he loosened his stance, stopped staring at the fish, and looked at the ground. That's it, Ekin said. The fish stepped past Sanso and crawled around Ekin, sniffing him as well. This really was the biggest E2 he'd ever seen. It was well over 12 feet in length, and when standing on all four fins, it was almost 5 feet tall. Incredible. Ekin kept his eyes lowered, but he couldn't help the smile that crossed his face. Surely this fish could kill a Lorkon. Without warning, the E2 snarled and lunged around the men, jumping back into the water. A huge gush of wind exited Sanso's lungs and he fell to the cave floor, head in his hands. I thought we were dead, he murmured. I thought we were dead. Ekin leaned against the tunnel wall. It was closed there. But you were fantastic, he felt like he was talking to a little boy. Sanso also leaned against the wall, though he stayed in sitting position. Tell me more about these creatures. They're natives of this lake. They live in the bottom where no one has ever gone. At nighttime, they rise to the surface to feed. If we'd come down in the evening, we surely would have been killed. Sanso nodded and rubbed his face. He didn't say anything though, so Ekin continued. They destroy whatever their water touches, but it has to be within 24 hours, else they lose the scent. So we're putting the water on one of the Lorkon. That's the plan. You saw how huge that beast was. In a fight against one of them, a Lorkon wouldn't have a hope. Sanso nodded. I want out of this tunnel. What do we do now? Ekin dug out the bottle. We'll fill the bottle halfway. We don't want to have to get more water if we spill any, and filling it all the way increases our risk of making mistakes. Sanso jerked around, looking at Ekin. If we spill any? I thought your container would prevent that. Ekin held up his hands. It will, but we must be very careful. Even with the bottle, he opened it and set it down. If you spill on the ground, we should be okay. I just don't get it on the outside of the container itself. Sanso raised an eyebrow and stared at Ekin. I'll do my best, sir. Ekin rolled his eyes. Let's hurry. Sanso wiggled into what must have been a comfortable position, then put the bottle next to the puddle. He scooped out first one spoonful, then another, pouring them carefully in the container. I feel like that fish is watching, waiting. Ekin grinned. It probably is. Sanso froze. You're serious? Of course. Thanks. That makes me feel great. Ekin motioned for him to continue. A minute later, the container was half full. Ekin carefully replaced the lid, then tucked the bottle inside a pocket in his robes. They returned to the cart, Ekin supporting the pocket with his hand. He realized that if the bottle tipped upside down and any water got on him, he'd get eaten quickly, within minutes. At least it wouldn't be a terribly painful death. E2 fish didn't play with their food. Chapter 19. The pain from being dragged from the cell back to Renforth's throne room was enough to make Jacob want to throw up, and maybe he couldn't tell. But it did make him alert again, although he could barely control what he looked at and where he turned his head. Master Renforth Dollars said. Lord Azariah and Dollars looked at Jacob with an eyebrow raised. Jacob, Azariah said. He doesn't use his Eclaron name, Doolers whispered. He wasn't raised with it, they hid him as a child, only calling him Jacob. Very well, Doolers looked back to Renforth. Lord Azariah and Jacob, approach your throne with the request that you speak with them. Jacob tried to focus on Renforth, but the only thing he could see was the vast amount of food on the table in front of him. Jacob's stomach turned. Very well, Renforth got to his feet and paced. What do you want this time, Azariah? Azariah explained the situation with the Lorkon, occasionally shifting Jacob's weight. Jacob was glad the Shingle didn't make him try to stand on his own. Just as Azariah finished his explanation and request, Renforth, who had sat again, pointed. What is wrong with the boy? His magic wanes. He must return home immediately. Renforth didn't seem to care, and just then Jacob lost consciousness again. He drifted in and out of awareness, vaguely recognizing that Azariah and Renforth were negotiating. Please, oh please hurry. He heard at least two of the things that Renforth discussed, Jacob as a slave or permanent ownership over Gevcan. Azariah immediately said no to both things. What they eventually settled on, Jacob didn't hear. In fact, he wasn't even aware he and Azariah had left the palace. He woke up next to a wall of mud where Gallus was sitting, surrounded by books and food. Gallus jumped to his feet. What happened? He put his hand under Jacob's chin and looked him in the eye. Who struck him? Never mind. We must get him back to Eclaron immediately, else he will die. Help me pull him through the link. Gallus nodded. Jacob felt the mud cover his body. The random thought that the last mud had barely dried flicked across his mind, but the pain in his chest was too great for him to really care. Azariah and Gallus laid Jacob down at the side of the pit back on Eclaron. Azariah wiped the gunk out of Jacob's eyes. Go. Now. You'll experience a bit of relief as soon as you get to Anyev's time, but it will be short-lived. Don't waste time returning. Jacob blinked twice to show he understood, then took the necessary steps to go back. He'd been thinking about doing it so much that actually getting there wasn't difficult. He ended up on his feet just outside the Patriarch's door. He gasped when something in his chest released and a large portion of the pain dissipated. He pushed his way into Anyev's throne room, so different from Renforth's. Alcano was there, pacing, waiting. He turned at the sound of the door and rushed to Jacob. I was so worried, he stared. You're filthy. But the pain was returning, and Jacob could only shake his head. He grabbed Alcano's hand, and without saying anything to Anyev, who sat on a bench, watching, returned to the present. He fell to the ground, gasping, not sure if Alcano fell with him. He could only concentrate on his pain. It felt like his heart stopped beating. But Azariah was there, hitting Jacob on the chest, shaking him. Warmth rushed from his chest through his whole body, and he coughed, drawing in the much-needed air. And then the pressure and pain left. His entire body relaxed. Unable to stay awake or even move, Jacob closed his eyes and fell asleep. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when he finally woke up. He couldn't see the sun, but that didn't mean anything. They were still at the bottom of the pit, where the light didn't reach. He felt the others waiting for him, and not wanting to hold them up any longer, Jacob rolled to a sitting position. Jacob, Alcano said, dropping to Jacob's side. You're awake. Oh, thank goodness. I don't think I could stand another minute down here. He hesitated. And of course I'm happy you seem to be doing better. Jacob chuckled, rubbing his grimy hair. Had to tack that on so I wouldn't feel bad, huh? Sorry, Alcano lowered his face. But it's awful here. And Azariah said it would be too dangerous to try to get you out while you were unconscious. Jacob nodded. Yeah, those steps are bad. He got to his feet, shaking his head, trying to clear it. How long was I out? Only a couple of hours. Do you feel better? Yeah, but I need more sleep. You'll get it when we're home, Azariah said, approaching. It's time to go. Jacob nodded again. I'm ready. They started up the stairs. Jacob was worried about Alcano being much shorter than the others. It was more difficult for him to climb the steps, but he seemed to be fine. Trying to stay focused, Jacob asked how the negotiations had gone. You were there, Azariah said. I don't remember anything. Azariah sighed in exasperation. While Renforth made all sorts of idiotic requests, I agreed to one of them. Someone from Jacob's circle of friends will be traded for Renforth's blood. That person is to act as Renforth's slave until the Lorkon are cured. At which point, and after we've cured and killed the Lorkon, we're to bring something back to Renforth as proof that they're dead. Robes, weapons, a dust that followed them, or whatever else we can get our hands on. Only then will we be able to take Jacob's friend home. Jacob nodded to himself. This wasn't terrible, so long as the person who had to act as Renforth's slave wasn't mistreated. He frowned. Knowing Renforth, he wouldn't be terribly kind to that individual. They soon reached the top of the hole, where Jacob realized he hadn't felt any of the negative emotions he'd experienced on the way down. Why was that? Possibly because he'd already been so miserable, or because he was leaving Renforth's planet? Even though Azariah pointed out that it would anger the dead shingles, he let Jacob key them directly to Mendon when they got to the first door. Jacob didn't even wait to see what the others did before climbing the stairs to the bathroom to shower. He threw away every speck of clothing that had mud on it. Who knew what that black stuff was? He was pretty sure Mom wouldn't appreciate having it in her washer, or house, for that matter. When he overheard that Dad would be holding a meeting in 4 hours to choose someone to go back to Renforth, Jacob set his alarm clock for 3.5. It wasn't near what he needed, but it would have to suffice. Jacob was tempted to bring his pillow and blanket to the meeting in the backyard, but didn't, and he thought that was an excellent show of character for a prince. He had a really hard time concentrating until things got started, though. His eyes wouldn't focus and his mind felt really muddled. While he'd slept, Mom, Dad, and Matt had set up the chairs. Jacob took a seat on the second row and waited for someone to come sit next to him. Matt did on one side and Aloran sat on the other, but down 2 seats. Alkino ended up taking the spot between them. Once everyone had gotten settled, Dad turned the meeting over to Azariah. The shingle stood and faced the group. When one of you has to act as a slave for Renforth, we'll be taking that person to him later today in exchange for Renforth's blood. Decide who's going. Azariah sat down again, and Dad rubbed his head. Jacob didn't need to see Dad's emotions to know he was frustrated with Azariah's chosen method of delivery. Naturally, there were a lot of questions. Jacob watched the emotion colors with interest as they swirled around him and through the group. Confusion, fear, panic, frustration, anger, excitement. Jacob cocked his head. Excitement? Who would be excited right now? Then he realized the color was coming from Matt and decided to discount it. He should have guessed. Matt was always excited. Dad took over again and answered the questions as best he could, having Azariah fill in the blanks of what he didn't fully understand. Once those present realized the individual wouldn't have to stay in Renforth's world permanently, most people calmed down. I'm sure Renforth will treat the individual with respect, Dad said, rubbing his eyes. Azariah shook his head. Don't count on it. Dad didn't look at the shingle. They won't really be a slave. Wrong again. The colors for annoyance flowed in the air around Dad, but he didn't show it on his face. Impressive. At least they'll be safe from harm and injury. No, they won't. Dad dropped his hands in exasperation. You obviously know more, so why aren't you doing the talking? He dropped his voice to a whisper. Since Jacob was on the second row, he could hear, but only if he concentrated hard. Stop trying to scare everyone. They're panicked enough. Azariah jumped to his feet, flipping his bright green robes back. Have you seen your son's face? Jacob raised his hand to where he'd been hit. Azariah didn't whisper. Without looking, he pointed at Jacob. That is how the person can expect to be treated. A man or boy, yes. But Renforth wouldn't treat a woman like that, would he? Azariah hesitated a moment. Okay, he'd be a little more fair to a woman. Dad folded his arms, a look of triumph on his face for having finally bested Azariah. Azariah glared. You don't. Then it should be a woman who goes, Hala called from the back, and I'll take the responsibility. Gallus and Mr. Coolidge immediately started shaking their heads. Jacob straightened as far as he could to see better and was surprised to see that Hala and Mr. Coolidge were holding hands. Holding hands? We need her too much, Corin the blacksmith yelled over the murmurs. Someone who hasn't been working so closely with the people should go. Then it should be me, Beza, Gallus's wife said. Corin rolled his eyes. Someone who doesn't have small children. Aloran met eyes with Jacob and he could tell she was about to volunteer. He shook his head and mouthed no to her. She'd already sacrificed enough, had already been through too much. Aloran ignored him and raised her hand. Dad was calling on her when Annalie jumped to her feet. I'll go. Chapter 20. Annalie continued. I've been a slave before. I'm a hard worker. I can handle physical and verbal abuse. It wouldn't be the first time for me. And unlike Mother, Hala, I haven't been here for very long. People don't know or trust me as they do her. She turned to Dad. Your Majesty, I actually want to do this. She paused, looking at a spot on the tree behind him. There isn't anything holding me here. Jacob shifted in his seat, staring at his hands. He knew she was referring to him. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a few people turn to look, but he kept his eyes down, willing the redness to leave his cheeks. Dad pulled at his lip, studying Annalie. A hush fell over the crowd, and they all waited to hear what he would say. If it's what you really want. She nodded. It is. And then you'll go. So, no. Hala jumped to her feet. I've already lived my life. I've been in worse situations than her. Annalie shook her head. It's only for a couple of months, Mother, and staying behind would be more dangerous. Mr. Coolidge pulled Hala back into her seat. He kissed her on the cheek, tucking her hair behind her ear, probably whispering soothing words to her. Annalie cleared her throat, blinking. And you've got so many loved ones here. The risk is much higher for you than it is for me. She seems bitter about something Sweet Pia said from behind Jacob. Jacob almost smiled. Lucky Sweet Pia's injury had prevented him from getting involved in a lot of the recent drama. Dad put his hand on Annalie's shoulder and spoke to her quietly. probably expressing gratitude. He then dismissed everyone. It looked like Hala was going to approach him and try to convince him to change his mind, but Mr. Coolidge persuaded her not to. She ended up storming away from him, wiping her face. Azariah, Jacob, and Annalie keyed to the cursed Sheangle city and began the long trek back to the link. Jacob sighed, getting ready for the harassing dead Sheangles and the negative emotions. But Annalie kept him distracted. She talked almost the entire way. It was as if she realized he would never fall for her, that she wouldn't see him for a couple of months, and that she could actually be herself and stop trying to convince him to love her. Jacob surprised himself by listening intently. Of course, the fact that she started off the conversation with something really interesting didn't hurt. "I know you like Lauren," Annalie said. When Jacob turned to tell her he didn't want to talk about that, she rushed on. "And I think you should know. Though she just might kill me for saying something." She had Jacob's full attention at this point. "No, maybe I shouldn't say anything." Annalie looked at Jacob, a teasing glint in her eye, and for a moment, he was tempted to strangle her to get her to continue. "Oh, I can't keep it in anymore. She likes you too." Annalie looked ahead, possibly so she wouldn't see Jacob's response. And good thing, too, he wouldn't have been able to hide the huge grin that nearly split his face. Lauren liked him? Lauren? Wow, that was awesome. Jacob nearly skipped to catch up with Azariah. He did notice Annalie's disappointment, though, and made a concerted effort to hide his enthusiasm. It just didn't seem fair to her, especially since she was sacrificing nearly 2 months for Jacob and his people. Annalie caught up too and started talking about life in Ridgewood. As Jacob had suspected, she'd been a flirt. She said she couldn't help it, but that someday she would be with a guy who really liked her. Jacob agreed and reassured her. Then, when they got to the hole, he helped her down the steps. He was surprised that the spirits seemed not as grouchy that day, and that his emotions weren't so off-kilter as they had been the last time. Maybe the negative emotions were strongest the first time through, or maybe the pull on his magic increased his reaction to them. Annalie backed away from the link. She felt how Jacob did before. She had no intention of going through that stuff to get to Renforth's world. Total fear of the unknown. Jacob convinced her, though, and even let her hold his hand. He heard muffled screaming while they fell, and by the time they were on Renforth's world, he couldn't feel the fingers of the hand she was holding. Disgusting, Annalie shook herself like a dog, trying to get the mud off. So gross. Neither Azariah nor Jacob said anything. Jacob was partially amused, but his thoughts had already turned to the upcoming meeting. Hopefully they wouldn't be thrown into a cell again. Hopefully Renforth would cooperate. Hopefully Jacob and Azariah would be able to leave right away this time. Duelers jogged across the courtyard to meet them. "Hurry, hurry," he said, putting a hand on Annalie's back, ushering her forward. "Renforth will see you now, but we must be quick about it." For a moment, Annalie only had eyes for her surroundings. Jacob wasn't surprised. She'd probably never seen anything like it. But at Dueller's insistence, she picked up her pace. The guards opened the door. Jacob almost grinned when Renforth beckoned the group forward and then greeted Azariah. He looked at Jacob. "You're in much better spirits this time," he said. Jacob nodded. He wasn't sure if he should speak, if that would be considered insubordinate, or if he should meet Renforth's eyes. Azariah never did prepare him to meet a Sheangle king. Obviously, human royalty here was non-existent, but the fact that Jacob was royalty back on Eclaron and part Sheangle had to mean something, right? "Come here, child," Renforth said to Annalie. She approached his throne cautiously, eyes down. He had her turn around, show him her fingernails, open her mouth. Jacob wanted to ask if he was buying a horse, but decided to keep his thoughts to himself and then let her step back. "You'll do fine," he pointed. "See that stool over there? Bring it. I want to rest my feet on it." Annalie jumped to follow his order, and he laughed. "Quick one," he turned to Azariah. "I suspect you want me to fulfill my end of the bargain." Azariah didn't say anything but just stared at Renforth. Renforth hesitated. Perhaps I should have asked for more. Perhaps this task was too easy. Azariah glared. "You made a deal, Renforth." "So I did." He leaned forward in his throne, tapping the armrests, alternating hands. He glanced back and forth between Jacob and Azariah, probably reading their emotions. Jacob didn't trust him. His emotions still showed dishonesty. From the corner of his eye, Jacob also watched Azariah, the firm stance, hands at his sides, fists clenched. All of it showed Azariah's determination. But so did the colors, and surely Renforth noticed that. He wasn't going to convince Azariah to change the deal. "Very well," Renforth finally said. Jacob almost slumped in relief, but kept his body still like Azariah's. Renforth's eyes flicked to Jacob, and he laughed. Not as good at hiding his emotions, this one. No one responded, and Renforth whistled. A couple of humans brought in a table with instruments on top. Renforth rolled up his sleeves. Annalie turned to Jacob, her eyes big. "I don't want to watch this," she whispered. Jacob looked around. No one was paying attention to them, so he took her to the side of the room. "Then don't. I doubt Renforth will care." He looked into her deep blue eyes. "Don't be afraid." She stiffened. "I'm not. Annalie, I can see emotions, remember." She glanced away, not answering. "Azariah is right. When we were here before, I did notice that the female slaves looked happier than the men. I don't know why, but at least Renforth should treat you decently." She nodded, still not meeting his eyes. "And I'll do my best to make things happen quickly. We'll come and get you, I promise." She nodded again. "I'll be fine." "I know. I just want you to know we appreciate you. I appreciate you." "You." Azariah approached, carrying a square metal container. The blood was probably inside it. "Let's go, Jacob." Annalie gave Jacob a muddy hug, then went to stand near Renforth's throne. Jacob waved at her and smiled, hoping to encourage her. She would be okay, he was sure of it. He wasn't as sure she'd get out in the end. It all depended on Jacob and his group's ability to cure the Lorkon. If they lost, Annalie probably wouldn't know right away. But when no one came to get her, she'd figure it out soon enough. That wasn't a cheerful thought. Jacob and Azariah returned to Minden as quickly as they could and gave the blood to the fat lady and Aldo. Jacob imagined them pouring it into a black cauldron, then bringing it to a boil over a fire, cackling and rubbing their hands. That probably wasn't the exact method of combining ingredients, but he didn't know what was. The two potion masters refused to allow anyone near the antidote. Both were paranoid something would go wrong, a speck of dust would get in it, someone would accidentally knock it over, it would get contaminated by a whiff of bad breath, whatever. Jacob snickered when he heard the fat lady bring up her concern of dust getting into the potion. Her cabin was the dirtiest place he'd ever seen. If dirt was going to contaminate the potion, it had already happened and would happen 1,000 times again before the stuff was finished. He decided to keep his thoughts to himself for the time being. Later, he told Matt and Aloran, and they had a good laugh about it. Now that he knew Aloran's feelings concerning him, he didn't know how to act around her. He was glad she wouldn't be involved in getting the blood from the royal fire pulsar, so he didn't need to figure things out just yet. But every time they were together, he caught her looking at him, and of course, he had a hard time meeting her eye. Dang his stupid shyness, when would he get over it? He just hoped she was patient enough to wait until he got up the courage to do something. That was the last ingredient Jacob had to help find, the royal fire pulsar's blood. It shouldn't be too hard once they figured out where Lasha had gone and whether or not she was royal. But Dad was sure she was. They just needed to ask Sanso. Jacob keyed himself to the town hall, ready to confront the Ember God, hoping someone was there this time. Chapter 21. Eakin threw his cup across the room, shattering it against the wall. Another dead-end test. He turned to Sanso. "How are we to do it?" Sanso shrugged. "Such a great, simple plan. And without any way to execute it, we'll have failed, just like these tests." Eakin slumped into his seat and ran his hands through his hair. There had to be a way to get water on a Lorkon without spilling any on themselves. Everything they tried failed at least once, some many times, and a failure would result in one of them being dead. They had to keep that dangerous water as far away from them as possible, but so far, both he and Sanso had gotten very wet with regular water every time they attempted anything. What they needed was a contraption with the power to expel water across a large distance. But how would they construct such a thing? Eakin still hadn't seen the Lorkon anywhere. He wasn't even sure they were around. But that didn't stop the energy he felt in the air that built day by day. Something big was about to happen, and he didn't want to be in the middle of it. He wanted to have his little game over soon, with a dead Lorkon as the result. Just then, the front door opened and Jacob walked in. "Hi," he said. Eakin only nodded in response. He looked back at the table in front of him with the cups and jugs of water where they'd been testing and trying different things. Something, a genius idea, had to occur to him. "How can I help you, Jacob?" he finally asked. Jacob stood by the door, looking uncomfortable. "Actually, I need to talk to Sanso." Eakin raised his eyebrows. Since when had Sanso become an important figure in Jacob's life? "What do you want?" Sanso asked. Knowing Sanso as he did, Eakin knew the Ember God's question wasn't out of rudeness but curiosity. Eakin wanted to explain Sanso's mannerisms to Jacob, but it seemed Jacob had already figured it out, judging by the relief on his face. That boy was different. Eakin had never figured out why, but he knew the Lorkon wanted the kid for a reason. "I want to know more about fire pulsars." Jacob approached the table and took a seat well away from Sanso. "Okay, why, may I ask?" Jacob rubbed his cheek, looking down. "I'm not comfortable telling you just yet." He glanced at Sanso. "You haven't exactly earned our trust, you know." Sanso grinned. "Fair enough." He leaned back, hands behind his head. "Where shall I start?" "With their government. For example, was Lassie a royalty?" Sanso hesitated. "If I tell you, would you do something for me?" As he gestured to Eakin, "in exchange?" Jacob tilted his head and Eakin leaned forward, eager to hear the boy's response. He knew where Sanso was going with this question. "I suppose so." "Okay, good." Sanso got up and put his hands on the back of his chair. "We need something that can force or spray water across a far distance." "Why?" "You haven't exactly earned my trust, you know." A smile crept across Jacob's face, and Eakin couldn't help but chuckle. Sanso had a quick wit, too bad he was so arrogant. All right, Jacob didn't even hesitate before giving an answer. I know of something that'll work, but I'll need time to get it. Very well. Sanso pushed the chair under the table. And yes, on her world, Lassia was the queen. Jacob got up from his chair. Thank you. Aren't you going to tell us what you'll bring back? Eakin asked. Jacob's eyes glinted as he grinned. No, it won't make sense. He pulled the magical key from his pocket and unlocked the door. Eakin had never figured out how that thing worked. Before going through, Jacob turned. Where is Lassia now? The Lorkon had me put her far behind the castle. Okay, I don't know how long it'll take me to get back, but I'll hurry. After the door shut, Sanso and Eakin looked at each other. Do you trust him? Sanso asked. Eakin nodded. I've never seen the boy do anything dishonest. He'll fulfill his end of the agreement. Good. Sanso yanked the chair out, then dropped into it, arms folded. I guess now we wait. Yes, I guess so. Chapter 22. Jacob dashed upstairs and grabbed his wallet off his desk. He had $10 in it that would have to be enough. Now, if he could just find Matt, they'd be able to run to Walmart and get back before Sanso and Eakin missed him. Jacob still hadn't had time to fix his car. With the key, it wasn't high on his list of priorities. On his way downstairs, Dad stopped him. What did you learn from Sanso? Jacob hopped on one foot, tying his shoelace. I figured as much. The Lorkon liked to control and humiliate royalty. Dad rubbed his eyes. This is such a relief. We need to reach her immediately. Okay, but I agreed to get something for Sanso in exchange for the information. I need to do that now. Dad put his hand on Jacob's shoulder. Son, you will uphold your agreement, but not at this moment. It's more important that we take care of the antidote first. Jacob nodded, pocketing his wallet. Dad was right. Getting rid of the Lorkon was the most important thing right now. He followed Dad into the office where the fat lady was talking to Mom. Once Dad had their attention, he turned to the fat lady. We need a way to keep Lassia in place while we extract her blood. The fat lady's eyes lit up with excitement. So it is her? Yes, but we must hurry. She clapped her hands. Excellent. Things are moving along so well. Then she became thoughtful, obviously thinking through the predicament. She fingered the hole in her stretched out earlobe. I think the same thing I had you do before would work. She held up her hand, stopping Dad from saying something. But with some modifications, of course. We'll put the 5 diamonds on only one side, preventing them from fully connecting, but allowing them to create a shield. In fact, this is probably what I should have had you do last time. She grinned. Oh, well, we learned, right? Where are your diamonds? Dad asked. Back in my cabin. I'll grab them myself, so long as Jacob opens the door for me. Get some of your chloroform while you're at it, Dad said. We'll need to knock her out. He turned to Jacob. After you help the fat lady, go see if Ebony has syringes left over from Akaino's surgery last year. I'd rather avoid borrowing from neighbors again. Jacob jumped to his feet. While the fat lady was getting her things and Jacob and Ebony were finding syringes, Dad would be organizing the group who'd help get the blood from Lassia. When everyone was ready, Dad had Jacob take them straight to the castle to save time. Jacob saw there first, making sure things were safe. Of course, the majority of his vision was cut off by Kaidos's anti-Shiangle stuff, including a large portion of the forest behind the castle. Jacob figured that was where Lassia was being held, but the kitchen came into clear view. Jacob directed his vision into the courtyard he and Akaino had entered so long ago when they'd gotten the key of Kilenya. He smiled. The hole in the stone fence was still there. The Lorkon hadn't patched it up. He pulled back from his vision, told Dad what he'd found, and keyed the group to the kitchen. It didn't take long to get everyone into the courtyard and through the hole, though a few had a harder time getting through than others. Gallus and Corin, mainly. Gallus did a lot of grunting and glaring. He had to shift his position several times before he was successful in getting through, and Jacob was positive the guy would bruise a lot. When he finally popped all the way out, he stood, brushed himself off, and pointed at Jacob. Next time you make a hole anywhere, you'd better be sure it's a lot bigger than that. Jacob agreed quickly, not wanting to embarrass Gallus further. It was apparent the man had been humiliated. A mold left the forest and charged at them, but Corin whipped out his sword and sliced the creature's head off without exerting much energy. He was so freaking cool. After stowing the dead mold inside the courtyard, it proceeded forward, watching for more. It quickly became apparent there weren't any others. Gallus turned to Dad. The Lorkon only left one mold to guard Lassia. They both looked concerned, and Jacob didn't blame them. That wasn't a good sign. The group entered the forest that separated her from the castle. These trees had been infected by the Lorkon and were just as angry as the others Jacob had encountered in Epilogue. Because of this, everyone was whipped, smacked, and knocked down multiple times. Jacob didn't have to see emotion colors to know his companions were frustrated and upset. He wasn't sure how to help them, since he felt the same. After a while, the ground they walked across turned to scorched earth. The undergrowth was gone and the trees weren't quite so angry. Dad made everyone wait while he scouted ahead, motioning them forward every couple of seconds. He didn't want to risk everyone getting burned alive when Lassia pulsed. Nothing happened, though, and when they reached the meadow, it became obvious that nothing like that was ever going to happen again. Lassia's corpse was crumpled in the grass, her wrists and ankles still bound. It was apparent that she'd been dead for a while. Gallus turned and cursed, throwing his sword. Dad didn't react so strongly. He stared at the body, but Jacob knew he was just as upset. "They must have known," he said. "They knew when they took her from us." Gallus scowled. "They've known since long before then. Katos wouldn't do something as big as becoming a dangerous, immortal being without knowing how it could be undone." Something must have occurred to Dad. His eyes took on a knowing look before a bit of panic entered his emotion colors. "We'll send a team to the fire pulsar world right away." Jacob understood Dad's meaning. The Lorkon had gone to that world before. Nothing would have stopped them from doing it again. And if they had, they probably killed all of the royal pulsars. Gallus nodded and retrieved his sword. Dad turned to Jacob. "We're going to need Sanso's help. So run your errand for him, then convince him to accompany you and the others to the fire pulsar world. See if he's willing to undo the wrong he's done." Jacob frowned. He doubted Sanso would see things that way. He wasn't the type to differentiate between evil and good. He just did what he wanted, what served the highest pair. But Jacob didn't voice his doubts to Dad. Instead, he and the rest returned to the castle, and Jacob keyed them all back to Mendon. After he made sure everyone was where they needed to be, he went to find Matt. Time for a trip to Walmart. Chapter 23. Pambry took a breath, then started her story. There was a time, probably when Anyav, your Makalo patriarch, was ruling, when the Sheengulls were in open communication with the humans on that world. The Sheengulls of that time wanted access to a powerful symbol that would grant them magical strength of immense proportions. The humans agreed to give them the symbol, even though they themselves had worked so hard to obtain it, as long as the Sheengulls helped strengthen their world. The Sheengulls agreed. Back then, the surface of the world was partially inhabited by humans, and they were constantly warring with the fire pulsars regarding who would inhabit the safer, more attractive locations. Naturally, the humans wanted the areas that weren't covered in lava. Because the Sheengulls have power to work with the sun, they decided to try to force the planet farther away from it. As you can imagine, it didn't work. In fact, it made things much worse by moving the planet closer to the sun, causing the surface to become completely uninhabitable by humans. Pambry got up to pace. Obviously, the Sheengulls were in the wrong. They felt bad about what they'd done, but more than that, they realized they wouldn't be able to get the symbol unless they fixed the issue. They made the wise choice not to try to change the planet's position again, and instead brought Makalos down to the caverns, where the humans were now forced to dwell. The Makalos made the caverns livable. They strengthened the walls with fireproof wood laced with strong metals. They held back the heat. They encouraged animals to dwell there so the humans wouldn't have to hunt on the surface. Though the humans didn't get what they ultimately wanted, the Makalos actually made things better, since the fire pulsars weren't likely to hunt them underground. Pambry looked at Jacob. "Fire pulsars hate being underground." Jacob nodded as if he already knew that, though he didn't. He couldn't help but wonder how Lassia had handled being buried for 15 or so years. Because the situation was fairly decent for the humans, they decided to relent somewhat. The Sheengulls hadn't quite fulfilled their part of the bargain, but they'd done everything they could toward that end. So rather than give them the symbol outright, the humans decided to teach the Sheengulls the power and knowledge behind it. They hoped the Sheengulls would then take that knowledge and create their own symbol, which they did. Pambry pointed to the design surrounding her eyes that every Sheengull wore. Jacob also recognized it as the symbol that lined the edges of the fabric as Zariah added to his armor. He was surprised to see that it wasn't at all what he'd thought. Yes, it was the trident with the sun, but like before, when he'd inspected it closer on his own armor, it wasn't the same. This version was more complicated with intricate lines and curves and edges. It was kind of cool looking, actually. "We call it the golden symbol." Jacob raised an eyebrow. The golden symbol was dark gray with only specks of gold. Pambry laughed at his facial expression. "It's called golden because of the opportunity it presented to us, because of its value. and because of the happiness it has brought to us." She sighed, staring at herself in the mirror, probably looking at the symbol. If the humans had given the Sheengulls the original symbol, we would have become the most powerful creatures anywhere, much stronger than the Lorkon. If you'll remember, during the time of Anyev, other Lorkon were attacking. It wasn't just Anyev who was trying to find a way to rid the land of those hideous creatures. She sat again, folding her legs under her. Unfortunately, after the Sheengulls were given this knowledge, they decided to help the humans in a war against the fire pulsars. They took things a step too far, and because of their selfishness and greed, a human child was killed. The humans banned Sheengulls from ever returning. Pambry raised her eyebrows, not looking at Jacob, and he could tell she was annoyed at the idea that a Sheengull wasn't allowed somewhere. He had to bite his lip to keep from laughing. Sheengulls were so ridiculous sometimes. She held up a corner of her robe, showing Jacob the intricate design. "You've probably noticed this." Jacob nodded. "It's on the cloth strips Azariah added to my armor. I've definitely felt the extra power. It's really awesome." Pambry got to her feet again and paced for a moment. "Yes, it is." She turned and faced him. "The humans didn't come up with the symbol themselves. They stole it from the fire pulsars. Fire pulsars can't control magic. They're invincible to many kinds, and they employ charms and symbols themselves, but they don't have their own magic. They love to find it and keep it from others." She paused for a moment, looking out one of the small windows deeply embedded in the stone wall. The humans, of course, were punished for taking the symbol. For years and years, they were slaves of the fire pulsars. But while acting as slaves, they learned other important things. She looked at Jacob. They learned enough that they were able to escape and protect themselves from fire pulsar attacks. Pambry sat again. The knowledge the humans gave the Sheengulls was good, but without the actual symbol, the power isn't as great. She got a faraway look in her eyes and didn't say anything for a moment. "But we are definitely happy to have our own symbol." Jacob looked at his robes, understanding better why the Sheengulls put the symbol around their eyes. They'd want to harness every ounce of power the mark gave them. He glanced up at Pambry. "Will you teach me all of this?" "Of course I will. That is why you're here. But I do need you to understand how opposed Azariah is to all this. You're about to face the most dangerous and deadly thing in your life, and he wants to withhold knowledge from you. He cares for you and doesn't want you to destroy yourself or other people." "How could I do that?" "By using the symbol to take power from an unwilling person." Jacob shook his head. "I would never do something like that." "I know I can feel your honesty, but Azariah believes everyone lies, even though he senses your true character. He's a distrusting person." She smiled, seemingly giving Jacob permission to smile as well, which he did. Neither said anything for several moments. Jacob sensed hesitancy on Pambry's part, so he didn't push her to continue. And then Azariah strode into the bathroom. Pambry must have known he was coming. "How much have you told the boy?" "All of the history behind the symbol. I'm about to teach him how to create it so he can wield its power." Azariah put a hand on his wife's shoulder. "He'll destroy himself." Pambry shook her head. "I'm surprised at you, Azariah. He is your flesh and blood. I expected you to train him fully." Azariah thrust his robes away and turned to Jacob. "Do you regret anything I've taught you?" "Of course not, but..." Azariah turned to his wife. "See, he learned what he needed to manage his abilities." "But if I could be more powerful?" Jacob asked. "If I didn't need to nearly kill my Minya every time I did something." Jacob scowled at Azariah, doing his best not to come across as an angry teenager. "You should have taught me more." Pambry put her hand on Jacob's arm. "It's fine. What's done is done. I'll train you, though we scarcely have enough time for you to learn." She got to her feet, then cast a glance at her husband. "If you'd like to assist, I'd welcome your help." Then she strode to the long counter, sat at it, and beckoned Jacob to follow. He did, watching Azariah from the corner of his eye. Azariah hesitated, staring at Jacob and Pambry. Finally, muttering to himself, he also took a seat at the counter. "If he's going to learn, I want to be here to make sure you don't kill him in the process." Pambry rolled her eyes but didn't respond. She turned to Jacob. "Have a seat between us." Jacob sat, facing the mirror, then noticed that Azariah was fidgeting. He pretty much never fidgeted. "What now?" Pambry asked. "The children arrived before I came up here," Azariah said. "They say it's just in case." Jacob grinned. "You mean in case we need help? That's awesome." Azariah folded his arms. "No, just in case you all fail and my children have to save me." Jacob's mouth popped open. "Save you? They think you actually need saving." Then he scowled when the implications of what Azariah had said sank in. Do they really think we're going to get slaughtered, even after everything we've done to prove our determination?" Azariah waved Jacob off. It doesn't matter. We've got work to do. Jacob took a deep breath, realizing that if he didn't get over his annoyance, Azariah would know, and they'd never do anything. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror. His eyes were bright. Being around other shingles made them that way, but they were nothing in comparison to Azariah and Pambry's eyes. Now that the shingles were near a mirror, the light bounced all over the place, creating prisms that sparkled and shone. Pambry picked up a brush and grabbed a piece of paper. I'll first show you how to draw it on something that can't possibly get hurt. She dipped the brush into one of the paint jars. All the jars have the same thing in them. I like to have plenty on hand. We don't throw the old jars away, but save them for new batches of paint. She was about to start painting, but obviously remembered something and set her brush down. The most important thing is learning how to draw it on yourself. Only you can create it. If someone else did, they'd take power from you. They'd borrow your abilities. Jacob nodded, and Azariah grunted. This is why I didn't want you to learn it. If you ever drew it on a human, it would remove their energy, killing them and granting you extra strength for a time. Obviously, you would be in the wrong, which is why I don't feel you're ready for this sort of thing. Jacob stared at the ceiling. Having his uncle peg him as a murderer was annoying and idiotic, but he knew better than to say anything. Pambry cleared her throat, getting both of them to look at her. She began describing the symbol as she painted it: hard edges, soft corners. All of them, every angle and edge and corner, were designed specifically to draw power, to contain it, then to release it into the person who painted the symbol. You've forgotten something? Azariah said, arms folded. A flash of red entered the air around her. What? The state the paint is in, what it's made of, all of that. They glared at each other for several moments, and Jacob could practically feel the seconds ticking by. He wished he could crawl out of the room, or at least move so he wasn't between them. He stared straight ahead, hardly daring to breathe. Chapter 24. Because this next ingredient would be the most dangerous to obtain, Dad wanted to make sure those who would be going were as prepared as possible. He'd been having Corin the blacksmith make armor that would help repel heat. Volcano probably assisted a bit with that. Things were popping up all the time that had a touch of reinforced magic in them. When Jacob asked the Makalo, he simply smiled and said he was sure everyone was doing their best. Volcano wanted to go back to Anyev's one more time before Jacob left, so Jacob took him, promising to return first thing in the morning. He wasn't about to risk getting stuck on another planet again, unable to return his friend to the present. While he was in the past, he told Anyev how far along they were with the ingredients. And we leave tomorrow to get the blood from the Royal Fire Pulsar. Anyev nodded. You've come a long way. This is good. But remember, the Fire Pulsar's blood was the most difficult to retrieve. Jacob already knew that, but didn't want to offend Anyev by saying so. I just hope we all make it back safely. Anyev leaned back in his chair and opened his mouth to continue talking, but Jacob felt a stab of pain in his heart. He held up his hand. Don't talk. Don't tell me more. My magic won't allow it. Anyev sighed. I'm sorry. I wish I could help you with the fire pulsars. The colors for regret and sadness surrounded the patriarch, and Jacob couldn't help but wonder what the Makalo had been about to say. He would probably never find out. He left then, promising to return first thing in the morning. Upon getting home, Jacob time-saw to the Lorkon. He memorized their location, then went and reported to Aldo. Are you sure? Aldo asked, the colors for stress flooding the air around him. Absolutely positive. The trees really were black? Jacob grabbed a pen from Mom's desk, very, very black and tall, and they didn't have a lot of branches. They looked like this. He quickly drew a tree. He tilted his head, staring at what he'd created. It didn't look very much like the ones he'd seen, though, so he put the pen down. Well, similar to that, anyway. Oh, and the city was black, too. Aldo paled. He turned to Dad, the fat lady, and Gallus. The Lorkon are only a week away. Dad gasped. But a few days ago, they were a full month away. Aldo nodded. They must have found something to carry them. Horses, a cart, or possibly even a Sinden. Dad rubbed his head and paced back and forth. But why didn't they continue using that method of travel? Aldo looked at Jacob. We could have your son find out. Dad shook his head. No time now. He needs to leave as soon as possible. We can't spare even a moment. He strode from the living room, Jacob following, and out the back door. He grabbed the first person who walked by. It was Tanny. Go run. Tell everyone to come as fast as they can. Tanny looked at Jacob quizzically, but dashed off to obey anyway. Word spread quickly, and it only took a couple of minutes for everyone to assemble by the back porch. While waiting, Aldo peppered Jacob with questions about the Black City where he'd seen the Lorkon just to be sure of their location. When Dad had everyone's attention, he said, "The Lorkon are only a week away. We must double our war preparations. Those of you who are accompanying Prince Jacob to the Fire Pulsar world, get ready to leave at once." Jacob's hands and feet started shaking. First, Dad had just called him a prince. That hadn't happened before. And second, he wasn't ready to leave right away. There was too much to do. He hadn't packed, he needed to pick up Akino, and he needed to eat. He decided that getting Akino was the most important thing. While Dad was still giving instructions to those who would stay behind, Jacob slipped back inside and went through the necessary steps to take him to the past. He found Patriarch Onyev and Akino in the deserted city. He ran up to the two Makalos. "Akino, you have to come home now. We're leaving for the Fire Pulsar world. The Lorkon are only a week away." Akino panicked. "A week? I'm not ready. I can't do it that soon." Onyev put his hand on Akino's shoulder, the emotion color for peace surrounding him. "You'll be fine. You're more ready than you realize. I'm very pleased with the progress you've made." Akino nodded, but Jacob knew from his emotion colors that what the patriarch had said hadn't really comforted him much. They returned to the present. Akino dashed off into the forest, probably to start getting things ready, and Jacob ran upstairs into his bedroom. He first keyed to the town hall in Myvril City to warn Sanso, then got his backpack, Early's Minya container, and ran back to the kitchen. He grabbed all sorts of food, nuts, cheese, beef jerky, and dried fruit, eating as he went. He filled his backpack as much as he could, grateful that Mom had restocked their emergency foods. He had a hard time controlling his breathing. "Only a week, only a week, only a week." The words repeated over and over again in his mind, giving a rhythm to what he was doing. Would they succeed? How could they? It might take a week to get blood from a fire pulsar if they even got close enough to ask. Sure, they had Sanso to help, but who was to say the Ember God would be successful? Jacob slung his backpack over his shoulders and went to find Dad. Whether or not he was ready, it was time to go. As soon as Jacob returned to the group, Dad put his hand on his shoulder and pulled him aside. "I'm putting you in charge of your group. The link to the Fire Pulsar world is at the Kaith tree in Myvril City. Key to Ekans and head to the tree on foot." Jacob's eyes widened and his mouth opened. He closed it, then opened it again, shaking his head. "Me in charge? That's not a good idea. I have no experience. How am I supposed to know what to do and how to keep everyone safe?" "You won't have to carry the full responsibility. Gallus will be second in charge with Corrin in third. They're both very wise and have done things similar to this in the past." Dad folded his arms, studying his son's face. "You need to learn to lead." Jacob nodded. There wasn't any use arguing with Dad, especially when his tone of voice was this strict. "You'll do fine." Jacob didn't respond. He didn't want to let Dad down by disagreeing with him. He just couldn't see himself successfully leading this sort of mission. Get out Lauren from Tadris? Sure. Talk to the Werbies and ask them to come to Taga village? Definitely. Those things were easy compared to this. And of course, Gallus had technically been in charge those other times. He refused to forget the one time he'd fully stepped into his role as Forsaken Prince and someone had been killed. Please, oh please don't happen again. Jacob followed Dad back outside where the groups were assembled. He fumbled with the key, pulling it out of his pocket. His hand slipped as he tried to push it into the lock. Everyone watched. The groups behind him were completely silent. He had no idea how he was supposed to meet Dad's expectations. He was young, too young. Dad's group would be heading through Taga village and on to Forkal on foot, hoping to free the slaves there. Dad really needed reinforcements for his army, but a week wasn't much time to enter negotiations or do any sort of prison break, if it came down to that. Jacob didn't want to think about whether they'd be successful or not. He couldn't take on that sort of stress right then. But at least he had Gallus and Corrin. They'd both proven themselves over and over again. He just hoped they'd listen to him and respect him. He thought they would, but thinking wasn't enough. Finally, he got the key in the right direction and opened a link to the town hall where Sanso waited. The Ember God was pacing in front of the door, obviously anxious and nervous. Jacob wanted to reassure him that things would be fine, but he had no idea if that was true or not. He'd never been to the Fire Pulsar world and couldn't possibly know if Sanso's stress was exaggerated. As soon as everyone had come through the link and the door was closed, Jacob faced the group. Gallus and Corrin stood to one side near Sanso, separate from the rest. There were 15 people total, all humans. Dad had wanted to send more, just in case, but Jacob and Gallus wouldn't let him. Dad needed as many people with him as possible. Many of you know Sanso, the Ember God, Jacob started, hoping his voice wouldn't crack. He'll be taking us to the Fire Pulsars on their world. There were murmurs of surprise and anger. Obviously, Dad hadn't warned anyone about this turn of events. Jacob would have to stop the distrust as soon as possible. But how? He racked his brain, thinking through the possible ways to convince them. He turned to Ekin. "Would you tell them why you trust Sanso now?" Ekin nodded, hands folded in front of him, and stepped forward. The Lorkon sent Sanso and the other Ember gods on a quest to stop King Dimitri. They failed, and the Lorkon ordered their execution. Those who didn't die immediately, the Lorkon fed to their wolves. Sanso survived both attacks. I helped him get back to health, and he's now assisting me with finding a way to fight, kill, maim, and inflict as much damage on the Lorkon as possible on our end. But Ekin lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. He may never be fully trustworthy when it comes to other matters, so don't tell him any secrets. That got a chuckle from Sanso and Gallus, and Jacob was relieved to see that the emotions coming from the other people were calming down. Ekin continued, "He's definitely willing to help destroy the Lorkon. I trust him to that point. And beyond this mission, you won't need to worry about him. He has no desire to stay around Gevkan once the Lorkon are gone. He's been as much a prisoner in Myvril City as many of you were in that scented air." Ekin stepped back and Jacob took over. "If you have concerns at any point during our trip, address them to me. I do not speak to others. We can't afford to have gossip and distrust ruin the success of the mission." He hoped he sounded like a leader like his father. He hoped none of them would recognize his words from what he'd heard in movies. Of course, they'd never watched movies, so he should be safe on that count, but still, he definitely didn't sound like a teenager, and that made him a little uncomfortable. But better him experience discomfort than have them disobey or disrespect him. Chapter 25. Jacob took a deep breath. "Let's head to the Caith tree," he motioned to Gallus. "You lead the way, with 2 archers." Gallus started toward the group, picking out his archers immediately, and Jacob turned to Corin. "Follow up in the back with 2 archers." Jacob motioned to everyone else. "The rest of us will be in the middle." Corin found his archers, and everyone else got into position. Ekin opened the door and Gallus walked out. Sanso ended up next to Jacob, and Jacob found himself uncomfortable with it. He didn't know what to do with his hands and shoved them in his pockets, pretending to look around, acting like he didn't care that Sanso was by him. He could talk, but about what? They had nothing in common. Their footsteps echoed through the empty streets. No one spoke, and the silence made the footsteps even louder. Jacob still couldn't get over the fact that Myvril City was so deserted. It just didn't seem right. It took 20 minutes to get out of the city. 20 long minutes, with Jacob aware of nearly every breath in and out, every swish of fabric, every turn of head. They didn't see anything or anyone. Why would the Lorkon leave their castle and its city so unguarded? Jacob soon found the answer. As they turned the corner toward the Caith tree, an arrow whistled through the air and struck a tree next to Gallus. "Take cover," Gallus shouted. Jacob had no war experience. He wouldn't be able to fight alongside the others without fear of hurting his friends. But both Corin and Gallus knew what to do. They'd take over. Jacob jumped behind the trees with everyone else. Gallus peered through the thrashing branches. At least 30 of them, Maugs, dusts, humans. He looked at Jacob. "Do we attack, Your Highness?" Jacob only hesitated a second. He hadn't been expecting Gallus to ask him about this stuff. "Yes, we don't have a choice. We have to get through the link. We can handle 30, can't we?" Gallus nodded. He turned to his archers. "Take down as many as you can." Corin gave his archers the same instructions, and soon arrows were flying through the air in both directions. Jacob whirled, looking for Sanso. Right as he was about to ask the Ember God to roast the bad guys, the enemy charged forward, roaring swords up. Soon, Jacob's side was too intermingled with the others for Sanso to do anything. Jacob pulled out his sword, wanting to assist as much as possible. Right away, he was engaged by a Mulg. While parrying, he felt Gallus's eyes on him, and when things started looking bad, the man jumped in and killed the Mulg. Jacob was grateful Gallus had helped, but still felt ashamed that the man had to fight for himself and Jacob. Would that ever change? Did Jacob even want it to? He'd always focused on basketball, and even now, he'd rather be playing. He had no desire to learn how to sword fight. The basics were one thing, but making it his life's work, that wasn't something that appealed to him. It only took a few minutes to knock down every single member of the other army. Gallus and Corin slapped each other on the backs and Jacob grinned. "Over to the link," he shouted. Something rustled in the trees, making him pause. He held up his hand. "Stop!" The group froze where they were. Jacob peered into the forest, waiting, watching, listening. Another rustle. A horn was blown, and the entire forest on either side erupted into movement as hundreds, if not thousands, of mogs, dusts, and humans rushed through the trees. "Fall back," Gallus shouted. "To the city! To the city!" Confused, the group scattered. Jacob ended up between Gallus and Sanzo. The Ember God's hands and feet were flaming, and every now and then he sent a whoosh of fire behind him, burning anyone who came close. As soon as Jacob got to a door, he whipped the key out and opened the link to the fat lady's cabin. He didn't want to lead these creatures to Mendon, and couldn't think of another door fast enough. Would everyone make it through before the enemy arrived? He didn't even know where most of the others had gone. With Sanso standing guard, flaming enemy soldiers who came near, Jacob counted all 15 members of his group, Corin and Gallus included, before ushering Sanso through and slamming the door behind him. They were safe. The fat lady stumbled from one of her back rooms, and Aldo looked up from the dirty orange couch. "What's going on?" Aldo asked. Gallus explained the situation while Corin started taking care of damaged armor. "That's the only link we know about," Gallus said when he finished his explanation. "We have to get more people and attack again. There's no time to mess around. We have to get through that link." He rubbed his forehead. "How can we find enough warriors to face an army that big, though? Thousands of them came running out of the forest. We don't even have that many total." Aldo steepled his fingers. "Why not have Jacob teach you all directly there?" "We had him try that yesterday," Gallus said. "Too many of the doors led straight to the fire pulsar's dominion, and the rest led to very unstable ground in conditions. It was suicide trying to cross over." Aldo frowned in concentration. "What are our options now?" Corin looked up from where he was working on the armor of an archer. "We siege the army, starve them, keep supplies and food from being delivered." "A siege could take weeks," Gallus said. "We'd end up waiting forever, and with the Lorkon coming in less than a week, we don't even have a day." "What about getting more help?" Corin asked. "I know you already brought it up, Gallus, but even 100 more would be extremely beneficial." The fat lady sat on the couch by Aldo. "King Dmitri couldn't spare any more for Jacob's group," she said. "He needed as many as possible to help him." Corin waved her off impatiently. "Yes, but there are more people on this planet than just the humans around us." He looked at Jacob. "What about the Shiangles?" Jacob shook his head. "Hasarita said he wouldn't be able to come to the Fire Pulsar's world. He didn't say why, but I think it's because Fire Pulsars hate Shengels. But that doesn't mean he wouldn't be able to help get rid of the army by the tree?" Jacob's heart dropped. "But I forgot, he and Pambry, his wife, went to try to get the other Shengels to come back." No one said anything for a moment. "I do have an idea," Aldo said, getting to his feet. "And it doesn't involve the current army. But it will require Jacob keying to the castle in Mukaria." He looked at Gallus. "We need water from an E2 fish. If we do it right, it shouldn't take too much time to get." Gallus raised his eyebrows. "You do remember that the Lorkon destroyed all the doors in Mukaria, right?" Aldo's face fell. "Oh, yes, I remember." He frowned. "What else can we do?" Sanso leaned against the wall. "Why do you want E2 water?" Aldo smiled, seeming eager to be able to explain his plan. He pointed at Jacob. "We'll put E2 water on his Minya. Then he'll open a link anywhere to the fire world. We'll have her go through, and the E2 fish will show us the closest link while trying to get to her. Jacob, of course, will time-see watching the fish. Minyas are nearly immune to heat, so the stability of the location where Jacob keys her wouldn't matter." The fat lady was already shaking her head. "Just because an E2 can go through a link doesn't mean humans will be able to follow. They're notorious for finding passageways where others can't go." "I know that," Aldo said, "but this is the best plan we've come up with. It really is." He looked so dejected that Jacob had to say something to cheer him up and let him know his thoughts were appreciated. I personally think it would work, with getting the water being the only thing stopping us. Jacob glanced at Aldo apologetically. If we had more time, we'd definitely do it. Sanso raised his hand. So, Ekin and I have E2 water back in Myvorel City, and it's fresh. Gallus stared at the Ember God. Why do you have it? Part of our plan. Sanso motioned to Jacob. Take me to Ekin and we'll get your water. Take me to Ekin and we'll get your water. Jacob nodded, glad they would be able to try out Aldo's theory after all. It was the best plan so far. But how did Sanso and Ekin get that water, and why? When Jacob and Sanso entered the town hall, Ekin was testing a water gun, opened packages littering the floor all around him. He grinned when he saw Sanso and Jacob. So far, only 3 don't leak, but that's more than enough. It's going to work, Sanso. Fantastic! Sanso rubbed his hands, looking back and forth between Jacob and Ekin. I'm not going to ask him, Jacob said. You do it. Sanso told Ekin what had happened, then explained the new plan. Ekin started nodding. He grabbed a spoon from the kitchen and carefully poured a very small amount of water on it from an empty bottle of ibuprofen. He offered the spoon to Jacob. That's all? Jacob asked, looking at the spoon. I don't think it's enough. Ekin raised an eyebrow. How big is your Minya? Do you want to soak her completely? Jacob shook his head, and Sanso took the spoon from Ekin. You should conduct your testing here. The fewer people involved and the shorter the distance you carry the water, the easier it will be to succeed. Jacob nodded. He pulled his Minya container from his bag, then let Early out. I need you to do something for me, he said. She smiled at him, fluffing her curls. Okay. It took Jacob only a couple of seconds to tell her what was going to happen. She didn't seem to care about the Etu possibly catching her, nor would she even be in danger's way. She could fly out of reach if necessary. But she flitted up and clapped her hands when he said she would get to travel anywhere she wanted for a full day. Jacob opened the link to the Fire Pulsar world first, just in case. Then, instead of putting the water on Early, he had her step onto the spoon and dab it on herself. The task done, she flitted through the link. Jacob shut the door, then Time saw the Sonda Lake as quickly as he could. A huge fish, the biggest he'd ever seen, swam to the surface of the water. Then, faster than Jacob thought possible, skipped along the top to the shore, then disappeared off into the mountains. Jacob squinted, searching through the mountains. Where did it go? He couldn't have lost it already, could he? Had it already crossed over into the Fire Pulsar world? Would he even know? He'd never seen there before. Jacob jerked his vision back to the present. I lost the fish. It was too fast. He wrung his hands, trying to figure out what to do. Then he remembered to use the sun to search for people and things. Jacob dashed to the window and looked outside. The porch overhang gave too much shade, though, so he flung the door open and ran down the steps, then onto the dusty street. He looked up at the sun, but it was so muted by the green air, he couldn't get enough light from it. It occurred to him that the Lorkon did this on purpose. He would have to go somewhere else, but not back to the fat lady's cabin. He wanted everything taken care of before he returned. Jacob keyed himself to the tree in Taga village. It was eerily quiet there. Every available hand was with Jacob or Dad, or preparing the forest for the upcoming war. He stared at the sun for as long as he dared, given the circumstances, then dashed back to the door and opened a link to where he'd sent Early. Come back just for a second, he said when she flitted in front of him. She did, and Jacob shut the door. Your eyes, she said. They're all glowy and bright and pretty. Yeah, thanks. He counted to 10, then, hoping that had been long enough, he opened the door back to the Fire Pulsar world, letting her through. He closed the door, looked at the sun one last time, then Time saw, pulling back as far as he could until he saw the golden beacon that was the E2 fish. Jacob zoomed his vision in on it and gasped when he realized where the fish was. It had already entered Taga village. It was almost to the meadow. Jacob couldn't believe how close he'd gotten to getting his Minya killed. He put his hand on his chest, breathing deeply, nearly pulling from his vision. He tried not to imagine the fish sneaking up on them, then snapping its powerful jaws around Early. He would never have seen Early again. Jacob forced himself to concentrate. He had work to do. The fish scampered away, then headed through the infected forest and past Queen Aura Lee's manor. It dashed down the hill, crossed the meadow with the poisoned Rekka plants, and ran through the forest toward August Fortress, having no problems with the Argots. Jacob frowned, watching, wondering where the link possibly could be. The E2 raced through the city, then past the fortress. The thing was unbelievably fast, and Jacob nearly lost it a couple times more, even with it lit up. The creature scrambled up the volcano behind the fortress, and Jacob gasped, figuring out where the fish was going. Was it possible the volcano itself was a link to the Fire Pulsar world? Chapter 26. Jacob nodded as his theory proved correct. The fish dove over the side of the volcano and down. Then it disappeared. Jakob pulled his vision back to the present, looked at the sun, then time saw to the Fire Pulsar's world. He found the fish quickly. It was traveling underground through caverns with hot, steamy water. People were there. Humans! They screamed when they saw the fish and jumped away, out of reach. Jacob knew what they didn't, that they were safe from the creature. But he didn't know where Early was in relation to the fish, and he didn't want to take chances. He pulled back, opened the link to Early's door, and called her to him. She flitted to him, excited with the urgency of this new game. "I'll be gone for a while," he said, shutting the door. "Just be safe, okay? Go wherever you need to go." She nodded, just like last time, except the fish is coming for me and not you. Exactly. He put out his hand, and she hopped onto it, hugging his thumb. He brought her close to his face, glad the E2 water was only effective against the first creature it touched. "I'm so grateful you're my Minya." Early beamed, then reached out and patted his cheek. "Me too." She flitted into the air and twirled a couple of times before shouting, "Bye!" "Good luck," he called as she flitted away. Jacob keyed himself back to the town hall. "It worked," he said to Sanso and Ekin. Sanso got up from the table where he'd been playing with one of the broken squirt guns. He waited as Jacob opened a link back to the fat ladies. It didn't take long to tell everyone what had happened. As soon as Jacob finished, they all started getting ready to leave for August Fortress. Gallus pulled Jacob aside. "Did it look like the link was large enough for an adult male to get through?" "Yes," Jacob said. "I'm pretty sure. That E2 isn't a small one, and anyway, we have to try it." Gallus nodded, rubbing his eyes. "I agree. If this doesn't work, though, I can't think of another way to buy time after the Lorkon return, and there's obviously no way they'll leave the link by the Kaith tree unguarded." "We don't need to worry. We'll be fine." Jacob was glad Gallus couldn't read emotions. He was confident they'd be able to get through, but he wasn't so sure that it would happen without injuries and even fatalities. He hoped not. Once they had keyed to the door in August Fortress, Jacob showed Gallus the path the E2 had taken. Gallus shaded his eyes, staring up at the steep hillside in front of them. "You realize the Shengals built their fortress here for a reason, right? The volcano was impassable. We might die trying to get up there." Jacob didn't answer. He wasn't going to argue when Gallus was probably right. This was their only option. But he couldn't ask the others to go to their deaths. He turned to face everyone. "This is going to be very dangerous. Some might not make it. I won't condemn or look down on anyone who chooses not to continue." While waiting for that to sink in, he turned to Gallus. "Do you have rope?" Gallus nodded. "Of course. We'll need it. Also, we need to find someone who is good at climbing, then have that person be in the front, leading the way. Once that's organized, let's tie everyone together. If one of us falls, we'll be able to pull him up. So long as he doesn't drag everyone over the side." When Gallus asked if anyone was experienced with rock climbing, Trunt raised his hand. Jacob had barely noticed the man was there. He had been uncharacteristically quiet, probably because he had to wait to get married until after the war was over. But what if he died before the war even officially started? Gallus organized the group, putting Trunt at the beginning and Jacob in the middle, with Gallus before him and Corin after. Jacob wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not. Both men were quite large, and if either of them fell, Jacob was sure to fall as well. He bit his lip, deciding not to say anything about the arrangement. Trunt went around, having people bind their hands with strips of bandages to help protect them from the sharp rocks. When that was done, he didn't waste any time starting up the side of the volcano, and the next person in line was forced to follow. The path the E2 had taken proved to be impossible for the two-legged humans, and Trunt had to find another way. He took frequent breaks, allowing those below to catch up. Soon Jacob's arms and legs were shaking. His hands ached from constantly having to grip and pull himself. The volcanic rock wasn't forgiving, and if not for the bandages, his skin would have been shredded. Jacob paused on his knees after pulling himself over a large rock and wiped the sweat off his face. It was so hot the sweat was quickly replaced, but he had to keep it under control as much as possible. He didn't rest long. No one spoke, and at first it didn't bother him, but then he started missing conversation. He wondered how Matt was doing back home, taking care of Mom and Amberly. Probably just fine, even though Matt was more daring than Jacob. Trouble rarely followed him. Jacob took a deep breath and put his focus back on climbing. They were nearly to the top when someone below screamed. Jacob felt a jerk on the rope tied around his waist. He struggled, trying to find a secure place to put his feet and deep enough handholds. Nothing was good enough, though, and he started sliding. Did Corin fall? Jacob reached out, grasping, trying to find something, anything, to keep himself from falling. People below were shouting. The rope slackened. They weren't falling anymore. Jacob held on with his might, his feet slipping. Gallus called to him, "Take my hands, I'll help you up." Jacob latched on to Gallus, and with the man pulling and Jacob pushing, he reached the top. He scrambled to the back of the much larger ledge. Corin soon followed, and he, Gallus, and Jacob helped the others up as well. The person who had fallen had been second to last. He seemed fine, but the man behind him was unconscious. Blood poured from a wound on his head. "Cloth!" Gallus shouted. "I need it now." Trunt pulled out strips of bandages, and Gallus pressed them against the man's head. He motioned to Jacob. "Hold this here." Jacob had been first aid certified in Scouts the year before. He had kept up on what he learned, so he knew to put pressure on the injury and not move the cloth. The man came to while Gallus was searching for other wounds. "My ankle," he gasped. Gallus pulled the man's pant leg up, revealing that the limb from mid-calf down was huge. Really huge. "We'll have to remove his boot," Gallus said. Jacob shook his head. "No, we can't. Not until he's somewhere safe where he'll receive proper medical attention. The boot will support his ankle until then, and it'll be much less painful for him if he has to put any weight on it." Gallus looked doubtful but didn't disagree. Jacob turned to Trunt. "How much farther to the top?" "Just over the next ledge." "Good. Lead everyone there, and then you and I will take this man back down. I'll key him to Mendon where my mom can care for him." Gallus shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to leave. If anything happened to you, your father would kill me. And going back down only increases the risk that something would happen." Jacob didn't even look at him as he added another bandage to the top of the one he was holding down. This man's wound would definitely need stitches. "He's not staying here, and he's not staying in August Fortress. I'm keying him to Mendon." "Prince Jacob, I must insist." Jacob met Gallus's eye. "What else do you think we should do? I'm the only one who can get him out of the fortress without making him walk or making others carry him a long distance. And don't forget, the Argots still surround the fortress. We can't leave him there on his own. He needs medical attention now, and we can't afford to have anyone stay behind to take care of him." Gallus searched Jacob's eyes, then finally nodded. "I agree, but I'm going with you." Trunt took the others up the rest of the way, then came back, and he and Gallus figured out how to climb down the side of the volcano. They finally decided to take turns lowering the injured man to each other, with Jacob helping where he could. It took 2 hours for them to reach the bottom. By then, Jacob was so exhausted he was positive he wouldn't make it back up again. But they pushed onward anyway, keying the poor man to Mendon and Mom, then returning to the fortress. Jacob drank a ton of water, ate some beef jerky, and dried apples. Lots of dried apples. He'd need the sugar. Then they started back up the cliff. Much to Jacob's relief, it only took half an hour to climb, but even those 30 minutes seemed agonizing to an exhausted, tired group, especially as the sun went behind the mountains, covering them in a blanket of darkness. When they finally reached the others, their hands had bled through their bandages. The top of the volcano was just flat enough for them to camp out if they lay in single file. Jacob pulled his sleeping bag around him, careful not to mess up the new bandages on his hands. He hoped they'd all sleep well. Tomorrow was important. Chapter 27. The next morning, Jacob woke up long before anyone else. He'd been half awake the entire night, worried he'd sleep too deeply and roll over the side, or even sleep too long and embarrass himself. He started inspecting the way down the volcano, munching on a bagel, waiting for the others to wake. Not surprisingly, Gallus was the first up. The man joined Jacob, and together they tried to figure out how the E2 fish got down the steep, craggy slope. Jacob ended up time-seeing off and on, then indicated to Gallus which places were safest. When they returned, everyone was eating breakfast. Jacob told them how they'd get down, one at a time, following the same person as before, but this time they wouldn't need to be tied together. The others were in better spirits that morning. Maybe because they didn't have to deal with rope tied tightly around their waists, they packed up and started. Several of them slipped a couple of times on the loose volcanic rock, but no one got injured. Jacob took his time getting up the courage to ask Gallus a question as they descended. "What are you and your family going to do once all of this is over?" Gallus looked back, steadying himself on a large rock. When the Lorkon have been defeated." "Yeah." He rubbed his chin. "Beza and I want to move back to Mukaria, fix up the city and return it to its splendor. We've talked to many others from there, and a lot of them want to help." Jacob couldn't help but smile. "That's awesome. I love Mukaria." A wistful expression crossed Gallus's face. "So do I, Jacob. So do I." They were silent for a while as they continued downward. "I used to think that lynx only existed near Caith trees," Jacob said, making his way around a huge volcanic rock. "So this is weird." Gallus grabbed a root protruding from the ground and swung himself past it. Caith trees mark lynx. Basically, where a Caith tree grows, you know a lynx is nearby. But lynx exist all over the place, as you found when the E2 fish was chasing you. Neither said anything for a moment, and again Jacob toyed with a question in his mind. This one was of a much more sensitive nature, and he needed to word it right so Gallus wouldn't read too deeply into his interest. He mentally crossed his fingers. Gallus seemed to be in a talkative mood. Jacob wanted to take advantage of it. "Do you know what Aloran plans to do after all this?" "She's going to continue living in the Taga village tree. She's grown accustomed to it and all her things are there." That made sense. Jacob was about to ask what Gallus thought of that when he realized Gallus wanted to say something. And judging by the colors in the air around the man, it was another sensitive subject. Jacob felt his hands start to sweat, burning his sores. Finally, after several moments of Jacob being extremely patient, Gallus cleared his throat. "So, have you spoken with her?" Jacob waited a second before answering, not wanting to seem too eager. "About what?" Gallus wiped off his hands, then took a drink from his canteen. He looked back up the way they'd come, and Jacob glanced too. He was disappointed it wasn't more than 100 feet. He felt like they'd been going forever. Corin wasn't far behind, but was talking to another man. That made Jacob happy. He didn't want anyone overhearing this conversation. Finally, Gallus responded, "About you and her." Jacob's cheeks burned. How to answer? Of course he hadn't talked to Lorkon about anything, but he couldn't just say that. Gallus might get offended or might get the wrong idea. And Jacob didn't want word going back to Lorkon that he wasn't interested. Jacob wasn't sure how Gallus interpreted his silence, but the man rushed on. "I don't want to push you into anything, but you should know she's in love with you." Now Jacob's ears, neck, arms, everything was burning. He definitely did not want to be having this conversation. But then he turned from Gallus when a grin spread across his face. Lorkon was in love with him. Wow. Part of him was celebrating, the other part a little freaked out. Love was a strong word. I like her too, Jacob stuttered out. What was he supposed to say? That he loved her back? Back. No way. He quickly changed the subject. She seems to enjoy being a student on Earth. Oh yes, Gallus said. Quite a lot. She tells me the things she's learning, and I'm happy for her. He quieted for a moment. I think she's considering staying on Earth permanently. I don't know how I feel about that. Jacob didn't say anything. He was surprised that Gallus was sharing this much with him. Usually the man was all business, never emotions or personal life. She's like a daughter to me. You know that. And I want her to have the best. This is a fantastic opportunity for her. But I'll miss her. And Beza will miss her. Gallus abruptly started forward, putting an end to the conversation. The colors around him confirmed that he was having a hard time controlling his emotions, so Jacob didn't push anything. He trailed behind, finding it impossible to keep up with the man. Gallus was much stronger and a lot taller. 20 minutes later, they reached the bottom of the volcano, and Jacob time-saw, wanting to make sure the way the E2 had gone was clear. It was an entrance to a cave that looked like it was going to be tight, especially for Gallus and Corin. Trunt volunteered to go first, and the others watched as he squirmed into the opening. He was gone for several minutes, and Jacob fidgeted, wiping the sweat off his face and neck. What if Trunt died? Would they even know? Would they be able to find his body? The steam and heat coming from the hole made Jacob worry that they were much closer to the fire pulsars than he'd originally thought. He had to be wrong, though. This was just a link to the other world, not to the fire pulsars themselves. Right when Jacob was about to send someone after Trunt, the man returned. The way is not long, but it's tight in places and treacherous in others. We'll need to go one at a time. He scratched his head, studying everyone. I propose that we change the order of things and have Gallus and Corin follow me. They're the largest men here, and I'd rather get them through before attempting it with anyone else. The three of us could then take turns coaching the rest, if that's all right with you, Your Highness. He looked at Jacob, and Jacob nodded. That was fine with him. This was the first time people had consistently referred to him as Your Highness. Had Dad said something? He must have. This just wasn't usual. Trunt was to go first, then Gallus, then Corin. Jacob was after Corin, and he waited for the man to call for him to head down. Trunt had refused to tell anyone what to expect. He said the anticipation would make it worse. Jacob wasn't so sure. His imagination was full of flames and scorched people, none of which was probably true. He hoped. Then Corin yelled for Jacob to enter. Jacob got down on all fours and crawled through the first part. He could hear the blacksmith but couldn't see him. He couldn't see much of anything, actually. You're going through the tightest section now, Corin said. Just keep going. Don't panic. It opens up soon and will be tall enough for you to stand. The sides and ceiling of the cave eventually forced Jacob to army crawl, using his hands, elbows, and occasionally knees to gain enough leverage to move. He couldn't believe that both Gallus and Corin had made it through. A blast of steam hit him in the face, and he yelled in surprise. It burned. Oh, it burned. His throat dried out, and he couldn't swallow. Air. He needed air. Jacob fought the panic that rose in him. Calm, Jacob, calm. Relax. The air will come. The steam will too, many more times. Just hold your breath. and turn away. You're doing great." Jacob focused on Corin's voice, on what he'd said. "Wait a second. Doing great? How can you tell when you can't even see me?" Corin hesitated, then chuckled. "You make an excellent point, Your Highness." Jacob relaxed for a moment, taking a break. He forced himself to breathe normally, to swallow as saliva entered his mouth. It wasn't much, but helped relieve his parched throat. Then he continued forward. He'd army crawled maybe 5 feet when the sides spread away by 2 feet and the ceiling rose at least 7. A crude tunnel opened up for 20 yards, leading downward at a slight slope. Corin was there at the end, waiting. Jacob stood and began walking forward, but Corin waved his hands in panic. "Stop, stop, the ground is unstable. Only stand on the sections that are the darkest. The others will cave beneath you." Jacob looked down, surprised to see that what had once appeared to be smooth rock was obviously riddled with holes, now that he was close up. Had he not noticed that before? The darkest sections were only a couple of inches across. Chapter 28. "How am I supposed to do this? There isn't enough standing room." Gallus laughed from around the corner of the tunnel. "I believe it's called tippy-toeing in your culture. You'll do fine." Jacob rolled his eyes. Easy for Gallus to say when he'd already gotten across. Jacob took his first step, thinking about a scene from an Indiana Jones movie. What would happen if he stepped on a less secure section? Would he fall through, his legs dangling as he tried to grab onto something to pull himself up? He'd reached the halfway point when he had his question answered. His calves had started burning from standing on his tiptoes the whole way, and without his permission, his left leg relaxed a hair too much. His heel crumbled through a patch of light gray rock and a searing heat blasted up into the tunnel, singeing him, forcing him to cover his face to protect it from the steam. He scrambled forward to the next black section and looked back. The lighter rock was burning red. Had he really been that close to lava? How had he not been fried to death? As he watched, the redness dissipated and the rock turned back to gray. Jacob waited a moment, but his calves couldn't handle the pain any longer. He took a deep breath, then started forward again. He was tempted to take a break and inspect himself for injuries, but knew that the only harm he'd received would be first-degree burns from the steam. Without further problem, he crossed the rest of the tunnel and turned the corner. A huge cavern opened up before him, lit by streams of flaming lava. The lava was just far enough away that it didn't hurt, but the air was still uncomfortably hot. Gallus, Corin, and Trunt all had lit torches. They waved Jacob to them, and Trunt went back to start coaching the next person. Gallus clapped Jacob on the shoulder. "Well done, that wasn't so bad, right?" Jacob snorted, inspecting himself. "My arm hairs are all singed." He looked up at Gallus. "How does my face look?" Gallus chuckled. "Pretty much hairless. Too bad your eyebrows and eyelashes will grow back. This is a great look for you." Jacob rolled his eyes, but smiled at Gallus's joke. He sat, deciding to take a break while waiting for the others. The rock beneath him was warm, but not enough to burn him. From his visions, he knew that people lived just around the corner up ahead. He didn't know how they survived with the constant heat down here. His left heel began to burn, and in a rush to get rid of the unpleasant feeling, Jacob kicked his shoe off. He hadn't been doing anything. Why would his foot start burning like that? Then he saw the rubber sole had melted almost completely away from when he'd stepped in the wrong spot earlier. The heat had taken that long to reach his skin. His sock was sticky from the rubber. Jacob set his shoe aside, hoping it would cool enough to wear again. There was no way he'd walk with only one shoe in this hot place. In fact, with the lava so close, they shouldn't even be alive. He looked up at Gallus. "Why haven't we melted to death yet?" Gallus switched his torch to his other hand so he could see Jacob better. "The caverns here are protected by magic, as is the link." He pointed to a drawing on the cave wall. It was the trident with the sun on it that the shingles had etched into the walls of August Fortress and had painted on their faces. Judging by those, I'd be inclined to believe that the shingles used to come down here frequently. They probably had Makalos do something to the place so the heat wouldn't be unbearable. He sat on the ground near Jacob and leaned back, torch still in hand. "I wonder what happened to make the Shengal stop coming. Didn't you say that Azariah wouldn't be welcome on this world?" Jacob nodded. He didn't say why, though. What could the reason be? Things must have gone wrong between the Shengals and who? The humans? The fire pulsars? Some other race or creature that lived here? Sanso was the last one through. He jumped out of the tunnel, a huge grin on his face. "I haven't felt this wonderful in years," he said. If the grin hadn't been enough to show his excitement, Jacob would have been convinced by the bright green surrounding him. Of course Sanso would love the heat. Jacob made sure everyone was ready, then faced the huge cavern in front of them. "Let's keep going." He alternated between time-seeing and walking. The path that E2 took through this first section of the cave was complicated, and the cave was riddled with holes. Upon closer inspection, Jacob and Gallus noticed that the holes seemed to be man-made. It was obvious they'd been chiseled and hacked at with metal tools. But why? Looking around, they saw that the ceiling and walls had also been cut away. This room was once much smaller than it was now. Maybe the people were planning to move here and had to enlarge it? Before entering the next area, Jacob turned to the others. "We'll be running into humans pretty soon. I have no idea what their customs are, so I can't warn you about anything. We should stay close together, just in case." Everyone nodded, and Jacob was glad to see that they were taking him seriously. "Sanso," he said, "you stay in the back for now. I don't want them to freak out by seeing you first." Sanso gave Jacob a half salute, and Jacob took a deep breath, then walked through the short passageway to the next cavern. Chapter 29. The first person they encountered in the cavern was a woman. She jumped when she saw them, then turned and ran. She was hideous, and for a moment, Jacob thought it was because she'd been burned at some point. But as they continued forward and met more people, he realized this was how they all looked, with thick, dark, almost leathery skin that was heavily calloused. Some sections of the skin were cracking. They also had yellow eyes. Jacob couldn't help but stare. It was really creepy. The skin made sense, given the world they lived on. But the eyes? Where did those come from? Gallus and Jacob had decided ahead of time that Gallus would represent the group. Jacob really didn't want to have to go through all of the introductions with him as prince. And now that he saw the people, he was glad he and Gallus had made that choice, because they acted more comfortable around Gallus than they did around the lighter-skinned people. A large group of people gathered, watching the newcomers, and Jacob found himself wondering how long it had been since they'd had visitors. Apart from the Lorkon, of course. "I'd like to speak with your leader," Gallus said to them. No one said anything. They just stared. "Who's in charge here? Do any of you speak English?" Gallus then switched to another language, probably asking the same questions, but still no one said anything. Gallus turned back to his group. This mission is going to fail unless we figure out a way to communicate with them." Sanso rolled his eyes and stepped forward. The people gasped when they saw him. "There we go," Jacob whispered. He met eyes with Gallus, who looked just as annoyed as Jacob felt. What was Sanso doing? He was going to ruin everything. The people were scattering, holding up their hands in fright, protecting their children. Sanso said something in a completely different-sounding language. It was so foreign Jacob couldn't even begin to tell what languages from Earth it might have been like. It was slippery and crackly. The Ember God used mouth noises along with vowels and consonants. But as he talked, the people paused to listen. In fact, Jacob was relieved to see that their emotion colors were changing to light blue. Calm. "Whatever you're doing, Sanso, it's working," Jacob said. Sanso flipped his hair out of his face. "Of course it is." He turned back to the group, then motioned to Jacob. The people all looked at Jacob, then lowered their heads and dropped to one knee. "Sanso," Jacob said with exasperation, "we weren't going to tell them who I am." "Oh, weren't we? Oops." Sanso didn't look one bit sorry. In fact, he was grinning. "You've got their attention. You might as well say something." "You wait," said Perrin. A shadow passed over the grin. Jacob took a deep breath of the hot, humid air. It had a sour taste, and he tried not to grimace. He faced the people, then told them what was going on back on Eclaron. Sansford translated a sentence at a time. When he was done, several people in the group responded, some with anger, others with excitement. The Ember God turned to Jacob. "They're familiar with the Lorkon. They've experienced plenty of pain and anguish at the hands of those idiots." He said something to the group, received a reply, then translated again. and they're eager to do whatever it takes to help you. Okay, good. Tell them we need to know how to get to the fire pulses. I already did. They don't think we should attempt it. Jacob tried not to look annoyed. But to kill the Lorkon, we have to see the fire pulsers. Yes, I know that. Didn't say it. I did. Perhaps we need more time to convince them. Jacob opened his mouth to disagree, but paused. Sansa was right. The people might eventually grow accustomed to the idea, but if forced, they would definitely not help. Why don't they want us to try? Sansa shrugged and turned to the people. He held a quick conversation with one of the men in the group, who was mostly bald with lots of cracks on his scalp. Sansa bit his lip, didn't say anything for a moment, then asked a question of the man. The man answered, and Sansa looked at Jacob. They say we'll all die. They're at war with the fire pulsers right now. Gallus cursed under his breath. Great, just great. But Sansa was grinning. I do, however, have a cunning plan. He turned back to the man, and it looked like they were negotiating. Whatever Sansa's idea was, Jacob hoped it worked. Sansa nodded, the colors for satisfaction flowing around him. He spoke again to Jacob and Gallus. They won't allow any of you to go. You die far too easily as soon as you reach the surface, and honestly, your original plan to have your whole group attempt it was stupid. So I told them I'll be the only one going. They've agreed that if you all stay here, they'll show me the way. Jacob looked at Gallus, and Jacob saw his feelings mirrored on the man's face. This idea made them both uncomfortable. Let me talk to Gallus about it, Jacob said. He motioned to Corin to join them, and the three of them stepped away to where Sansa couldn't hear. He's doing it on purpose, Gallus said. He manipulated us into bringing him here. Jacob didn't respond, but looked at Corin. I agree, there must be some ulterior motive, some reason for him to want to leave us with these people. Gallus nodded. And to approach the fire pulsers alone. For what reason? They both looked at Jacob, and he took a deep breath. He bit his lips, trying to find the best way to say what he was thinking. We need to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not familiar with that expression, Corin said. Jacob was about to explain, but Gallus started talking first. It means that we should let Sansa go ahead and try out his idea, with us acting as if he's being honest, to trust him one more time. A muscle in Gallus's cheek twitched. Your Highness, I don't know that we can allow that. Jacob was quick to respond. He'd been expecting that answer. I agree. If it makes both of you this uncomfortable, we shouldn't do it. We'll find another way to get the blood. He waited a moment, hoping one of them would come up with a better idea. Corin rubbed his neck. But what else can we do? We don't have a clue as to what it's like up there. For all we know, the fire pulsers would roast anyone who approaches, and, well, at least they wouldn't be able to hurt Sansa. It was the reason they'd brought the Ember God after all. Jacob glanced at Gallus. Gallus? The black man still looked doubtful, but he was rubbing his chin, thinking. Jacob, if we let him go, how would you feel about time-seeing and watching him while he's gone? Jacob nodded. I was planning on doing that anyway. All right, Gallus sighed. If he betrays us, what can we do to defend ourselves? Gallus had a point. If Sansa was planning something bad, there wouldn't be a lot of protection for Jacob's group. Except, I'm wearing my Shengal robes. I noticed, Corin said, looking at Jacob's armor with disdain. Why that Shengal had to ruin beautiful armor is beyond me. Jacob chuckled. Yes, well, the additions multiply my powers. I'll watch for Sansa's return, and if he brings enemies with him, I'll form a shield between us to give us a slight advantage. It'll protect us from any attacks for maybe 30 seconds, which I hope will be enough to run away. Jacob waved at the cavern people. And I'm sure they'd help. Both seemed okay with the idea, so they returned to Sansa. Jacob spoke to the Ember God. We've decided to allow you to follow through with your plan to meet the fire pulsers alone. Gallus put his hand on Jacob's shoulder. But Sansa, if you try any sort of trickery, we'll be ready for you. His expression was enough to make Sansa look away uncomfortably. But then a wicked grin crossed the Ember God's face. I won't betray you, he said, unless of course someone approaches me who's willing to pay more. He held up his hands, laughing. You shouldn't worry. Everyone wants to get rid of the Lorkon. Sansa turned back to the cavern people, and Jacob assumed he was telling them that he was ready to go or something. He couldn't pay attention. This guy really wasn't making it easy to trust him. The arrogant attitude was enough to frustrate anyone, but that, coupled with stupid jokes, Jacob would be glad when they got back to Eclaron and Earth and he didn't have to work with Sanso anymore. Sanso then left, following the bald man, and Jacob sat on the ground in time saw, watching as they went into another, smaller cavern. The bald man led Sanso to the side of it, avoiding what looked to Jacob like a river of boiling water. He took Sanso to the wall and pointed up. They talked, then the man put his hand on Sanso's shoulder briefly and headed back. That was fast. The way to the fire pulsars wasn't very far. Jacob watched as Sanso climbed the wall. Several times he slipped and almost fell. Jacob knew Sanso was aware of Jacob watching him, because each time it happened, he turned and smiled, as if to cover his embarrassment. He was facing the wrong direction, but Jacob knew he was smiling at him. That was weird. Then Sanso crawled up into a craggy hole. It was barely large enough for him, and several times he had to twist around in weird, uncomfortable-looking positions just to keep going. After a few moments, he reached the top. He pulled himself out and rolled away from the hole, breathing deeply. Jacob was instantly glad none of his group had gone. The hole was surrounded with black tar that was boiling. It was similar to what Jacob had gone through to get to Renforth's world, but obviously much hotter. Sanso was half lying across the stuff, but he didn't even seem to notice it, though his shirt caught fire from the extreme heat. Sanso finally saw the fire, patted it out, and stood. He examined his surroundings, getting his bearings. Chapter 30. The sky was covered with dark red clouds. They were so ominous that Jacob didn't want to be anywhere near them when or if it started raining. He could tell from Sanso's hair that there wasn't a breeze, and if there had been, it would have been really hot. While Sanso was looking around, something happened. The boiling increased dramatically, the ground shifted, and Sanso was knocked from his feet. Molten lava bubbled into the black stuff, turning it bright red. Sanso watched with curiosity. At this point, Jacob was more than glad it was the Ember God up there, instead of him or any of his group. None of them would have survived. They probably would have been burned to death the minute they climbed out of that hole. When the boiling calmed down again, Sanso got to his feet and started across the lava. Multiple times, he sank ankle-deep in the stuff and didn't even notice. Jacob shook his head, watching. The guy was invincible. The only time he looked upset was when he stumbled over something in the lava. After probably 20 minutes of walking, Sanso approached a place that looked a bit like Stonehenge. A huge male fire pulsar stepped out from behind one of the stones and held a spear to Sanso's throat. Jacob's jaw dropped as he looked at the fire pulsar. It was even uglier than Lassia. The veins on his neck and face were so big and thick, they nearly obscured his features. And he had horns. Those weren't anything like what Jacob had expected. They poked straight out from either side of his head and curled slightly back. Sanso waved his hand dismissively, and this angered the much larger man, but instead of stabbing Sanso as Jacob had expected, he pulsed fire. Obviously, this didn't bother the Ember God. When the flames subsided, the fire pulsar stepped back, frowning. He said something and Sanso shrugged. Then flame erupted from Sanso's hands and feet. The fire pulsar snarled, his horns growing longer. Apparently, he knew what Sanso was. The fire pulsar pounced on Sanso, knocking him to the ground. Sanso struggled to get out from under the huge man. Just then Jacob heard something. It sounded far off and didn't make the wrestling men pause. Then he realized it was his name. Someone was calling him. It had to be Gallus or Corin. He pulled from his vision, not sure what to expect. And what he saw was far from anything he had imagined. Someone was carrying him, jolting him as that person ran. Had they been attacked? Was it a trap? But then Jacob noticed the cavern was shaking. Massive rocks fell from the ceiling, crashing to the ground with ear-splitting sounds. Jacob twisted. 2 people were carrying him, Gallus and Corin. The men looked panicked, and he didn't blame them. They set Jacob down at the edge of the cave and sprinted off, helping others. Then a huge crack in the center of the cavern opened, lava boiling up and spitting from the new crevice. Instead of running away like Jacob expected, hundreds of the locals ran to the crack, carrying bags and rocks. They dumped the contents of the bags into the caverns and stacked the rocks around, stopping the red stuff from flowing into the cavern. Back and forth they went, some forming bucket brigades, others working separately. Finally, the earthquake ended, and the people got the lava under control. They stopped, some dropping to the ground in exhaustion where they were. The crack was now bulging with big rocks, and Jacob could then see why the other cavern had been so riddled with holes. The people probably spent all their time there, chiseling out boulders and crushing dirt. Thinking about what the people did all day made Jacob curious. Where did they get their food? And what about water? He couldn't imagine that they drank from that boiling river he'd seen. It had to be too sulfuric. But maybe they had some sort of filtering system that cleaned impurities from the water. Or maybe they didn't need water. Maybe they weren't completely human. When this thought crossed Jacob's mind, he looked out at the people as they started getting up, stretching, and wandering off through the huge cavern. He was tempted to keep watching and satisfy his curiosity, but he needed to figure out what happened to Sanso. Hopefully the Ember God was still alive. Jacob time saw, returning to the place where he'd last seen Sanso, but he couldn't find him. Did he die? What happened? Jacob searched all over the Stonehenge-like ruins, with piles and piles of rocks stacked everywhere. He was surprised to see that it was completely empty. Where did the fire pulsars live? He sat down to recover his breath for his journey. He dove straight into the pool and drew back his legs. After realizing he wasn't going to find anything, Jacob pulled back from his vision. He leaned against the cavern wall and puzzled it over in his mind, wishing he had access to the sun. Any sun. Gallus was sitting near him, wiping his face with a handkerchief. "What's the matter?" Jacob stared at the ceiling of the cavern. It was heavy-looking, and he was surprised it hadn't caved completely during the earthquake. "I can't find Sanso anywhere. It's like he disappeared. And not only that, but I can't even see any fire pulsars. The entire place where Sanso went is empty. It doesn't make sense." Gallus took a breath and released it evenly, trying to stay calm. Jacob could tell by his emotion colors that he was really struggling. "We shouldn't have trusted him," Jacob said. Jacob nodded. "What if he's been in communication with them all along?" "It's possible, but for what purpose?" Gallus turned to face Jacob. "What does he gain by coming here? What plan does it further?" Jacob didn't know. He gazed out across the massive cave, not sure how to answer Gallus's questions. There might be another explanation. Like what? Jacob leaned forward, elbows on his knees. What if the Lorkon taught the fire pulsars how to hide from the vision of the Shangol? Or, for all we know, the fire pulsars have learned other methods and techniques. "I guess we'll find out." Gallus stretched his legs in front of him. "My question for you, Your Highness, is how long do you want to wait before we leave?" Jacob slumped. He'd considered leaving before Sanso returned, but hadn't really thought through the implications of doing that. If they did, they would be going without the blood. And without the blood, they couldn't possibly cure and defeat the Lorkon. "I don't know." Jacob saw Gallus's disapproval from the corner of his eye, and he understood why. He was leading this expedition. He needed to be confident. He needed to make decisions and stick to them. He wiped his palms on his pant leg. "Fine. We'll leave in 2 hours." Gallus nodded, his disapproval melting away. He got to his feet, brushing himself off. "I suppose I'll go tell the others." He turned and left. Jacob welcomed the silence and alone time. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being around Gallus. The man had definitely warmed up, but he needed not to feel in charge, even for just a minute. He needed to feel like a normal basketball-playing teenager once more. He sighed. Small chance that would ever happen again. Jacob watched as the Fireworld people went about their business. After a moment, he noticed a pattern. Men and women walked to the far side of the cavern and held leather or cloth bags to the wall. They stood that way for a while, then returned to the main village area. They were collecting water. He could see little drops of it falling from seams in the bags as the people drew close. The village itself wasn't what Jacob had expected. Apparently the people slept in shifts. The beds weren't really beds, but holes in the cavern wall where they folded themselves. He couldn't imagine getting enough rest sleeping like that. One thing he thought was interesting at first, until he realized he was being silly. They had no fires of any sort, nothing to use to cook food. But he saw several cooking over the many lava cracks crisscrossing the place. Several small groups of people held chunks of meat over the steaming crevices. Did they not eat plants? It didn't appear so. And where did they get the animals? After an hour or so, the bald man approached Jacob, bowing, and offered him a plate of meat. Jacob accepted it, and the man was about to leave. But Jacob stopped him. He needed to know if the guy had a name. Constantly thinking about him as the bald man was getting old. Jacob pointed to himself. Jacob. Then pointed to the man. Then he pointed at himself again. Jacob. Then again he pointed to the man. This felt like a scene from the cartoon Tarzan, and he tried not to laugh at how silly he felt. Ha! The man smiled and said, Jacob. Jacob grinned. That's right. What's your name? He motioned to himself again, saying Jacob, then back to the man. The man said, Maldok. Jacob tilted his head, saying the word slowly and pointing to the man. Maldok? Maldok nodded, then grabbed Jacob's shoulder, looking him in the eye. Jacob, he said, then left. Jacob remembered his plate of food, picked it up, and studied it from every angle before he tried it. It looked like beef, so he wasn't too hesitant, but right away he noticed a huge difference. The meat crackled in his mouth, popping and sizzling as he chewed. How was that possible? Was it from the cooking process? Deciding he wanted to find out more about this world, Jacob jumped to his feet, holding his plate. Before leaving, he time-saw above ground, still couldn't see him. Then went to find Maldok. He pointed at the plate and held up one hand in what he hoped the man would interpret as a gesture of questioning. Uraban had nodded. Maldok appeared confused for a moment, then understanding entered his eyes. He smiled, beckoning Jacob to follow. Chapter 31. Jacob glanced over his shoulder, wondering if he should have Gallus or Corin go with him, but they were far away, hanging out with the rest of the group, and he decided it wouldn't hurt to leave for a moment. He could tell by Maldok's eyes and emotion colors that he didn't mean any harm. Jacob put down his plate and followed. They walked toward the village of leather tents, then around a corner. Soon, snuffling and shuffling sounds filled the air. Maldok dropped to his knees and Jacob did the same. When the guy crawled forward, Jacob followed as quietly as he could. Maldok gazed at whatever it was that shuffled ahead of them, and Jacob intently stared through the dark, trying to see what Maldok saw. A burst of flame freaked Jacob out, and he almost shouted in surprise. But Maldok held his hand out, reassuring Jacob. The flame had come from along the back of a huge animal, very huge, and surrounded by other similar creatures. They walked on 4 feet and had no visible fur or hair. Flames licked up the ground from their hooves, and their heads were similar to a rat's. That was weird. Maldok was completely calm, and Jacob figured it was because these animals were peaceful but startled easily, which would explain why Jacob and the man had approached cautiously. Jacob's theory proved correct when one of the creatures spotted them. It reared back on 2 legs, opened its mouth, and screeched so loud and high-pitched, Jacob had to cover his ears. It sounded like a huge bird of prey mixed with the squeal of a rat. All the animals turned and fled, their backs flaming. When the spots of fire became little pinpricks, surprising Jacob with just how huge these caves were, Maldok got to his feet and helped Jacob up, then led him back to the village. Jacob waved goodbye to Maldok and returned to where he'd been sitting near Gallus. "Where did you go?" Gallus said as Jacob approached, the colors for irritation surrounding him. "Maldok, the guy who was talking to Sanso earlier, took me to see their livestock." Jacob felt like smacking himself on the forehead when he realized he'd left his food back by Maldok. His stomach grumbled in complaint. Gallus's frustration melted away. Really? What was it like? The trip or the animals themselves? The animals, of course. Jacob smiled. "They're ugly, and their backs burst into flame." "Fascinating." He sat next to Jacob. "Were they dangerous? Predators?" "No, they seemed gentle. They spooked when they saw us. One of them screamed, and they all ran away." "I heard that sound and saw that you were gone." Gallus glared at Jacob. Next time, let me know before you leave." "I will." Gallus fidgeted with a strap on his armor. "I'm tired of waiting. Any sign of Sanso?" "I checked earlier and didn't see anything." "I'll look again now." Jacob time saw back to the surface. The Stonehenge place was still vacant, but just as Jacob was pulling away, he saw motion near the hole Sanso had climbed. He zoomed in. Yes, there Sanso was coming back down, followed by a female fire pulsar. Jacob shook his head. This wasn't going to go over well if the humans were at war with pulsars. He returned from his vision. Sanso's on his way back. He'll be here in just minutes. And Gallus? He's bringing a fire pulsar. Gallus jumped to his feet. "Let's get everyone together." Jacob followed the black man to where the others sat, about 30 feet away. Meldoc noticed their activity and approached, a questioning expression on his face. Jacob wasn't sure how to mind that Sanso and the fire pulsar were coming. He tried to do something that would show fire blowing from his hands, but the man obviously didn't understand. Jacob bit his lips, trying to think of something else, but it turned out to be unnecessary. "Hello?" Sanso called from the end of the cavern. "I've brought a visitor." Jacob joined Gallus and Corin, and Malduc followed, seemingly curious. It wasn't until then that Jacob realized he was the chief, or captain, or the whatever, of this group of humans. Of course he'd be interested in everything that happened. Sanso continued, "She wants to make sure none of the humans touch her. Jacob, will you ask them not to?" Gallus shook his head, then shouted, "Tell them yourself. You speak their language." "Technically I don't. It's very similar, but—" "Sanso!" Gallus yelled. "Just do it." "All right." Sanso spoke in that weird language, and Maldoc stiffened. He shook his head vehemently and backed off, waving his hands. The Ember God laughed. "Yeah, that went well." He stepped forward a couple feet. "Okay, I'm bringing her out. If she gets injured, we don't get the blood. She'll spill it on the ground." Sansa turned and beckoned, and the fire pulsar stepped out from behind a rock. She had the same eyes as Lassia, one red and one black. Ugly veins popped out all over her face, but she also had a gentleness around her that Lassia definitely didn't possess. Jacob wondered what made the difference. His question was answered as she started talking and Sanso translated. "First, she wants you to understand a portion of their history. The Fire Pulsars used to be a huge, majestic nation when the Lorkon came into power on Eclaron, but the Lorkons stole their queen and attacked periodically, possibly to keep them under control." He looked at the ground. They performed unspeakable tests. The Lorkon couldn't control the Fire Pulsars as well as they could humans, and they wanted slaves who would be able to withstand heat and fire. So, they created Ember Gods. He glowered and stopped talking. The Fire Pulsar also paused and put her hand on his arm. Jacob raised his eyebrows. The expression on her face indicated tenderness, and the emotions in the air around her showed she cared for Sanso. "Whoa, Sanso," Jacob said. The Ember God looked back. "What?" "She likes you." "Of course she does. She's my niece." Jacob's jaw dropped. "Wow, really?" Sanso nodded. "And they've invited me to live with them." He opened and closed his mouth several times, the colors for strong emotions swirling in the air around him. Sorrow, embarrassment, gratitude, regret, shame, pride, and a tinge of excitement. Sanso took a deep breath. "That's why I was gone so long. It wasn't what I'd expected." Gallus still had his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Well, you're free to do whatever you want, within reason. When we've finished here." Sanso nodded again. "I think I will return after Jacob and his father complete their end of the bargain." He looked at Jacob. "You haven't forgotten, right?" "No, of course not." "What did your father agree to?" Gallus asked. "Sansa wants to kill one of the Lorkon after we cure them." Gallus turned back to the Ember God. "And you'll be sure to destroy him? Not allow him to become a Lorkon again?" Sanso stiffened, offended. "Of course." "Do you have the blood?" Gallus asked. "No, I don't. She does. And I forgot. I was supposed to finish telling you why they were so eager to give it to Jacob." He turned to the Fire Pulsar, said something in her language, then faced the others again. "A couple months ago, the Lorkon returned and slaughtered all of Lassia's relatives." Gallus's hand dropped from his sword. "You're serious?" Sanso nodded, his face sober. They wanted to make sure King Dimitri never found royal blood. As soon as the fire pulsers realized what was going on, they hid the youngest member of the royal family, a 2-year-old girl from the Lorkon. She was the one who donated. Jacob cringed, thinking about getting blood from a little kid. He was glad he didn't have to witness it, and he was now glad his vision had stopped him from seeing her. The poor girl, her entire family murdered, and then to have someone prick her with a needle when she had probably never even seen one before. A 2-year-old wouldn't understand the reasons why it needed to happen. Thinking about being unable to see to the fire pulsar's city reminded Jacob that he'd wanted to ask Sanso about that. But why couldn't I see there? Sanso shrugged. Not sure, but it doesn't surprise me you couldn't. They had all sorts of charms and protections all over the place. They're completely paranoid, and with good reason. The Lorkon have terrorized them for years. He looked back at the female fire pulsar, then turned to Jacob. They want the Lorkon dead. All of them. Jacob didn't blame them, and he could tell Gallus felt the same way. It'll be done, Jacob said. Regardless of what it took, he would see that promise to the end. Sanso translated and the fire pulsar nodded. She pulled a little black jar from her satchel and handed it to Jacob, inclining her head. Jacob took it and thanked her, with Sanso translating. Then she indicated she was ready to go. From her emotion colors, Jacob could tell she was relieved, almost like a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Sanso made Jacob promise they wouldn't leave without him and escorted the fire pulsar away. The Ember God returned much more quickly this time, and all of the Fire World humans gathered to say goodbye. They were surprised that the fire pulsars had let Sanso go free, and when Sanso tried to explain to them that maybe they needed to stop attacking the fire pulsars, they all shook their heads, waving their hands emphatically. Some growled to show they were serious. Jacob felt bad for them. They were not fighting the correct enemy, and they obviously didn't realize it. But even if they did know that the Lorkon had started all of this, they would have been powerless to do anything, which made Jacob feel even more strongly that he and his friends had to be successful. Too many people, too many creatures and races relied on the outcome of the impending war. Chapter 32. Since there were no doors underground and Jacob's group couldn't go to the surface of the world, they were forced to return the way they'd come. They bid the people farewell, and Jacob put the precious little jar of blood inside Early's container where it fit snugly. He put on his backpack, making sure he knew exactly what was touching it at all times. He couldn't afford to lose it now. As they trekked through the cavern riddled with man-made holes, he couldn't help but grin. They had the final ingredient in the Lorkon antidote. They'd be able to do it. Jacob refused to believe otherwise. 5 days left. 5. And they'd just barely accomplished their goal. His smile subsided when he wondered if it would take more than 5 days for the antidote to be ready. He hoped not. When they returned to Minden, it was apparent that Aquino had been very busy. He'd helped the other Makalos construct traps, trip lines, holes in the ground covered by plants, and all sorts of things Jacob was glad he didn't have to go up against. He and the others received word from Dad that they hadn't actually needed to attack Forncall. All of the guards and army members had left to protect the Myvoril City Caithtree link, and after a brief struggle with those who were more loyal to the Lorkon, Dad was able to convince thousands of people to return with him to Taga village in Minden. They arrived shortly after Jacob and his group returned. Mr. Coolidge and Hala had their hands full organizing and outfitting the people, along with finding somewhere for them all to sleep. Azariah had also returned for a while. Everyone was disappointed to learn that he hadn't been able to convince the other Shiengols to fight. Only Pombri was willing to help, and it was very obvious that Azariah was furious about all of it. After Azariah finished reporting and it looked like the meeting was coming to a close, Jacob couldn't help but ask Azariah a question. Why aren't Shiengols welcome on the Fire Pulsar world? Azariah looked past Jacob, pretending not to hear. Jacob rolled his eyes. I know you heard me, I want to know what happened. Azariah finally stared at Jacob. You don't need to know, and I'm not going to tell. He then turned the time back over to Dad and returned to his seat. Dad looked tired, he had dark circles under his eyes, and Jacob wondered how much sleep he'd been getting. "You may have noticed that Aldo and the fat lady aren't here," he said. "They believe they'll have the antidote ready in a few days. They're being extremely cautious, as you can imagine. We can't afford to have to get all of the ingredients again if something goes wrong." The rest of the meeting was spent discussing everything that needed to happen in the next 5 days before the Lorkon came. Alcano would finish working with the forest, creating traps, and showing the other Makalos how to use them. Dad would train and organize the new reinforcements with the help of everyone who knew how to fight and organize. Jacob would run errands. Mom and several other people, including Beza, Trunt, and his fiancée, would be cooking and preparing foods for the others. Pretty much everyone had an assignment, and even with all the work that would be getting done, Jacob didn't know how it was possible for them to be ready for the Lorkon. "But we don't even know if they're going to attack as soon as they return," Matt said to Dad and Jacob privately later. "I mean, they've been walking a lot. They're gonna be exhausted." Dad nodded. "Yes, but we can't assume anything. We need to be prepared just in case." He put his hand on Matt's shoulder. "I've got to return to base camp. You boys do what you're supposed to be doing." Dad left, and Jacob and Matt watched him head from the backyard into the forest. "He doesn't even know what our assignments are, does he?" Matt knitted his eyebrows. "He's going to implode soon." Jacob didn't answer, but he agreed. If Dad didn't do something to relieve his stress, there'd be a lot of mess to clean up. He needed to keep things together, to organize and lead. Gallus would probably step up and take over, but would everyone follow him? Maybe. Matt left to help Corin and Kevin in the smithy. While waiting for someone to ask him to run an errand, Jacob keyed to the fat lady's cabin, wanting to see what was going on there. "Hello, Aldo, fat lady?" The fat lady jumped into view, her massive frame shaking. No, Jacob. Don't come in." Her hair was plastered to the side of her face, and her eyes were bloodshot. Not only that, but her hands were visibly shaking. "How's it going?" "Great," Aldo called from the other room. "But we need more time, no more interruptions." Jacob rolled his eyes. "Are you guys eating at all? Sleeping?" "Here and there," the old man said. "Do you need more food?" He didn't wait for an answer. "I'm going to get some for you. I'll be back." Zach smiled as nervously as he could. The fat lady only stared at him, obviously trying to compute what he'd just said. He shook his head. Dad wasn't the only one falling apart. Jacob's hands started sweating, and his breath shortened as he thought about all the people who were on the verge of collapse. Would they go insane if they didn't succeed? In the case of Aldo and the fat lady, probably. Jacob squared his shoulders and keyed himself to Taga village. He was ready, and willing to do anything to hold his group of friends together. He walked to the garden area where Mom was heading up the cooking at a huge fire pit, ordering at least 20 people around. They rushed to and fro, gathering up vegetables, chopping meat, stirring pots. Mom glanced at Jacob and smiled, then turned to move a large bowl of carrots. "Aldo and the fat lady need some food," Jacob said. She paused. "Oh dear, I completely forgot to have you get them some this morning." She wiped her hands on her apron, then patted her hair, looking around. "Why don't you take these?" She reached over and grabbed 2 platters full of meat, cheese, and bread from one of the massive tables that surrounded her. Jacob grabbed them and was about to leave when he decided to bring up his concerns with Mom. "I'm worried about those two, and Dad," he said. Mom's expression turned to panic. "What's the matter? Are they okay?" She started untying her apron. "Take me to them. I'll see what's going on." Jacob shook his head. "No, and that's the thing. Everyone's so frazzled and stressed. If we don't relax, we'll have panic attacks before the Lorkon even come with their army." Mom paused and smiled. "I see what you mean, and I also see that I'm adding to the problem." She took in a deep breath, obviously forcing herself to calm down. "I'll talk to your dad later. Maybe I can point him in the right direction." She put her arm around his shoulders. "We'll be okay, I promise. I have faith in all of us." She patted his cheek. "Now go, take them the food." Jacob was halfway to the tree when Pambri, Azariah's wife, stopped him. "My husband would be furious if he knew I approached you about this, but I feel it's very important. He told me you asked about the history between the Fire Pulsar world and the Shiengals." "Yeah, I did." She nodded. It's something you should know." And I tried to convince Azariah to teach you, but he refused. Stubborn Xiangal. She smiled to cover her annoyance, but Jacob caught it anyway. As soon as you return from whatever you're doing, come find me at the fortress. I'll tell you the story. Jacob agreed and they parted. If Pambry felt it was so important for him to know this history, it probably was important, and the fact that Azariah was so very much against him knowing made it all the more appealing. It didn't take more than 20 minutes for Jacob to walk back to the tree, put the food on the floor in the fat lady's cabin. She insisted he not step a foot inside, then return to the garden area. He approached the fortress cautiously, not sure if he should knock or sneak around back and go through the kitchen so Azariah wouldn't see him and get angry. He didn't need to do either. Pambry opened the door as he got closer. He could hear shouting inside, and she quickly shut the door behind her, a grin on her face. We don't hide things from each other. He still isn't okay with me teaching you, but he doesn't have a choice. Jacob used to wonder how Pambry could stand being married to a guy who was so angry and bossy all the time. He could see now that she held her own, and his respect for her tripled. She counted to 10, then opened the door and led Jacob inside. Azariah wasn't shouting anymore, but he was so angry Jacob didn't need to ask where he was. His emotion colors were visible through the walls. Jacob raised his eyebrows. The last time he'd seen Shengal emotions through walls was when he and his friends were rescuing them from August Fortress. This guy was seriously mad. A twinge of guilt flitted across Jacob's mind for a moment, but he thrust it aside. Even though he'd never been forbidden from learning this history, it was still almost liberating to go against Azariah's wishes. The Shengal was so controlling sometimes. Pambry surprised Jacob by leading him to the second floor, where he hadn't been since helping build the fortress. She took him to a huge bathroom. One wall was lined with a counter covered with many black bottles and paintbrushes. Jacob figured she did her makeup there, though he had to wonder why she needed so many brushes. Along the other wall were nice couches set up in what Jacob assumed were tasteful arrangements. Mom would probably like them. To Jacob, they just looked comfortable, and he was glad when Pambry invited him to sit there. As you know, I want to tell you the story behind why the Shengals are no longer welcome on the Fire Pulsar's world. Jacob nodded, leaning forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. Chapter 33. Pambry took a breath, then started her story. There was a time, probably when Onyev, your Makalo patriarch, was ruling, when the Shengals were in open communication with the humans on that world. The Shengals of that time wanted access to a powerful symbol that would grant them magical strength of immense proportions. The humans agreed to give them the symbol, even though they themselves had worked so hard to obtain it, as long as the Shengals helped strengthen their world. The Shengals agreed. Back then, the surface of the world was partially inhabited by humans, and they were constantly warring with the Fire Pulsars regarding who would inhabit the safer, more attractive locations. Naturally, the humans wanted the areas that weren't covered in lava. Because the Shengals had power to work with the sun, they decided to try to force the planet farther away from it. As you can imagine, it didn't work. In fact, it made things much worse by moving the planet closer to the sun, causing the surface to become completely uninhabitable by humans. Pambry got up to pace. Obviously, the Shengals were in the wrong. They felt bad about what they'd done, but more than that, they realized they wouldn't be able to get the symbol unless they fixed the issue. They made the wise choice not to try to change the planet's position again, and instead brought Makalos down to the caverns, where the humans were now forced to dwell. The Makalos made the caverns livable. They strengthened the walls with fireproof wood laced with strong metals. They held back the heat. They encouraged animals to dwell there so the humans wouldn't have to hunt on the surface. Though the humans didn't get what they ultimately wanted, the Makalos actually made things better, since the Fire Pulsars weren't likely to hunt them underground. Pambry looked at Jacob. Fire Pulsars hate being underground. Then Jacob nodded as if he already knew that, though he didn't. He couldn't help but wonder how Lassia had handled being buried for 15 or so years. Because the situation was fairly decent for the humans, they decided to relent somewhat. The Shengals hadn't quite fulfilled their part of the bargain, but they'd done everything they could toward that end, so rather than give them the symbol outright, the humans decided to teach the shingles the power and knowledge behind it. They hoped the shingles would then take that knowledge and create their own symbol, which they did. Pambry pointed to the design surrounding her eyes that every shingle wore. Jacob also recognized it as the symbol that lined the edges of the fabric Azariah added to his armor. He was surprised to see that it wasn't at all what he'd thought. Yes, it was the trident with the sun. But like before, when he'd inspected it closer on his own armor, it wasn't the same. This version was more complicated, with intricate lines and curves and edges. It was kind of cool looking, actually. We call it the golden symbol. Jacob raised an eyebrow. The golden symbol was dark gray, with only specks of gold. Pambry laughed at his facial expression. It's called golden because of the opportunity it presented to us, because of its value, and because of the happiness it has brought to us, she sighed, staring at herself in the mirror, probably looking at the symbol. If the humans had given the shingles the original symbol, we would have become the most powerful creatures anywhere, much stronger than the Lorkon. If you'll remember, during the time of Onyev, other Lorkon were attacking. It wasn't just Onyev who was trying to find a way to rid the land of those hideous creatures. She sat again, folding her legs under her. Unfortunately, after the shingles were given this knowledge, they decided to help the humans in a war against the fire pulsars. They took things a step too far, and because of their selfishness and greed, a human child was killed. The humans banned shingles from ever returning. Pambry raised her eyebrows, not looking at Jacob, and he could tell she was annoyed at the idea that a shingle wasn't allowed somewhere. He had to bite his lip to keep from laughing. Shingles were so ridiculous sometimes. She held up a corner of her robe, showing Jacob the intricate design. "You've probably noticed this," she continued. Jacob nodded. "It's on the cloth strips Azariah added to my armor. I've definitely felt the extra power. It's really awesome." Pambry got to her feet again and paced for a moment. "Yes, it is." She turned and faced him. "The humans didn't come up with the symbol themselves. Imagine what it would mean to all people who care about this world if their name was an embodiment of something better in the hands of another. They stole it from the fire pulsars. Fire pulsars can't control magic. They're invincible to many kinds, and they employ charms and symbols themselves, but they don't have their own magic. They love to find it and keep it from others." She paused for a moment, looking out one of the small windows deeply embedded in the stone wall. The humans, of course, were punished for taking the symbol. For years and years, they were slaves of the fire pulsars. But while acting as slaves, they learned other important things. She looked at Jacob. They learned enough that they were able to escape and protect themselves from fire pulsar attacks. Pambry sat again. The knowledge the humans gave the shingles was good, but without the actual symbol, the power isn't as great. She got a faraway look in her eyes and didn't say anything for a moment. "But we are definitely happy to have our own symbol." Jacob looked at his robes, understanding better why the shingles put the symbol around their eyes. They'd want to harness every ounce of power the mark gave them. He glanced up at Pambry. "Will you teach me all of this?" "Of course I will. That is why you're here. But I do need you to understand how opposed Azariah is to all this. You're about to face the most dangerous and deadly thing in your life, and he wants to withhold knowledge from you. He cares for you and doesn't want you to destroy yourself or other people. How could I do that? By using the symbol to take power from an unwilling person." Yakov shook his head. "I would never do something like that. You know, I can feel your honesty. But Azariah believes everyone lies, even though he senses your true character. He's a distrusting person." She smiled, seemingly giving Jacob permission to smile as well, which he did. Neither said anything for several moments. Jacob sensed hesitancy on Pambry's part, so he didn't push her to continue. And then Azariah strode into the bathroom. Pambry must have known he was coming. "How much have you told the boy?" "Of the history behind the symbol. I'm about to teach him how to create it so he can wield its power." Azariah put a hand on his wife's shoulder. "He'll destroy himself." Pambry shook her head. "I'm surprised at you, Azariah. He is your flesh and blood. I expected you to train him fully." Azariah thrust his robes away and turned to Jacob. "Do you regret anything I've taught you?" "Of course not, but..." Azariah turned to his wife. "See? He learned what he needed to manage his abilities." But if I could be more powerful, Jacob asked, if I didn't need to nearly kill my Minya every time I did something? Jacob scowled at Azariah, doing his best not to come across as an angry teenager. You should have taught me more. Pambry put her hand on Jacob's arm. It's fine. What's done is done. I'll train you, though we scarcely have enough time for you to learn. She got to her feet, then cast a glance at her husband. If you'd like to assist, I'd welcome your help. Then she strode to the long counter, sat at it, and beckoned Jacob to follow. He did, watching Azariah from the corner of his eye. Azariah hesitated, staring at Jacob and Pambry. Finally, muttering to himself, he also took a seat at the counter. If he's going to learn, I want to be here to make sure you don't kill him in the process. Pambria rolled her eyes but didn't respond. She turned to Jacob. Have a seat between us. Jacob sat, facing the mirror, then noticed that Azariah was fidgeting. He pretty much never fidgeted. Azariah picked up his glass, looked at the mirror. What now? Pambry asked. The children arrived before I came up here, Azariah said. They say it's just in case. Jacob grinned. You mean, in case we need help? That's awesome. Azariah folded his arms. No, just in case you all fail, and my children have to save me. Jacob's mouth popped open. Save you? They think you actually need saving? Then he scowled when the implications of what Azariah had said sank in. Do they really think we're going to get slaughtered, even after everything we've done to prove our determination? Azariah waved Jacob off. It doesn't matter. We've got work to do. Jacob took a deep breath, realizing that if he didn't get over his annoyance, Azariah would know, and they'd never do anything. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror. His eyes were bright. Being around other shingles made them that way, but they were nothing in comparison to Azariah and Pambry's eyes. Now that the shingles were near a mirror, the light bounced all over the place, creating prisms that sparkled and shone. Pambry picked up a brush and grabbed a piece of paper. I'll first show you how to draw it on something that can't possibly get hurt. She dipped the brush into one of the paint jars. All the jars have the same thing in them. I like to have plenty on hand. We don't throw the old jars away, but save them for new batches of paint. She was about to start painting, but obviously remembered something and set her brush down. The most important thing is learning how to draw it on yourself. Only you can create it. If someone else did, they'd take power from you. They'd borrow your abilities. Jacob nodded, and Azariah grunted. This is why I didn't want you to learn it. If you ever drew it on a human, it would remove their energy, killing them and granting you extra strength for a time. Obviously, you would be in the wrong, which is why I don't feel you're ready for this sort of thing. Jacob stared at the ceiling. Having his uncle peg him as a murderer was annoying and idiotic, but he knew better than to say anything. Pambry cleared her throat, getting both of them to look at her. She began describing the symbol as she painted it. Hard edges, soft corners. All of them, every angle and edge and corner, were designed specifically to draw power, to contain it, then to release it into the person who painted the symbol. You've forgotten something, Azariah said, arms folded. A flash of red entered the air around her. What? The state the paint is in, what it's made of, all of that. They glared at each other for several moments, and Jacob could practically feel the seconds ticking by. He wished he could crawl out of the room, or at least move, so he wasn't between them. He stared straight ahead, hardly daring to breathe. Chapter 34. Then she relented, putting her brush down. I suppose I do need to teach him those things. And who's protecting him now? Azariah asked. You're ridiculous, Pambry. You're mad at me for not teaching him something that could possibly harm him, and here you are, not teaching him something that could possibly harm him? She put her hand on Jacob's arm. He's right. The paint has to be melted metal, and it has to be smooth and soft enough to manipulate. We add other things to it to make it more comfortable and to increase its smoothness, but it's hot, it burns, and it isn't fun to have on your skin. She looked at herself in the mirror. Most shingles have scars shaped in the pattern of the symbol around their eyes. It makes it easier for them to paint the mark. They just follow the lines already there, but it represents years of pain. Jacob bit the inside of his cheek. None of this sounded like something he'd do unless he were really, really desperate. Paint himself with hot liquid metal? Yeah, that wasn't high on his bucket list. After making sure he fully understood the contents and consistency of the paint, Pombri and Azariah took turns coaching him on painting the symbol on a piece of paper. They argued, glared at each other, and had multiple power struggles. Azariah still acted like he was Jacob's instructor, but because it had been Pombri's idea, she insisted on leading the instruction. They were in that bathroom for 3 hours. By the time Jacob finally went home for a break, his hand was cramped from holding the brush, his head hurt from all the arguing, and all he wanted was a hot shower and then a nap. He shook his fingers, bending and straightening them, but it didn't help. Azariah wanted Jacob to return in a couple of hours to start learning how to paint the symbol on himself. Jacob was glad for the needed rest. He was hungry, and some time away from the bickering Shengols would do him good. Jacob sat down in front of Pombri's mirror 2 hours later. His stomach was full, he'd had his shower, and his hand wasn't hurting as badly. He took a deep breath, then asked the question that had most been on his mind over the past 2 hours. How much does it burn? First it stings, Pombri said. The ingredients that cool the metal without making it go solid don't react well with skin, but after the stinging goes away, yes, it does burn. Enough to make your eyes water. Jacob nodded, clenching his teeth. I'm ready. Are you sure? She asked. Azariah rolled his eyes. Stop pampering him. You chose to teach him all this. You need to follow through. She ignored him. Take up your brush, dip it in the metal, and follow me. Jacob did so, only hesitating for a moment before placing the stuff on his skin. And Pombri was right, it stung. A lot. His eyes started watering and he had to tilt his head to keep the tears from running with the paint. He couldn't believe he was doing this to himself, but he did his best to swallow the pain and keep going. The faster he learned to do it, the faster the irritation would go away, he hoped. And he was bound and determined to learn it before the Lorkon came. Stinging went away, and then the burning started. If Jacob thought his eyes were watering before, he was wrong. Tears poured down his cheeks and splashed on the counter below him. He couldn't tell which was stronger, the burning or the resulting itching. His hand shook as he tried to control the urge to scratch and rub the paint off his skin. Neither Shengol acknowledged his discomfort. They simply continued coaching him, helping him correct mistakes. It was hard to paint while looking in the mirror, but Jacob was grateful to learn that Pombri had taught him the symbol backwards, so he'd find it easier to paint that way. The symbol started taking shape around his eye, above, below, and to the side. The tiny trident and sun were there, visible, as part of the whole design. Finally, after scrubbing sections of the paint off when one of the Shengols complained it wasn't perfect enough, Jacob mastered the design. It wasn't too difficult. If it hadn't been for the pain, he would have caught on much earlier. Pombri and Azariah both had to sign off on Jacob's work. Naturally, Azariah was harder to please. He judged and corrected and insulted his way through to a grudging acceptance that Jacob had done fine. Go home, sleep, Pombri said. Come back first thing in the morning. If your symbol is still intact and not fading into your skin, you'll know you did it well. Jacob was grateful for another break from the two Shengols. He liked both of them, but separate from each other. They argued like little old women. It made him wonder how long they'd been married. Shouldn't they have gotten used to their differences by now? Or did couples argue more the longer they were married? He quickly forgot his question the moment he stepped out of the fortress. Whoa! The sunlight was bright, making him squint until he adjusted. The emotion colors of everyone surrounding him, even Makalos on the far side of the village, were so much brighter. He couldn't believe the distance his emotion-seeing ability had now reached. And his shields. Molding the air took only a couple of seconds, and he jumped back in shock when the shield sprang from his hands, nearly double in size. He was going to have so much fun with this. One thing Azariah had stressed, though, was the fact that Jacob Shengol abilities would be magnified, and nothing more. Since Jacob didn't know how to fight, he still wouldn't be a very good fighter. That was a disappointment, but it would be really nice not to have to use early every time he needed to do something. He'd almost killed her so many times already. Jacob saw Akino's emotions long before he could even tell who the Mikalo coming toward him was. "What's on your mind, Akino?" he asked, when Akino neared him. "A lot. And I've been looking for you. I need to tell you an idea I've had and then have you help me decide who to talk to about it first." Jacob put his shield away and turned his full attention to his friend. "Okay. Can we go somewhere else? Maybe to the graveyard or something?" Jacob nodded, then followed as Akino led the way. Why would the Makalu want to go there? It definitely wasn't the favorite place to hang out and talk. "What's on your face?" Akino asked. Jacob instinctively reached up to touch the symbol, but dropped his hand, not wanting to smudge it. He didn't know how long it would take to dry, or if it even could smudge, being metal. "It's the design the Shingols draw on themselves." Akino nodded. "I thought so. What does it do?" "Gives me extra powers, or actually strengthens what I already have." Akino grinned. "That's awesome." The smile left his face and he stared ahead, hiking through the forest, his mood sober again. "Oh, what's going on, Akino?" The Mac Hollow shrugged. "I've got a lot on my mind, and I might just get banned from the Mac Hollow community for suggesting what I'm thinking about." That seemed a bit extreme. "What's that?" "Just a minute, we're almost there." He had entered the cemetery, and Akino led Jacob up the hill to where the patriarchs were buried. "I wanted to be here, next to Brosian, when I told you my idea." He took a deep breath and looked up at Jacob, but still didn't say anything. Then he stared at the mound of earth over Brosian's grave for several long moments. What could possibly be on Akino's mind that made him this serious? Jacob's hands started sweating as he wondered what Akino would bring up. "Okay, I'll just tell you," the Mikalo took another deep breath. "I need to take my idea to either Onyev or my dad, but I think it might freak them out or make them mad. I can't risk losing Onyev's help right now, and I definitely can't risk having my dad upset. We've got too much at stake, with the Lorkon coming in 4.5 days. Jacob nodded. "Yeah, no kidding." Akino gazed at Brojian's grave again. "I've been thinking a lot about Brojian lately. About what he did to me. And I think he had the right idea." Akino glanced up at Jacob. "I think he was right to put the Kaede sap into my body." Ugh. Jacob didn't say anything. He wasn't totally shocked, as Akino probably expected him to be. But this wasn't his argument, and he didn't fully understand and feel the implications like a Mikalo would. "Man, it's really hard to say this," Akino said. "Then just spit it out." "All right, I will." Akino bit his lip, then blurted, "I want to put Kaede sap into the blood of all the living Mikalos. Right now. Tonight, if possible." Chapter 35. Jacob raised his eyebrows. "Are you serious? Wouldn't that get you kicked out of the village, in a lot of trouble?" "Yes. It's been against the law for so long that I don't know if any living Mikalo would be okay with even discussing the idea. And Onyev was the one who stopped the procedure in the first place. Do you see my dilemma?" Jacob sat on the grass next to Brojan's grave. "Let's talk this through. Why do you want to do it?" Akino also sat, but then got to his feet again and paced. "The Mikalos are a burden, all of them. I'm running everywhere trying to make up for where they lack." He turned to Jacob. "Since training with Onyev, I've been surprised several times at how far we've fallen." He gazed down at his left hand. "The power I feel inside me is absolutely amazing. If all the Mikalos shared it, if every one of us was able to help in the war, we wouldn't be a burden. We'd be an asset." Jacob nodded. "I agree." Relief flooded the air around Kano and his shoulders slumped in relief. "You do? Oh, Jacob, that makes me feel so much better." But would it work? Wouldn't they need a lot more time to learn things? Ukano nodded. "They'd never be as strong as me, not having had the sap in their blood since birth, and only 4 days doesn't give them much time to learn. But they'd still be stronger than they are now, and then I wouldn't have to carry the burden all on my own." "I can see your problem. Who to talk to about it first? What are you thinking?" "I think I want to go to my father. He's my patriarch, and he's my father. He loves me and would probably be more forgiving than Onyev, depending on how I present the idea." "Do you want me to come with you?" "Would you please?" It would help, knowing someone was on my side. Of course. Jacob got to his feet. Should I say anything or just listen? If something pops in your head to help smooth things out, then go ahead and say it. Jacob agreed, and they left Brojum's grave and headed to the forest near Mendon, where Kenji and his family now lived. It took 20 minutes to walk there, and Jacob didn't need to see Okano's emotions to know that Makalo was seriously nervous. It worsened the closer they got to Kenji's hut. Kenji and Ebony were the only ones there. Jagar and Kaya were playing with Amberly. Okano stared at his feet, not talking, so Jacob spoke instead. We need to discuss an idea Okano has that is potentially dangerous and is definitely against Makalo law. Akano stared at Jacob, mouth open for several seconds. Jacob nudged him. Just tell them what you're thinking. You don't need to preface it with all the stuff you gave me. Akano nodded and cleared his throat. Father, I wanted to see what you would think about breaking the law to help fight the Lorkon. Kenji frowned. In what way? By, he bit his lips, then continued, by putting Kayade sap into the blood of all of the Makalos. Neither Kenji nor Ebony said anything. Their eyes were huge, and the emotion colors flitting through the air didn't show which emotion they were experiencing the most. Anger, curiosity, surprise, shock, excitement, or disappointment. Some people's eyes had turned blue, some gray, and they were disappointed. Luckily, Kenji pushed aside his negative emotions and had Akano explain his idea further, including his reasons for thinking it up in the first place. Have you talked to Onyev about this? Kenji asked when Akano finished. Akano shook his head. I wanted to see what you thought first. Kenji rubbed his face, and Jacob wondered if he'd be pulling on curls in his beard if he had one. Brojon always did that. Well, I need to talk with your mother before we make any decisions. Alone. Please wait where you can't hear us. Akano and Jacob left the hut and walked around the forest. Akano tried to show Jacob some of the traps he'd made, but his mind wasn't in it. And when they'd finished, Jacob had no idea how the traps actually worked. They just looked like a mess of vines, twigs, and spiky things. After some time, Aminya flitted to Akino and told him his parents were ready to speak with him. They returned to the hut and went inside. Akano had designed all of the huts to be tall enough for humans to stand comfortably, and Jacob was grateful for that. He leaned against the door frame until Ebony offered him a seat at their table. The wood on it was rough, and it looked like they'd thrown it together quickly. They probably had, since almost everything the Makalos owned had been destroyed when the Lorkon attacked several weeks earlier. Kenji got up from his spot at the head of the table and began pacing. There'd been a lot of pacing lately, but Jacob didn't blame any of them for doing it. Kano, while we're not opposed to your idea, we do believe we've come to a point where this sort of thing may be necessary. We just don't know that you've thought through all of the possible consequences. Akeno didn't say anything, and Kenji continued. For example, Onyev changed our laws in the first place because Makalos were taking too much onto themselves, and instead of focusing on their families, they were worried about ruling everyone else. Ebony nodded. Before we can even consider making the change, there would need to be some serious boundaries set in place. Jacob bit his tongue, not wanting to interrupt, but would they have time to set and learn boundaries before the Lorkon came? He didn't think so. This is of course assuming the Makalos survived the war, Kenji said. Jacob started at the negative tone in Kenji's voice. But that's just the thing. He couldn't help it. He wanted them to see things from the right perspective. None of us wants the Makalos to die. It would be horrible if that happened. By doing this, you won't be as helpless. You'll be stronger. You'll be able to fight for yourselves. Yes, we've considered this. Kenji sat down with a sigh and put his head in his hands for a moment. We're leaning towards saying yes, but to make it a personal choice. He looked at Akano. You need to understand that this will not only be difficult for us to digest, but we don't even know how the new Makalos will feel. New Makalos? Jacob asked, head tilted. Had he heard Kenji correctly? Kenji and Ebony grinned, and Jacob was shocked when their thoughtful, contemplative emotions switched drastically to excitement. He hasn't heard, Kenji said. Ebony's smile broadened even farther. It makes sense. He was gone when Trunt told us. Jacob held up his hands. Okay. When Trunt told you what? Ebony turned to Jacob, her eyes shining. "We're not the only remaining Makalos." Jacob's jaw dropped. He blinked several times. What? How? A proper question refused to assemble itself in his mind. He's speechless, Kenji laughed. Ebony patted her husband on the shoulder. "So were you, if you'll recall," she sighed happily, then looked at Jacob again. "Trunt told us about a group of Makalos he found a few years ago, living about 2 hours away from Tadris." Chapter 36. "Wow, you're absolutely serious?" Jacob asked. "This is so awesome." Kenji nodded excitedly. This was the happiest Jacob had seen him in a long time. "We contacted them right away via Minya, and they want to join us. They want to come live in Taga village. As soon as Dimitri is crowned and we clean up the village and make it livable, we're setting off for Tadris to bring them back." Jacob shook his head slowly. "This is so cool." Then the other part of what Kenji said entered his brain. "And yay, you're going to be back in the village again." Akeno, whose emotion colors showed he was still somewhat nervous about the Kaede sap conversation, sat at the table by Kenji. "Guess what else?" he asked Jacob, then glanced down at his hands. Red flushed over his cheeks. He cleared his throat. "They, have a lot of Makalo youth my age, girls even." Jacob pumped his fist in the air. "Yeah, that's fantastic." "It really is." Jacob bit his lip, thinking, "But who's going to be patriarch?" Kenji rubbed his face, looking exhausted. "I will." "They don't have one. Haven't for many years. They said they were waiting for Latiste, a former patriarch, to return. They had no idea he died fighting in the war." Ebony put her hand on Kenji's arm, but they accepted Kenji without any hesitation. He blew out a breath of air and swallowed. "And so, you can see why this topic of introducing sap into the blood of Makalos again is such a delicate one." He looked at Ebony. "We'd have to bring it up with the new Makalos after they come, not before." She nodded. "And we don't want to force it upon anyone. Nor do we want to become rulers over Eclaron again." Kenji took a drink from his cup, then held it with both hands, staring at the wall. "If we make it optional, then ask that families stay together, we think it'll work." Akano tried to hide his emotions, but Jacob knew better. He was relieved. Akano looked at his parents. "Should we ask Onyev about it?" Kenji and Ebony both shook their heads. "Why not?" Akano asked. "Because it isn't his choice to make," Kenji said. "This is a problem of our time, for our time. He isn't our patriarch, and his decision wouldn't affect us in the here and now. Not only that, but he's already biased, based off his own experiences." "So we don't tell him at all?" Jacob asked. "I vote no," Ebony said. "You don't even know if you'll be able to bring it up anyway." Jacob nodded, and a part of him was relieved. He didn't want to let Onyev down. The patriarch was a very understanding person, but Jacob felt he wouldn't be okay with this decision. Kino got to his feet. "Should we begin?" "I think we should." Kenji raised an eyebrow. "This brings up another point. We don't have untainted Kaede trees." A mischievous smile spread across Akino's face. "You don't, but I do." Ebony put her hand on Aketo's shoulder. "Are you serious?" "Yep." Akino opened the door. "Follow me and I'll show you." His parents eagerly went with their son, and Jacob trailed behind, not wanting to interrupt their moment together, but wanting to be around in case he was needed. Akino's trees had grown to nearly 10 feet, surprising Jacob. Hadn't he said they'd need at least 20 years to become mature? The adult Kaede trees he'd seen weren't much taller than these. Akino showed his parents around the orchard, a huge grin on his face. Jacob was content to sit near the mouth of the garden and stare in awe at the trees. How had they grown so tall so fast? After a few minutes, the Makalos finished exploring the grove and returned to the entrance where Jacob waited. "How long until we can use the sap?" Kenji asked. "We can use it tonight, but only a tiny bit," Akino said. "The trees won't reach maturity for many more years." "Wait," Jacob said, holding up his hand. "They're huge already. Do you mean they'll be bigger than this?" Akino shook his head. "Not by much. They grow quickly during the first few weeks, especially when encouraged by a Makala, but then they build exterior defenses. extra thick bark and trunks, and many more branches and roots. He turned to his parents. I planted enough for every makalo alive, with several extra. So long as each makalo picks his or her own tree, and we only give them the sap from that tree, we'll have enough to get things started. Kenji's eyes filled with tears, and he put his arm around his son's shoulders. I'm proud of how much you've learned, Akeno, and of how well you've applied yourself. Kano just nodded, and Ebony hugged him. Kenji coughed and wiped his face, then turned to Jacob. Is your Minya nearby? Jacob nodded. She'd returned from trying to avoid the E2 fish not long ago, saying it was one of the most fun times she'd ever had. Jacob smiled, thinking about how excited she'd been. Good. Have her start at the other end of the forest and tell all the makalos to come this way. We'll do the same with Brojan's Minya. Kenji and Ebony laughed, and Jacob raised an eyebrow at Akeno. Brojan's Minya? Don't Minyas usually choose another owner after theirs dies? Kano chuckled. Yes, usually, but this one is extra stubborn. He hardly ever leaves Brojan's grave. It gets annoying, actually. At least he's willing to help out sometimes. Jacob pulled his backpack off his shoulders. It felt like it was a permanent addition to his body, and got out his Minya container. Early popped up. She was still excited about playing with the E2 fish. It never even came close to me, she said. Then she noticed Akeno and landed on his head, messing around in his hair. Jacob laughed. She hadn't done that in a long time. Early, I don't think Akeno wants honey in his hair. Kinona laughed, a bit shy. Tink doesn't? She looked concerned, like there was something wrong with him. Akeno laughed. No, I don't. She flitted out of his hair and hovered in the air, staring at him in shock. Jacob grinned, then explained the details of this next assignment. She disappeared with a flash, and Akeno and Jacob sat down, waiting for the makalos to start coming. Chapter 37. They arrived in families, the men looking over their shoulders frequently, the women holding onto their small children like they would never see them again. There were only a handful of the very elderly. Akeno nodded when Jacob pointed this out. They're scared to do this. They probably think it's the worst thing they've ever heard. Jacob understood that. He tried to think of a law in his country that was as important to his people as this law was to the makalos. Maybe murder? He didn't know. He'd never really felt the things the makalos did, so he couldn't fully understand. As soon as they stopped trickling in, Kenji decided it was time to begin. He'd only asked the minions to mention that they'd be addressing the law, not what the decision had been. So, as he presented the idea, many of the makalos had questions. Jacob and Akeno listened, neither interrupting nor adding to the meeting. It was interesting to see how the makalos addressed their concerns, in a very orderly, top-to-bottom fashion. He smiled, thinking about how OCD Akeno was. This compulsiveness was definitely an inherited trait. The makalo had been learning to hide it, especially from Matt and Sweet Pea, but Jacob knew better. Finally, Kenji told everyone the choice he'd made, then invited those who'd like to proceed with that decision to step forward and the rest to return to their huts. He let them know that there would be no backlash, regardless of their decision. It definitely calmed a lot of fears, and the majority of people ended up staying. Jacob frowned. The majority was so much smaller now than it had been a year ago. Thank goodness for Akeno and his idea. This would help them out so much. Kenji, with Ebony and Akeno's help, would be administering the sap. Only a small amount would be introduced to their blood. Akeno was worried about permanent damage to their circulatory system if they gave them too much. The group started at the beginning of the orchard and made its way through, as each person was introduced to his or her new tree. Jacob noticed that Akeno had already transplanted the trees apart from each other. Originally, they'd grown really close together. Kaede trees now filled a large section of the forest around Jacob's home in Minden. This made him happy. He would always have makalos as a part of his world. Akeno harvested a tiny amount of sap from each tree. Kenji put the sap into the makalos' left ring fingers, and Ebony bandaged their fingers. The moment the Kaede sap went into the makalos' blood, Jacob sensed their powers strengthen. The first time it happened, it made him gasp, and several makalos looked at him. He apologized, wondering what was going on. Then he remembered that he had the symbol on his face. It had to be strengthening his ability to sense power in other creatures. So cool. It took several hours to get through all the willing Mikalos. Akeno asked Jacob if he wanted to go home and to bed, but he didn't want to miss such an important part of Mikalo history. This decision would affect generations and generations of Mikalos, just as Anyev's had. It was pretty awesome to be a part of something so huge. Sweet Pea insisted on being the last Mikalo through the line, wanting to let others have the opportunity first. Only moments after Kenji put the sap in his finger, Sweet Pea's eyes widened in wonder. "My leg." He looked down. "It doesn't hurt anymore." Kano smiled. "That's wonderful. Kaede sap does heal." Sweet Pea nodded. "It's not going to hurt to walk anymore." He lifted his pant leg, and Akeno and Kenji, who were nearest him, gasped in surprise. "Whoa," Sweet Pea said. Jacob jumped to his feet to get closer. "What's going on?" Sweet Pea pointed, and Jacob looked closer. His eyes popped open. It looked like the wooden leg was melding with Sweet Pea's stump, becoming a part of him. Sweet Pea dropped his crutch and stood on the wooden leg without support. No pain. He took a step forward, and to everyone's delight, his limp was almost imperceptible. Without warning and making everyone jump, Sweet Pea ran to Akeno and tackled him to the ground with a huge hug. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Pino laughed and struggled to get out from under Sweet Pea's much larger frame. With Jacob's help, the two Mikalos stood, huge grins on their faces. "Just wait until jury sees this," Sweet Pea said. Then his grin fell. Except, she and her family decided not to come. The light mood went somber and no one said anything. Finally, Sweet Pea, picking up his crutch again, said, "Well, she might come around someday. You never know." "That's right," Kenji said. "And we'll be ready for her when she does." Jacob felt like he'd only been asleep for an hour when someone pounded on his door. He dragged himself from his bed and opened it. It was Dad. "Aldo and the fat lady have finished the antidote." Dad rushed into the room. "Where's your Minya? We need to spread the word and have Akino bring Queen Aralise. We've got some testing to do." Jacob's heart raced and he sank onto his bed. "Done? Already? Wow." He looked at his clock. It was 4:30 in the morning. He'd only been asleep for 2 hours. Early is... He couldn't remember where. "In her container?" Dad asked. He opened it, revealing the little sleeping Minya. "Oh, sorry, Early. We need your help." Early rubbed her eyes, looking back and forth between Jacob and Dad. "What's going on?" Jacob got up and took the container from Dad. "The antidote for the Lorkon is ready. Go tell Akino and his parents. Then have them start spreading the word. After that, you can come and go back to sleep." She nodded and flitted through the window that Jacob kept cracked open. Dad rubbed his hands together, a huge grin on his face. "Mom is in the kitchen, making breakfast. Go wake up Matt, then we'll have you get the fat lady and Aldo. We'll all eat breakfast together while waiting for Akino to bring Aralise." "Why do we need her?" Dad was already leaving the room, but he poked his head back in. "We have to test the stuff on someone, and she's the only Lorkon we have access to." Jacob dressed as soon as Dad was gone, woke Matt up, then keyed himself to the fat lady's cabin. He wasn't ready for the amount of celebrating going on there. All the lights were on, and every candle the fat lady owned was lit. The place was blazing white, and Jacob had to shield his tired eyes from the brightness. Aldo and the fat lady were dancing in the main room, where the center was cleared and all the junk pushed to the edges. Jacob covered his ears from the horrendous sound of their singing. The fat lady grabbed him the moment she saw him. "Come, dance. We're going to be free soon." She whirled him around by the shoulder, nearly dislocating it, then spun him off. He slammed into the wall and fell to the ground. The fat lady laughed and dragged him to his feet. "Come on, Jacob. Have some fun." He peered up at her. Her eyes were bloodshot and wild-looking. "How long has it been since you guys slept?" She looked at Aldo, who was shaking his hips and arms, feet staying in one spot, eyes shut. She turned back to Jacob. "Don't know. Maybe 2 days?" Aldo didn't open his eyes. 3. Jacob shook his head. "You need to sleep." He shrugged himself from the fat lady's grasp. "Come on. Let's go eat breakfast and get the antidote tested." The two became serious at once. Aldo pointed to the fat lady's counter in the adjoining kitchen area. "You're going to need to carry it," he said. We both almost dropped it several times. We're losing control over our bodies from lack of sleep. Jacob didn't say anything. He shook his head, trying not to smile. These two people were insane, but they'd done it. He picked up the large jar, looking at the contents. Red liquid with swirls of silver. If he didn't know what the stuff was, he'd actually think it was pretty. "Oh, gotta cover it," the fat lady said, pointing a large finger at a lid. She almost whacked Jacob in the process, and he stepped out of the way just in time. "Okay, neither of you move. I'm taking this to my parents' house first. I'll leave the door open, then I'll call back to you when I've set it down over there. Deal?" They nodded, swaying and nearly falling. He put the lid on the jar, cradled it to his chest, and walked to the door and threw the link to Minden. The fat lady and Aldo watched in a sort of dazed stupor. Now that they weren't dancing anymore, they looked like they were going to drop any second. Jacob took the jar to his mom's study, setting it on her desk. He shut the room up, returned to the front door, and called through the link. "Okay, I'm ready. You can come now." Dad entered the room, and Jacob heard lots of shuffling sounds, mumblings, and even some bickering as the fat lady and Aldo approached. Dad looked around. "Where's the antidote?" "In the study. I thought we'd put it somewhere safe until everyone had eaten." "Good idea." The fat lady came first, with Aldo trailing. He looked like he was pouting, and it occurred to Jacob that they might have argued about who got to go through first. He rolled his eyes, then helped Aldo to the kitchen. The fat lady was too big for the chairs around the table, so Mom had her sit on the couch in the living room. Aldo insisted on joining her, and Mom was fine with that. The two looked starving. They both dug into their food before anyone else had even dished up, and everyone watched, mouths open. When she'd barely eaten half of her food, the fat lady fell backward on the couch and started snoring. Mom took her plate away and then grinned when Aldo zonked out too. She took his as well, still grinning. Chapter 38. "They're exhausted," Mom said. "They are," Dad laughed. "Let's go." The entire family went to the kitchen and sat at the table. Jacob was so tired he could barely concentrate on his food. He was awake enough to recognize that it tasted super good, though. They were nearly finished when the doorbell rang. Jacob shook himself and jumped up to get it. Kenji, Ebony, Sweet Pea, Gallus, and Aquino were on the other side. "Sorry we're late," Kenji said. "We haven't missed anything, have we?" Jacob held the door wide. "Nope, just eating breakfast." The others stepped inside. "Oh dear," Ebony said when she saw Aldo and the fat lady. "What's going on? Are they okay?" She bent over the fat lady, inspecting the woman's face with concern. Jacob laughed. "They're fine, just asleep. Hadn't slept in 3 days." Dad entered the room, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "We've got plenty of food for everyone, but unless you're absolutely starving, I'd like to get to work." No one said anything, so he motioned to Aquino. "Do you have the queen?" Aquino held up a box. "Right here." "Good." Dad glanced at the two sleeping on the couch. "Did either of them tell anyone how to administer the antidote?" Gallus nodded. "Yes, Aldo did. He stopped by the store to see if I had syringes." He snorted. "As if we make that sort of thing. But just like everything else with the Lorkon, it has to be put directly into the bloodstream." Ebony held up a bag. "I figured that would be the case and brought all our leftover syringes." Dad rubbed his head. "Now all we need to figure out is how to give it to Aralise. She's sure to put up a fight." "Morgan?" "That's easy," Matt said. "When Aquino makes her big again, you, me, and Gallus will hold her in place, and then Ebony can stick her with the needle." "What about the bugs she sprays?" Jacob asked. "You can cover her mouth." Jacob cringed. That didn't sound very fun, but he was willing to do whatever if it meant getting rid of the Lorkon. "Why can't we just put the antidote in her as a small person?" Gallus asked. Ebony shook her head. "She's too small for the needles. Can you imagine someone trying to force something into your arm that's almost as large as your arm?" Gallus frowned. "She's a Lorkon. She's done much worse to other people." "No," Ebony said. "She's still your queen, and we won't be treating her that way. Besides, we don't really know what she's done and not done. Matt raised his hand. Should Azariah be here? Seeing as how the female Lorkon is his niece and a Shengol, wouldn't it make him angry to have us doing all this without him here? Dad glanced at Gallus, and Gallus nodded when he saw the questioning expression on Dad's face. I sent him in, ya. Haven't heard from him yet. Mom and Dad looked at each other, unvoiced questions flowing back and forth between them. Then Mom spoke. We'll proceed without him. I don't want to wait any longer. I want my mother back. How are we doing it? Jacob asked. Everyone hold her down while Ebony gets the stuff in her. Akenil cleared his throat. I've already got a way around this. I've been thinking about it for a while, since I'm the one who'll have to enlarge or shrink her. What are your thoughts? Dad asked. As soon as I make her big, I'll target her hearing and knock her out. Gallus tapped his cheek. Good idea, but why don't you knock her out before? Because she's too small, and I might kill her if I try. I've never targeted really small creatures, not ones that aren't that way naturally. Let's do it. Dad rubbed his hands together. Ariane, get the antidote. It's on your desk. Ebony, bring your bag of syringes. They waited until Mom came back, holding the jar to her chest. Ikeno stepped to the door. We'll need someone to stand where I'll put her when she's big, just in case she tries to run off. Matt's eyes widened. Kais, something just occurred to me. She can probably hear us right now. She knows all our plans. Akeno hesitated. I hadn't thought of that. He looked at the metal box, then at his dad. Is that going to cause problems? Kenji shook his head. Not if we act quickly. Getting enlarged is a little disorienting if you're not used to it. He held out his hand. Give me the box. You stand next to a tree and I'll be right by you. When you're ready, I'll open it, you enlarge her, then immediately knock her out. Akeno handed the box over and everyone walked outside. Jacob's hands started sweating as he thought of all the things that could possibly go wrong. Like bugs spraying everywhere, or her trying to seduce someone again, or Akeno enlarging her to the wrong size, or only enlarging half of her. He took a deep breath, refusing to dwell on the negatives. Akeno crossed the yard and stood next to a large pine tree. Kenji followed, hand on top of the lid. Dad, Gallus, and Matt walked to a spot indicated by Akeno and stood ready. Mom and Ebony watched near Jacob, and he felt weird being with the girls. He decided to join Matt and Dad, but walked backward through the grass, not wanting to miss anything. Ready? Akeno asked. Everyone indicated that they were. Akeno nodded to Kenji. Kenji opened the lid, and Akeno reached in and grabbed the female Lorkon, who was almost too small for Jacob to see. Judging by Akeno's expression and his wriggling hands, though, she was putting up quite the fight. After he got her under control, Akeno set his left hand against the tree and held his right hand out. He dropped her. She disappeared from his hand and landed with a thud next to Jacob and Matt. Dad was fast. He dropped to his knees and grabbed Queen Aurelise's hands before she could do anything. She was just opening her mouth to scream when a loud bang, like a rifle shot, echoed through the trees. Aurelise fell unconscious. Quick, quick, Dad shouted, motioning for people to come. Mom and Ebony jumped to comply. Jacob grabbed one of Aurelise's legs, Gallus the other. Matt and Dad held her upper body down. We only have a couple of seconds, Akeno said. Ebony pulled out a fistful of syringes. Someone help me! Mom joined her. Wish we'd done this first. They fumbled with the syringes, finally getting one filled with the antidote. Ebony held it while Mom and Matt rolled up Aurelise's sleeve. The female Lorkon stirred, moaning. Before the queen could do anything more, Ebony stabbed her with a needle, then pushed the plunger. The swirly red and silver liquid disappeared into the bend of her elbow. Aurelise's eyes shot open. She looked around, panic in her eyes. Everyone watched, waiting. Owen took a couple of seconds. The Lorkon started thrashing, hands, hair, robes, everything flailing and going everywhere. Everyone jumped back. They couldn't hold her anymore. Her eyes rolled back into her head and she began convulsing. Mom dropped to her knees. No, no, have we killed her? She cradled her mother's head. Is she dead? No one said anything. No one breathed, it seemed. Then, Aurelise's eyes popped open. Mom gasped, almost dropping her mother, and turned her face away. Of course, what they saw made the guys ooh and draw nearer. Aurelise's eyes were changing color. It was fascinating. Blood pumped through small vessels in the whites. Then the brownish-red mixture began draining from her irises, back through the veins. Aurelise's eyes became clearer and clearer until they were almost the pure Shangle color. "That was awesome," Matt said. "I want to be around every time you guys give a Lorkon the stuff." "It won't happen like that again," Azariah said, leaning against a tree. Everyone looked back at him, then away. Guilt flooded the colors in the air. Only Mom wasn't paying attention. Her eyes were still on Queen Aurelise. "Why not?" Matt asked. "Because she's a Shangle." The Lorkon influence contaminated her eyes. He stepped out of the forest, followed by Pombri. Azariah folded his arms, looking around the group. Too bad the ones who made the antidote didn't get to witness it working. Dad got to his feet. "We didn't have time to wait, and you're late." "I didn't get the message this was happening." Gallus rolled his eyes. "I sent a Minya half an hour ago. Don't pretend you didn't get it." Jacob couldn't understand why they were all arguing. He stood, wanting to change the subject, and pointed to the symbols around his eyes. "How do they look?" Pombri stepped forward. "Fantastic, not faded a bit." She smiled at him. "You've mastered the art very well." She glanced at Azariah. "We're very proud of you." Azariah said, "Yes, well, that's not why we're here." Azariah put his hands on his hips and turned to Dad. "We've made a decision and are here to share it with you." Speaking behind waves of pain, he clenched his muscles and forced himself to move forward. Chapter 39. "Oh?" Dad raised an eyebrow. Pombri put her hand on Dad's arm. "Don't worry, it'll help you a great deal. And Azariah isn't upset about missing the testing of the antidote. He just didn't like the breakfast I made him this morning." Azariah scowled, refusing to look at his wife, and Jacob almost laughed out loud. For someone so old, so experienced, and so knowledgeable, the Shangle sure acted like a kid sometimes. Just then, Aurelise gasped and sat up, nearly knocking Mom in the chin. Jacob's jaw dropped. He hadn't been paying attention. He wanted to curse himself for watching Azariah instead of her. As it was, he only got to see the very end of the transformation. Her eyes were bright already, just like Azariah's and Pombri's, and her skin was weathered and wrinkled. As Jacob watched, her hair finished thinning and changed to gray. A lot of dark tresses now lay in Mom's lap, and she looked down at them in disgust. "My head hurts," the Queen said, holding a hand to her temple. Mom moved around Aurelise and sat in front of her. "Mother?" Aurelise looked at Mom and gasped again, reaching for her, but she lost her strength and fell backward. Matt caught her before she landed. It took a moment for her to catch her breath. What has happened?" "You don't remember?" Mom said, scooting to her mom's side. "The king of Truzinal, Orantis, kidnapped me and—" "Oh, yes." Queen Aurelise put a hand on her daughter's face. "Thank goodness you're here. And where is Dimitri?" Dad stepped forward. "Here, Your Majesty." He bowed, a huge smile on his face. "And the baby?" Before anyone could say anything, she gasped, putting her hand to her mouth. "You named him Danilo, and I wanted to." She started sobbing. "Please, take me to my manor, please, now." Mom and Dad glanced at each other, concerned. "We will, Mother," Mom said. She looked at Jacob. "Open a link." Jacob rushed to the front door, then stepped back as Gallus and Dad took the frail queen through the link and up the stairs of the manor. Everyone followed, including Jacob. The moment Aurelise entered the room, her sobbing became wails. She insisted that Dad and Gallus lay her on the bed, where she curled on her side, her emotions completely out of control. Jacob caught Matt's eyes and knew he was just as uncomfortable. Jacob had hoped that by coming here she'd be happier. Azariah stood in the doorway, arms folded, staring at his niece, the queen, as if he were ashamed of her. Finally, it seemed like he'd had enough. He strode to the bed and firmly but gently lifted the queen to a sitting position. While watching, Jakob couldn't help but wonder at the difference between the two. Ara-Lise was a full-blood Shangol, and Azariah was her uncle. Why was she so frail and old-looking? Azariah still looked like he was in his 40s or something. It was as if the roles were reversed. Her, the frail elderly relative, him, the young one. Finally, she stopped sobbing. Ara-Lise motioned for her daughter to come to her and they held each other, sitting on the bed. Azariah shook his head. "Your Majesty, there isn't time for catching up. These people must be released before you pass on." Mom gasped, glaring at Azariah. "Why are you bringing up her death? Can't we have just a moment to spend together?" Azariah growled, but the queen turned to her daughter. "He's right, and they are my prisoners. I must release them." She looked at Dad and Gallus, her tone of voice changing, strengthening. "Help me up." Jacob watched in amazement as her face became firmer, the wrinkles less noticeable, her body less frail. After standing, she wobbled a bit, but insisted on walking on her own, and she seemed fine doing it. Everyone waited at the edges of the room, watching. Jacob couldn't help it. He was excited to see what she did. She took a sample from the tiny tray of the plasma. Ara-Lise approached the first person, and Jacob was shocked to finally see the emotions surrounding the dead, or nearly dead, man. Then he looked at all the other bodies. He could see their emotions too. But why now, all of a sudden? Oh, right, the symbol. Jacob raised his hand and fingered the edge of the metal paint, marveling at the power it gave him. Pambry caught his eye. She winked, and Jacob knew she'd figured out what he was thinking. He could tell by her colors that she was proud of him. It made him blush, and he looked away. He was glad she'd joined Azariah in their fortress. She was so much nicer than he was. The moment Ara-Lise touched the first man's eyes, he started moving. He coughed, gasped, and rolled from his stomach to his back. The man took a deep breath and stared up at Ara-Lise. Tears flooded his eyes, and he said, "Thanks." He slumped, eyes closed. His emotion colors dissipated. His body and clothing dissolved into the wooden floor beneath him, dust particles falling through the cracks until there was nothing left. Ara-Lise blinked rapidly. "Arian dear, that was your cousin." Mom startled. "Which cousin? Benj? Emin?" "Emin." Ara-Lise got a faraway expression on her face. "I can remember when he arrived, though the memory is hazy. I only wanted him near. I only wanted all of them near." Her eyes filled with tears again, but this time she ignored them and continued around the room. She touched person after person, each of them doing something similar to what Emin did. All thanked her. Some had the strength to reach up and touch her cheek or hair. Then they all passed away, their bodies dissolving. Jacob was really glad he wasn't in the room below. Gross. While watching, he had a weird feeling cross over him. These people were his family. Growing up, he had always been envious of his friends who had their cousins and aunts and uncles nearby. Jacob had never met anyone from his extended family before learning about Eclaron. He always felt like a large chunk of his life was missing, seeing how happy his friends were when family came to visit. And then, when Jacob did meet his family, they weren't what he'd imagined his whole life. Half of them were corrupt and evil. Some were super grouchy, and many were nearly zombies, trapped in their bodies by his grandma. Yeah, not what he'd imagined at all. By the time Ara-Lise finished, Jacob had witnessed the deaths of almost 20 people. He couldn't believe it. A year ago, he'd never seen anyone die, let alone been in the same room with a dead person. So much had changed. Then Ara-Lise turned to the doorway. "I want to see my servants." Azariah rolled his eyes but stepped aside, waving for her to go ahead. She turned to Jacob and Matt. "Come. Help me." The brothers looked at each other and shrugged, not sure what she wanted them to do, but following anyway. They didn't need to go far. She stopped in front of one of the doors Jacob had noticed his first time in the manor. Green light leaked through the cracks around it. Ara-Lise put her palm on the wood, and something on the other side clicked, and the door swung open. Jacob wasn't ready for what he saw. Chapter 40. The room was packed full of men of all ages, even some teenage boys, and the air was a brilliant green. Ara-Lise stepped as far as she could into the room. then started singing. The words of the song weren't in English, but the tune was commanding and inspiring. Jacob had the urge to run home and play his best game of basketball yet. He wanted to be the best version of himself possible. When she was finished, she looked back at Jacob and Matt. "Help me carry them out into the hall where they can wake up." "What happened to them?" She half smiled. "I trapped them in place, just like the others." Her face clouded over. "In my selfish, heartless Lorkon state, I refused to allow others to live on and experience life without my permission." She motioned to the room. "These were my servants. I bargained with Ketus to release them to me when he indicated he didn't want them." Luckily, the room was actually very small and there were only 10 people inside. Jacob and Matt were soon joined by Gallus and Azariah, who had gotten impatient, and it only took a couple of minutes to empty the room. As they walked in and out, the air cleared itself and the green disappeared. Jacob was about to ask Aralise where she'd learned how to trap people like this, but she answered his question before he could voice it. He forgot she was a Shenanigol and would know he'd been curious. "Ketus has learned many tricks and spells over the years. He taught several of them to me, including this one. Obviously, it proved useful." They moved on to the next room and released the servants who'd been trapped there. This time, they were all female. After everyone had been moved to the long hallway, the servants began waking up. Some, like the people in Aralise's room, had been trapped too long, were too old, and died almost immediately. Others, though dazed, seemed to be fine. Aralise and the others walked back to her room again. She leaned against the bed, then beckoned Jacob closer. She put her hand on his shoulder. "I just knew you'd be a good one," she said. "With your mother's pure heart and your father's valiance, how could you turn out otherwise?" Jacob thanked her and looked away, not wanting to blush under her praise, then helped Dad lift her into the bed. She and Arian requested that they be left alone for a while. At first, Dad was opposed to the idea. He wanted to go home and get to work, and he didn't want to leave Mom there. He and Mom argued for several minutes, only stopping when Jacob demanded that they pay attention to Aralise. The moment she lay back, she aged quickly, surpassing what she'd been after the antidote had been administered. Dad watched for a few seconds, his face softening. He relented, agreeing that Mom should spend as much time with her mother as possible before she passed away. "Though I don't know how I'll spare the men to protect you if the Lorkon come before. If they come early." Aralise waved him off. "The Lorkon won't come here, and they won't send anyone." "Why not?" "They have no interest in a dying woman. We'll be safer here than anywhere else on Eclaron." Dad looked unconvinced. "Are you sure?" Aralise sighed, turning to look at him. "Dimitri, I was connected to them for almost 15 years. I saw everything they saw, heard everything they heard." She looked back up at the ceiling. "One of the disadvantages of turning a full-blooded Shenanigol into a Lorkon, they could never quite turn my powers off or hide their ridiculous rooms from my view." Jacob frowned. He had Lorkon blood in him, and he was part Shenanigol. Why couldn't he see everything the Lorkon did? Why could she penetrate their anti-Shenanigol stuff, and he couldn't? Then he realized. He wasn't a full-blood Shenanigol, and he wasn't completely a Lorkon. That would definitely make a difference. "What if they change their minds?" Dad asked. "They don't even know I'm here. They assume you cured and then killed me. They're foolish and blinded by anger at this point, and besides, we won't be unprotected. My servants are here. They'll take care of us." Mom stepped to her side and picked up her hand, holding it. "Mother, was there anything else you saw?" "Will the Lorkon attack immediately? How much time do we have?" Aralise shook her head. "They will attack as soon as they can. I don't know when that will be, however." "We have things to discuss," Dad said. He kissed Mom on the cheek. "I'll send Amberly to stay with you until things blow over." Mom threw her arms around Dad, her shoulders shaking. They held each other for a long time. Finally, she pulled away, kissed him several times, and whispered, "Please. Please. Be careful." They should be left alone so they could say goodbye in private. Jacob was about to suggest it when Mom grabbed him and pulled him into a hug, along with Matt. She cried more and he felt tears stinging, then slipping down his own cheeks. What if he never saw her again? No, he couldn't think that way. He couldn't. They would win. They'd defeat the Lorkon and their stupid army, and he and Dad and Matt would run back to the manor and bring Amberly and Mom home. She looked at Jacob, making sure he met her eyes. "Send your Minya with frequent updates, and if something happens with Mother, I want you to bring me back." Dad shook his head. "If we're in the middle of a battle, you'll be staying here until things are safe again." "Okay." She released Jacob, hugged Matt again, and then gave Dad another long hug. She kissed him one more time, then said, "Get going, my love." Jacob made sure to be walking next to Azariah as they headed down the hallway. He had questions he needed to ask. The servants were already gone, probably cleaning the place up or something, or fighting huge snakes that no longer had a master. "Why did she get really old, then young, then old again?" Jacob asked. Azariah rolled his eyes. "She was always one of the more dramatic Shangals." Jacob started. "That's not a very, conventional thing to say about a dying person." Azariah snorted. "Dying? Hardly. She chose to be this way." "What do you mean? She definitely looks sick." "And she is." Azariah pulled Jacob aside at the bottom of the staircase, just before the door. "Full-blooded Shangals have an amount of control over the time and manner of their deaths." Jacob's eyes widened. "Really? That's cool." Her husband was getting sick, and she didn't want to be around after he died. He straightened, looking back toward the room where Mom and Aralise were staying. The sickness didn't have the power to kill her unless she let it, and now she has no desire to live. He glanced at Jacob. Her last memory before becoming a Lorkon is of her husband's murder. She wouldn't want to live through that over and over again for several more months or even years. And I don't blame her. Azariah got a faraway expression in his eyes, and Jacob wondered what the Shingal thought about his wife. They obviously loved each other, else they wouldn't have stuck around each other this long. But Jacob had never pegged Azariah for a sentimental person. Maybe he hid it well? Anyway, Pambry and I have something to discuss with your father. The sooner we do it, the better. Just then, Amberly and Matt ran through the link, Matt chasing Amberly, who was giggling. They ran up the stairs and disappeared into Aralise's bedroom. Jacob followed Azariah through the door. He waited until Matt jogged through as well, then closed the link. He put his forehead against the cool wood, ignoring the sounds of people rushing around him, getting things together for possibly their last official meeting before the war started. He really hoped he'd see his mom and little sister again. Chapter 41. Dad paced the living room, absent-mindedly rubbing his head. It looked like he was trying to run his fingers through his hair, but he didn't have enough hair for that, so he settled on rubbing. Jacob didn't blame him for being nervous. The Lorkon had reached Trusanol and would be in Miveril City in only 3 days. That put them, if they used Mulg tunnels, only 4.5 days away from Taga village. But at least Jacob and his friends had the antidote, and they knew it worked. He slumped onto the couch across from the fat lady and Aldo, who were still snoring, and leaned his head back. He hoped he'd get the chance to catch up on sleep later. Dad turned to Jacob. "Everyone is coming?" "You called them yourself," Jacob reminded him gently. Dad nodded. Azariah glowered in the corner, arms folded. He'd wanted to tell Dad his plans and leave, but Dad wouldn't let him. Not without everyone else present, Dad had said. Pambry was fine with that. She, Ebony, and Kinji were cleaning the kitchen since Mom hadn't been able to finish up in there. Someone knocked on the back door and Jacob went to open it. Corin the blacksmith was there, along with Aloran, Hala, and Mr. Coolidge. Jacob stepped back, letting them enter, and Aloran surprised him by throwing her arms around him. "I'm so glad you made it back from that stupid fire world okay." In the rush with the antidote, the Shingal symbol, and the decision of the Makalos, Jacob hadn't realized he hadn't seen Aloran yet. He patted her on the back, a smile on his face. He mumbled into his shoulder. "Okay, you're fine, and you're here, and Mr. Coolidge says your dad wants to start talking battle stuff." Jacob reluctantly stepped back. "Yeah, I don't think there's room, though. Don't know what Dad has in mind. There aren't enough seats for everyone. Let's go find out." Jacob was right. Most people were standing. They didn't seem to mind, though. The fat lady and Aldo were awake. Hala, Mr. Coolidge, and Pambry were standing in the corner. Pambry was fidgety, and Jacob wondered what she and Azariah had up their sleeves. Dad began by letting everyone know where the Lorkon were, then turned to Kenji. "Tell them about your decision with the Makalos." Kenji stepped forward. "We've decided, as many of you probably know, to allow Makalos the opportunity to introduce Kaya sap into their blood again. About 3/4 of our population has elected to do so. This shall become a new tradition for Makalos. When they reach the age of 8, they'll decide for themselves if they want the sap in their blood or not. Any who chooses not to do it will always have the option later in life." He stepped back, then looked at Dad. "It is a new feeling, this strength we've been given. Many of us are shaky and nervous with the small amount of power we've been granted. Aquino is helping us, and we'll do our best in the war, but I don't foresee us being able to do anything more than protect the link and ourselves." Dad nodded. "That's fine. Previously, you would have needed protection as well, so this will free up quite a number of our forces." He looked at Aquino. "Jacob told me you've been working in the forest the past couple of days. Why don't you explain what you've been doing so we can all be on the same page?" Aquino cleared his throat, a slight flush crossing his face. Sweet Pea chuckled. "Stop thinking about girls, it's making you blush." Jacob smiled, but didn't think this was the time for jokes like that. Finally, the Makalo found his voice. "I've been getting to know the forest here. I'm encouraging the plants to grow stronger and more quickly. I'll be able to fight in the war, so long as Jacob, or someone else who knows me well, is helping." "What will you be doing?" Dad asked. "Using the plants to attack the Lorkon army. I don't want to tell everything right now, since some of my plans haven't been working, but if I can have the next 2 days to be completely alone in the forest so I can practice, I should be able to pull off quite a few tricks." "You want us to evacuate the forest?" Gallus leaned forward. "I don't think I like this idea." Aquino shrugged. "It's not absolutely necessary, but it will give me more time to get to know the trees with fewer distractions. They'll respond more readily if they know my mental voice." "We'll give you all of today," Dad said, looking at the clock. It was almost 7 in the morning, but we need the others to finish getting their traps in place, along with archer hideouts and guard ambushes. Aquino looked at his feet. "Today will be fine. I'll do my best." He glanced at Jacob. "When the battle happens, I'll need you by me to key me from door to door." Gallus again looked displeased. It seemed he wanted to be the voice of reason in this meeting. "Jacob is the only one here who can administer the antidote. Are you sure you really need him?" Aquino met Gallus's eye without wavering. "He won't need to do anything for the first part of the war. The Lorkon will probably send a full wave of soldiers before getting involved themselves, especially if they know we've got the antidote, which is likely, since they were guarding the link to the Fire Pulsar world." Gallus stared at Aquino, then glanced away. He didn't disagree, however, and Jacob's chest swelled with pride in Aquino. He was standing his ground, not letting intimidation control him. Aquino continued, "I won't require Jacob's assistance for very long. More likely than not, I'll run out of energy fairly quickly. During the first part of the war, I plan to take out as many enemies as I can. Hundreds if not thousands." Chapter 42. Everyone gasped at that, and Jacob couldn't stop smiling. Aquino was going to rock. He was so awesome. "How will that be possible, son?" Kenji asked. Poor Aquino. Even his parents doubted his abilities. Of course, they didn't know what he'd been studying. Jacob was the only one who'd gotten close, and even he didn't know everything Aquino and Onyev had practiced. "It will be, Onyev has taught me many tricks." "Very well," Dad said. "Jacob, you and Aquino will be partnered for the first part of the war. After that, Aquino raised his hand. "We'll need someone else with us, someone who can protect Jacob and me while we're focusing on other areas." He rushed on when Gallus opened his mouth. "I'll spend most of my time with my hand on the tree, seeing what the trees are seeing. I won't be able to watch my surroundings, and neither will Jacob, since he'll be time-seeing a lot. We'll need someone who can protect us, and I'll need someone who can give me Kayade sap to drink to help replenish my strength. What I'm going to do is very difficult and dangerous." Dad didn't respond for a moment. He tapped his cheek, thinking, "If you're positive you'll be able to take out that many people, Gallus and I will guard you. Matt will keep track of your Kaede sap supplies." Matt cocked his head. "Didn't you all run out of that stuff?" he asked Akeno. Akeno nodded. "What I've got is only meant to keep me going, give me energy and strength. The trees aren't old enough to withstand a large harvest. None of them will produce the amounts of Kaede sap needed to heal wounds for several years. We'll do our best to make sure you're safe." Dad took a deep breath, then turned to the group. "Some of the things Fubble the Werby found in Gratitude City will be beneficial. I've assigned Corin to go through everything as soon as the meeting is over and hand out the people who would be able to use the equipment, weapons, and armor." "Speaking of the Werbys," Jacob said, "what are they going to be doing?" "A large section, those who've been trained for battle, will be focusing on the dusts," Dad said. "Unfortunately, the rest won't be able to defend themselves in open battle. Fubble informed me earlier that they'll be sneaking away soon and heading to the forests near Sonda Lake. They plan to keep an eye on the Molg caves that didn't get sealed and do what they can to keep more Molgs from joining Katus's cause. Those who survive the battle will join them, and they plan to live there from now on." Ed then turned to Azariah. "I apologize for the delay. What did you want to discuss?" Azariah's face twitched. It was obvious he was trying to control his frustration. "None of these people need to know it." Pombri put her hand on his arm. "They all have the right to know what we've decided." Azariah didn't look at her. His face twitched once more. Then he visibly relaxed and turned to Dad. "We've decided not to fight in the war." The room fell silent. Jacob didn't have to look to know that everyone was as shocked as he was. What was Azariah talking about? Why would he desert at the last minute when he'd been so supportive? How did he expect them to win without his help? Didn't he realize the Lorkon were terrified of Shiengles for a reason? That they'd be what turned the war this time? "I see," Dad said after a long silence. He swallowed, and Jacob was grateful no one could see Dad's emotions. He was devastated by this news. "Will any of the other Shengals come to assist?" Azariah shook his head. "Don't count on them. They believe you are waging a pointless and losing war. And you didn't need to ask, as you know. In fact, you—" Pombri squeezed his arm, scowling up at him. She turned to Dad. "We have a specific reason for not fighting. It's not because we want to withdraw our support, but because we want to give more of it. This decision will help your son immensely." Dad didn't meet Pombri's eyes, but stared at the wall, one hand fisted by his side. He clenched his jaw. Pombri put her hand on Jacob's arm, looking him in the eye. It only took him a moment to see her eyes through their brilliant shine, but when he did, he saw that they brimmed with tears. She was really struggling. Had their decision been a difficult one? "You remember how I told you a Shangle can take power from other living things, including Shangles?" Jacob glanced away and licked his lips. He could see where she was going with this. It wasn't okay with him, yes. But he hesitated, wanting to answer her directly by saying something, but content to let her continue. She gripped his arm tighter, forcing him to look back. "You remember, it's done by drawing their face symbols yourself." "Yes, but I won't let you guys do this. We need you more." She half smiled. "It isn't your decision to make, Jacob." She straightened, turning to Dad. "We've decided to allow Jacob to borrow our powers." She stared at Dad and Mom. "He is far more important than we are. If he dies, no one will defeat the Lorkon. Only he can administer the antidote, since they'll most likely try to touch whoever is giving it." She looked back at Jacob. "With my power, Azarias, and our daughters, all of your Shingle abilities will be strengthened. You'll be tapping into ours, thereby tripling yours." Jacob shook his head. "But it'll make you guys weak, and can't it kill you?" "No, Jacob, it can't," Azariah said. "We'll be crippled since we've come to rely on our abilities so much, but we won't die." Jacob stared at his feet. "I don't like it." Not only was he uncomfortable with borrowing their powers, but he hated the pressure it put on him. Why did it have to be him? Why couldn't it have been Matt or someone else who'd inherited all these things? Nevertheless, it is what shall be done. Azariah took a deep breath. "We'll have Jacob come to the fortress when the Lorkon are a couple of hours away. It will only take him a few minutes." Jacob bit his lips, still shaking his head. "Azariah." "There will be no further discussion," Azariah shouted. "You will do this, Jacob." His voice caught. "And you will win." The Shengal shrugged off his wife's arm and stormed from the room. Pombri sent an apologetic smile to the others, then followed him. Jacob slumped to the couch, putting his head in his hands. He didn't need to look to know that everyone was watching him, waiting to see how he'd react. His eyes stung. Must not cry. Must not embarrass himself. He took a deep breath, then looked at Dad. I'm sorry. If I'd known, I would have talked to him and convinced him not to do it." Dad grimaced. "I know, son." He took a shaky breath. "Azariah is right on one count. You could definitely use more help." Matt laughed, startling everyone. "See, Jacob? Even Dad knows you're a weakling." Dad held up his hands, protesting. "That's not what I meant." But no one listened. The depressing mood had been broken, and everyone was laughing. Jacob jumped from the couch and acted like he was about to tackle Matt. "Whatever. You'd totally go down in a real fight." It felt good to mess around, and Jacob was grateful the attention wasn't on him anymore. But he couldn't erase the sick feeling in his heart when he thought of what Azariah and Pombri had decided to do, the amount of trust they were placing in him, the pressure to perform well. He and Matt punched each other's shoulders, chuckling, but Jacob didn't feel the laughter reach his heart. Chapter 43. Egan and Sanso crept toward the castle, doing their best to stay out of sight. The Lorkon had returned. They'd been back for about a day now, and Egan knew they'd be suspicious if they saw him and Sanso hanging around the castle. He couldn't stop touching the pocket where he'd hidden the squirt gun. Would it leak? Had it already? He looked behind them, but nothing was crashing toward them. Nothing would, so long as he continued to be careful. "Where shall we hide?" Sanso asked, his dark eyes sparkling. His eyes had sparkled a lot lately. It was different, but a nice change. "I'm not sure," Egan said. He'd returned from the fire pulsar world elated, calm. Egan had never seen him this way before, and all attempts to find out what had happened were brushed aside. Sanso only said that things would be better for him after the Lorkon were destroyed. Egan stroked his mustache. "Perhaps in the throne room?" Sanso scoffed. "Not unless you plan to walk in while the Lorkon watch. No, we should hide near the entrance so we can make sure they're really leaving." Sanso frowned. Egan glanced back at the little creature following them. "What of your dust?" It hadn't left Sanso since he came back. "I'll have him wait in the forest." Sanso turned and beckoned the creature forward. He got on one knee and spoke to the dust, pointing at the trees. The dust nodded, though Egan could tell the thing didn't want to do it. As soon as it had scurried away, Egan and Sanso entered the castle and stuffed themselves into a wardrobe near the entrance, keeping the door open a crack. "What if the Lorkon don't leave soon?" Egan asked. Sanso shrugged. "Then we wait for a long time, possibly forever. We could make this our new home." Egan rolled his eyes. The Ember God was probably grinning. He had such a ridiculous sense of humor. "They will leave today," Sanso said. "That's what the Malg said." "Well, hopefully it won't take much longer." Despite the medication from Aloran, Egan's joints were already complaining from the long walk, and standing there, cramped, shoved against a bunch of smelly coats, wasn't comfortable. They hadn't waited long before Egan started nodding off. He couldn't help it. He was an old man. Old enough, anyway. "Stop that," Sanso said, bumping Egan's shoulder, "or I'll make things really warm in here." That woke Egan up. He knew Sanso wouldn't joke. Not about that. Several minutes later, voices echoed down the hall. Footsteps pounded on the stone, and after a moment, K2 strode past, followed by a few Mulgs, some dusts, and the other three, Lorkon. Egan stopped Sanso from jumping out of the wardrobe right away. "We can't let them see us," he whispered. "Not yet." Sanso growled, but waited until the Lorkon had gone completely out of view. Egan opened the door, pulled out the squirt gun, and handed it to Sanso. "Hide this, and yourself, then spray him when he turns away again." Egan ignored him and called to the last Lorkon. "Het?" He bit his lip, hoping he'd gotten the right name. He always had a hard time telling the Lorkon apart. They looked so very similar. But the Lorkon stopped and whirled. "What?" he barked. "What am I to do while you're away?" He caught up with the Lorkon and peered down the hall, hoping to look curious. "Where are you heading?" "To destroy that stupid man and his family." Het glared at Eakin. "I don't care what you do. Leave the city if that is your wish. I'm sure Kaitus no longer has need for you." Eakin nodded. "Very well." He continued, speaking quickly before the Lorkon could storm off. They needed more distance between him and his father. "What happened to all the villagers? I don't have anyone to work with anymore." Het sneered. "That never stopped you before, did it?" He glowered at Eakin. "And Kaitus assumed you freed the maggots, just like you freed yourself." Eakin's mouth popped open, pretense aside. How? How did you know?" "The room stank of betrayal, Eakin. We figured it out a long time ago." "Then why didn't you do anything? Do you really think you're that important? You humans are replaceable. Every human except Jacob." Het winced, then straightened to his full height, fists trembling at his sides. "Don't ever, ever mention his name to me again." Eakin nodded and stepped back, looking at the ground. "Sorry, I won't." Could it be that not all of the Lorkon wanted Jacob as badly as Kaitus did? That was obviously the case. Surely King Dimitri and his followers could use this to their advantage. The Lorkon weren't united. But how closely would they follow Kaitus's orders? Not wanting to cause further problems, Eakin stepped to the side of the hallway and watched as Het stormed off. He held his breath, waiting for Sanzo to do his part. A stream of water shot past Eakin, hitting Het on the back of the neck right as he passed under the doorway. The Lorkon shivered and stared up at the doorframe, wiping his neck. He muttered something, then continued onward. Eakin grinned. Sanzo had timed it perfectly. Het probably thought he'd been the target of a bird relieving itself. Wonderful. Sanzo pocketed the squirt gun, stepping to Eakin's side. "Now what?" "We follow. Quietly," he says. A wicked grin crossed Sanso's face. "Fantastic." He rubbed his hands together, then dashed down the hall, stepping behind the door and peering out. It's clear. Het is far behind Kaitus, perhaps by 100 yards, and they're all heading toward Mithril City. Eakin looked out the door. "Are you sure there aren't any Sindons?" Sanso rolled his eyes. "Of course. I moved them into the city. The Lorkon will be forced to travel on foot. They won't take the time to search for them." The two men followed the Lorkon through the forest. Eakin jumped at every noise, wondering when the E2 fish would come. Too much time had passed. Had the water gone bad? Had they wasted all their hard work? Eakin wasn't surprised when Het turned and walked along the side of the great stone waterfall. For quite some time, Eakin had wondered how the Lorkon got out of Mithril City and gained access to the rest of Gevkin. Then he found a new, small trail that paralleled the wall. It stopped abruptly at the wall, seeming to disappear under it, or even possibly through, but without a passageway visible. It had taken Eakin an hour of observation to figure out that the stone where the new trail stopped was an illusion. There was a tunnel there. He'd never been able to get into it, though. They'd almost reached that tunnel when something rustled in the trees behind him. He and Sanzo met eyes, then jumped behind the large boulders that dotted the trail. Eakin had been wondering which direction the fish would come from. He'd figured it would come up out of the lake and through the tunnel, but perhaps the fish didn't have access to it either. It must have used the tunnel he and the villagers had dug a long time ago. The rustling sound increased, and Het stopped and turned. His father and the rest of the party were probably already on the other side of the wall, and Eakin breathed a sigh of relief. This would be just the E2 and Het. The E2 might have a chance against one Lorkon, but 4? Impossible. Eakin looked around slowly, his gaze focused on the map. Het dismissed the sound and was turning back to the tunnel when the E2 fish burst from the forest and into the small clearing. Eakin and Sanzo grinned at each other. Ah. The E2 didn't waste any time. It lunged for Het, knocking him to the ground, and proceeded to try to chew off the Lorkon's arm. Eakin wasn't surprised at Het's first reaction. "Kaitus," Het called. "Help! Someone!" Then his voice grew shrill. "Father!" But when Het realized no one was coming, he growled in anger and threw the massive fish aside. Het tried to run into the tunnel, but the E2 grabbed him and dragged him back out. Ekin frowned. Why hadn't that first attack completely dismembered the Lorkon? Then it dawned on him. The Lorkon weren't human. Their bodies were not frail. He grinned. This was going to be a good fight. Ita scrambled to his feet, holding the E2 fish back with gloved hands, staring at its snapping jaws just inches from his face. "How did you get here? Why are you chasing me?" Then he snarled, his glare turning even more dark. "Ekin." Ekin shrank behind the boulder, hiding his face. He'd hoped Het wouldn't figure out his involvement. Of course the Lorkon would. He wasn't stupid. Sanso elbowed him. "Come on, he can't see you. You're gonna miss the fight." Ekin nodded and peered over the boulder again. The E2 fish shrieked, twisting out of Het's grasp. It slammed onto the ground, then whirled, whipping Het with its long tail. The Lorkon flipped through the air, skidding to a stop near the wall. He ripped off his gloves. Before the E2 had turned all the way, Het pounced on the fish, hugging it. He touched the scales with his hands. Ekin's eyes widened when the scales near Het's touch turned from silver to red. The redness spread. Scales fell off. The E2 screamed and Het laughed, not releasing the fish. Ekin couldn't believe it. Was nothing more powerful than a Lorkon? But then, with a massive shudder, the E2's body seemed to pull in strength again, probably from its magic source, whatever that was. The blue-green chased the red away, pushing it back to Het's hands. He dropped the fish like it had burned him and backed away. The E2 took advantage of Het's hesitation. It lunged for the Lorkon, grabbed him by his left arm, and swung him to the ground, not far from where Ekin and Sanso were hiding. They ducked. Yet, had they been seen? Ekin didn't know if it even mattered. He heard a scream and risked a glance over the rock. The fish had clamped its mouth on Het's head. Het struggled, kicking, thrashing. He finally got enough leverage and ripped the E2 off himself and threw it aside. "How far removed is your connection to the outer universe?" Het asked. Something crumpled in the tangled web of his thoughts as he thought. While the A2 was down, Het jumped on top of it, yanking his sleeves all the way up, exposing his muscular, red-chapped skin. He bear-hugged the fish, screaming. The fish shrieked as well, and its scales changed color. It seemed to pull into itself, then with a huge burst of energy, flipped around, knocking Het off. Het slammed into the stone wall and fell to the ground, dazed. The E2 coughed, choking up blood. It took longer for its scales to return to their normal color, but return they did. The Lorkon was ready. He pulled out a long knife and ran at the fish, thrusting, stabbing at it. He seemed to realize his blood wouldn't kill the fish, as it did all his other enemies. The E2 spun, whipping Het with its long tail and knocking the knife out of Het's hands. Het scrambled, trying to get to the knife, but the E2 pounced on him again. It started mauling Het's arms. Ekin watched in fascination as the E2's jaws began turning red. The Lorkon was poisoning the fish without even attempting to. The redness flooded across the creature's face, and the fish dropped to the ground, unmoving. Het stumbled, trying to get up. He didn't seem able to use his left arm. Maybe he'd been injured after all. He crawled to his knife, cradling his arm to his chest. As he was picking up the weapon, the fish shuddered, then scrambled to all fours. It jumped to Het, biting his leg. Het screamed and thrashed, stabbing at the E2 with his knife. The blade didn't pierce the fish's scales, though, and since the E2 was biting through Het's robes, it wasn't getting poisoned either. Het dropped the knife and bent over, reaching for the E2. He grasped the creature by the gills and yanked on it hard, forcing it to release its hold of his leg. The fish struggled to get out of Het's grasp, but Het held on tightly, squinting, squeezing off the E2's air supply. The fish fell limp. Het looked down, surprised. Finally. He dropped the fish and crawled back to his knife. Het cleaned his knife. It hadn't even gotten dirty, and put it away. Ekin nearly called out in shock when the fish gasped and then opened its jaws, a huge smile crossing its ugly face. E2 fish could smile? The creature jumped up and scrambled across the distance toward Het. With a massive burst of energy, it stood on its front legs and whipped Het with its whole body, back legs included. Het was flung across the clearing to the tunnel, his head cracked against the stone, and he dropped to the ground. Up to the next tree, through it, and on. Het stumbled madly forward, his head snapping toward the ground. The E2 didn't waste any time closing the distance between itself and its prey. In less than a second, it was on top of Het. Ekin rubbed his hands together. The Lorkon was about to die. But Het wasn't done fighting. He squirmed out of his robes and out from under the fish, knife grasped in one hand. The Lorkon watched as the E2 mangled his robes. He struggled, his eyes closed, trying not to believe what he was seeing. It took a moment for the fish to realize Het wasn't there anymore, but when it did, it was too late. Het slammed his knife into the fish's throat. With a quick motion, he pulled back, using the hole as a starting point. Before the fish could recover, the Lorkon sliced off its head. "Overcome that, you rotten fish." Het watched the fish for a moment. It didn't move. Satisfied, he grabbed his robes and held them up. They were riddled with holes and tears. He growled, wiped his knife off with the fabric, then threw the robes over one shoulder and put his knife back into a sheath attached at his thigh. He limped back to the tunnel entrance, cradling his left arm. Egan grunted in disgust. "I can't believe that E2 didn't win." "I'm not surprised," Sanso said. Egan turned to Sanso, frowning. "Then why did you go along with this? Why did you let us waste our time?" Sanso got to his feet, then helped Egan up. "It wasn't time wasted. The Lorkon is injured. The fish might not have been able to kill him, but it slowed him down." Sanso jumped over the rock and inspected the fish. "Interesting creatures, these E2." Egan didn't respond. He was annoyed that Sanso had predicted the end of the fight and he hadn't. Sanso looked back at Egan, seeming to know he still wasn't convinced. "Het is now separated from his father and the other Lorkon. He's hurt. We've given your king as much of an advantage as possible, and when Het is no longer immortal, those injuries," Egan smiled, "will prove fatal." Exactly." Sanso motioned for Egan to step back. Then he lit the E2 fish's remains on fire, burning the creature to ashes. The Ember God waved goodbye to Egan and quietly followed the Lorkon into the tunnel. Apparently, the Lorkon had granted him access. Of course they had. The man had come and gone multiple times. Egan remembered that Sanso wouldn't feel vindicated until he'd had his shot at killing a Lorkon. He hoped he'd get the chance. He turned, heading back toward the city. Even though he was disappointed the fish hadn't killed Het, he thought maybe the Ember God was right. Maybe those injuries really would help King Dimitri. Egan hoped so. Chapter 44. Jacob stared out his bedroom window, marveling at the changes in the forest. They were subtle, so subtle that someone who was unfamiliar with his trees wouldn't recognize them. Since he'd lived in this house as long as he could remember, he couldn't get over how different things looked. The trees seemed more confident, if that was possible. Their branches were thicker, stronger, pointing straighter. The bushes were also thicker, and there were more of them. The trees glowed a faint blue, compliments of the Makalos who now lived in them. Speaking of the Makalos, they'd progressed leaps and bounds in their self-assurance and esteem since undergoing a few fighting lessons over the past 3 days. Jacob knew they hadn't really improved, but their confidence came from sensing the change in themselves. Physically, they hadn't changed much, but magically, they were permanently altered, and it was really exciting. They could control things nearly as well as Aquino could before he trained with Anyev. The link between Earth and Eclaron was much stronger now. Jacob pressed his face against the window, trying to see where Aquino had gone. The Makalo glowed blue and usually wasn't hard to find, but he'd disappeared into the forest, probably training some Makalo to do something. He'd promised Jacob and the others that he and his people would be able to hold up their end of the fight. Everyone believed him. Aquino also made sure that humans knew that while they were stronger, the Makalos would only be able to help for a couple hours. Dad and Jacob hoped that would be enough. The past few days had been insane. Everyone had run around, preparing for the Lorkon arrival. Jacob took in a deep breath, trying to calm his heart. He couldn't believe they were almost here. By some stroke of luck, or bad planning on the part of the Lorkon, they weren't using Sindens. If they had been, they would have arrived the day before. The army the Lorkon king was bringing was absolutely huge. Jacob had glimpsed sections of it as it entered Dunsany Mountain and the mold tunnels near Ridgewood. He wiped his sweaty hands on his pants, still not leaving his bedroom. There was so much more to do, and he hesitated. He wasn't ready to join the rest in what was possibly their last meeting. Was he ready? Definitely not. But was it really possible to be ready for something like this? At least he'd had plenty of time to practice painting the symbol on Pambry and Azariah's faces. It was super awkward. Azariah had been so very grumpy. He didn't like having Jacob that close to him. And he especially didn't like it when Jacob messed up and spilled the paint onto other areas of his skin that weren't already scarred from the hot metal. But Jacob had mastered it. He fingered the symbol around his eyes. He felt the power it gave him trickling through his system, giving his Shingle abilities extra oomph. He saw a glint of metal in the forest near a blue glow. There was a Keno. Jacob shook his head. His friend was again opening and closing doors, making sure none of them had rusted shut, like they could in only 2 days. The Mac Hollow had already spent a lot of time making sure the doors would be in perfect working condition for years to come. Keno wanted Jacob to have plenty to use, for many reasons. First, it would keep them safe from the Lorkon army. Second, Keno hoped it would distract their enemies, though Jacob still wasn't sure how. Third, and Jacob couldn't understand this one either, Keno had to have exactly 24 doors. It was his favorite number, apparently. They'd probably only use half of them, but Keno didn't care. He was doing his best to be prepared. The doors were so strong that no normal axe could chop through them. Jacob and Akeno had built them together. Akeno made the steel and wood grow together, and Jacob had removed all the impurities and weaknesses. The doors were invincible. If only their users would be. Yesterday, Akeno had been running around, working like crazy. He'd pushed himself so far that he fell unconscious several times, and needed Matt or Jacob to give him sap to strengthen him. Jacob shook his head, then leaned his forehead against the cool window glass. He heard Matt call his name from downstairs. The meeting was probably ready to start, but he ignored him. He didn't want to face another day of blistering hands, discouraged people, and impossible tasks. His thoughts went to Aloran. She'd hung around the edges, wanting to help Jacob and Matt, but was constantly needed in other places. Jacob had longed to be with her, and he felt like she'd wanted to be with him, but they still hadn't talked about anything. Someone knocked on his door, but he didn't turn. "Jacob?" Mom walked in. She'd released her mother's servants and had come back yesterday after the Queen passed away. He'd been surprised that she wasn't even sad. Instead, an air of calm and peace now surrounded her, in spite of the impending dangers. "You okay, honey?" Jacob turned from the window. "I'm not ready, Mom. How can I possibly do it all? And look at my hands." He held them out. They were covered with blisters. Mom tucked his hands inside her own. "I'll get the antibacterial cream and some bandages." She looked him in the eye. "Oh, Jacob, my brave, brave son." She pulled him into a hug, rubbing his head. She sniffed and he squeezed her tight, not sure what to say. "You've gotten shorter," was the first thing that popped out of his mouth. She laughed. "Funny, funny, my tall boy." She leaned back and looked him in the eye again, but didn't say anything. Jacob resisted the urge to look away. Her eyes were blue, not the light blue that his were, but still clear and pretty. She took a deep breath. "Your father wants to start the meeting. Let's go now." Jacob nodded and followed her downstairs to the living room. Dad sat on the couch, leaning forward, resting his arms on his knees. He didn't look up when they entered the room, and it didn't surprise Jacob. Dad had been so stressed lately. His predominant colors were a mess of all colors, bordering on hysteria. Jacob was glad no one else aside from the Shingles saw this. Everyone believed the calm, confident exterior that Dad exuded. Jacob wondered if this was how all great leaders were, suffering on the inside, brave and collected on the outside. Mom sat on the couch next to Dad, putting her hand on his knee. "We're ready." Dad startled, then got to his feet, seeming to put his thoughts behind him. "Good." He glanced around the room at the usual people, then paused when he saw Jacob. "As soon as the Lorkon head this way, I'll have you return your mother and sister to the manor." Jacob nodded, and Mom didn't say anything. He supposed she already knew this. Dad continued, "We've got a lot to do, and not much time to do it. The Lorkon are heading for Forncall. We believe they won't stay there long before leaving for Minden." He met eyes with everyone in the room. "Aldo, have you and the fat lady decided what you plan to do during the war?" Aldo shook his head. "We spent so much time on the antidote we didn't make any plans." "Then we'll have both of you stay in the fat lady's cabin. Do you want Jacob to open a link there so you can access this house when needed?" The fat lady raised her hand. "I propose that Aldo and I stay here, in the house. Aldo has experience with war, and if I've got potions and the like around me, I can make myself useful, especially if we'll be using your home as a hospital again. I'm sure Ebony wouldn't mind help." The fat lady met eyes with Ebony. "In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I'd bet Ebony would rather be fighting than healing." Ebony looked at her feet, her cheeks getting pink. Dad rubbed his chin, studying the Macallo. "Is she right?" he said. Ebony nodded, but didn't say anything. "There's nothing wrong with that," Dad said. "You've got far more fighting experience than many others, and we could really use you." He looked back to Aldo and the fat lady. "We'll have the two of you take care of the sick and injured people." Dad took a deep breath. "Now then, we've got to figure out what exactly needs to be done today and who must do it." He hesitated and glanced at everyone again. Jacob also looked around. What he saw disturbed him. Everyone was so exhausted, their emotions, their bodies. They weren't ready for the war. They weren't ready for another day like the last few. Jacob looked at Dad and knew the same had occurred to him, and judging by his emotion colors, he was seriously thinking about something. Everyone waited for him to speak, but for several seconds, he didn't. "You know what?" Dad said. "We've got one of the biggest, most dangerous wars in Eclaron history coming up. One more day isn't going to do us much good when we've already spent so many months preparing. Why don't we take the day off?" The group murmured. Some stared at Dad like he was insane. Others had relief on their faces. "Continue." "In fact," Dad said, "let's give everyone the day off, and those of us here in this room will have a party. We deserve it. We need it." Mom smiled up at Dad. "Something to recharge the batteries?" Dad grinned at her. "Exactly. Dear, why don't you?" Mom jumped to her feet. "Jacob, Matt, get the tables out from under the house. Lauren and Hala, help me find my decorations." She clapped her hands, a huge grin on her face. "This is going to be fantastic." Dad laughed. "Yes, honey, it will." And it was. Dad spread word to all of the Macallos and humans, who weren't in the usual group, that they were to do whatever they'd like, so long as it didn't involve the coming war. Everyone else ran around, getting things ready for Mom's party. Gallus and his wife had Jacob open a link to their shop, and they lugged back boxes and boxes of decorations. They hung bright red and blue banners from the trees and tables, and streamers along the chairs. Mr. Coolidge left and returned half an hour later, his propane barbecue in the bed of his truck. Hala went with him, and they stopped at the store with money from Dad, buying as much meat as they could get their hands on. Tanny, Kevin, and Sammy arrived while decorations were being put up. They stood by the garage, staring into the backyard, mouths open. Matt and Sweet Pea laughed at them and started to explain what was going on, but Jacob wandered away, wondering where Lauren had gone. He'd noticed her watching him several times while he and Matt set up the tables and chairs. Did she want to talk to him? Should he go find her? Yes, he should. His hands started sweating, but he ignored them, determined not to let any opportunities pass. Chapter 45. He found her by the shed, leaning against the wood, eyes closed. "Lauren?" He put his hand on her arm. She turned to him, a half smile making her dimple pop. Her eyes sparkled. "Yes?" His insides turned mushy. What was he doing? Why had he been so impulsive? He took a deep breath. Time to throw his shyness away. Isn't this awesome? She looked away, doubt on her face. I don't know. Jacob laughed. You can't fool me. I see your emotions. You're just as excited about a party as the rest of us. She whacked his arm playfully and he grabbed her hand to stop her, then didn't let go. She glanced at his hand, then up to his eyes. Jacob? He swallowed. Yes? I'd like it very much if both... What was she trying to say? Jacob's heart flopped. That she wanted to date him. Kiss him. His eyes strayed to her lips. Yes, please be that. A kiss. A kiss would be nice. I'd like it very much if you played basketball with Kevin and beat him one last time. Jacob couldn't help it. He laughed. That was so far from what he'd been thinking. She scowled up at him. What's so funny? He shook his head, ignoring her question. You want me to trash him? She nodded, an impish grin sneaking out. More than he's ever been trashed before. I thought you guys ended on good terms. She flipped her hair back. Oh, we did, but that doesn't mean I don't want to see him lose every now and then. His pride needs to be put in its place. Her smile disappeared for a moment. Just don't tell him it was my idea. That would be bad. Jacob grinned. Deal. I'll be back. Feeling more energized than he had in months, Jacob dashed up to his room and grabbed his basketball. He waved at Early, who was sitting on his desk next to a plate of honey Mom had gotten her. Then he ran downstairs and outside. Basketball game, Jacob called. Basketball game in 2 minutes, and I'll play against all of you. Kevin and Matt's eyebrows shot up. Are you crazy? Matt asked. We'll destroy you. I seriously doubt that. Kevin rubbed his hands together. Looks like Clark needs some putting down. He glanced at Matt. Not you, Clark. The other one. Oh, I got it, Matt said with his usual easy manner. You're so going down. Kevin grabbed Jacob's ball, tossing it from hand to hand. By you guys? Not likely. Matt whooped. Aw, yeah. The teenagers ran around the garage to the driveway. Jacob wasn't surprised that a bunch of people followed, decorations and cooking apparently forgotten. He turned to see who he'd be up against and grinned. This would be super easy. Matt, Aquino, Sweet Pea, who was getting better with his new leg all the time, Kevin, and Tanny. Jacob was surprised to see her playing, since she usually didn't. She stuck her tongue out at him when he looked at her. He laughed, taking off his shingle robes and armor that he wore all the time now. Kevin and Matt cheered. They knew he gained strength from his armor. But what they'd apparently forgotten was that he didn't need it to be good at basketball. He had that ability naturally. Plus, he still had the symbols around his eyes. The game started. At first, Jacob acted like he was struggling. He played sluggishly, letting Kevin and Matt steal the ball every time they tried. Then, when the other team relaxed, he tapped into the power of his symbols, still amazed at how perfectly he could sense the other players' emotions, distractions, and desires. He knew what they wanted almost before they did, and homed in on that, using his natural talent at basketball, racing around them, pushing them, forcing them to put their all into the game. It worked better than he thought it would. Before they knew what had happened, he took his losing score and tripled it, far surpassing them. The game ended quickly. The other team fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Jacob held the ball, looking down on them, ignoring Lauren and Mom cheering in the background. And that's how it's done, he said. Even Sammy cheered, but she pretended to feel bad for Matt when he dropped near her side. Dad appraised Jacob, arms folded. Looks like someone is getting a little too full of himself, he said. Aldo and I would like to join Matt's team. He turned to the rest of the group. Anyone else want to help? Sure, Mr. Coolidge said, getting up from the grass where he'd been lying near Hala. Jacob bit his lips, eyebrows raised. This was Dad's favorite sport. He knew it, in and out. Aldo was wiry and fast and hard to keep track of, and Mr. Coolidge had a lot of basketball experience. He'd played in high school and college. They would up the risk considerably. Fine, old man, Jacob said, tossing the ball to Dad. Let's play. Dad scowled at Jacob, then turned to the rest of his team, still scattered on the grass near the driveway. Are you kids too tired to play? Want to see some adults do better than you? Never, Kevin said as he and the rest jumped up. Let's play ball. So they played ball. This time, Jacob didn't hold back in any way. He couldn't afford to, not with so many more players. He raced around the others, stole the ball over and over again, slam dunking it, throwing three-point shots. And again, he won. Jacob would never tell the others how close they came to beating him, though. He held the stitch in his side, trying to hide his exhaustion, and grinned as the crowd cheered. "It's no fair," Matt said, pointing at Jacob's face. "He's got those symbols. They're making him win." "Not entirely," Azariah said. He was leaning against the garage door with Pambry, where he'd probably been watching. Jacob hadn't seen them arrive. "They add to his Shangol abilities, but not his human ones. And basketball is definitely not a Shangol ability." The expression on Azariah's face made everyone laugh. He obviously felt this sport was beneath him. Jacob decided to explain what he'd been doing. "I tapped into my power to see emotions, which took things a step farther, allowing me to see your desires. Pretty much, I knew what you wanted to do and used that against you." "Foul or play?" Kevin called from where he'd slumped on the grass. Kevin turned. Jacob grinned. Azariah looked at Dad. "Now do you see why we plan to give him the extra strength? He'll be able to predict the moves of the Lorkon even better than he did during this game." "As would you." Azariah nodded. "Yes, but I wouldn't be able to administer the antidote." Dad motioned in the general direction of the backyard. "Are you here for the feast?" He smiled. Ambry held up a bowl of salad. "We sure are." "Then, let's eat." Everyone cheered and went around back. It was the best party Jacob ever remembered having. They laughed, played games, watched a movie, ate a ton of junk food, and meat and cheese and other good foods from both Earth and Eclaron. But best of all, the day was spent with those they loved most. Chapter 46. Jacob woke up well before the sun had risen. Knowing what was to come put him on edge immediately. He grabbed the piece of paper he'd left on his desk the night before and quickly scanned through what he'd written. To-do lists weren't usually his thing, but he hadn't been able to sleep because he was worried he'd forget something. First, shower. Second, dress in his armor and robes. He looked over at the pile on his floor topped with his Shingol pole, grateful that his fighting abilities with it had grown so much recently. He'd never truly mastered the sword. It was leaning in the corner. He hadn't really used it since Azariah had taught him how to fight with a pole. Third, eat breakfast. Couldn't forget that. Fourth, key to Azariah's fortress. Paint the symbols on Pambry and Azariah. Jacob scanned down the rest of the list, realizing that almost everything else depended on other people. From what he'd seen, the Lorkon wouldn't be at the front of their army as before. They were sending a large battalion first, then would be followed by another huge battalion. The entire army was at least 20,000 strong, made up of humans, moles, and dusts. Aldo and the Fat Lady insisted on keeping most of the antidote at the Fat Lady's cabin, and everyone had agreed. Jacob was to carry one syringe, but the cabin was the safest place for the rest of it. The Lorkon had never figured out how to break through the protections there. As a last-minute decision, the Fat Lady and Aldo had decided to stay at her house to guard the loaded syringes. When Jacob needed the antidote, he'd keyed there to get it. Instead of the Fat Lady and Aldo helping the injured people, Hala and Aloran would do it, with Aloran helping fight as necessary. Jacob's palms started sweating. He forced himself not to think about the pressure that had been placed upon him, concentrating instead on other aspects of the coming battle. He, Dad, Gallus, Akano, and Matt would stick together. Jacob was grateful for that. There was no way he could defend himself as well as Akano and Timesea. He hurried with his shower and was tying up the last of his armor when someone knocked on his door. "Hey," Matt said, walking in. "Couldn't sleep?" Jacob shrugged. "I get about 3 hours." "You're getting dressed for the battle already?" Jacob nodded. "There's too much to do. Don't want to be unprepared when things start. I'll come with you to Azariah's." Matt's usual green color wasn't surrounding him, and Jacob guessed his brother was feeling like this might be their last day together. They headed down to breakfast. Before she'd let Jacob key her back to the manor the night before, Mom had spent at least 2 hours cooking breakfast and lunch for her men. Jacob sure loved her. He surprised himself by eating a ton. He'd figured he wouldn't have an appetite. Every few minutes, Jacob time-saw to foreign call, where the Lorkon had camped. They still hadn't left. As soon as they did, he'd send out a warning. "You're still at foreign call?" Matt asked, shoveling the last bite of pancake in his mouth. "Yep, let's go." They cleaned up after themselves, then keyed to Azariah's fortress. Pambry was waiting in the front hall. As soon as Jacob got there, they went upstairs, where Azariah was sitting at the bathroom counter. "Don't rush it," Pambry said, sitting down too. "But don't take long," Azariah said, turning to Jacob. "We might not be fighting, but we still have a lot to do in case the Lorkon decide to attack in our direction." As they'd done previously, Jacob started with Pambry. He'd practiced on her so many times, it only took a couple of minutes. She was quiet and kept her eyes shut the whole time. Jacob appreciated this. Azariah, of course, kept his gaze fixed on Jacob. He was super awkward, glaring, daring Jacob to mess up. Which Jacob did, twice. The first time it happened, Jacob pulled back, waiting for Azariah to say something. But the Shiengal didn't, maybe because Matt was there. The second time, though, Azariah shouted and jumped up from the chair, causing even more paint to spread across his face. He growled, staring at Jacob, breathing deeply. "Why are you so clumsy?" His jaw was clenched. If he had been an ember god, the place probably would have been in flames. "Thanks, Gavin." Jacob resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "If you wouldn't stare at me so much, practically daring me to mess up, I wouldn't be so clumsy." "Azariah, just sit down," Pambry said. Jacob half smiled at his brother. Matt's hands were in fists, his eyes not leaving Azariah, as if he was ready to protect his brother if it came down to it. Luckily, Azariah listened to Pambry, and Jacob wiped the mistake away with the corner of a rag and started that section over again. The best part of painting the symbols on the Shiengal's faces was that when he finished, a rush of power flowed into his system. But while Jacob got stronger, the Shiengal he was painting would visibly slacken, and he couldn't help feeling guilty. It was like taking away a part of them. But it was voluntary, and it really would help. As he and Matt walked back to Menden, talking to and encouraging people along the way, he felt the resin in his body respond to the resin in the Macolas, and the Lorkon blood in him shy away from the happiness of some of the people. Of course, the most powerful abilities he felt were Shiengal. Emotions floated toward him from much farther away. They were like waves of particles, drifting, flowing around. At first, it was as if he were watching a very colorful sunset. Everything around him was brilliant. But he gradually adjusted and was able to concentrate on some emotions and tune out others, up to almost a mile away. It was cool. That wasn't all, however. Sometimes, not often, Jacob was able to see more than one location at once. The first instance, he actually tripped and fell. Matt pulled him up. "What's going on?" "I can see you and the Lorkon," Jacob said, dusting himself off. "And at the same time, this hasn't ever happened before." It was so disorienting he wasn't sure that this part of his Shiengal abilities would help him, mainly because he wouldn't have time to practice it before the Lorkon came. Speaking of the Lorkon, Jacob lost his breath for several seconds, then choked, trying to get his words out. "Okay, what's wrong this time?" Matt asked. "They're coming, they're on their way. Why hasn't the alarm been sounded? There's a guard in the tree. They're supposed to be watching. We've only got a couple of hours." Matt's face drained of blood and his hands shook. "All right, okay, what do we do?" "Tell Dad." The brothers took off through the forest, speeding past people. It didn't take Jacob long to notice that everyone else was panicked too, racing around, gathering things, putting on armor. The Makolos must have noticed the activity at foreign call after all, and were preparing. They reached Dad in the living room at the same time as Early, who delivered the message. Dad turned to the brothers. "Good, you're back. We've only got an hour or so to finish getting ready." He ran his hand across his head. "I can't believe I'm about to go to war against my own father." There wasn't anything Jacob could say to that, and besides, Dad wasn't listening. He turned and strode from the room and into the study. "What do we do?" Matt asked. Jacob looked at him. "You need to get your armor on. I'm going to find a Keno. Come meet us outside his hut when you're ready." Jacob dashed from the house and entered the forest, doing his best to keep himself at a slow jog. It was hard. Every ounce of his body wanted to race as fast as he could, to run away, to hide, to do anything but find Akino and face the coming army. Akino was issuing orders to the other Makalos and stationing them around the forest near the strongest of the trees. The forest would need a lot of reinforcing, but at least Akino wouldn't have to do it by himself anymore. Sweet Pea was following him, and Jacob sent him back to the house, where Dad had wanted him to be stationed, in Jacob's room with a crossbow pointed outside the window. The Makalo still wasn't strong enough to climb trees where he would have been more comfortable, but he seemed okay with being in the house. It would be up to him, Alorn, and a few others to keep the hospital safe. Hopefully the army wouldn't reach that far. "Are you ready?" Akino asked, flicking a glance in Jacob's direction before turning back to Kenji, who was climbing a tree with some difficulty. "Reach a little higher, father," Akino said. "As ready as I can be," Jacob said. He shaded his eyes from the early morning sun, hoping Kenji wouldn't fall. But the patriarch made it to his perch, where he situated himself and waved Akino off. Akino turned to Jacob. "Do we need to go over everything again?" Jacob shook his head. He knew the drill. Time C to watch for dangers in the Lorkon. Pull back and tell Matt, Dad, and Gallus what was going on. Help Matt with Akino if necessary. While doing this, Akino would be using the forest and shrubbery to watch the war too. "Good. A look of uncertainty crossed Akeno's face. "Where's Gallus? Where are your father and Matt?" "Gallus is over there," Jacob said as he spotted the large man exiting one of the blacksmith shops with Corin. "Matt will be coming soon. He's putting on his armor. Dad's freaking out in the study, but don't tell him I said anything. I think he needs some time to himself." Akeno nodded. "Okay. Would you help me make sure all the doors are situated properly and shut, ready to be used?" "Sure." Even though Jacob knew it had been done a billion times in the past couple of days, he needed something to keep his mind off the war. He didn't want to think of the casualties and injuries they'd probably have. It took Akino and Jacob the rest of the hour to hurry through the forest, checking every door. It was a good thing they did it too. Several of them were open. Jacob had never tried to key to an open door before. Akino was positive it wouldn't work, and by the time they finished, they didn't have time to test it out. Distant booming echoed through the forest. Jacob and Akino looked at each other. Jacob's hands started shaking. His heartbeat sped up. All the saliva in his mouth dried up, and he felt like he was about to choke. He started breathing quickly. Had to calm down. Had to be strong. Help Akino. Fight the Lorkon. Win. "They're here," Akino whispered. Chapter 47. Jacob couldn't answer. His throat was too dry, his tongue swollen. He grabbed his pole, wanting to have it in his hands, then keyed the two of them to the door where Gallus, Matt, and Dad were supposed to meet them. Matt got there first. Sammy, Kevin, and Tanny are at the house. Dad's going to have them guard the place from the earth side again. Jacob swallowed, trying to get rid of the dryness. It didn't work. He couldn't answer, but Matt didn't seem to notice. They must be using huge drums to get that kind of sound. He looked at Jacob. "Have you checked?" Jacob shook his head. "Well, now." He time-saw to the Lorkon army. They were pouring through the entrance to Taga village, the biggest Molgs carrying drums that they beat over and over again. The vast number of humans, Molgs, and dusts made his mouth drop. How could he, Akino, and their army of a few thousand defeat all of them? He pulled back from the vision, refusing to allow himself to think about that. Big drums. And gigantic Molgs. "What else did you see?" Akino asked. Jacob stared at his friend, wondering why the Makalo would ask when he could probably just look for himself, using the forest. Then he realized Akino was trying to help him calm down and focus, to step into his role as prince. They're passing the entrance to Taga village. The front line will reach the first traps soon. Akino nodded, a cunning grin crossing his face. Time to get to work. He put his left hand on the tree nearest them. The Makalo's confidence and excitement calmed Jacob. Was it possible that Akino really would do a lot of damage? Matt turned to Jacob. "Where were the Lorkon?" "Really far back. They've learned." "Who's learned?" Gallus asked, jogging up to them, out of breath. The Lorkon. They've learned from their mistakes last time. They're sending a lot of fighters first. They're in the middle of the army, from what it looks like. Gallus pulled his sword from its sheath on his back and flung it open, revealing the 3 long, sharp blades. Good. We'll have some fun before they arrive. He stepped to the side, cocking his head. What's that sound? Jacob tilted his head as well, trying to hear. It wasn't the drums. A sort of shrieking sounded through the forest, but not created by humans or molgs. Not sure. Let me check. He saw and watched as the last wave of scouts was taken down by what looked like a bunch of bushes. They were Tari, creatures the Lorkon used to keep people away from August Fortress. What were they doing? How'd they get here? He pulled back, frowning. Can Akano control Tari? He asked. Don't know, Gallus said. Why? Because there's a bunch of them out there, fighting against the Lorkon army. Why would they do that, unless Akano is controlling them? Jacob didn't wait to hear the answer, but pushed into his vision again, watching as the Tari swarmed over the first group of fighters, including the huge molgs who were beating the drums. At first, it looked like the Tari were going to win the whole war. The dusts they went up against either died quickly or fled in fear, and the humans started dropping like crazy. But the molgs didn't even pause or hesitate. They simply began pulling the bush-like creatures apart, ripping off their branches and scattering them. Soon, there weren't any Tari left. Jacob turned to report to Gallus and Dad, who had arrived while he was time-seeing. It has to be Akano. The Tari took down a bunch of humans and dusts. The molgs, though, destroyed all of the bushes. Just then, Akano also returned, mentally. Did you see the Tari, Jacob? He asked, his eyes glowing. Jacob nodded excitedly. That was great. Only pure-blood Makalos can control creatures that are part plant. It's something Onyev taught me. He put his hand back on the tree, half smiling. His eyes glazed over as he focused elsewhere. Matt. Dad said, you got that Kaede sap handy for Akino. Matt lifted the canteen. Yup. As soon as he needs it, I'll be ready. Jacob stopped paying attention to their conversation as his vision shifted in front of him. Whoa. He was watching Matt and the Lorkon army. He frowned, concentrating as hard as he could, a dull headache starting between his eyes. Could he see both places at once? He squinted, feeling like his eyes were about to bulge from his head. No, it was too disorienting, too nauseating. He hadn't had enough time to practice this new part of his ability. Instead, he allowed his vision to move completely to the army, and the headache dissipated. There, that was better. He returned to his body after several moments. Akano's Tari slowed them down. They hadn't even reached our first set of traps when the bushes attacked. That means they won't get this far for at least 10 minutes, I guess. Dad, Matt, and Gallus acknowledged what he'd said. Dad grabbed a soldier who was wandering by and had him go check on Corrin. Matt leaned against Akano's tree, whistling and flipping a coin. Gallus swung his sword. Someone. Aloran. Called Jacob's name, and he turned, heart flipping inside his chest. She stood near a huge tree apart from everyone else, beckoning him to her. Jacob hesitated for a moment, not wanting to leave Dad and Gallus. But he needed to see Aloran. He couldn't possibly know if it would be his last time. Biting his lip, he paused for a moment longer, then threw his worries aside and jogged across the distance, jumping a log and dodging a bush along the way. She backed up until they were around the tree where no one could see them. There were tears in her eyes. What's the matter? He asked, wanting to brush her tears away, but not sure how she'd react. I wanted to say sorry. For what? He really couldn't think of anything she should apologize for. For dating Kevin. Yeah, she could be sorry about that. Jacob knitted his eyebrows. You don't need to apologize. But I want to. I'm sorry for everything. For dating him. For ignoring you. Especially for ignoring you. Jacob threw aside his shyness and put his hand on the side of her face, gazing into her eyes. Her big, brown, sparkly eyes. How could he possibly tell her what was in his heart? That he really truly cared for her. That hearing those words made his heart beat erratically and his brain turn to mush. He forgave her. He totally and completely forgave her. She must have been able to sense it because she closed her eyes and leaned against his chest. Jacob took a deep breath, inhaling the sweet smell of her hair. He wrapped his arms around her. Oh, how wonderful it felt to finally hold her like that. Positive now she wouldn't be offended, he kissed her forehead. She snuggled against him more, and he grinned. He kissed her. He actually kissed her. Okay, so it wasn't on the lips, but it counted for something, right? He couldn't wait to tell Matt. Oh, crap. Matt would only tease him for not kissing her on the lips. No way could he tell Matt. He could, of course, do it the right way. Her head was still against his chest, though. A great place for it, if it weren't for the fact that he wanted his lips on hers instead. Lauren, he whispered. Yes. She didn't look up, and Jacob felt his resolve weaken. No. Couldn't chicken out. Not now, when everything around them could fall apart at any minute. He swallowed a few times, ignoring how much his heart was fluttering. When he didn't say anything else, Lauren glanced at him. Jacob took a deep breath, and before he could lose the nerve, put his hand on her cheek again and shortened the distance between them until his lips brushed hers. Lauren froze, and Jacob pulled back, opening his eyes. He was about to say sorry, but the grin that flashed across her face let him know she was completely okay with this turn of events. Jacob placed his lips on hers again, nibbling gently, testing the waters. Lauren groaned and clasped her hands around his neck, pressing herself to him. Jacob didn't need more encouragement than that. He pulled her tighter, his lips moving against hers, loving the feel of her. Oh, he'd wanted to do this for so long. His hand left her cheek and burrowed deeply in her hair, his other wrapping farther around her waist, pulling her even closer. The kiss intensified and Lauren melted against him. He locked his fingers behind her waist to help support her, not wanting to end just yet. But Lauren shifted, sighing gently. You'd better get back to your dad, she whispered, pulling away. Jacob nodded. She was right. He had a battle to win and an evil king to dethrone. Lauren gave him another big hug, then sprinted off in the direction of the house, blowing a kiss to him as she disappeared between the trees. Jacob sighed, staring after her for several moments. He shook himself, unable to believe she really did like him. Now he just had to survive the next day or so. When Jacob got back, Matt was giving Aucano some of the Kayede sap. The Makalo was unconscious, his mouth hanging open. If anyone had noticed that Jacob disappeared for a few minutes, they didn't say anything, and Jacob was grateful for that. When it looked like Aucano was about to wake up, Dad turned to Jacob. How far away are they? Jacob saw to the Lorkon army. They've reached the tree. They're about to cross the first trap. He watched as about 10 men fell into a huge pit that he knew was lined with spikes. He came out of his vision. And they're toast. It worked. Chapter 48. Dad blew out a breath in relief. Good. Let's hope the rest of the traps are as successful. Jacob nodded, then returned to time seeing. He watched as the front of the advancing army was taken down by archers stationed in the trees. The archers are shooting now. It amazed him, seeing how far and fast those arrows flew, and how quickly more enemies stepped forward. Corin was on the ground, silently giving orders, trying not to give away his position. He was in charge of the first section of the army. When all the traps had been spent, when Aquino had finished his part, Corin would step back and Dad would take charge. Jacob knew better than to hope it wouldn't get that far. The Lorkon army was far too huge. He sighed, returning to Dad and the others. Someone shrieked and Aquino, hand on the tree, smiled. That's my cue, he said. My turn to take over again. Why would someone screaming cue Aquino? Jacob frowned, trying to remember. Oh yeah, it wasn't the scream itself, but what caused it. Aquino had said it so that when a certain trap was triggered, he'd be alerted. He'd then know it was his turn to fight once more. Jacob saw. He searched for the Lorkon, but they weren't anywhere in sight. Where had they gone? He could also no longer see any dusts. Had they all been killed? Did they get scared away by the Tari? Then he saw Werbies by the entrance to the village. They were surrounded by bodies of dusts. They must have taken advantage of the confusion when the Tari came. Jacob sent one more cursory glance over the army, looking for the Lorkon, then gave up, wanting to see what Aquino was about to do. Lines sprang out of the ground. They wrapped around the legs of Mulgs and humans. A trap keeping them in place. Awesome. But then, the vines dragged the people into the earth. Their screams, loud enough for Jacob to hear, got cut off. Jacob felt bile rising in the back of his throat as he watched hundreds and hundreds, possibly 1,000, of molds and humans get pulled into the ground. The dirt soon looked like it had been rototilled with red dye. In a couple of places, legs stuck up, completely motionless. Disgusting. After only a few moments, the vines stopped, and Jacob realized that Aquino must have run out of energy. He returned to the door and dropped to his knees next to the pale, unconscious Makalo. Matt was forcing Kaede's sap down his throat. "We heard the screaming," Dad said. "What was going on?" Jacob looked up. He used vines to pull people into the ground. A ton died that way, maybe even over 1,000. Gallus's eyebrows shot into the air and he looked at Aquino with respect. "No wonder he's out cold." "He's coming back," Matt said, fanning the Makalo's face. It didn't take long for Aquino to get to his feet, the color back in his cheeks. He grinned at Jacob. "If you like that, you'll enjoy the next thing too." Jacob wasn't sure about that. He was more concerned about how Aquino was doing. But the Makalo looked like he was ready and anxious to move on. Jacob changed his vision again, glad he wasn't at the front of the army. His mouth dropped when he saw what Aquino was doing this time. Huge trees bent and started picking out the leaders of the army, throwing them across incredibly far distances. It was like the Ents from the Lord of the Rings books, though Jacob knew these were being controlled by Aquino. After the leaders had been taken care of, Aquino started tossing others, beginning with the largest of the Molgs. Jacob cheered until he saw that the next huge wave of the army had just arrived. A quick glance showed that the Lorkons still weren't in sight, and Jacob focused on the enemies. The humans and Molgs were all fully armored. He hadn't even noticed that the last group had been lacking in that area. These Molgs weren't as tall as the first, but they moved quickly and with an assurance that made them seem more dangerous, more formidable. Aquino turned his attention to the leaders in the new army, while the remnants of the previous battalion were picked apart by archers. No footmen had rushed forward yet, and Jacob figured Korn was holding them back, letting Aquino control this part of the fighting for now. After a moment, all the leaders in the new group had been tossed aside. The army hesitated. Jacob sensed their fear, saw it flowing in the air around them. Yes, he looked to the trees to destroy this battalion before they regained their focus. But the trees had frozen, returning to their former positions. Aquino must have passed out again. Jacob pulled back where Matt was once again dribbling Kaede sap down Aquino's throat. It took longer for Aquino to wake up this time. Jacob didn't miss the worried expression Dad and Gallus shared. Gallus knelt next to Matt, his eyebrows knitted. "Is he okay?" "I think so," Matt said. "At least he should be soon." As soon as Aquino woke up, he got to his feet and leaned against the tree. "They're going to break through," he said. "My next part of the plan involves changing our locations as often as possible." An arrow whistled through the air, hitting the doorframe next to Jacob. Jacob jumped back, nearly falling in his hurry to get out of range. Gallus peered through the trees. "They're coming." He whipped around. "Jacob, key us away. Aquino is right. We have to go." Jacob opened the link to the second door. It was at least half a mile from the first. Everyone followed Jacob through, and he slammed the door shut, feeling skittish. That arrow had been meant for him. He was positive of it. They were closer to the action now, which increased Jacob's skittishness. Swords clanged, people screamed, and drums banged all around them. But for the time being, no one noticed them. Dad put his hand on Jacob's shoulder. "I have to leave soon to direct the next stage of fighting, once Aquino is done and they're past Korn's men." Jacob nodded and looked at Gallus as they all hid behind the door. "You'll stick around, right?" "As much as possible." The black man tightened his grip on his sword, watching the fighting. "I'm protecting you. In doing so, I may be moved away." Jacob understood. He hoped that wouldn't happen, though. As soon as they stepped behind the door, which was set next to a massive maple tree, Aquino put his hand on the tree, his face slackening. Jacob was about to time C to watch what Aquino was doing when he heard one of the Lorkons screaming and shouting at the army. Find Jacob and his Makalo. Find and destroy them. So much for K2's wanting to keep Jacob for himself. Jacob entered his vision, waiting to see what Aquino would do next. It took several seconds for anything to happen, but when it did, Jacob gasped and nearly dropped to his knees to get out of the way. He remembered in time that he wasn't present in that section of the forest, though, and stayed on his feet. Lightning flashed through the trees, killing people with massive, sparking bolts. Jacob jumped as the thunder cracked repeatedly. He'd forgotten that Macaulay could control electricity. He watched what was probably one of the best fireworks and lightning shows anyone had ever seen. It was so brilliant, he was sure that if he'd been watching with his non-magical eyes, it would have blinded him. The sound alone was enough to make someone go deaf. Bolt after bolt cracked through the forest. Several of them pierced more than one person at a time. Corn was there, shouting at his men, screaming them onward. Jacob wondered how he was still standing with how incredibly loud it was. Jacob zoomed in his vision. Corn was wearing earplugs, and so was everyone else. They were following his motions and energy more than his verbal cues. Aquino must have warned them ahead of time. The lightning flew all around him, providing the best backdrop possible. Corn was huge. He was imposing, and the Lorkon army started to flee before him and his men. Jacob cheered. Still no dusts were visible. They were all destroyed now. Only the strongest of the army remained, chugging on. Of course, there were still thousands on their way, not to mention the Lorkon who were hiding from Jacob's view, but he still grinned at the small victory. Then the lightning stopped. Aquino must have passed out again. Jacob was about to pull from his vision when an incredibly loud crack slammed through the trees and every enemy in his sight fell to the ground, unconscious. Aquino had knocked them out. The archers in the tree started taking down the leaders. Men rushed forward, tying up the knocked-out enemies, and pretty soon, Corn had a sizable number of prisoners. Jacob already knew that all the prisoners would be taken to Azariah's fortress, where they'd be held in the basement dungeons until things were resolved one way or the other. Realizing again that Aquino wasn't doing anything anymore, Jacob returned to the door and the others. He was surprised to find that Dad and Gallus weren't there. Where? Matt glanced up from Aquino. We got attacked. Dad and Gallus are leading them away. They said to go as quickly as we could to the next door and to wake Aquino up there. Jacob yanked the key from his pocket and shoved it into the lock, keying them to the third door. He helped drag Aquino through the link, then slammed the door shut. What do we do while waiting for them? Matt was already pouring Kayade sap into Aquino's mouth. There isn't much of this stuff left. Did he tell you where to find more? Jacob shook his head. Aquino stirred, coughed, then struggled to a sitting position. He rubbed his face, his hands shaking. Jacob looked at Matt, ignoring the clashing swords and shields that weren't far away. What do we do? Matt mouthed. Jacob shrugged, not sure, his eyebrows knitted. If Aquino died from all of this, the victory would hardly seem worth it. You okay, Aquino? Jacob asked. Aquino took a deep breath. I'm not going to be able to go much longer. He glanced at Jacob and then Matt. I'm going to send a little bit of everything one last time. Just make sure you move me somewhere safe when I fall unconscious again. Matt nodded. Sure thing. Be careful. Aquino put his left hand on the tree next to him and looked at Jacob. Do you have that antidote? Jacob patted his pocket. Just the one. Everything else is at the fat lady's cabin. Good. You're going to need it. A Lorkon has entered the forest. Chapter 49. Finally, Jacob's heart flopped and his breathing sped up. It was almost his turn. Aquino closed his eyes and a loud, brief clap of thunder boomed through the canyon. Many people screamed, and Jacob noticed a grin on Aquino's face. He smiled too, then time saw, needing to know where to find the Lorkon. He found the creature immediately. It was one of Dad's older brothers, Het maybe, and seemed confused. Where were the others? Why had Het gotten separated? His robe was very tattered, looked like he'd been fighting. Het was lifting his sword to strike down one of Corin's men when a huge tree grabbed him, holding him to its trunk. The trunk then grew partially around Het's midsection. He was stuck. The tree remained motionless, and Jacob pulled back from his vision. Aquino had slumped down, but this time he was still conscious, though obviously struggling to stay that way. Go, Aquino said. Give him the antidote. Jacob nodded. He keyed to the door nearest Het, realizing at the last minute that he'd be putting himself in the middle of the fighting. Nothing to be done about that. He hesitated before stepping over the threshold, watching a huge Mulg fighting a man. They were right next to the door. Jacob's breath caught in his throat. Were the Shengols absolutely 100% correct about the golden symbol? He didn't want to run through the battle unless he was sure the symbol really would strengthen his abilities. Maybe the Shengols were way off in their expectations, especially where his powers were concerned. No more hesitating. Jacob jumped through the door, slamming it shut. The huge Molt's mace sliced through the air. The weapon connected with the doorframe in the spot where Jacob's head had just been. "Whoa!" Jacob whispered, clutching his chest. The symbol worked. He couldn't believe how quickly the Mulg had dispatched the man, then turned on him. Not even his fast basketball skills would have been enough in this situation. The Mulg growled, heaving its mace up again. Once more, Jacob saw the Mulg's intentions a split second in advance. He dropped and rolled away. The mace thudded into the ground. Jacob grinned, bouncing back to his feet. The Mulg growled at him and stepped forward. But just then, another man from Jacob's side interceded. "Go, Prince, go," the man shouted. Jacob nodded and dashed toward the tree where the Lorkon was struggling. He should have figured that getting there wouldn't be as simple as walking in a straight line. He nearly fell into one of the Mokalo traps, and in sidestepping it, he almost got slashed through the heart by a friendly soldier. The guy was swinging his sword to hit an enemy. Jacob backed away, still staying clear of the hole. Then he rushed through the fighting people, no longer able to tell who was on his side and who wasn't. The forest was teeming with life, and not just in the shape of warriors. Squirrels dashed across branch limbs, trying to get higher, and birds squawked from the trees. Jacob leapt over fallen bodies and continued dodging swords, spears, and fists. He arrived at the tree and pulled the syringe from his pocket, uncapping it. The Lorkon had nearly freed himself. Only a small section of bark was holding him to the tree now. He looked up and snarled as Jacob approached. "Come to save me from the forest, Jacob." Jacob didn't answer. He tried to control his erratic breathing while inspecting the Lorkon, wondering where to stab him. Neither the fat lady nor Aldo had mentioned this part of the process. "What's that you've got in your hand?" Heb asked. Jacob still ignored him. He'd have to act quickly and stab the guy in the largest section of skin visible, his neck. Realizing there was no easy way to do it, Jacob dashed forward, syringe ready. Using the extra strength from the symbol, he predicted Het's swing and ducked on time, but he was too preoccupied with the first to notice the second attack. One moment he was on his feet, the next he was rolling across the pine needle-covered ground, and the world was spinning around him. His face burned from a blow he hadn't seen. He cradled his cheek, glaring up at Het. Het simply laughed at him, then continued biting, ripping and working at the bark that covered his chest. Jacob got to his feet slowly, trying to ignore the pain as it dissipated. He dodged another fist, then sidestepped the Lorkon's free leg. Finally, seeing an opportunity, he closed the gap between himself and Het and stabbed the Lorkon, pushing down the plunger. A whole ton of liquid ran down the Lorkon's neck. Het froze, staring at Jacob, and Jacob backed off, waiting for the change to take place. Why had so much liquid escaped? It shouldn't have. Jacob looked at the syringe. There wasn't a needle there anymore. It had broken off, probably when he'd fallen. He looked back at the Lorkon. The antidote hadn't even entered the jerk's body. All of it had dribbled down his skin. Jacob tossed the syringe aside. He needed more antidote, and fast. He had to get to the fat lady's cabin. He turned, ready to run back to the door, when a soldier called to him. "Your Highness, behind you." Jacob spun. The Lorkon was ripping off the last bit of bark. He'd freed himself. He glared at Jacob, snarling, and Jacob didn't need the symbol to know that Het planned to destroy him. He'd finally get his chance to eliminate what he viewed to be competition, and with his father's blessing this time. "Let's make this easy for both of us, shall we?" Het said. The man who'd shouted dashed forward, sword in hand. "Run!" Jacob didn't hesitate. He barely even breathed before obeying. He raced away, determined to get to the fat lady's cabin before Het got past the man. Jacob raced through the forest and reached the door much faster this time. Most of the fighting had moved to other areas, and all he had to dodge were bodies and trees. He shoved the key into the lock and opened the link to the fat lady's cabin. "I need more antidote," he shouted, slamming the door behind him. It clicked, oddly, hollowly. Jacob looked back to make sure the door was shut. It was. And then he ran into the living area. "Is anyone here? I need more." "We heard," the fat lady said, tossing him another syringe. Her eyes widened. "Behind you." She glared. "Ugh." Jacob turned and ducked as a knife sailed through the air. It struck the wall behind him and bounced off, skidding across the floor. A human pulled out his sword and stopped at the entrance to the living room. He pointed the sword at Jacob. "You really should guard both sides of the door, boy." But then he gasped. His knees buckled. Jacob looked around. Neither the fat lady nor Aldo had done anything. The man slid against the wall to the floor, blood dripping down his face. Het stepped up behind him, sneering at Jacob. He lunged, and Jacob predicted it and dodged. But again, Jacob wasn't expecting the second attack to come so quickly. He called out as Het picked him up and flung him. He slammed against the wall, barely noticing that Aldo and the fat lady had jumped into a frenzy, trying to protect the rest of the antidote by covering the syringes with papers and books. Het ignored them. He leaped across the room in one bound, landing on top of Jacob. The wind was knocked out of Jacob's lungs, and he struggled, trying to get the huge creature off him. "I'll kill you now, boy," Het shrieked, grasping at Jacob's throat, trying to twist his neck. Jacob reached up to grab Het's hands, but he lacked the strength to break the Lorkon's grasp. Then he remembered he had a new syringe. Gasping for air, Jacob fumbled, trying to get the lid off. His eyesight was failing. Not enough oxygen. He wouldn't last much longer. An idea entered his mind, and he obeyed instantly. He forced his body to go limp and his eyes to shut. Het laughed, releasing Jacob's neck. Jacob peeked through his lashes. Het had turned to look at the fat lady and Aldo, who were shocked, hands over their mouths. "Your favorite is?" Jacob plunged the syringe into the Lorkan's neck, forcing all of the antidote into the beast. This time, none of it dribbled away. Het shrieked, scrambling back. He froze, staring at Jacob. No one said anything. Then he began shaking violently, scratching, clawing at his skin. His eyes rolled back into his head and he fell to the ground, convulsing. His body shrank. The red in his skin lightened, the scabs falling away. The shaking stopped. Het didn't move, except for his chest as he breathed. Then, trembling, he raised his hands and stared at them. "No, no," he glanced over at Jacob. "I'll kill you." Het lunged forward, reaching, straining for Jacob, who backed against the wall, but blood started gushing from several wounds on Het's body. He looked down and swayed. "Fish!" "Ekin!" With a gasp, Het fell to the floor, face first on the dirty rug. Chapter 50. Jacob scrambled away from the man, shaking blood off his hands. He was covered in the stuff. "Is he dead?" the fat lady asked. A bile rose in the back of Jacob's throat. He jumped to his feet and ran into the fat lady's kitchen just in time for his stomach to empty itself in the sink. So much for his big breakfast. No one said anything as Jacob washed up, trying to get rid of the blood stains on his red robes and black armor. When he returned to Het's body, he noticed that the fat lady was sobbing. Aldo patted her on the back, a huge smile on his face. It was odd to see her looking so upset and him so happy, especially when their emotion colors showed the same emotions, relief and excitement. "What's wrong?" Jacob asked. She checked the Lorkan's pulse. "He's dead." Jacob whooped, jumping into the air, and the fat lady laughed. She put her hands on her cheeks. "The first of the Lorkan dead. Oh, hallelujah." Aldo left the fat lady's side and knelt near Het. "This isn't how it went with Elise, was it?" Jacob shook his head. "No, but I think I know what happened. Ekin and Sansa were going to put E2 fish water on one of the Lorkon. I bet they did it to him." Aldo moved Het's hand, examining the wounds on the dead man's chest. "Well, that was an extreme stroke of luck." He turned to the fat lady. "Should we give Jacob the rest of the antidote? I'd rather not get trapped here with another Lorkan." The fat lady sniffled. "No, we can't give him all of it, but more would be fine." Jacob tilted his head. How much did the recipe make? 8 syringes worth, she said, handing 3 to Jacob, including the one we used on Elise. What happened to the one you had earlier? He glanced down, shoving the syringes into his pocket, not wanting to meet her eye. The needle snapped off. He looked up. The dang Lorkon kicked me away right when I was about to stab him. I didn't know the thing broke until I squirted antidote all over him. Aldo chuckled. Good thing there are extras, he said. 2 more here in case something happens to the 3 you've got now. Jacob nodded. I'd better get back. Akino might need my help, and there are still 3 Lorkon. He had an idea about where they could be hiding and checked, time seeing. He was right, he pulled back. They're hiding in the tree in Taga village. He looked down at Het. What are we going to do with the body? Give it back to K2's, I say. The fat lady's eyes were dry now, her arms folded. Jacob keyed to the door closest to the meadow and, with the help of the other 2, rolled Het out of the fat lady's cabin. It took them several minutes, but they finally got him to the grass of the meadow, ignoring the next rush of soldiers from the enemy's army. The soldiers didn't ignore them, however, and soon Jacob and his 2 friends were surrounded. No one touched them, though. Jacob heard several snickers as he and the others grunted, continuing to push Het farther into the meadow. Keep it up, someone called. Look at those muscles. Such a woman. Jacob's cheeks flushed and he couldn't help checking out his arms. They were fine. Definition in the right places. He really worked on them a lot. So the soldiers must have been referring to Aldo, or the fat lady. Finally, when they were closer to the tree, Jacob straightened. He turned full circle, staring at the soldiers around them, glaring. He then pointed at Het's body. I've killed a Lorkon. This is K2's oldest son. He, Aldo, and the fat lady backed away as several of the soldiers walked forward, inspecting Het's body. It really is him, one man said, meeting eyes with another. The soldiers murmured, stepping away from Jacob and his friends. Jacob took advantage of their hesitation. K2's. He yelled toward the tree. Come see what I've brought you. It didn't take long for K2's to open the door. What were they doing in there anyway? Researching? Going through Aloran's clothes? K2 stepped outside, hunched over in his long black cloak. One other Lorkon, Farron, followed him. Where was Isan? From this far away, Jacob shouldn't have been able to see the Lorkon's emotions, but because of the symbols around his eyes, he could. K2's was curious at first, then caught sight of his son. Curiosity quickly turned to anger. He screamed, throwing back his robe, taking a step in Jacob's direction. Farron grabbed him. K2's. But K2 shoved him away and stormed forward, reaching the outer ring of soldiers. What have you done? Jacob stood his ground, the fat lady and Aldo tall on either side of him. He opened his mouth to answer, but one of the soldiers spoke first, staring at the dead body. He's not a Lorkon anymore. The man looked up at K2's. You're not immortal? You said there was no reversing your strength. That victory would be unchallenged. Several of the men shifted, murmuring, eyes flicking back and forth between K2's and the body. Of course he's not immortal, Jacob said. And K2's, it was I who turned him into a human and killed him. He didn't think it important to mention that an E2 fish had helped. K2's roared and rushed forward. Jacob and his friends spun, running away. Jacob prayed the distance between them and K2's was great enough. It wasn't difficult to get through the ring of enemies. They parted easily and quickly, not wanting to be near Jacob and the others. Their discomfort and unease were clearly visible, and despite K2's anger, Jacob couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. He glanced back long enough to see K2's hesitate, probably trying to decide whether to go for revenge or to convince his men to continue fighting. The hesitation was long enough to allow Jacob and the others to disappear into the woods. They ran as fast as they could, dodging bodies, trees, and pits in the ground. K2 shouted in the background. He'd soon motivate the men to fight again. The fact that he could kill them with one touch probably added an incentive. Jacob spotted a door and veered that way, wanting to get as far away from K2's as possible and closer to his family and friends. Just as he was about to create the link, Aldo put his hand out, stopping him, panting. Do you hear that? Jacob shook his head. He only heard the sound of swords and shields. He strained, concentrating. Hear what? Where's it coming from? Aldo pointed. Over there. I heard someone call your name. His eyebrows went up. Oh, there it is again. Jacob heard it too. Sounds like. It's Gallus, the fat lady said, her eyes big. The three of them charged in the direction of Gallus's voice. Aldo and Jacob quickly lost the fat lady. Jacob prayed she'd be okay. Then Aldo lagged behind too, and Jacob put on a burst of energy. Gallus called once more, his voice cracking, much weaker this time. Jacob, Dmitri, anyone. Jacob rounded a huge bush and nearly stumbled into the back of the missing Lorkon. Isan. He spun, saw Jacob, and glared. He held Gallus by the head, and judging by his quickly fading emotion colors, Gallus wasn't far from death. Jacob whipped out his shingle pole. Drop him now. As you wish. Isan tossed Gallus to the side. The man landed in a crumple, and Isan faced Jacob. You want to fight me now, do you? Isan laughed. I've already dispatched many of your soldiers. So he beckoned with a finger, come then. Jacob didn't need to move or swish his robes to gather energy. The symbols around his eyes did it for him, and he felt the pressure there build up as his anger increased. He molded the air into a shield. Isan laughed, seeming to notice the pole for the first time. Oh no, scary. A little stick and a see-through shield. He clicked his tongue, not very intimidating, Jacob. The smile left his face. He crouched, glaring. Then attacked. Jacob barely got his pole up in time to block Isan. The Lorkon was so fast. Even with the extra power, Jacob could barely discern what Isan's next move would be. Jacob swung repeatedly, slicing his pole through the air. Isan laughed, easily knocking it down. Come, boy. You've got to do better than that. He was right. But Jacob didn't know how. For several moments, doubt and uncertainty flooded his system, nearly rendering his brain useless. He fought through it. He had to stay in control. No giving in. Taking a breath, watching for Isan's next move, Jacob decided to go for the over-exuberant type of fighting that Azariah and Dad both hated. The flailing and dancing around, hoping it would distract Isan or at least wear him out. He spun into a flurry of action. He almost stabbed Isan several times with the spear on his pole. Isan growled, also lashing out. His sword caught Jacob's robes, throwing him to the side. Jacob bounced back to his feet. He was surprised to find that the more energy he put into the fight, the more he got out of it. How was this possible? The symbols weren't adding to his fighting power. Of this he was sure. They couldn't give him experience or talent he didn't already naturally have. So what was going on? Chapter 51. As they continued, it slowly dawned on him. As he already knew, the symbols allowed him to discern Isan's desires just moments before they were carried out. And because Jacob was an athlete, because he'd spent so much time on the basketball court, he was nimble, he was fast, and he could make split-second decisions that greatly impacted the outcome. The symbols gave him power, which gave him confidence, which increased his energy and speed. Cool. For a while, neither gained on the other. Jacob tried hard to keep the grin off his face, but he failed. And it really bothered Isan. Isan started making foolish mistakes in his anger and possibly even his inexperience at fighting as a Lorkon. They most likely didn't spar much back in Maveril City, but if Jacob had been fighting Catus, he would have been dead already. He was sure of it. While circling, parrying, blocking, and attacking, Jacob became aware of the audience that had gathered. So did Isan. When enemy soldiers jumped to help the Lorkon, he shoved them away. Jacob used this to his advantage, getting in several strikes while Isan was distracted. It didn't seem to be doing any good though, and Jacob remembered that this was an immortal, super strong being. How was he going to win? Multiple times, Isan tried to rely on the poisons in his skin to kill or maim Jacob. He grabbed Jacob's arm over and over again. But because of the Lorkon blood flowing in Jacob's veins, Isan's touch had no power. Jacob laughed, panting. You can try to infect me all you want, scum, and it won't hurt me. Thank your father for that. Isan growled and lunged, knocking Jacob down. The Lorkon pinned the pole to the earth and Jacob's shield flickered, then died. Not so brave now, are you? Isan said. Jacob tried to turn his head away from the foul breath, but Eson grabbed his cheeks, forcing him to meet his eyes. "Father gave us permission to kill you the moment we found you," he grinned. "In fact, I believe he's more than—" Jacob heard a whoosh of air, then everything around them was in flames. Eson screamed. His robes caught all of the fire, inadvertently protecting Jacob. The Lorkon jumped up, turning. Sanso stood there, flames dripping from his hands, the forest floor beneath him smoldering. "How dare you?" Eson whispered. Sanso shrugged, folding his arms, extinguishing his fire. His body language showed he didn't seem to care, but Jacob knew the Ember God was furious. The red that surrounded him was very thick and bright. Sanso met eyes with Jacob, acting like he was trying to convey something, then looked to Eson, then back again to Jacob, eyebrows raised. "Oh, the antidote." Jacob pulled a syringe from his pocket. "You and the other Lorkon have ordered me around enough." Sanso watched as Eson tried to put out the flames in his robe. "I seem to remember orders for your death." Sanso didn't get the chance to respond. Jacob had the syringe uncapped, and while Eson was distracted, he plunged the thing into the Lorkon's now exposed back. The smell of charred robes and flesh surrounded him, but he hung on until every drop of the antidote had been injected. Eson swatted at his back as if he were swatting a mosquito. Then his spine went rigid and he looked at Jacob. "What did you just do?" Jacob grinned, holding up the antidote. "You're about to become human." Eson's eyes widened and he reached for Jacob, but his hand dropped. The change started taking place before he could do anything. He fell to the ground, convulsing. Pretty soon, his robes were too big. His skin was clear. He was Jacob's height. Eson lay on the ground, breathing hard, his mouth open. He got to his hands and knees, then jumped to his feet with a lot more energy than he should have had. Jacob stumbled away. He didn't know what he'd been expecting, maybe something like what had happened with Het, but Eson wasn't injured, not like Het had been, and the fight wasn't over. As he walked towards him, Sanso jumped forward, swords in his hands. "Come, foul beast, fight me. Leave the child alone." Eson glared at the Ember God. "As you wish." He grabbed his sword from where it had fallen, and without hesitation, he attacked. The fight would be glorious. Jacob could tell that Sanso was enjoying it too much. His body probably ached for action like this. The Ember God wasn't using his flames, only his swords, which meant he wanted to drag it out as long as he could. Evidently, Jacob dropped to Gallus's side. The man looked unconscious. Jacob touched his shoulder, avoiding staring at the wounds on his face. "Gallus?" He stirred. Thank heaven he was alive. "Are you okay?" Gallus shook his head. The fat lady looked up from where she was wiping off Gallus's arms. Jacob cringed. Eson had spread disease all over him. "We need the other potion. To rid him of the Lorkon poison, we have to get it in him as soon as we can. Are there any leftovers?" She nodded. "Back in the cabin." "Let's go." Jacob wasn't really sorry to miss the fight. Gallus was more important. He found the nearest door, and then he, Aldo, and the fat lady half-carried, half-dragged Gallus that way. It took them nearly 20 minutes to get through the link to the fat lady's cabin. A few times they had to pull Gallus over dead bodies, since there wasn't any way around them. Jacob refused to look at anyone or anything, not wanting to throw up again. He concentrated instead on his friend. Once in the cabin, they laid Gallus on the couch, shoving books and papers out of the way. The fat lady turned to Jacob, putting a beefy hand on his shoulder. "Go. Make sure that maggot dies." Jacob nodded, then ran back to where the fight had been taking place, wondering as he went how everyone else was doing. Dad, Alarin, Matt, Akino. He took a deep breath. He was sure they were fine. He heard a horn blow farther in the forest. What was that about? He figured he'd find out later. Then he entered the little grove where the fight was just ending. Sanso had let his flames loose, and the leftover leaves from the previous fall crackled and smoldered around him. He didn't torture Eson, however, which surprised Jacob. Instead, with 2 blows from his fists, he knocked Eson over, then beheaded the man. Jacob turned just as Eson's head rolled away. He couldn't believe what he'd witnessed today. So much death and destruction. It was so hard for him to take in. so hard to comprehend. He tasted bile in his mouth and breathed deeply, trying to get the bitter taste to go away. Ah! Sansa blew out a long breath, swords down. "Sorry about the fire," he said. "I'll put it out." Jacket looked, grateful for the distraction. Not much had burned yet, thank goodness, and the Ember God extinguished it using his hands and feet. His magic seemed to go in the opposite direction, too. After he finished, Sansa nodded to Jacob. "Thank you." He turned and left, not looking back. Jacob didn't need to time-see to know the Ember God was heading for the link to the Fire Pulsar world near Aga's fortress. He blew out a breath. Sansa had turned out to be a blessing in the end. But Jacob knew he really wouldn't miss the man. The enemy soldiers waited to see what Jacob would do. He glanced around at them. "If the rest of you want to follow in Iasan's footsteps, by all means attack. But if you're more interested in helping me kill the other two Lorkon and joining Dmitri, the obviously stronger king, come with me." With that, he spun, walking in the direction of his house. He had to find Dad. His heart ached as he strode past the bodies that littered the forest. He refused to look at any of them, couldn't show weakness. To his surprise, several of the soldiers followed. None of them said anything. They simply walked behind him, swords sheathed. It didn't take long for them to reach the house, and as they traveled, Jacob was shocked at how few enemies were left. No one was fighting anymore. Was the war over? What had happened? Akino's attacks had taken out a lot of K2's soldiers, but not 20,000 of them. Maybe they'd all run off when they discovered their leader wasn't as immune to death as he'd professed to be. Jacob found Matt in the backyard, helping carry injured people into the house. He dropped the shingle pole and ran to his brother, throwing his arms around him. He didn't care who saw. Matt laughed. "I'm glad to see you alive too." Dad came outside. "Jacob!" He dashed to his son and wrapped him in a one-armed bear hug. "We had no idea what happened to you. Matt said you ran off after one of the Lorkon." He put a hand on Jacob's shoulder, inspecting him. "Are you okay?" Jacob nodded. "Het and Isan are dead. Ferran and K2 are at the tree, last I saw." He looked around the yard. How was everyone doing? Then he saw that Dad's arm was wrapped, and Matt's thigh and forearm were bandaged. "What happened?" Dad exhaled loudly. "It was really awful for a while there. I didn't think any of us would survive." Matt looked at Jacob. "We were ambushed. The Lorkon sent their men, thousands of them, around the edges of the forest, bypassing all Corrin's men, and they attacked here." Jacob's heart skipped a beat. "What? How did you survive? There weren't many people stationed at the house." "Someone blew a horn," Dad said, "and they all ran off. We figured it was because K2 himself was ready to attack. We'd been trying to get all the injured people out of the way, but no one came and we couldn't leave to find out what was going on. That's when we saw K2. "Yeah," Matt said, "the whole place was swarming with soldiers and then it was just a bunch of injured people. No one even died, just injuries. That's how quickly the horn was blown after the attack started." Dad grabbed Jacob's shoulder again. "Where's Gallus? Have you seen him?" "Bolivia." "Yes, the fat lady. Aldo and I took him to her cabin. Isan spread disease all over the poor guy. They're taking care of him. They have extra potion." Dad sighed and his shoulders slumped. "That's good to hear." He hugged Jacob again. "I'm so glad you're safe." He looked beyond Jacob, finally noticing the soldiers who'd followed Jacob and now hesitated at the edge of the forest. "What did they want?" "To join you, and to kill the other two Lorkon." Dad hesitated. "Wow, help really is coming in unexpected ways." "Go ahead." He strode forward to the group. Jacob followed, wondering what he was going to do. Chapter 52. Dad put his hands behind his back. "Thank you for joining our ranks. You will be paid for your efforts, and if you show true valor, conviction, and integrity, I'll offer you a place on my castle guard." He paced, inspecting the men before him. They straightened, staring ahead, at full attention. "If any of you have information on more Lorkon plans, I'd appreciate hearing them." A soldier raised his hand. One of the Lorkon, not K2's, was about to kill someone. He said it was his brother. Charon, Myler's brother. Jacob looked at Dad. There's no way Myler would survive a fight alone against him. Dad's grim expression showed he agreed. Let's gather those who are willing and go help. Time C. Figure out where they are. Jacob did. He wasn't surprised to find that the battle between Myler and Farron had already begun. They were in the forest, south of where Jacob had fought Eson. Just as he was pulling back from his vision, though, he noticed a flurry of activity up by Azariah's fortress. A ton of activity. He zoomed in closer. His mouth dropped. The gardens were covered in dead bodies. Covered. There were more enemy soldiers pouring from the forest, rushing toward the garden area, but because of all the dead bodies, they were tripping, scrambling, unable to get to their targets. And their targets? 6 Shengols. Azariah's kids. Jacob put his hand over his mouth. They decided to fight. He watched in amazement as the Shengols continued leveling Molg after Molg, human after human. They combined their bright eyesight with their shields and skills with the pole, using all 3 to effectively disable all who came within their reach. And they weren't stumbling over the bodies. In fact, they were so light on their feet, they were jumping around, acting as if nothing was stopping or holding them back. Reluctantly, realizing that Myler needed help, Jacob pulled back from his vision. He wanted to watch the rest of that fight. Got them. Let's go. Dad invited K2's his former soldiers to accompany them, and they took off at a jog, following Jacob. As they ran, Jacob told Dad what he'd seen. Dad's mouth dropped. But Azariah said none of the Shingles were coming to help. His kids came back just in case. Azariah needed saving. Maybe they saw how well we were hanging on and decided to help after all. Dad passed a hand over his face as he jogged. Regardless of their reasons, their timing couldn't have been better. Pretty soon, shouting, jeering, and calls of encouragement guided them to the battle. A ring of enemies and friends surrounded Myler and Farron. Korn was there. It looked like he was doing everything he could to help Myler, while staying out of reach of the Lorkon. Dad pulled Korn aside. Report. Korn inclined his head. We can't break up the two. Farron is toying with his brother. Anyone who gets close, the Lorkon infests with diseases and flings aside. Jacob looked. Korn was right. Men, Makalos, and Werbies lay everywhere, sick, diseased. Many were dead already. Others struggled for air. Dad frowned. These Lorkon could have destroyed our entire army on their own if they didn't have so many personal vendettas. Korn nodded. And if they didn't know about Jacob's antidote, word of it has spread. And because the enemy knows we can cure the Lorkon, they've all hesitated. Things definitely haven't gone as we expected. He lowered his voice. Not to mention the fact that some Shingles arrived and are taking care of a large portion of the army. You heard about that? Dad asked. Farron said something about it. Korn glanced back at the fighting brothers, who hadn't yet noticed that more people had arrived. What can we do to help Myler? I'm not sure, Dad said. I don't know that we can. Jakob pulled a syringe from his pocket just in case. He would be ready the moment Farron showed any weakness. The brothers both wielded two-handed swords. They parried back and forth, and Jacob shook his head watching. They looked like castle guards practicing. Why wasn't Farron acting like a Lorkon? With his immense strength, he could have destroyed Myler easily. Dad put his hand on his chin. What is Farron playing at? I don't know, Korn said. Things got intense really fast, and it didn't take long for Farron to... Korn shook his head, gesturing with his hands, probably trying to find the right words. To stop fighting like a Lorkon. It's as if he's forgotten how powerful he is. He's fallen into old habits, Dad said. Jacob hoped that was the case. If it was, Myler actually had a chance. The size of the group watching the battle increased as stragglers arrived. Farron finally seemed to notice how much his audience had grown, and it fed his arrogance. He jumped from side to side, then forward, striking rashly at Myler, almost as if he were on a stage. Myler dodged his blows, getting in some hits that even Jacob could have blocked. Jacob needed to be closer. Something had to happen soon. He slipped through the people, syringe out, watching the battle closely. Back and forth they went, neither maintaining the upper hand. Come, Farron, Myler said. You can't possibly lose to me now. I'm your younger, weaker brother. Farron growled, reared back, and struck at Myler with a roar. His sword clanged sharply against Myler's, and the vibration on the blade caused Myler to stumble. "I will not allow a shrimp like you to beat me," Farron hit again, and once more, Myler barely blocked in time. But Myler wasn't defeated. He jumped to his feet, concentration etched across his features. He attacked and gained the upper hand. Farron was forced back and nearly knocked into Jacob. It didn't take long for Farron's greater strength to once again put him on the offensive. He swung repeatedly. Myler blocked or dodged all his blows, but eventually, the human couldn't stand against Farron's power. The Lorkon grabbed Myler by the shirt and swung him onto his back on the ground. He held the tip of his sword to Myler's throat, but then he hesitated. Jacob realized this was the only opportunity he'd have. He jumped forward, pulling off the top of the syringe as he landed. In 2 strides, he was directly behind the Lorkon. With all his might, he pushed the needle through Farron's robes and into his back, releasing the antidote. The Lorkon growled at his brother. "I'll do it. You know I will." At 5 p.m., he returned. Chapter 53. Did the needle go in? Jacob couldn't tell. Farron didn't react. Myler glared. "Because you're a coward. You kill without thought." A wet spot spread out from where the needle had pierced, and Jacob realized it hadn't entered the Lorkon's skin. He'd done it again. Stupid, stupid, stupid. And now he only had 1 syringe left. Jacob's brain scrambled as he tried to decide where to stab Farron next. He couldn't waste the last syringe. "Yes, I do. I kill lesser creatures, such as you." Myler scoffed, then saw Jacob for the first time. "Your boots aren't even tall enough to cover your calves, brother." Farron hesitated. "My boots? What are you talking?" But Jacob caught it, and without hesitation, he stabbed Farron in the back of the calf. Farron shrieked, trying to kick Jacob away, but Jacob had already pushed the antidote into his leg. The Lorkon dropped his sword, swaying, screaming, grabbing at his leg. Then he started quaking and shrinking. The poisonous blood left his skin. Somehow, he stayed on his feet. He tried to pick up his sword, but couldn't. It was too heavy. Jacob watched in satisfaction as dread crossed Farron's face. He looked at the group of people around him, who were now closing in on him. He recognized how outnumbered he was. Then he leveled a glare at Myler. "Scum of a brother, you waste of flesh." Myler jumped up. "This is for Mother, Father, and Kelsa." He roared, holding his sword high, and stabbed Farron through the heart. "Huh!" Farron dropped to the ground. Myler stood over him, triumphant. But only for a moment. Then he did something Jacob hadn't expected. He fell to his brother's side and sobbed, holding the dead man, looking up at the sky. Tears poured down his face as he wailed. He called out his brother's name over and over again, then buried his face in Farron's robes, clenching them in his fists. Jacob felt like crying, just watching. How would he have reacted if Matt had turned on him, had killed Aloran and, given what Myler said, Mom and Dad too? His eyes stung thinking about it. After several moments, he cleared his throat, trying to get his emotions under control. It was hard, and thoughts of his family kept popping in. But there was still 1 Lorkon left. Jacob searched the crowd for Dad. Many were leaving or helping injured people, but no children close enough to talk to the boy's mother. Dad was looking for Jacob too, and after wading through the crowd, they met not far from Myler. "Where's Katus?" Dad asked. "I was about to look for him, but..." Jacob motioned to Myler and whispered, "I feel so bad." Dad nodded. "Me too." He bit his lip, the deep blue colors around him showing his sorrow. He shook himself. "He'll be fine. Go ahead and search for Katus." Jacob time-saw and found the Lorkon in the Taga village Kaith tree. He wasn't alone. Several men were with him. They were scanning through books and studying maps. Jacob recognized a map of America, and he ground his teeth together. Katus hadn't even won the war, and he was already preparing to rule Jacob's country. While Jacob watched, another man rushed into the tree. Jacob put all his concentration on hearing the conversation. "My lord, they're dead. They're all dead." "Impossible," Katus said. "I watched the boys stab Farron with the needle you spoke of, and we found Azon's body." Azon, K2 rose to his full height. Where is he? In the forest. The man hesitated. Would you have us attack now? Yes, Katos grabbed his sword. It is time I taught my son how to be a man. The soldier hesitated again. We're drastically outnumbered. Kaidos frowned. How is that possible? My army has 10 men for every one of theirs. An injured man sitting at the table looked up. Not anymore. Those earthly attacks, lightning, trees, the men were frightened. And then watching a Lorkon die. Then the Shangles. He stopped talking as K2 raised his hand as if to strike him. The man looked down. My lord, we attack when you ask it. K2 hesitated. Then a grin crossed his face. I've a plan. He pointed to a dark-haired man behind him. Chul, bring the liquid and powder. I'll share my idea as soon as this room is protected. The Lorkon turned back to the table, hands on the wood, staring at the map of America. Jacob nearly pulled back from his vision, realizing he was about to be forced out anyway. But he didn't when he noticed Chul glancing at another man who held a bag of what Jacob assumed was the powder. Yeah. Chul frowned, shaking his head when the other whispered. He didn't understand. The man turned the bag upside down and mouthed the word empty. Chul bit his lips, an expression of panic crossing his face. He frantically motioned to the other to put dirt in the bag. The other man nodded, then dropped to his knees, out of sight behind the refrigerator. Chul handed him a flower pot, and he dug through it, pulling out the dirt. Chul turned and picked up a vase of liquid and kept his eyes on the Lorkon king's back. K2 turned. What is taking so long? Chul started. We don't have a bowl. K2 grabbed the nearest chair and smashed it into the wall, destroying one of Aloran's shelves. I have the bowl. He pulled it out of his pocket and thrust it on the table. Give me the ingredients. Chul handed over the vase and the other man scrambled to his feet, handing K2 the now bulging bag. K2 splashed some liquid into the bowl, then added a handful of dirt. Jacob was surprised the Lorkon didn't notice the difference. Jacob could see it. This stuff was dark. The other powder had been gray. But K2 went ahead and mixed it all together, then whispered the incantation. Jacob smiled, knowing the potion wouldn't work this time. K2 pulled a huge brush out of his robes and painted the walls. Because of the size of the brush, it didn't take long, and as soon as the liquid dried, he turned to his men. Call off the fight. We regroup at the manor and attack in the morning, he grinned. And I'm now accepting Lorkon transformation requests. Several of the men stepped forward eagerly. Excellent. A dark expression crossed K2's face, and he slammed the table with his fist. I shall have my victory. He took a deep breath and wiped off his hands. We leave at once. I have all the necessary ingredients at the manor. Chapter 54. Eakin spent most of the day wandering the streets of Myverl City. He gazed into empty stores, shops, and homes, thinking about the previous owners and inhabitants. He patted his pocket, and the last few medicine pills from Aloran jostled against each other. He'd need more, and soon. His joints wouldn't be happy about his day's activities as it was. But no sense thinking thoughts like that at a time like this. He was a free man, and yet he stayed in the city that had held him captive for so many years. The streets were empty, so empty. He looked up at the sky, remembering the time when the bright sun shone on one of the most beautiful places on Eclaron. It was useless to think about that right now, though, and it was time to head back to the town hall and focus on dinner. Eakin snapped his fingers, and Sanso's dust rushed from a pile of junk on a nearby porch. The creature bounced alongside Eakin, babbling in the weird way that dust did. Eakin tried to follow for a while, then noticed something. He grabbed the dust's face. Look at me, he said. The dust glanced up and Eakin gasped. The creature's eyes were blue. Blue. Eakin shook his head, releasing the creature. Was it possible? Just that morning, Sanso had placed the dust's care into Eakin's hands, had given the creature to him, and if the dust's eyes had changed blue in the hours since, that meant Eakin really, truly had experienced a change of heart. He swallowed a sob. Was it possible? Could he be forgiven for what he'd done to his friends and neighbors? For turning on them and reporting their activities to the Lorkon? For getting them killed? So many years of selfishness. His actions had inadvertently caused the death of his beloved duenna. Would he be able to move ahead with his life? Was his future bright again? He gasped as a feeling he hadn't experienced in a while crossed his heart, making it swell. Hope. Just the word made his step lighter, and he couldn't help grinning as he followed the dust toward the town hall. His mind was full of possibilities, of ways to prove his newfound loyalty, ways to serve his king when he returned. Dmitri would need help cleaning up the city, preparing for the coronation. Ekin couldn't believe that after all these years, Dmitri would finally have the title king officially bestowed on him. The city would return to its former glory. He'd do his best to make sure it happened. King Dmitri would win. He had to. Ekin's future depended on it, and he was determined to work for the king, even if he ended up being the lowliest shoeshine in the castle. Ekin rubbed his hands together, wondering if King Dmitri knew that when Kados died, Dmitri would rule over not only Gefkin, but Truzanol too. Probably not, and it meant that Ekin had a lot of work to do. Time for a visit to the neighboring city. Chapter 55. Jacob watched as Katus and his men stormed from the tree, heading for the manor. And worse, apparently the Lorkon had already been there. How had Jacob missed that? And were Mom and Amberly even still alive? Knowing they didn't have time, Jacob quickly directed his visions to the manor. But a cursory glance showed the place to be empty. Either Katus had killed them, or they'd somehow escaped. Jacob pulled from his vision, and, trying to control the shaking of his hands and the panic in his heart, spun, looking for Dad. He was helping Myler to his feet. "Katus is heading for the manor," Jacob shouted, dashing to Dad's side. "And he was there this morning. He left some Lorkon potion there, and I couldn't see Mom or Amberly anywhere." Dad stumbled in shock. "Arian," he turned to Jacob, "key me there now." But Myler grabbed Dad's arm. "You can't go, not without soldiers to help, not without a plan." And Jacob hated to say it. "He's right, Dad." Dad gritted his teeth, then nodded. "Let's gather as many able-bodied people as possible. It will only take Katus 15 minutes to reach the manor. And I need another syringe," Jacob said. "Go, get one." Jacob turned to run home to the nearest door, but Dad stopped him. "Open a link to the manor so I can send people there immediately." He glared. "We rid the land of Katus now." Jacob dashed off through the forest, jumping over bodies and logs and racing around trees. Right when he got within hearing distance, he started shouting, "Help! We need men! Gather on the back porch! Wait for King Dimitri's order. Spread the word. He'll be here soon." Ebony and Kenji were the only ones Jacob saw who heard, but they scurried to follow orders. He opened a link to the manor, then ran around to the front of the house and keyed himself to the fat lady's cabin. "I need more antidote," he shouted. The fat lady jumped, nearly falling off the couch where she'd been sleeping. "What's going on?" "All the Lorkon are dead, but Katus, and he's heading to the manor, where Amberly and Mom are." Jacob couldn't bring himself to mention that they might not even be alive anymore. He shoved that thought aside, grabbed the last 2 syringes from the coffee table, and pocketed them. "Well, I'm coming," Aldo said. "I can't be trapped here anymore." The fat lady scowled. "Trapped? That's hardly what I'd call it." Jacob didn't wait to hear what else they had to say. He ran back to the door and keyed himself to Azariah's fortress. "Hello, Azariah? Pambry?" "Back here, Jacob," Pambry said. Jacob dashed down the hall, following her voice to Azariah's library. He skidded to a stop in the doorway, though, when he saw the room. It was full of shingles, and all of them looked like they were about to die. What's wrong?" Azariah and Pambry looked horrendous. Their skin was pale, gray even. Their lips were blue, and their eyes, they were so dim Jacob could actually see the translucent color. Azariah didn't look when Jacob stepped into the room. "You're using our powers." He motioned to his children, who were sprawled across the floor. "And they're wounded from fighting." Exodus chapter 8, Deliverance from Death and Darkness. Pambry looked up. She was crouched next to one of the male shingles, a cloth in her hand, dabbing at a wound in his arm. She nearly toppled over. probably dizzy from glancing at Jacob. "Well, I'm done with your powers now." Jacob strode forward, grabbing a tablecloth-like thing rumpled on a shelf near Pambry. He knelt next to Azariah and started rubbing the symbol off his skin. "Could this possibly kill you?" Azariah waved him off. "Only maim." Jacob thanked the Shangles for what they'd done, but none of them responded, so he explained what was going on with K2s. By the time he'd completed his explanation, he'd barely finished Azariah and still had Pambry to go. But Azariah shoved him away. "What are you doing here? Your father needs your help." "He needs yours too." Jacob watched as the color flooded back into the Shangol's face. "Leave Pambra. You must continue borrowing her powers." Azariah didn't wait to hear what Pambry had to say about that, but strode to the door, the light in his eyes returning as he walked. "Key me to the manor, now." Jacob did so, expecting that they'd arrive at the front door, but instead, the key took them to one of the upstairs rooms. He immediately saw why when he reached the staircase. The front door was still open, and Dad was just walking through it. Dad looked up and saw Azariah and Jacob. Relief made his shoulders slump for a moment, but he straightened right away, ever the regal leader. "Good, Azariah. We could definitely use you. How are your children?" "Injured. Pambry is caring for them." Dad turned to the others who'd followed him through the front door. Corin, Kenji, Ebony, Jagar, and 2 Makalos Jacob didn't recognize. He counted as he watched. Only one human who could fight, and the rest were Makalos. Kados is on his... "I already know what's happening," Azariah said, sweeping down the stairs. "Then you know we should be able to catch him by surprise." Dad rubbed his face. "But with so few warriors?" "Where is your pureblood Makalo?" Azariah glared at Dad, arms folded. Unconscious. Azariah turned to the other Makalos. "How many of you control plans?" Kenji looked at the others around him. "All of us, to an extent." The Shangle scowled. "To an extent? What do you mean, to an extent?" He shook his head. "Never mind. Together, you will use your ability to stop and hold the Lorkon. Do everything you can to prevent him from entering this manor. The blacksmith and I will fight those who accompany K2s." His eyes went out of focus for a brief second, his face going slack. Jacob recognized it immediately. Azariah was time-seeing. Then the Shengol looked back at the group. "The Lorkon will be here in a few minutes. Come." The moment the others left, Dad sagged against the wall, holding his ribs. "Jacob, I can't fight anymore." Jacob bit his lips. "It's okay, you don't need to." He patted his pocket where he'd put the syringes. "Azariah can take charge for now. You need to find Mom, and I'm going to wait until I can give K2s the antidote." Dad nodded. "You've already searched the manor?" "Yeah, just briefly. Not enough to see anything in detail. Mom and Amberly could be in any of the rooms, hiding." Jacob turned, closed the door until it was open just a crack, and peeked out. The forest was quiet. Nothing thrashed. No Makalas visible. He hoped, that Kenji was making it impossible for K2s to suspect anything. Now, he waited, hoping to see K2s slowly regain her wits after the inevitable breakdown. Jacob timesaw. K2s was leading his men through the forest. Of course, the trees didn't attack them. They'd just reached the clearing when a branch whipped through the air and wrapped around K2s, sucking him back against the trunk of a tree. K2 shrieked, and his men hesitated, obviously not sure what to do. Azariah and Corin leapt into view, sword and pole out, taking the soldiers by surprise. Azariah's robes flapped behind him as he and Corin quickly knocked all of K2's men down. Azariah made it look easy, and Corin was nearly as fast. As soon as the men were incapacitated, Azariah looked up, making eye contact with Jacob. Jacob jumped, pulling back, his vision returning to his surroundings. Azariah had known he'd been watching. No one had ever looked at him while he was time-seeing before. Weird. He wiped his hands on his pants repeatedly, trying to get the creepy feeling to go away. It was like touching a spider. Then he realized the Xiangal probably wanted to convey a message. He time-saw again. Azariah's arms were folded, and he glared at Jacob. "Get here and take care of the Lorkon," commented one. Jacob could see Azariah's lips moving, but his voice didn't come through Jacob's vision. It came from his immediate surroundings, though he wasn't sure how. With Azariah leading the way, Jacob nodded, though he wasn't sure if Azariah could see that or not, and pulled back. He flung the door open and dashed to where K2 was being held by the tree. Remembering what had happened before, he kept his distance from the Lorkon and the thrashing trees as he pulled one of the syringes out of his pocket. No need to have it knocked from his hand. The moment K2 saw the syringe, he started struggling. He screamed, twisting, thrashing, biting the tree that held him. "Maintain your grip, Makalos," Azariah shouted. "Don't let him loose." One of K2's men woke up and Korin attacked him. This time the man was ready and he and Korin were evenly matched. They began fighting back and forth. The noise was loud and Jacob struggled to maintain concentration. He tried to approach K2 from behind, but the Lorkon was thrashing too much. He didn't want to lose the antidote, so he still hesitated. "Well, what do I do?" "Stab him with it." Jacob approached from one side, but K2 kicked at him, legs and arms flailing. "Stop him," Azariah said. "Hold him still." If only Akano were here, a lightning bolt through the heart would definitely stop K2. It was obvious the Makalos tried, did their best, but they simply weren't strong enough. And it didn't seem to matter which direction Jacob came from. K2's wiggling and thrashing kept him just out of reach. Chapter 56. Jacob's shoulders slumped. "I can't do it." Azariah growled. He yanked out his pole and stabbed it backward. It struck Korin's opponent through the heart, and the man dropped. Then he thrust it forward and held it to K2's neck. "Hold still, old man, or I'll slice you." His threat came too late. Just at that moment, K2 fell from the tree. He'd ripped so much of the bark away, there wasn't enough left to hold him. He got to his feet, dusting himself off. "If it's a fight you want, Shengal, it's a fight you'll get." Very well," Azariah glared. "But we do it in the clearing, with no one assisting. You call your men down and I'll keep the Makalos from helping. If I win, the boy administers the antidote. If I lose, I allow you to kill me." Jacob swallowed. Kill him? Wasn't that a bit much? He remembered what Azariah said about shingles. They pretty much controlled the time and manner of their deaths. It really was a bit much. A glint appeared in K2's eyes. "Agreed." He grabbed a fallen man by the shoulder. The guy must have just woken up. "Let no one interfere, and you shall be the first to join my immortal ranks." The man nodded and K2 released him, then strode into the clearing. Dad was just leaving the manor, holding Mom and Amberly. Jacob ran to them and threw his arms around Mom. "What's going on?" Dad asked. "K2 and Azariah are about to fight, and it's to the death." K2 looked up and smiled at Dad. He'd obviously heard Jacob's statement. "And when I win, I'll have fun with your family. Perhaps if your son dies, that key will work for anyone. It's worth a try, isn't it?" Dad clenched his fists. "Your reign is over." He pulled Mom closer. Azariah attacked first. He leaped through the air, black and red robes swirling, hair flying around him. He knocked K2 to the ground and held the tip of his pole to the Lorkon's throat. "Don't think that will kill me, Shen-Gol," K2 said. With one swat, he flicked Azariah's pole aside and jumped to his feet, longsword in both hands. For the first several seconds, Jacob could barely follow their actions. Robes billowed and flared, eyes glared brightly, sunlight flashed off metal and polished wood. They were so fast it was hard to make sense of what was going on. Then, when he finally started understanding what they were doing, his mouth dropped. Their fighting involved far more than just weapons. By far the bestest creations, the conflict was always about race and who was in control. Both had trained for years. K2 was over 100 years old, and Jacob had never learned how old Azariah was. They used ancient but sophisticated techniques. Azariah drew on the energy of the sun and frequently blinded his opponent. But K2 was so natural with the sword, it didn't seem to matter that he couldn't see. Azariah's shield flicked in and out of view. The Shen-Gol was able to bring it to life half a second before needing it. Jacob really had to practice that. He'd always known Lorkon feared and hated Shen-Gols, and now he saw why. If Azariah had been fighting any of the other Lorkon, he would have won already. But because this was K2's, the Shengul was barely maintaining his own position. Around and around the clearing they went. K2's jumped into the branches of a tree, at least 20 feet into the air. He swung out and way over, flipping in the process, nearly taking off Azariah's head with his sword. After that, Azariah kept him from getting close to the trees. The Lorkon had the upper hand where strength, speed, and build were concerned. But Azariah had magic and the ability to see and predict emotions and desires. Neither would ever win. Jacob was sure of it. After at least 10 minutes of fighting, he and his family settled on the steps of the manor. He couldn't keep his eyes off his uncle and grandfather. Sweat poured down Azariah's face. Blood dripped down K2's. Azariah's hair became part of the fight as he flipped it repeatedly into K2's eyes, then used the distraction to get in a few blows. Everything stopped. They hesitated, circled each other. K2's attacked, knocking Azariah's pole from his hands. Azariah dropped and rolled out of reach. He sprang to his feet and threw away his robes. Jacob started. Azariah, no. He needed the power behind his symbols. Azariah ignored him. Then Jacob realized something. Everything the Shengul wore had symbols etched on it. Underneath his robes were black pants and a red shirt, both of which accentuated his lean, angular body. The metal of the symbol flashed on the fabric. K2's laughed. Hand-to-hand combat then. Azariah nodded once. No weapons. K2's agreed, dropping his own robes, showing black, form-fitting clothing. He was lean, like the Shengul, but unlike the Shengul, he was tall, incredibly tall, and muscular. His black hair was in a short ponytail, which only made his face seem even more severe. He pulled his gloves up, a menacing smile on his face. They began their next stage of combat, which was a type of martial arts Jacob had never seen before. Of course, he wasn't very familiar with any form of martial arts, but this was almost musical. It flowed so well. Their hands and legs became a blur. Both of them did numerous back and forward flips. They danced around each other, dodging, punching, attacking. In the courtyard, some of the women met their fate. This is never going to end, Jacob said. Dad frowned, then bit his lip. Yes, it will, he whispered. Azariah is tiring. K2's is not. Does K2's know? Mom asked. No one responded. Jacob really hoped he didn't. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed a flurry of activity on the other side of the clearing. One of K2's men was struggling with Corin. He punched Corin to the ground, then pulled out a small bow and arrow that had been strapped to his back. Jacob pointed. Look. The man notched the arrow and took aim at Azariah. Just before the man let the arrow fly, Jacob sprang to his feet again. Stop, he shouted. His call was enough to startle the man. The arrow whizzed a foot above its target, striking the manor door instead. Azariah slipped backward, landing far enough away from K2's to get the Lorkon's attention. You dare break the rules? He panted heavily, obviously exhausted. How was he going to continue? K2's glared. There are no rules. A flash of light glanced off a knife he held behind his back. Azariah didn't see the blade. Jacob knew he had to intervene. Dad couldn't. He was too injured, and there wasn't anyone else. Jacob whipped his pole into position and raced down the stairs. He didn't care how inexperienced he was compared to K2's. He couldn't let the Lorkon kill Azariah. Just as K2's dashed across the distance between himself and the Shengul, Jacob reached the clearing, molding the air into a shield. K2 swung at Azariah. Azariah blocked, and the knife missed, but the blow was enough to knock the Shengul to the ground. K2 adjusted and raised the blade. Jacob ran and dropped, sliding feet first toward the battlers, dust billowing up around him. The knife hit his shield, nearly breaking through, and Jacob instinctively swung his pole. It slammed into K2's. K2 stumbled to the side, knife no longer in his hands. He growled and picked up his two-handed sword, then lunged for Jacob. Jacob barely had time to react. He jumped aside, knocking K2's sword away. His senses felt dulled, and it took him a moment to realize why. He was no longer using Azariah's powers. just Pambries. He hoped it would be enough. Azariah grabbed his pole and molded a shield. He didn't look at Jacob, but Jacob could tell the Shangal was grateful for the intervention. Together they attacked the Lorkon king. Jacob did everything he could to keep up with Azariah, even exhausted. His uncle was still quick. Azariah began using his hair again. Jacob couldn't do that, so he focused on capturing the sunlight. When Azariah's hair blinded Ketus from the front, Jacob flashed light at him when he turned away. Ketus soon realized what was happening. He opened his eyes as infrequently as possible. He still fought and battled, seeming to be energized by his anger. Jacob put everything he had into the fight. He remembered things his father, Azariah, and even Sweet Pea had taught him, and applied it all as well as he could. He dashed around, under, and past Ketus, striking where he could, blocking blows with his shield. Ketus was stronger. He was taller, he was faster, but Jacob was nearly as fast. Gratitude poured over him for his basketball skills yet again as he dodged a slice of the sword. He rolled under the blade and jumped to his feet, then attacked from one side while Azariah pounced from the other. "He's getting tired," Jacob said. "I can tell from his emotions." "Yes," Azariah said. "I see them as well." Ketus growled. He jumped at Azariah, but feinted and swung his blade around, nearly slicing Jacob's shoulder. "Oh, and he's angry too." "Shut your trap," Ketus bellowed. Jacob laughed. "Don't like me commenting on your feelings?" He ducked an attack, then bounced to Ketus's other side. "You're getting sloppy. Am I annoying you? Should I stop?" Ketus raised his sword and ran at Jacob, roaring. Jacob barely got out of the way in time. He decided to focus on the fight again rather than continuing to anger the Lorkon. Good thing, too. Ketus's next blow hit the shield so hard, Jacob lost control and the shield disappeared. He rolled out of the way, but not fast enough. The tip of the sword sliced his left arm. Chapter 57. At first he didn't feel it. He heard Mom screaming, and then the pain rushed over him. He gasped, his fingers tingling. He tried, but couldn't lift his hand well enough to maintain a shield. Gritting his teeth, he again used the sun to blind Ketus, then got in as many attacks as possible with his pole. Azariah continued attacking on the opposite side. Back and forth the three went, around the clearing, dodging blows. Ketus got too close to the trees again, and once more, used one to catapult himself to the middle of the clearing. Instead of rushing for Jacob and Azariah, though, he raced the other direction, straight to Mom and Dad. Mom and Amberly screamed. Jacob should have keyed them home. Why hadn't he thought of that? "Focus, Jacob. Get me his knife." Azariah didn't look at Jacob, but the voice was his. A shingle hadn't pushed thoughts into Jacob's mind since he fought the dinosaur-like Serpire outside of August Fortress. It was a weird sensation. Jacob obeyed instantly. With one motion, he scooped up Ketus's knife and passed it to Azariah. Dad handed Amberly to Mom and she ran out of the way, down the porch. Ketus reached the steps. Dad looked around. He had no way to defend himself. Ketus bounded to the top of the steps. Azariah threw Ketus's knife. It flashed in the air. The Lorkon raised his sword. The handle of the knife struck him hard on the back of the head and he fell. Ketus slid down the steps, sprawling across the dirt of the clearing, dazed. "Run. Help me stop him." Jacob raced across the clearing, throwing his pole aside. It wasn't time for fighting anymore. Azariah flicked his hand toward the forest, motioning to someone there. A root sprang from the dirt beneath Ketus and wrapped itself around the Lorkon's ankle. Ketus kicked. The root broke. He jumped up. Another root erupted from the ground, wrapping around his leg. Who was controlling the plants? The root dragged Ketus to the dirt again. Jacob pulled the syringe from his pocket. Azariah got there first. He pounced on the Lorkon, elbow smashed against the creature's neck. "Now, Jacob!" Jacob uncapped the syringe. Ketus stared at him. The colors in the air around the Lorkon showed his intense hatred. As if that wasn't enough, the emotion was mirrored in his eyes. The Lorkon struggled against Azariah's grip. He nearly threw the shingle off, but another root sprang from the ground and whipped around his wrist, holding his hand in place. It gave Jacob a clear shot at Ketus's side. No longer hesitating, Jacob jumped forward and skidded to a stop on his knees. He stabbed the Lorkon before anything more could happen. The Lorkon immediately screamed and began thrashing, trying to escape, spitting, practically foaming at the mouth. The convulsion started and Jacob watched as the immortal being turned into a withered old man. K2s continued trying to get away. A snap sounded through the air, and by the agony on K2's face, Jacob realized a bone had broken. The old man stopped struggling. His body was too frail to do that. He panted, eyes closed. "Kill me," he whispered. Azariah stepped away. "That is not my decision," he motioned to Dad. "The choice is yours, King Dmitri." K2 moaned, rolling to his side. Dad strode down the steps toward his father, stern, powerful. Jacob got goosebumps. His dad really was a king. "There's a girl on a faraway planet who would like to come home. The agreement was that we had to bring something of yours in exchange for her release. I think we'll deliver you instead." K2 glared, and a shiver made his whole body quake. "I should have destroyed you when I had the chance." It looked like Dad wanted to say something spiteful in response, but he paused and shook his head. "I'm sorry you didn't. I really hate to see you so disappointed." He smiled, then turned his back on his father. He looked at Azariah. "Send a message to Renforth. Tell him we have a delivery for him, and that we expect him to allow us to key directly there." Then he sent a glance to Jacob. "Get that key ready." Jacob nodded. Azariah called for a minya and sent it to Renforth while Jacob went to check on the Makhalos, holding a section of his robes against the cut in his arm. They'd slumped to the ground, completely exhausted. There probably wasn't anyone who wasn't exhausted. "Sorry," Kenji gasped. "We would have intervened earlier but fell unconscious." "It's okay," Jacob said. "You did really well." Just then, Aldo and the fat lady came trudging through the forest, the branches thrashing around them. "You know," the fat lady panted, her hand on a tree, ducking when it tried to whip her, "you could have opened the link for us too. It's a long walk from Azariah's fortress." Jacob half grinned. "Sorry, didn't think about it." "What did we miss?" Aldo said, trying to see into the clearing. "Everything. K2 is human again." Aldo looked disappointed for several seconds, but then a huge grin spread across his cheeks. "We did it? We did it!" He turned to the fat lady, grabbed her hands, and tried to spin her around. She barely budged, though. Her body was too heavy for him to spin. Instead, he threw his arms around her and they laughed. Azariah called for Jacob to come. "Renforth insists that we bring him his new prisoner tomorrow at this time. He's in a good mood and has granted me permission to allow anyone who'd like to enter his world to do so through a link created by your key." Jacob looked at his watch. The whole day had gone by. It was nearly 6. Dad nodded. "I'd hope we could go earlier than that, but we do need to spread the word that it's all over and get some work done." He motioned to K2. "What do we do with him in the meantime?" "Put him in my dungeon." Azariah looked at Jacob. Jacob didn't need to be asked. He ran up the steps and opened the link to Azariah's fortress, then watched as Dad forced K2 to his feet and led the old man up, then down, into the dark stone building. K2 was secured in a cell, his broken arm splinted, and Aldo and the fat lady asked to guard him first. That was fine with everyone else. The two had spent a lot of time there and seemed to be the most comfortable with the place. Jacob closed the link to the dungeon, then opened one from the manor to his home in Menden. He shouted the news about K2, running through the house and out into the backyard. Several of the injured people were there, being watched over by Sweet Pea. They cheered, tossing whatever they held into the air, hats, paper cups and plates, newspapers. Then those who could walk crowded around Jacob, wanting to hear the details while Sweet Pea bandaged Jacob's arm. Jacob and Dad, who'd followed him through the link, took turns telling the story. It was the best time Jacob ever had telling about an experience. The audience was enthralled, the emotion colors nearly completely green, and so bright that the people were almost impossible to see. It made Jacob's heart swell. They'd done it. They'd won the war and defeated the Lorkon. Dad spent 10 minutes walking around the injured people, shaking their hands, thanking them for their help and receiving congratulations. Jacob wasn't surprised to see that many who'd fought for K2 were there, heads down, shame in the air around them. He smiled. At least Dad wouldn't have an empty kingdom to rule. Word spread quickly, and everyone gathered in the backyard, where Dad decided they could spend the night. Jacob watched as friends and strangers alike straggled from the house and manor to the backyard and started pitching tents. He frowned. One person was missing, Lauren. Where was she? He grabbed Sweet Pea as the Machollow passed. Have you seen Lauren? The Machollow shrugged. A few minutes ago, she was with Kevin by the shed we took apart. You might start there. Jacob knew which shed Sweet Pea was talking about. They'd used its door to key the Lorkon away a couple of months ago. But why was Lauren with Kevin? His heart did a somersault. Were they getting back together? He couldn't stand it. He had to go find them. His hands started sweating as he circled the house. He chewed the inside of his lip, trying not to let his thoughts go out of control. She wouldn't get back with Kevin. She couldn't. The shed came into view. There they were, standing by each other, not right next to each other, but Jacob still wished they were farther apart. He almost laughed at himself and his silliness. At least they weren't holding hands or looking at each other like lovesick doves. "Jacob," Lauren said. Without a glance at Kevin, she dashed across the yard and threw her arms around him. Whoa! He couldn't help the grin that spread across his face as he hugged her back. She really did like him. Kevin half waved, then walked out of sight around the side of the house. "What were you and Kevin?" "Just making sure things are good between us. Oh, and he wants to ask Tanny out. Wanted to see if you'd be okay with that. I told him I thought it would be fine." She looked up at him, the question in her eyes. "It is okay, right? You wouldn't be disappointed or jealous?" Jacob looked into her eyes. "Tell him he's totally fine. My heart belongs with someone else." "Oh." Lauren's gaze flicked down, then back to his. "Where?" Jacob couldn't help smiling at that. "I think you already know." She swatted his shoulder. "I want to hear you say it." He put a hand on the side of her face. "Lauren, I've liked you since, well, almost since the first time I talked to you." "Almost?" she scoffed. "Yeah, I mean, you did treat me pretty rotten for a while there." "Whatever," she smacked him again. "You treated me badly." She laughed, and Jacob joined her. He couldn't believe how good it felt to laugh, and especially with the girl he'd liked for a year. Finally. Chapter 58. Renforth's throne room didn't seem nearly so big now that most of Jakob's friends from Ecleron were in it. Jacob stood by his father and mother, with K2s in chains kneeling in front of them. Renforth still hadn't acknowledged their presence, but Jacob didn't mind the wait. The former Lorkon was about to be permanently taken off his hands. Last night and all of today had been long. Jacob and every other able-bodied person had combed the forest, looking for survivors. Those who fought for K2s had been offered the chance to join Dmitri. If they did, great. If they didn't, Jacob had keyed them to August Fortress, where the Argots and Shingles would keep them contained. Dad said that in a couple of months, they'd check again to see if anyone wanted to switch loyalties after being stuck there. With Jacob's talents, they'd know whether the people were sincere or not. Of the humans, every adult Jacob knew, apart from Mom, Aldo, and the fat lady, had been injured, though none as seriously as Gallus. He was still sleeping off the potion the fat lady had injected into his Lorkon wounds. As soon as he was healthy again, he'd be heading up a group to go to Tadris to get the sick people there. Jacob wished he could be there, in Tadris, to see the expression on that nurse's face, Lish, when Gallus and Annalie kept their promise. Based on her personality, she would definitely remember, and would be waiting, stern and strict. He hoped not too many had died in the meantime. Even Dad was covered in bandages, but his arm was tight around Mom's shoulders, and his other hand held Amberly's. Jacob sighed. Mom and Amberly were safe. Mom told them all about K2's frightening visit to the manor. She and Amberly had been at a window, Mom trying to keep Amberly from getting bored, when the Lorkon had approached. They ran into Queen Aralee's old room and hid under the bed for several hours while waiting for the manor to empty. K2 had stationed a guard to watch over the Lorkon potion, but sometime during his watch, the man left, presumably when the horn was blown and his fellow soldiers needed help. Mom and Amberly had again been free to roam the house. They chose to stay hidden under that bed as much as possible, though, which is why Jacob hadn't seen them. He leaned against Mom's shoulder, still feeling the emotions of nearly losing her and then finding her again. He couldn't believe how close he'd come to not having a mother. He wouldn't allow himself to imagine life without her. Jacob exhaled slowly. He felt Aloran's hand on his back and smiled, almost wanting to turn around and hug her. He wouldn't do it here, in Renforth's palace. The Shengal might have been stuffing his face, but Jacob knew he was watching his visitors closely. After Renforth finished eating a huge slice of what looked like some sort of pastry or pie, he finally called for K2s to step forward. Dad and Jacob lifted K2s by the arms. The old man was so skinny Jacob barely felt like he was holding anything, and set him in front of Renforth. Azariah stepped beside them. "Renforth, I present to you K2s, formerly Romantis, king of Trucinal." Without even looking at K2s, Renforth turned to a woman. "Bring the girl." Annalie was waiting just outside the throne room. She dashed through one of the many openings and ran straight to Hala, her mother. They held each other, crying, oblivious to the many eyes on them. Renforth leaned forward in his throne, peering at K2s. This is the mighty Lorkon king?" He laughed, loud and deep, the sound echoing along the massive granite and marble walls. His laughter finally died off and he continued staring at K2s. K2s glared back but didn't say anything. The colors that swirled in the air around them showed that K2s was angry and determined, while Renforth was merely amused and bored. And apparently Renforth didn't care how determined K2s was, because he sat back in his chair, wiped his face with a napkin, then threw the napkin at K2's feet. "He's not worth my time, not even a fraction of my time," Renforth chuckled. Then, with a flourish, he stood from his throne, pushing his robes aside. "You're welcome to leave now," he said to his visitors. "I have other matters to attend to." What about K2s?" Dad asked. Renforth shrugged. "The deal is that he stays and I do with him as I see fit, correct?" "Well, yes." "Good." Renforth nodded to a man in the corner, then left. Jacob and Dad met eyes. What was that all about? But then the man knocked an arrow to his bow and raised it, pointing at K2s. He released the string. What the hell is going on? The arrow hit its mark, and K2s slumped over. The room erupted into cheers. K2s, Romantis, would never again have the opportunity to lie, steal, or murder his way to positions of power. The Lorkon king was finally dead. Chapter 59. Jacob smoothed the dark blue suit Mom had insisted he wear, inspecting himself in the floor-to-ceiling mirror in his new room in the castle. The suit was one of Dad's royal ones, and the silk fabric was covered with gold decorations. He couldn't wait until Aloran saw it. In half an hour, Dad would be crowned king. Jacob's heart fluttered, just thinking about it. So weird and awesome. Speaking of awesome, it had been really cool to see the changes in Myvoril City. Surprisingly enough, Econ and Myler had started those changes. That had been a shock to everyone. When Jacob and his family arrived, the city was already being populated with normal people. Apparently, Econ had gone to Trucinal to recruit for his, and their, new king. He'd returned with over 200 men, women, and children. And he had really gone all out with his goal to prepare the city. Huge, ornate gold and green flags hung all along the streets. Econ made sure they were replicas of the ones that had been there before. Flowers had been planted, grass cut, windows replaced, broken doors mended. Mom cried when she, Dad, and Jacob walked the streets, following Econ as he showed them everything he and Myler had done. Jacob knew she greatly missed her parents, and the city reminded her of them, but he also knew she cried tears of joy. All Econ asked for in return was to work for the king, the true king of Gevkin. Dad accepted him at once by making him head butler. The grin on Econ's face was enough to show he hadn't expected that much forgiveness. Myler just wanted to be left alone so he could start a new life. Jacob picked up his shoes and sat on the bench at the foot of his bed, still thinking over the events of the past couple of weeks. Someone knocked on his door, jolting him from his thoughts, and he jogged across the huge room to open it up, untied shoelaces flapping. It was Matt. "So, Your Highness," Matt said, strolling into the room. "Are you going to wear a crown from now on?" I asked. Jacob rolled his eyes. "Only when Mom and Dad make me." "What about when school starts?" Matt asked. "I could totally see you bringing one there, you know." Jacob punched his older brother in the shoulder. "Whatever. I already get plenty of attention. I don't need a crown to get me more," he snickered. "But if you need it in college, I'd be happy to let you borrow it." Matt flopped onto Jacob's four-poster bed. "Whatever." Someone else knocked on the door, and without waiting for an answer, walked in. It was Sweet Pea and Okeno. Matt laughed when he saw Okeno. "You're wearing a top hat? Why?" Okeno sniffed, pretending to be offended. "A coronation is the perfect event for a top hat, and I think you're jealous you can't pull it off yourself." No, I'm not." Okeno didn't respond. He approached Jacob and handed him a pin. "From my mom. She says to put it on your sleeve below your right shoulder." Sweet Pea snickered. "I think she wants you to look more important or something, because being the son of the king obviously isn't important enough." Okeno shook his head. "No, it's a token of our gratitude for everything you've done to help the Makalos." Jacob added the pin to the collection already on his suit. "Tell her thanks." Okeno grinned. "I will." The colors for happiness and peace surrounded him, and Jacob released a deep breath in relief. He had been worried about his friend. Okeno had been so upset about the huge number of people he'd had to kill, he couldn't even enter the forest near Menden without getting emotional. But Jacob had witnessed a change in his friend over the last few days as he looked forward to going with his parents to get the new Makalos. The sadness left, replaced with excitement and joy. Jacob put his hand on Okeno's shoulder. "I owe you thanks. For everything. You're the greatest hero I know, and I'm serious." Okeno blushed and looked at his feet, but the colors in the air around him showed he was pleased with the compliment. Sweet Pea stood in front of the mirror. "This thing is broken. It makes me look shorter than I am." Matt leaned up on the bed. "You're just gonna have to get over it. You'll never be as tall as me." Sweet Pea glared at Matt through the mirror. "At least I can grow a full beard." "Ouch, that was low." Matt rubbed his cheeks, frowning. Then he laughed, joined by Sweet Pea, and flopped back on the bed again. He pulled a ball from his pocket and tried to throw it through the hole in the stone ceiling. Jacob grinned. He'd insisted on having this room. He'd made that hole a year ago while trying to get away from the Lorkon. It led to a closet where he and Okeno had been trapped until Jacob found a way out. Now he had to keep the closet locked. Matt had already once dumped water through the hole in the middle of the night while Jacob was sleeping. "We'd better get going," Okeno said. Sweet Pea turned from flexing his arms in the mirror. "Yeah, Ebony said something about us getting murdered if we were late." "And you have to take her seriously," Jacob said. "She wouldn't joke about that." The Makalos chuckled and left the room, closing the door behind them. Matt started bouncing the ball off the ceiling. "That was a pretty intense argument between Dad and Azariah, wasn't it?" Jacob sat back on his bench and finished tying his shoes. "I can't believe you're still talking about that. It happened 2 weeks ago." But it was cool." "What I saw of it, yeah. I didn't hear the whole thing, and honestly, I still have no clue what they argued about." Jacob had spent most of his time ignoring Matt after the water through the ceiling incident. "Why didn't you tell me?" Matt jumped up on the bed, his eyes glinting with excitement. "First, Azariah is burning all of the infected forests. That got Dad mad until Okeno told him the trees couldn't be healed. So, Azariah won that fight. And he won the next one too, which can't be good for Dad's ego." "What was the next fight?" Matt's eyes gleamed. "The stone waterfall is going to be turned into an arch?" "Yeah, how do you know?" "Azariah told me a while ago." Matt pocketed the ball and sat next to Jacob on the bench. A sly grin crossed his face, and he elbowed Jacob. "How are you and Aloran doing?" Jacob felt his cheeks redden. "Fine." Matt chuckled. "By the way she looks at you, she's ready for marriage. Wink, wink." Jacob ignored his brother's comment and pulled out his watch, checking the time. "Crap, the coronation starts in 5 minutes. We gotta go." They jumped up and dashed through the door, veering right, heading toward the throne room. Jacob barely noticed the gleaming walls as he and Matt raced past them. K2's anti-shungal potion was gone now, and so were all the stuffy old curtains. The inside of the castle had been scrubbed top to bottom, and light shone in through hundreds of windows that had been covered for years. "There you are," the fat lady said, huffing her way toward them. "Your mother sent me to find you. You're supposed to be in place right now." She turned and led them down a couple of staircases and halls and into what used to be a very dingy room, the same one where Jacob had found the key of Kilenya. Now that all the curtains were gone, he'd been surprised to see how majestic it was. Lined with pillars and stained glass windows, it was the best-looking place in the castle. Jacob and Matt took their seats on the front row. Jacob waved at Mom, who shook her head at him, smiling. She wasn't too upset about them arriving late, thank goodness. She and Dad held hands, sitting on chairs that faced the audience. Moments later, Aldo stepped in front of everyone, and the chatter and whispering died down. His voice echoed through the large room as he directed the ceremony, which ended up being pretty much what Jacob expected: long and boring. Anyway, after Mom and Dad had been crowned, the audience jumped to its feet, applauding, cheering, several people even crying. Jacob's heart swelled as he looked around him at his friends and loved ones. Aloran took one of his hands, and Amberly the other. Okano saw him watching and waved. Kenji was clapping. Ebony was crying. And so was the fat lady. Matt and Sweet Pea were snickering about something, and Jacob was pretty sure neither had paid attention. Gallus had his arms around his shoulder. Jacob knew the tears being shed weren't tears of sadness. In fact, he was nearly blinded by the colors that flowed around him. Joy, peace, happiness. Epilogue. Jacob tossed the ball through the net right as the buzzer sounded. He spun, watching the numbers on the board go from 82, 82 to 82, 84. Cheers erupted around him. His teammates flooded the gym floor, running to his side. Jacob couldn't hear anything anyone said, but he high-fived everyone, laughing, being jostled around as the group pounded into each other, trying to get closer to their star. The final game of his high school basketball career should have been difficult, especially since there were officials from colleges in attendance watching him play. But it ended up being the best game ever, and definitely the most rewarding. After what he'd gone through to get rid of K2's, anything would be easy. A moment later, a hand entered his, and he looked over to see Aloran smiling at him. He pulled her away from everyone, picked her up, and spun around, then planted a kiss squarely on her lips. He didn't release her, even when she started squirming. She pulled away, laughing, and he set her down. The moment her feet hit the floor, she gently pushed him, nearly knocking him into Kevin and Tani. Jacob avoided looking at his best friend. Even though they hung out all the time at the house in Menden, it was still weird that she and Kevin had hooked up. So weird. Someone tapped Jacob on the shoulder and he turned. Two men, one in a suit, the other in jeans and a polo shirt, wanted to talk to him. The man in the suit spoke. "When you get the chance, we'd like to discuss the idea of you playing for our university this fall. We have some fantastic scholarship options, and our school is—" Jacob smiled, nodding, listening. The men gave him some brochures, promised to get in touch, then disappeared into the crowd. He was approached by 6 people, all wanting him to play for them. Jacob didn't care where he ended up, so long as it was a good college. After all, he had the key of Kilenya and could visit home Aloran and anyone or anywhere else he wanted, whenever he wanted. Life was good. The next day, a knock at Jacob's door woke him from the nap he'd indulged in. He jumped from the bed, blinking and shaking his head, trying to chase the sleepiness away. Mr. Coolidge was on the other side. Jacob stepped back, letting in his former tutor. "Do you have last-minute assignments for me?" How had Mr. Coolidge gotten to the castle without help? Coolidge didn't respond for several moments. He stared out the window and without turning said, "I haven't been fully honest with you." Jacob frowned, stepping to Coolidge's side where he could see his teacher's face. "What do you mean?" Coolidge gave him a half-smile before turning to face him. A breeze tickled Jacob's hair and dust flitted into the air between them. Jacob watched in surprise as the dirt swirled and made patterns in the air. He was so preoccupied with the little show that he didn't notice at first the weird pulses that surrounded them. Jacob gasped. The Shingle symbols he'd sewn into his clothes gave him the ability to sense powers from others whenever he wanted to. And right now, Mr. Coolidge definitely had power. How on earth had the man hidden that from him? You aren't the only one who has been keeping secrets. Coolidge put a hand on Jacob's shoulder. And we need your help. This has been Golden Symbol, Kilenya Chronicles Book 6 by Andrea Pearson. Thank you for listening.